those are the American issues that we should be debating about.
Hello, you guys. Come on in, you guys. Come on in. Good morning. Is my steamer charged? Hold on. Ugh. What's up, y'all? Ah. This is a lot. This is a lot. What's today? What is today? I don't even know what today is. Wednesday. Happy Wednesday. Get in here. Okay? We have to talk about this. Sorry if my lips are ashy. Hold on. Let me fix that. Hold on. I just somewhat got out the shower. I bought the steamer. I don't like it anymore. It doesn't take, the reservoir is like so small. Hey, Quee. The co-host is not here. Don't say his name, please. Then he gonna show up. So, Quee, happy Wednesday. Hold on. What? Okay, cool. Co-host is downstairs, Chef. He is downstairs. All right, you guys, come on. Someone just got out the shower. So I figured I'll do my skincare and then we can talk about this because this lady right here, this golem right here, okay? Who's Gigi Lovey? Who's that? Who's that person? Let me see. Who is that? By Prophet? What Prophet? Yeah, these women are too much. Maybe tonight. Claimed she was deceived by a prophet. These women, they're crazy. A lot of these girls get on my nerves now. Oh, Prophet how? It's like there's another pastor. I don't know, Tobias. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. She has an affair now. She wants to expose him. Girl, you're exposing yourself. Like, be quiet. Did you call us before you decided to enter in that relationship? Don't call my phone. Absolute rubbish. You guys, guess what? I got some new skincare. Oh my gosh, like TikTok shop, you guys. I have a problem with TikTok shop. You know, that's one of the reasons why, one of the reasons why I didn't want TikTok shop to get banned because I love TikTok shop. I do. There is this, I guess this Korean brand. I don't know. Orencia. Okay, I'm going to try this. I somewhat tried it. It came in yesterday, I believe, right? I bought this Royal Rose Hip Cleanser. Okay. Hold on, let me show you. I wish it had a little scoop, though. Comes like this. Okay. Boom, boom. Then I bought Holy Hyssop Serum 30. Let me show you what that looks like. It's like a little gel thing. Okay. So I'll be trying that out. All right. And then I also got a serum that goes with that. Piped with vitamins. Okay. Glowing and soothing. Got this. TikTok shop. I give a lot of my money to the TikTok shop, Joe. They get a lot of my coins. She's out of order. But I think, hold on. I still want to use this though. Janet, don't say that shop's name. I'm going to use this first. I'm going to start with this. Let me see if I can turn on the steamer. Hold on. Is it on? Child. Oh, yeah. Okay, it's on. Okay. Good. Okay, good. The steamer's on. All right. So, this lady, I'm going to call her Bishop because she's some kind of woke pervert. And you know what she reminds me of? She reminds me of the Golem. Okay? Did you guys watch Lord of the Rings? Okay. Do you remember the Golem in Lord of the Rings, right? That is exactly what she reminds me of, like extremely manipulative. And what I can't stand about people like her, right? Is that because they know, like, I'm like, what she did is it's full of microaggression, but then it's typical woke liberal white woman behavior. Because she knows a lot of people are watching, right? There are cameras, people are watching, right? And then there's this belief that, oh, Trump is violent, Trump hates people, Trump cannot control himself. So on camera, she tries to appear meek, like, Mr. President, I just want to implore you to be nice to people, to be loving to people. The Bible says to love our neighbors. I'm like, girl, shut up. And if you ever watched Lord of the Rings, that's exactly what the golem is. That creepy, insidious creature, right? Like when the golem wants the ring, because the golem, if I'm not mistaken, used to be like a full-fledged human being. And the golem, when he was a person, like a full-blown, like actual human being, he murdered someone. Like his heart got full of his heart got full of jealousy and envy. And he murdered his best friend, if I'm not mistaken, for the ring. So this is the punishment, right? So now the golem looks like this, right? But so when the guy from Lord of the Ring, like the protagonist, I forgot his name, when the Hobbit, when he meets the golem, right? The golem tries to appear really, really sweet. No, the golem cannot be trusted because the golem wants the ring. Okay? So you see this ugly creature, heinous looking creature. Oh, the golem wants to help you. Hey, Kevin, the golem wants to help you get to the ring, right? And then when the boy's sleeping, the golem tries to steal the ring. So he wakes up, says, no, golem. He's like, oh, don't hurt me, master. Oh, master, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. Golem just wants to help. Golem just wants to see the ring. Golem, good person. Golem, bad person. No. Right? Then they get to a part, they start fighting. There's like a threat coming. You see Golem with his big wide feet, the way he starts to fight, you're like, what? Is that the Golem? Yes. You know what the Golem reminds me of? The Golem reminds me of like people who can't physically subjugate you. So they come to you in this meek demeanor. They act poor. They act like, they're in need. They act so weak, so sick, right? Because they want you to bring them in. They flatter your ego. They make you feel like you're so powerful. These are not good people. Because they seek to undermine you. They don't like you. But they know they can't defeat you physically. So they're like, oh, let me do it psychologically. Right? So like this lady, that white liberal woman, right? First and foremost, if she cared about the word of God, she would not be preaching. Let's start there. Because where in the Bible does it say you can preach? Number one. Number two, she wouldn't be a bishop. How you a woman and you a bishop? Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Number three, a lot of stuff she says, please show us in the Bible where it says that, because we want scriptures. That's exactly what Paul told the people, especially the church of Antioch. He's like, whatever they tell you, they have to give you scriptures. They have to give you receipts. You have to always go back and double check what is being said, because just because it sounds good or whatever does not mean that it's the word of God. Right? But I'm like, she's such a racist. She is such a racist. She's such a racist. And this is what I always said. Hey, Diana, this is what I always say about white, woke, liberal, progressive white women. They are racist. The mere fact that when she thinks of Latinos, illegal Latinos, she thinks about who's going to clean her dishes. Do you hear that? I'm going to let her talk. I have to get this off my chest. Like, this is like a little preamble. Now, she's so racist. And this is what you get with the majority of white liberals. That's why identity matters so much to these people. They care so much about, but how do you identify? How do you identify? So they know what kind of box to put you in. But my thing is, you think every illegal person who comes here, hey, Lacey, you think every illegal Latino who comes here to clean your dishes or cut your grass or work at McDonald's? You see how they see Latino people or build your house? You don't think that you have people who probably even come here, Lonnie? You don't even think that you have Latinos who come here illegally to also maybe go to school? Why don't you think of Latinos and think of an engineer? No, it's serious. She's a racist. She's a racist. She's a racist. Oh, Mr. President, let them stay, you know, so they can wash her dishes. That's the only reason why she says, oh, let them stay. Why don't you say, oh, Mr. President, let these people stay because they're going to school. They're going to become engineers. They're going to become doctors. They're going to become, I don't know what else. Y'all give me some, right? Business owners, right? So they're going to take part in the economy and they're going to create jobs. Why do you think of Latinos? And the first thing that comes to your mind when you think of an illegal Latino is somebody who's going to clean your dishes. You racist white woman. You racist white woman. That's why I cannot stand white liberals. Like she's over here crying because she's about to lose her slaves, right? Like if you're a real woman of God, if you are a real woman of God, if you're a real servant of the Lord, right? Why you can't tell these people with the word of God that first and foremost, you came here illegally. It is not okay. You have to do things the right way. And number two, you got to have faith. Have faith that you can have your papers to come to America legally, right? Or you should also say, have faith that wherever you go, especially if you go back home, that's the land of your people. How did your mama make it there? How did your grandpa make it there? How did your great-great-grandma make it there, right? Why don't you believe that you can make it in your own country? Right? Hey, Esther, that's idolatry. Like, yeah, I like living in America, but it's not an end-all be-all. Because if you come here illegally, you're not going to have a good life. You are truly not going to have a good life. You're going to work in the dark. You're not going to, you're going to work for years, for decades. You will never have any pension. You will never have any kind of health care, right? Employers will take advantage of you because they know you're not supposed to be working in the first place. We should, like, if you're a good person, you should not even want that for someone. You're giving your life to the cartels. You have the cartels bring you here. They can hurt you. They can sell you into human trafficking. These are not good people. And instead of focusing on the cartels who take advantage of these people, you want to make it seem like Donald Trump is a bad person. Are you addressing the cartels? Okay? The Tijuana cartels, all these cartels in Mexico that play a part in human trafficking, slavery. They charge these people $10,000. And then as they're crossing the Rio Grande, they're crossing the desert, they increase the price in the middle of the trek. They leave them to die. Sometimes they leave these people without water, right? Like, talk about that part. No, let's ignore the cartels. Let's ignore all these mules who are taking advantage. Children being smuggled into cars, poor children. As a woman of God, if you are truly a woman of God, but you're a colonizer, you are a white racist, you are a colonizer. All you see in people of color is how they can serve you for cheap, how they can serve you in the dark. Why would you ever wish for anybody to come to America to work for 10, 20, even 30 years and never having a 401k, never having a retirement? Those 10 years, those 20 years, those 30 years that you live here working in the dark, living in squalor, you're not going to have a good life. And you might not even be able to raise your children. Escúchame. You might not even be able to raise your children because your life is not good. You're not educated. You'll have basic jobs, menial jobs. You can't live off of that. They want to take advantage, mami. Escúchame. Pensar a tus niños. You're going to come here. And when your kids get old, you won't be able to raise your kids. Your children will join gangs, mommy. Your children will join gangs because you won't be able to control them. You're not thinking. You're just being desperate. You cannot move out of desperation. How many Latino kids today are in the gangs and foolishness because the daddy came here illegally? They had to work all these goofy ass jobs, making so little money. There's nobody at home to watch the kids. The kids are all by themselves. And before you know, your daughter's pregnant. What's it called? Embarazada. Is that how you say it? Embarazada, yeah? Your son is a gangbanger. MS-13, trate de agua. Your child's out there like I do all kinds of foolishness. Is that what you want? Believe in yourself. And not just that, believe in God. You don't have to come to America to be great. You can be great in your country. All this money that you're giving to the cartel, right? You could use that money, what's it called? To dineros, right? Para tu negocio. Start your own negocio. Have your own business. Start a business. You gonna pay somebody $10,000 to bring you here just so you can work at McDonald's and spend 5 years paying these people back, or they're gonna come snatch you up. Now it's crazy how nobody sees that the real villains in this whole like illegal immigration are these cartels. No, make it about Donald Trump. Are you insane? Are you really insane? There's a lot of people who are successful in Mexico. There are a lot of people who are successful all across Latin America. Believe that you can also be successful in Latin America. And then maybe you'll be so successful, you can actually pay for your kids to come here and go to school. Do not come here to wash these people's dishes. Don't come to America to wash the dishes of white people. Don't come here to clean their toilets. Like, think highly of yourself. I'm like, are these Europeans not taking enough from you? Have your own dignity. You're going to put your life at risk to come here and to clean white people's toilets. You're going to risk your life to come here and flip burgers. This slave master, this slave catcher. Foolishness. And you see, and this is why a lot of people, right, in third world countries do not trust the church, do not trust the Catholic Church, and they don't trust white missionaries, because most white missionaries come with a message of enslavement, colonization. They see people of color as people who owe them servitude. Are you insane? Are you sick in your head? Están enferma en tu cabeza. Like, what is this? Like, seriously, what is this? This is ridiculous. This is so ridiculous. Is she going to let you go to Harvard? She going to let your kids go to Harvard? She going to let your kids go to Yale? No. You going to clean. Your daughter's going to clean. And maybe your grandchild might go to college. What is this? What is this? Respect yourself. Don't ever beg any white person for anything. If you know they're coming to deport you, have enough self-respect and leave. Fuera. Respect yourself and believe in yourself. How can you be a Christian and you don't believe in yourself? You have faith. I'm going to come to America illegally. How does that even make sense? If you have faith, God will make a way for you to come here legally. You don't have to be here legally. You're going to live here like a rat. You live in a corner, or live like a mouse in a corner. You're always scared. You're scared. You go here, you're scared. You go over here, you're scared. You're always scared. Why? Why? In your country, you're free. You might not be the richest, but you're free. You have your family. You have your culture. Okay? And a lot of Latin American countries are beautiful countries. Tu país es tan hermosa. Like, what's the problem? What is the problem? Seriously, believe in yourself. But I'm like, this racist white woman, she's a racist white woman. So we should let people be here. Hazy, we should let people be here just so they can clean the dishes after you don't eat. You don't know how to wash your own dishes? White woman? Always looking for a maid. Always looking for a slave. They will never change. This is insanity. Always looking for a slave in somebody of color. Like, what is this? You, like, when you're done eating, clean up your own plates. Okay, and why do most Americans, y'all like to eat fast food, but you think you're too good to make your own fast food? Then we got to stop selling the fast food. Point blank, period. And maybe that way, a lot of Americans gonna lose weight. If you love eating fast food, but you think you're too good to make your own food, then let's close all these businesses. Let's start eating healthy. Point blank, period. Like, make them, but we don't want to do it. Oh, well, it's your country. Always got something to say about somebody. Oh, but these people are coming here, and these people, well, no. Go make your own fast food. Oh, you don't want to make the fast food? Then there's not going to be no more fast food. You're going to eat regular food. And maybe then a lot of people going to lose weight. Imagine that. I told a friend that. I'm like, you're black, but you sound like a plantation owner. So the first thing that comes to your head when you think about illegal people is who going to work at the fast food restaurant? Who gonna clean your dishes? Who gonna clean your house? Are you insane? Are you insane? People should come here and do what you can. You can grab a broom. Okay? You can grab a broom. It's your house. It's your country. Take pride in cleaning it. Get out of here with that. I'm like, a lot of these white liberals, they're not even just white. These liberals, they be black also. They're all up in there. Just like all these black American girls who always want to complain about African braiders. Stop going then. Stop going. You have all these issues with everybody. You have issues with all these immigrant groups. Oh, these African braiders. Stop going. Braid your own hair. Matter of fact, go to your own sister girl. Have her braid your hair. But you don't want to pay her fee. right? No, you bother these African ladies. You know they charge $200. It's extremely cheap. You go there, $200. You want it super small, super long. You're freaking annoying. You're never satisfied. Then you want to use that to be a bunch of xenophobes against African people. Braid your own freaking hair. Braid your hair. Go to your own people then. You have so much hatred against African people. Braid your own hair. It's enough. Like, seriously, it's enough. That's why I'm saying, like, a lot of people got to stop being illegal immigrants. Stop being immigrants. Because then people think you're so desperate. And when people think you're desperate, they think they can treat you any kind of way, talk to you any kind of way, see you any kind of way. Because when you cry to remain somewhere when you're not wanted, people gonna disrespect you. You have to respect yourself. I don't care. I don't care how rich these Americans are. You have to respect yourself. Respect yourself. Don't ever let anybody make you feel like you're less than because you come from a different country. Never that. It will never be that. Never allow anybody to make you feel like you're not a human being because you come out of Africa. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? Close all these African braiding stores. You need to close them all down. Close them all down. People are going to learn to put respect on people's names. I kid you not. People play too much. People play too much. They like, you want, like, even with Vivek, people want to make all these jokes about, like, the Pakistani people with the gas station, Indians with the 7-Eleven. Shut it down. Shut it down. People going to learn to respect people. But you never allow anybody to make you feel like you're not a human being because you come from a quote-unquote third world country. Yeah, right. And it's funny how some people come from third world countries, but they got all kinds of manners, all kinds of smarts, all kinds of acuity about themselves, because geography ain't got nothing to do with IQ. Geography has nothing to do with being classy. Don't ever let anybody see you sweat. Pack your bags and leave. Leave graciously. And believe that where you come from, you can make it there. Don't ever let anybody make you feel like, oh my gosh, like, oh, you know, if I live in America, I ain't gonna make it. There are beautiful places in Mexico. There are beautiful places in Colombia. There are beautiful places in Ecuador. There are beautiful places in Belize. There are beautiful places in Costa Rica. There are beautiful places, okay? ¿Cómo se dice? De plazo de bozo, bueno, yeah. Hermoso lugar, okay? En tu país, okay? Pensar a tu persona. No, you cannot allow this. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? Porque está en un país de bastante gente que tiene la piel a blanco. No. ¿Cómo se dice? Necesitar poseer la respeto de tu persona. Like, you have to respect yourself. Il faut se respecter. Respecte-toi. Et ne permets jamais que quelqu'un te manque de respect. Pourquoi? Pourquoi? Parce qu'ils sont blancs, et puis quoi? On s'en fout. On passe à gauche. Moi, je m'en fous. On passe à gauche. Tout le temps. Every day. All the time. Like, what is this? I said because people watch stuff on TV, they think other people, oh, there's nothing in your country. No, there is plenty. There is plenty. So you pack your bags with grace and you leave. And you believe in this. Deuteronomy 28. You are blessed when you go. You're blessed when you come. You will be blessed. Because you carry the blessing. A country not going to make you successful. It's your mindset. It is your mindset. Don't let anybody talk to you like you're less than because you come from another place. Don't sit there in fear, waiting for somebody to grab you, to snatch you up and take you somewhere else. No, you're a human being. Respect yourself. Have respect for yourself. And even, I'm going to say, even all the aunties, all the African aunties who braid the hair, y'all need to increase your prices. Because when you do medium, small, knotless braids, all the way down to the butt for $200, you come up desperate. They see the desperation in you. And people will take advantage. Because they think you're desperate. Because they know this labor right here, it costs more. They know that this labor right here, it costs more. And when you cheapen your price, when you sell your labor for cheaper than what it's worth, you will never have respect. You're going to have problems because they'll never be grateful. When your price is too cheap, you attract bad people, mean people. They're going to come in here and ruin your business. because they're not grateful. Let the people go. Let people go where they like where you want this, and that. Your parts equal, your this. Go to your own people where they charge $600, $1,000 for knotless braids. Go over there. Y'all need to start raising your prices. So then that way you're not gonna have to work as long. You're not gonna have to work as hard. Or you pack your bags and you go home. Respect yourself. Respect yourself. Respect your time. Respect your labor. Respect your creativity. Don't ever allow anybody to talk to you crazy. Don't ever allow anybody to make you feel like, oh, there's no way for you to make, you got to be in America to make it. No, you don't have to be American to make it. The Chinese people, they ain't here, they're making it. There are a lot of people who don't live in America, and they actually have better lives than people who live here in America. But to me, Marlene, it is extremely, extremely racist. Bastante racista que dicen cuando pensar a la gente latino, pensar que están los gente que van a lavar tu platos. Are you insane? Racist. La mujer es tan racista. Es tan muy bastante racista. Because I'm saying like how can you say things like that? Oh, let them stay here so they can wash our dishes. Hey! She's not even saying, oh, let them stay here. They can go to school. Because in her mind, illegal Latinos mean people who wash dishes. Illegal Latinos, people who work at McDonald's. Illegal Latinos, limpiar mi piso. Clean my floors. Limpiar mi cuarto. Clean my room. Huh? Entonces, like, what do you think this is? You are crazy. You are crazy. You are so crazy. You are really, really crazy. And I'm like, no, she's extremely wrong. She's extremely wrong. There are plenty of Latinos who are not in construction or they're in school. Okay? There are many who are in school. There are many who are doctors in their own country, but when they come here, because they can't translate their stuff, they have to do those menial jobs. A lot of people leave their countries with amazing talent, amazing education. But because you can't translate your stuff, you become a taxi cab driver, you become a McDonald's person, a construction person. You cannot look at someone and, oh, he's Latino, so there's nothing in his head besides cleaning floors. No. People do what they have to do. It's like if you go to New York City, you'll see a bunch of Indians. Many of them back in India, they were doctors. Some are even smarter than people who went to med school here in America. But the sad part is they were born in India. They went to med school in India. And because white people are racist, it's like, oh, well, your Indian medical school is not the same as our medical school. No, we should be able to have a system where these people can like pass a test or be able to convert their stuff because we need more doctors. So they'll be driving cabs. But many of these Indian cab drivers are doctors. Many are engineers. Many are even lawyers. But when you have a family, there is the pressure to work. They have to work. And that's why I'm telling you, like, that's why a lot of you white people will never understand. Because when you see people of color, you automatically assume we have nothing to offer but menial hard labor. It's wrong. And that's what makes y'all racist. Like white people think they're so, especially white liberals. Oh, we're so open-minded because we're okay with same sex, like, or whatever, like, or sex in the behind. Can you imagine? But as soon as I see a person of color, I will assume the worst of that person. No, there are plenty of people who come to this country illegally. Some people even outstay a visa, but a lot of people are extremely smart. They're extremely smart, but it's the pressure of having a family that people take with the low job because bills have to be paid. And they get stuck in this rat race. They never come out. Like when I was in New Orleans, like my neighbor, Jean-Pierre, Jean-Pierre was Haitian, l'Haïtien. Mais Jean-Pierre, en Haïti, était avocat. Yeah? Jean-Pierre in Haiti, he was a lawyer. He was a lawyer. And I was like, ah. And I even said to him, oh, Jean-Pierre, il faut que tu repartes à l'école, Jean-Pierre. Il faut que tu te battes. Il faut que tu sois un avocat. You know, I told him that. I was like, oh, Jean-Pierre, tu dois te battre. Tu dois repartir à l'école. And so he was like, oh, I told him he had to go back to school. He's like, no. He said, no more. I'm going to say, well, because it's in my head, right? I got to get it in my head. Right? Il m'a dit, ah non, Marlène, pas possible parce que tu sais, j'ai la famille, ma femme, mes enfants, ma mère et tout. Il faut envoyer l'argent aussi au pays, c'est pas facile. Tu vois? Mais j'ai eu mal. He said, oh, I can't because I have my wife, my mother, there's family back home. I have to send money, so I can't do it. So today he's a nurse because he has to pay the bills. He's a nurse because he has to pay the bills. Immigration will cause you demotion. Immigration will cause you to be a second-class citizen. Mais pourtant, c'est un avocat. When he's actually a lawyer. He's not just anybody. Like there are people who are nurses because that's all their IQ can afford for them to be. No offense. But there are plenty of people who have a higher IQ who should not be nurses. They should be the doctor. Coucou Val. So that also has to be said. That there's a demotion there's an intellectual demotion in immigration, and that needs to be addressed. So are you even better off? And my thing is, sometimes you can be so busy working, you won't even have time to raise your kids. So you're fighting here to come here. You can't truly be who you want to be. You have to work a job to survive. That job takes all your time. You're so tired. You barely have time to raise your children. And before you know it, your kids are a bunch of failures. End up tattoos over their bodies, all kinds of weird stuff, smoking weed, all kinds of foolishness. Right? Sometimes maybe it's better to stay back home and raise your children according to the culture than to bring your kids here. You barely have time. You barely make money. You barely have time for them. And before you know it, they're outside being overtaken by this culture. No. It's slavery. Because what, you get to go to the grocery store, go to the Costco, you get to come here and buy a van on credit and go to Costco on Saturday. That's not life. When you're in Haiti, it's sad because now Haiti has issues. But I'm like, in a peaceful Haiti, you can work during the week, right? On the weekends, go to the beach. It's affordable. You can go up to the mountains, enjoy your life. Haiti is beautiful. Once upon a time, Haiti was called the crown jewel of Hispaniola, whatever that place is called, Cher. Right? Haiti, c'est un beau pays. Haiti, chérie. Huh? You can sit there. Okay? You can just sit there on the weekends, play a little compa music, drink some Haitian rum, mind your business. C'est beau, Haiti. And if you make enough money, maybe you vacation in Miami a little bit. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, what is this? This is not life. And I'm telling you, Jean-Pierre was so nice. Oh, Jean-Pierre. Because remember when I was there by myself, like I had all these issues like my grass. Jean-Pierre, he would just come around, he'd cut my grass. He'd be like, oh, Marlène, ça va, Marlène. Oh, merci, Jean-Pierre. Très gentil. Huh? Sometimes we speak a little bit of Creole, but I can't go too far with the Creole now. I gotta slow down a little bit, but you know what I'm saying? Right? Because I can understand it. I can't really speak it like that. Tu vois? Pearl of the Caribbean, there you go. Très gentil, Jean-Pierre. Très gentil. Well, I was like, remember, I was by myself there for a year. He would come cut my grass. You got to cut my grass. Cut this, cut that. One time we had the hurricane, so the power was completely off. I had all these trash issues. I was like, oh, Jean-Pierre, s'il te plaît, Jean-Pierre, faut m'aider. Dis d'accord, Marlène, j'arrive. Boom, clean the whole place. I'm like, oh, merci, Jean-Pierre. Haiti, chérie. Okay, I'm outside, you guys. I'll tell you, I'm outside. Okay? I'm like, what is this? But like, you're sad because like this man could be a lawyer. He could have a great practice in downtown New Orleans, but he can't do it because he got to work. And the work you do is beneath you. Even your co-workers, intellectually, they're beneath you. What is this? Believe in yourself. I live here. I love America. Okay, I got a problem with it. But my point is, I also do not worship America. You can make it anywhere. It's up to your mindset. But don't ever allow people like her thinking that, oh, all you're good for is to come here, wash their dishes. Anytime they talk about illegals, oh, but who's going to build our house? Who's going to build your damn house? Build your own house. It ain't your house. And this your land. It's your land, right? Okay, build your house. It's about time that American people stop thinking that other people going to come here and build our country illegally. What in the slave fantasy, slavery core are you into? Right? Even this, when they come here, like if you come here and you work illegally, you don't get the benefits. You don't have HR benefits. Like if you get hurt, you get injured on the job, you're not protected because you're not supposed to be working. You have no protection. There was like the one time in New Orleans, I'm sure they were hiring illegal Latinos. They were building the Rock, what's it called? The Hard Rock Cafe. Like they're building a hotel. The thing, it collapsed. There was a bunch of Latinos who died. One man, his body was trapped in between all the rumble, like the cement rumble, like his body was trapped. His legs were hanging like this. Can his family sue? Can anybody sue? You have no protection. You have no type of health insurance. You have no type of, you can't take life insurance. They can't even take like life insurance for your job because it's a hazardous job. You just die. Then they'll tell your family, oh, lo siento, disculpa. Oh, get out of here with that. Okay? That's crazy. That's really, really crazy. Respect yourself. These Americans need to get up and build their own countries. It is their country. It is their responsibility to build it. They want to eat fast food, but don't want to make the fast food. Then let's close all the fast food store. It's that easy. That's it. That's it. Maybe at that point, maybe there's no more fast food. Everybody gonna start cooking their own food. But stop thinking that people should come here and like put their lives on hold to make your burgers, to make your enchiladas, to make your tacos, to clean your floors, to clean your dishes. Like me, as somebody who's an immigrant, and a Black immigrant, I take offense to that. Because people of color come here legally or illegally, don't just come here for menial occupations. That is crazy. That is crazy. You eat and you eat in a plate. You ate in that plate. You wash the plate. It's your plate. It is your plate. Right? Take pride in your country. You want to see beautiful houses being built? Go to school. Learn how to build these houses. Learn scaffolding. Learn all this. Learn all of that. We got to stop seducing people to come here illegally because we know dang well they're not going to have a good life. They're going to be trapped in a rat race. They're going to be taken advantage of. They're going to be underpaid, put at risk. Look at the people who died in Baltimore on that bridge. Most likely also did not have papeles. No tienes los papeles, right? Then you die on the bridge. Who going to give your family money? Those family people, who the people who lost their husbands on that bridge in Baltimore, did the family get money? Did these Latino families get like $1 million? Huh? No. The people died and they just moved on. But if it was some white Americans, Black Americans, if it was anybody who was from this land and they had died like this, it would have been a $25 million lawsuit, a $50 million lawsuit. But 3 Latinos died on that bridge and people just moved on like it's not a big deal. Oh, it's just Jesus. Oh, it's just Raul. Oh, it's just Escobar. No, these are people. These are people. So no, you don't want to eat. You don't want to make your own fast food. Then close the fast food store. I am done. You have all these issues with all these African braiders, then stop going to these ladies. Make you braid your own hair or go to your own people. Go where you can have the service that you want. Go where you can have your parts all equal. Wumpty wump 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 up. Go to those places. There are plenty of ladies who are Black Americans who do a beautiful job braiding hair. Now, can you pay their rate though? I don't know, but they give you everything. They have beautiful storefronts. Beautiful chairs, beautiful this. Everything is just luxurious, right? Put your money up. But no, you don't want to go there. Okay? You want to go to this African auntie because maybe she ain't got no papers because based on her rate, she's desperate. Right? Oh, I want small, knotless, butt length boho braids for $150. Girl, what? Girl, what? You're crazy. Right? They go all over TikTok complaining. Ooh. No. And if I was me, I would have an African braider coalition. I'd be like, no, the prices have to go up. I'm going to pay the least amount of money because these women are African. Pay the least amount of money because they're African. And then I'm going to continue to complain. I'm going to continue to complain as long as possible because these are African people. You see me, Marlene? I patronize a lot of women who are African American. And it's not small money. 300, 400. There's time I've paid 400. I've gotten bad service. I've never made a video to say, oh, look at this girl, how she did my, never. I find somebody else. I pay a lot of money for my natural hair. I pay a lot of money. From African American braiders to African American like natural hairs. You name it. Because to me, I said, oh, she's a Black woman. I don't do all this African. No, to me, your skin black, you black. It's okay. I patronize the business. I've gone to African American women. I've had horrible service. Never made a single video. I had one girl. She made me wait 8 hours. My Lord. First of all, she made me wait almost 2 hours by her door, calling her, texting her. She didn't respond. Right? And I wrote her a text. It was a long text message, but it was really polite. I don't disrespect people. I know how to be unpleased. I know how to say what I need to say, but I will never get xenophobic because my heart don't go there because I was raised right. You black, we all black. It's not a problem. Right? But one girl, I had to let her know. I said, the way you handled me, you mistreated me. And it hurt my feelings. It was very polite. When I tell you she felt so bad, she told me to come. She'll do my hair. That's it. And I sat in her chair. Everything was cool. Because at the end of the day, she was a lot younger than me. I'm like, she's young. And when you're young and you braid, you make money fast. So sometimes you can get a little disrespectful. You forget that you got to have customer service because she's still young. Got to give people grace. I've had African-American hairstylists here in D.C. I've had some come from North Carolina. They're like, oh, Marlene, I charge $350. Marlene, I charge $400 for a silk press. $400 for a silk press. I've paid. Never complained. My mom also has girls who are African-Americans who do her hair. So she has this one girl that she loves. She calls her daughter, but she's always fighting. She's like, Miss Leo. One time she fought so hard, the police came. My dad had to calm her down. Never, ever made a video about that. People people make mistakes. I mean, it's what it is, right? Right? But how many girls who are African-American, every time they get their hair braided by some African, these Africans, xenophobia. You think when we go to your people, we always get good service? Right? Like, seriously. You think when we go to your businesses, we always get good service? No. But we don't say anything. Right? Because at the end of the day, you gotta look at the bigger picture. And one person or a few people doing something, I think for the most part, should not be a reflection of everybody else. But every day you go over here insulting these African ladies, insulting them, fighting them, putting hands in them people's faces, using F words with these people, no respect. In our culture, we don't talk like that to people who are older. We don't do that. Don't do that. If you want your stuff a certain way, you have your own sisters who do it. I beg, go to your own people. And that way you can have what you want, the service you want. But the problem is you don't want to pay the price. These are foreigners. They don't speak the language. So let me make fun of this, and that. There was one girl, she was making fun. She's like, I don't even know what kind of language they speak. And I'm like, I'm not trying to be funny, but I think a lot of African Americans, when they speak English, they think they're so eloquent. Like even us sometimes, we don't even know what language you speak. Is that even English? Oh, okay. So people want to make fun of people's accents. Like you don't think you have an accent? You think it's easy for people to understand you? Right? But it's because people don't stand up for themselves. That's the problem. That is the problem. People don't stand up for themselves. Oh, no, I'm going to pick on you because you're from a third world country. I'm going to pick on you because now I know that you're from Africa. So automatically, I think you're beneath me. Beneath who? Exactly. Please show me the schematics of this. How does that work? How does that work? Because you see me, Marlene, one thing I don't stand for. I don't stand for racism. I don't stand for xenophobia. I don't stand for Islamophobia. I don't stand for anybody who hates people just based on their skin color, where they're from. I don't got time for that. I don't have time for that. You need help. You need a whole lot of help. And some people need to go out there and redo their entire upbringing because you were not raised right. You have so many issues with people. Leave those people alone. You have so many issues with that. Stop going there because obviously you don't like the way that they render these services. It's cool. It's fine. Go somewhere where you pay more money and then people can do whatever you want to do. Because here in America, small knotless braids with the boho all the way down to your butt, it can go up to $1,000. It can go up to $1,000, and you know that. Right? I have seen two sisters who are African-American, they're in Atlanta, they braid, they're knotless or really beautiful. But just medium alone, it starts at $600. That's medium. If you want small knotless braid, it's like $1,000. If you want boho, it can go up like $1,500. $1,500. So my thing is, when somebody offers you that for $200, yeah, it's not going to be all the way perfect. That's why it's cheap. You have a choice to make. If you want extreme perfection, then you have to pay the market rate, which is about like $1,500. So if you're not willing to pay that, then that's it. Right? That's it. No, I need to find me a slave. No. Ms. Verlene, I don't even, like you said, like he has to be more like Christ. But Ms. Verlene, even you don't like him, right? So please tell me, how exactly are you like Christ towards him? People have all these expectations for Christ. But Ms. Verlene, you, when Trump was shot, did you pray for him? Because I don't do hypocrisy, right? When he was shot, did you pray for him? Right? The past 4 years or so, have you prayed for him? No. So everybody can behave like heathens, like pagans. People can be awful towards this man, but he's expected to act like Christ. But you guys can continue to hate him for no reason. No, because even you yourself, you don't move like Christ. And you have to be very careful, Ms. Verlene. Got to be very careful. Because the Bible says, in the same manner you judge, so shall you be judged. If today you are sitting here before us and you're saying that Trump has to move like a Christian, then Ms. Verlene, you also have to move like a Christian. Because if you don't, it will be condemnation against you. Oh, okay, cool. Right? And I hope that you encourage other people to also pray for him. Right? Because I mean, it's quite rich. Oh, he should be like a Christian. He should be like a Christian. We have seen litany of Black American churches who run services on just speaking hatred against this man. Hatred. I'm like, if these people had as much hatred for gang violence, where would these communities be today? Right? If these people had so much hatred for broken home, where would these communities be today? That people convene. I saw people go to church. I saw all these Black women go to church, right? And go behind, what's his name? What's the man's name? Al Sharpton, the Reverend without a church, right? A man who's so old, so grown, he's having sex with 25-year-old. His life is despicable, right? They gathered by the plentitude to go pray with Al Sharpton because, oh, this is Martin Luther King Day and Trump is a racist. Okay, but when they shoot Black children, where are these people? When Black girls are getting murdered in these streets, where are these people? When drugs are being sold up and down the streets in predominantly Black neighborhoods, to the point that Black kids can't even go outside and play safely, can't even go to the park and play safely, where are these people? Where are these people? Right? Oh, he needs to be like a Christian. When Kamala Harris was running, did all these Black Christians concern themselves with what is her faith? Right? Did anybody ask her, what are you? Are you Christian? Did you convert to Judaism because of your husband? Do you worship these Indian gods, like the elephant gods, the monkey god, the whatever? Nobody asked this lady. When Kamala Harris ran an entire campaign on abortion, Ms. Verlene, what did you do? Right? When Kamala Harris ran a campaign on an abortion platform at the DNC convention in Chicago, she had abortion clinics outside. Ms. Verlene, what did you do? Did you ask Kamala Harris to be a Christian? When you know, because I'm going to tell you now, so now you know, when you know that 21 million Black children, predominantly African-American children, have been murdered through abortion, when the average Black American woman lives within 2 miles of an abortion clinic, Ms. Verlene, did you ask Kamala Harris to be a Christian? When there were people at her event who said Christ is king. And then she said, oh, you're in the wrong place. You're in the wrong place. Go outside. It's outside somewhere over there, right? When she rebuked people at her convention, whatever it was, and the people said, Christ is king. And she said, you're in the wrong venue. Ms. Verlene, what did you do? Did you ask Kamala Harris to be open and receiving towards Christians? I'm so confused. I am so confused. Like, I am truly, truly confused, right? We have all these requests of Trump. What are you asking the Democrats? They have been killing these Palestinians. Children are walking miles from Palestine. Maybe you don't even know, but from Palestine, walking all the way down to Egypt. It's giving Mary, Jesus, and Joseph. They're trekking all the way from Palestine. These people are trekking all the way to Egypt, bare feet. Children have calluses on their feet. Children's feet are bleeding. Ms. Verlene, did you ask Kamala Harris or Joe Biden, because he's a Catholic, Joey Biden, did you ask them people to be good Christians, to stop sending bombs to BP, to stop slaughtering these people? Russia allegedly has lost 1 million boys to the war. Ukraine has lost 700,000 boys to the war. So between Ukraine and Russia, 2 million boys have died. 2 million Europeans have died. 2 million European men are dead. For what reason? Did you ask Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to be good Christians and to stop sending bombs and drones and all kinds of stuff? That as Christians, we should learn how to sit down, even with people we don't like, and seek a resolution? What is it between Ukraine and Russia that cannot be fixed? What is it between two countries, neighboring countries, who share a common culture? These are cousins. What is it between two people that cannot be fixed, that we have to resolve to killing 2 million young men? I'm not white. I ain't European. I'm not from Caucasus. I'm from Africa. Maybe Kilimanjaro, right? But what is it between two neighboring countries who are cousins? There are Ukrainians who have Russian family members. There are Russians who have Ukrainian family members, right? How come Joey Biden, the Catholic, Joseph Biden, he got the whole daddy of Jesus' name, right? How come Joseph Biden, the Catholic, who was born Catholic, he was raised Catholic, how come Joe does not say, you know what? Where people are angered, let us bring peace? For the book of James says that the tongue, it is so small, but it can set an entire forest on fire. So the Bible says what? We have to learn to speak words of what? Love, words that bring the people together. No. Division, war, killing, murder. They're kidnapping boys. In Ukraine, they're snatching boys off the streets, throwing them in the military. In Russia, they're snatching boys off the street, throwing these kids in the military. These are men who will never get to be fathers, never get to be grandfathers. There are Ukrainian children who will never be born. There are Russian children who will never be born. Did you ask Joseph Biden to be a good Christian? It's always Trump. Stop. There is a God, and God knows your heart. And I'm going to say this. Be careful to all people who pretend to come in peace when they truly seek to shame people, when they themselves are not righteous. There is a God. There is a God. And he, like the Bible says, come on, how you say in English? He will test all of your thoughts. All your thoughts. Nobody is sleeker than God. Nobody is smarter than God. For people can say things, but the heart knows what the heart knows. And the heart will be tested. Because Miss Verlene, I don't really believe that you pray for Trump. Because if you really had prayed for Trump, this would not be your question. This would not be your answer. Because if you had prayed for Trump, the Lord would have reminded you of David. Was David not son of God? And was David not commissioned to do certain things to protect the integrity and the safety of the people of God? Did David not fight wars? Did David not do what David had to do in order to protect the people of God? So are we not the people of God? You got to tell me, right? Who are we? To you, who are we? Right? But I don't believe that. Because if you had really prayed for Trump, Ms. Verlene, God would have told you about Trump. But you haven't prayed for him. Right? Because when you pray for other people, God gonna tell you also pray for yourself. Voila. Because a lot of people out here are Christian. Even Nancy Pelosi, Italian, she's Catholic. Nancy Pelosi is a Catholic. She's Italian. Right? Did you ask Nancy Pelosi to stop being so divisive? Did you ask Nancy Pelosi to move as a good Christian and to stop manipulating the Black Caucus? That the Black Caucus might go into allegiance with some LGBTQ faction of Congress? Do you know that today the Black Caucus of America is aligned with the LGBTQ caucus in Congress? And instead of fighting for the advancement of the African American people, the Black Caucus is out there fighting for the rights of white men who wants to wear dresses. Why don't you ask Nancy Pelosi, the Catholic from Baltimore, right? To move as a Christian and to respect the people of God and to respect God's chosen people and to respect the sanctity of African Americans. Why must these people intertwine African Americans with this perverse agenda? I have questions. So he's not the only Christian. He is not the only Christian. Let's call all the Christians out here, right? Even Maxine Waters. And she a Christian? A lot of people are Christians. Right? If Maxine Waters is, because she most likely is a Christian, right? As a Christian woman, why did she go with the crime bill of 1994? As a Christian woman, why hasn't she fought to restore the dignity of the African American man when she was amongst those people with Kwame Nkrumah, right? Who sold African Americans under the bus for the crime bill of 1994? Where's she at? Why don't she apologize? It's a lot of people who are Christians. So if we're going to call Trump, we're going to call everybody's number, because a lot of people tell us, oh, I'm a Christian. No, being a Christian does not mean that you don't protect your people. Being a Christian does not mean that there are no consequences. Where there is love, you have to enforce consequences. Love enforces consequences. When your child messes up, if you say, oh, I love my child, but there's no consequences, you don't love your child. You're running away from being a parent. When you are elected as a president, your job, first and foremost, is to protect the children of this nation. Trump never said he wishes harm against people who are here illegally. He says they have to go. The same way they came is the same way they can leave. Nobody, you don't have to wait for anybody to bundle you up like some cattle and traumatize you. You can leave graciously. You're an adult. And you know you broke the rules. You know you came here illegally. You have to respect the rules of a country. America is a nation of laws. First of all, America is a nation. America is a nation state. And part of having a strong nation state, you cannot have permeable borders where anybody feels as though they can just come in there. No, you cannot. No, you cannot. People have to learn to respect America, just like America also has to learn to respect people who do not like the average American. It goes both ways. I don't think, no, you haven't prayed for him. What else you going to say that, no, you prayed for him? Which is, oh, I didn't pray for him? Because you know that make you look like a hypocrite, right? You know that would make you look like a hypocrite. If I say, oh, Miss Verlene, did you pray for him? And you say, oh, no, I didn't pray for him. Miss Verlene, what'd that make you look like? It would make you look like a hypocrite. So, of course, you're going to tell us that you prayed for him, right? But if you had prayed for him, if you had truly and earnestly prayed for him, if you had disarmed your heart and prayed for him, you'd be like, you know what, God, let your will be done, right? Because even in the Garden of Gethsemane, Jesus struggled with his own destiny. He didn't want to die, right? And the Bible said he had so much anxiety over it that he started crying out like blood, like he had tears made of blood because he didn't want to do it. But ultimately, he said, let not my will, but thy will be done. From where Trump has came to everything he's gone through, assassination attempt, to the court cases, all this foolishness, everything he's been through. And at the end of the day, he won not just the electoral college vote, he won the popular vote, and he won everything astronomically. It's not even, oh, it was close that maybe it's debatable. Nothing is debatable. The entire map of the USA went red like the blood of Jesus. We were all sitting here. We saw the map of the US. I mean, come on. It's funny how people pick and choose when to believe in Matthew 2024, signs and wonders. But the entire map of the country went red like the blood of Jesus, right? Even Amish people who don't even use technology came outside and voted for him. Even a lot of black men and black women who never would have voted for him went and voted for him. Even Latinos who never would have voted for him, voted for him. At some point, you got to be like, wow, this has to be God. Because how is everybody just moving like this? How is people just changing their minds? It is God. Because the word says that the heart of the king is in the hands of God, and he will move it according to his will. Even me, Marlene, Trump never knocked on my door to be like, oh, come vote for me. Child, please, okay? But when you saw the way this country was moving, white men who want to wear dresses, who want to be in women's locker room, there are even some who expose themselves. We had plenty of incidents where women, black women, white women, you name it, they go into a bathroom, a restroom, a spa, and they see a full-blown eggplant. There are people in our schools teaching children all kinds of abominable things. There are people in our schools who want children to read about sodomy. Miss Verlene, that's why I'm really asking you, if you're really a Christian, like how are you not concerned? Why were you not concerned about where this country was going, Miss Verlene? If you really pray, you want my children to go to a school where they're being told that maybe they're born in the wrong body, that God has made a mistake. They have places in Tennessee where they are castrating children, Ms. Verlene. They had books all the way to the house where people were reading the books about a man putting his strap on and penetrating a boy. Like that's the kind of America we want, right? People out here using abortion like birth control, Ms. Verlene. Abortion like birth control. Is that okay? Is that okay? When Black children are the number one to die in abortion, where was your Christian heart? What was your Christian heart? It's like we're living in a complete state of chaos. Families can't feed their children. People have to think, do I buy eggs? Do I buy milk? People don't have money. People not making it. And the Democrats are saying, oh, no, don't worry about your finances. Worry about your gender. Girl, what? We have an entire Navy, the Army, the Navy, the Air Force with trans people at the top. Bunch of white men in skirts and makeup. And you think this is okay for the greatest country in the world to be represented by these abominable people? You as an African American, you as a Black American, you think it's okay for this country, especially if you're African American? Because let's talk about it. Let's talk all the way about it. How many wars have African Americans fought even before being citizens, even before being recognized citizens? How many wars have African Americans fought and just to come back here and be treated all kinds of evil ways, right? Even these Ashkenazi Jews, isn't it funny how they never say thank you to Black Americans, especially Tuskegee Airmen, for saving them? Even England. How often does England say thank you to all the Black American pilots who went up like toe-to-toe, well, I guess flight for flight, not for not, with Hitler's pilots? Nobody talks about them people, right? And instead of saying, you know what, for the sacrifices of these men, for a country that did not respect them, did not see them as equal, did not see them as Americans, you're going to surpass these people to put white men in skirts and lipstick, and bad lipstick too, huh? At the top of the Navy, the top of the Air Force, the top of the military, the top of the Coast Guard, and we're supposed to sit here and just take this. No, we're not doing this. We are not doing this. It's enough. And I am so done with like the hypocrisy, the ceremonial behavior of everybody. No, because if you love your country, there are a lot of things people not even asking me, because this lady is out of order. Okay? This lady's out of order. America, I'm like, America is one of the greatest country in the world. She deserves better. She deserves better. The freaking Coast Guard is a trans. The Navy is a trans. They're having gender courses in the Navy. They're taking people from their precious time knowing how to protect our country. These people got to take time away from protecting us to have pronoun courses. He, she, they, them. He, she, him, them, her. No, that's not what the Navy is for. Even in the Marines, they have trans people running the Marines. What? The few, the proud, the brave in skirts and heels? No, we're not doing this. We are not doing this. America is not a country that's going to be ran by a bunch of trans. It is not going to happen. Okay? It's not happening. And more power, we don't wish them harm. I don't wish them harm. But you will not be the face of the nation. You will not hold some of the most important roles when it comes to our national security. It's not going to happen. It is not going to happen. And that's why I'm so glad that Donald Trump signed that DI stuff straight into hell, because DI had to die. Thank you, Jesus. We are a strong nation. We are a powerful nation. America is a wealthy country. And when you're wealthy, you cannot afford for your military, for your army to be about some foolishness. No. Restoring order. So yes, she's out of line. Okay? Yeah. Exactly. I'm like, this is crazy. The country was going straight to hell. About to lose our country, lose normalcy, lose our even like our right to speak, censorship everywhere, bend the knee at the altar of Baal. They were going to have us worshiping all kinds of weird gods. I started to feel like Daniel. Like, what is this? Exactly. Huh? You don't want to take the job, you lose your job. Look, what is this? What is this? No, she is out of order. Move like a Christian. People always think that being a Christian means being a doormat. People will never try that with a Muslim. They will never try it with a Jewish person. But when you're a Christian, they think, oh, because Jesus said, oh, you have to have love. It means that, oh, you tolerate everything. You accept everything. You're a doormat. Anything goes. No, love has consequences. Love has expectation. Love has the courage to enforce expectations. Exactly. Now they want to use the 14th Amendment, and the 14th Amendment is for African Americans. It's not for just anybody. Today, anybody can come in this country illegally, legally, just have a baby. Oh yeah, my baby's a U.S. citizen. It was never for that. It was never for that. The 14th Amendment is for African Americans. Because before they used to be slaves. So they had to be recognized so they could be U.S. citizens. It's written for them. And now anybody gets to take advantage. Hey, Ms. V, what's up? Okay? No. So yes, the 14th Amendment is for a particular group of people. It's for African Americans. It's not for people to come here, just have random babies. But, oh, yeah, I'm going to go. My child's a U.S. citizen now. I get to claim all these benefits. I get to have all this wealth. It is not for you. It's not for you. Like, I don't get this part. I really don't get this part. Right? Did your grandparents, did your great-great-grandparents fight in the Civil War? No. Okay, then it's not for you. It's not for you. It's not for you. It's specifically for African Americans. It's not for people you just walk here. Oh, I just got here yesterday. Boom, have a baby. Oh, let me catch. Oh, I'm 3 months along. Let me make sure I get in America real quick. My baby can be born there. And then when my child's old, I can start claiming all these benefits when you don't even pay the taxes. No. People have to stop taking advantage. People got to stop taking advantage. It's like, it's so much chaos. Like, it triggers me. If your people did not fight in the Civil War, the 14th Amendment is not for you. It was never a provision in the Constitution to pretty much allow for quote unquote anchor babies, okay? It's not for that. Because at that rate, anybody can just cross through the border and be like, oh, ooh, I just got to come and give birth. Just come here to give birth, get the passport, leave, come back, or even stay, and then start claiming all these benefits when you're not even paying any taxes. At least, if you come here legally, right, and then you have a child and you work and you pay taxes, yes, because you are contributing. That people, I think even most African Americans don't have a problem with that because at least you are contributing, right? But oh no, there's a clause in their Constitution that says if you're born on the land, automatically you get the citizenship. But it's not for that. My gosh, like it's not what that's for. It is specifically for African Americans because they fought in the Civil War. Like, what the heck? Like, I'm like, what is going on? Like, seriously, what is going on? I am so confused. I am so confused. Like truly, it confuses me. And that's why once again, I'm saying she's a racist. Because if she understood the law, she understood the Constitution, she would not be saying, oh yeah, be merciful to people who are coming here illegally and taking advantage of a particular amendment, a particular provision in the 14th Amendment that was written by those people to bring all these, I guess, freed Africans, I don't know, into the country as, okay, now we are all in. Because before you had Dred Scott, the Missouri thing is, okay, you're not a human being. Like, you're what, 3/5 of a being? I'm like, okay, what's the rest? Animal? Like, what? This is so racist, okay? But we're getting to a point, okay, after the Civil War, because of the 14th Amendment, those people they're not citizens. And I think, like, sorry, y'all, I'm hot, okay? Because I think one of the problems people have, right? One of the problem people have is the language, and it's the semantic of language. Because, you know, with the Emancipation Proclamation, right? Because people give a lot of credit to Abraham Lincoln, but you got to be very, very careful because freedom and liberty are not the same thing. They're like, they are somewhat similar, but they are not the same thing. You are free. We are born free. When Abraham Lincoln writes the Emancipation Proclamation, right? He is saying that these African slaves are freed. They are freed, but they're not citizens. Right? You can be free and not be a citizen. It's the same thing. If you come here legally, right? You're free. You just don't have liberty. Right? You can roam the streets. But if ICE catches you, you're going to get arrested. Why? Because you don't have liberty. You don't have any rights that are given to you as a citizen protected by the Constitution because you're not here legally. So to some extent, the Constitution don't apply to you. So you have a people who is free, but they don't have liberty, right? So yes, they're free blacks, no problem. Can they go to school with the white kids? No. Can they buy property? No. Can they have bank accounts? Probably not. Can they do this? No. Why? Because they don't have liberty. They just have freedom, right? And I think, like for me, when I was younger studying Abraham Lincoln, I thought, oh my gosh, he's the GOAT. But I got older, I was like, no, he's a hypocrite. But then again, he's an Aquarius, so be careful, huh? Okay? But I'm like, no, because we have to distinguish between being free and having liberty, right? But a person who has liberty, you are protected by your Constitution. So you can walk the street and not just get arrested just because, like, no, I'm a citizen, right? But you're illegal. You're free to come. I mean, you are free. You walked here because you have free, like you're free. You're born free. You ain't a slave, right? So he freed the people, but he did not give these people citizenship because only Congress could do that. Right. So it's like, so when you think about the Emancipation Proclamation, it's kind of like an executive order. Right. But citizenship comes through Congress. Does that make sense, you guys? Right. A president cannot put something in the Constitution. Congress has to put something in the Constitution. Right. Right. Make sense? Right. I don't know. Ratification is like a third or 2/3 of the states have to ratify something. I don't know. But my point is, right. Eventually we get to the 14th Amendment, which comes out of Congress. Because Congress will give you your citizenship, right? Congress writes the rules for your liberty, right? Supreme Court interprets if it's constitutional, and then the president enforces your liberty, I guess, and even your freedom. But it's like when you think about Emancipation Proclamation, it really is like an executive order, but it's not. It doesn't even create a pathway to citizenship because he says they're free. They're free. Okay, free in what? He didn't even say, oh, they're free, and then they're owed reparations. No, they're just free. I mean, okay, yeah, it's nice, but to free people without even saying, okay, free them, but at least give them like $10. No, they're just free. Right? And that's why some people didn't leave. And that's why some people, I'll bet being free, like, you know what, I'll just go become a sharecropper because they were not giving any capital. They were not given any kind of money, any kind of compensation. They should do that. Because we're all the Americans. I think it's fine. Right? So it's a real thing. And now a lot of people think, well, I'm here legally. My child should be born here. Like, no, that is not how it works. You know what I'm saying? No. And we have to explain that to people. And I feel like if she was a good woman of Christ, right, she would take the Bible, she would hold the hands of people who are here illegally, and she would tell them, God says you have to respect the laws. Number one. Number two, God say, pray for your rulers. Pray for the president, even if you don't like him. Number three, you take their hands and you explain to them why the 14th Amendment is the 14th Amendment. And it's not for anybody to come over here and have random babies. It's not for you. But in your country, God has something great for you because God is good and he doesn't make any mistakes, right? God is good, does not make any mistakes. That's what you do as a pastor, as a person of the cloth. You have to teach people to respect the laws. Because if you cannot respect the laws of this country, how exactly are you going to be able to respect the laws of the kingdom of God? There are laws in the kingdom of God. You can just do whatever in the kingdom of God. There's hierarchy over there too, huh? And we see that in the book of Leviticus, right? There's like all these different levels of heaven. Like you don't just have random access to God. It doesn't work that way. Right? And the book of Revelation, right? I think the Apostle John also, like, he lets us know what it looked like up there. You have the old people over here. You have God over here. Like, it's like there's structure to this stuff. There is structure. So how can you tell me that you're a good Christian when you can't even respect physical laws? Then how exactly are you going to respect spiritual laws? Right? Because even Jesus said, I did not come to do away with the law, but I came to complete it. We have laws. Right? People can try to be perverse, manipulative, narcissist, conniving. Like I said, it's giving the golem. Okay? You can behave like the golem. Right? We are not falling for this. Because even Jesus himself said, I did not come to do away with the law, but I came to complete the law that it may be fulfilled. And that's exactly what Donald Trump is going to do. We are a constitutional republic. We had an election. Everybody, the two people who ran, Kamala, she ran, she had her policies. If you elect me, I promise to do this, and that. Cool. Donald Trump also ran. He had his policies. He said, if you vote for me, I promise to do this, and that. And the things that he promised to do, close the borders, deport the people, and they don't even have to be deported, but he definitely promised to put America first, build the wall, close the borders, and deport the people who don't want to self-deport. He also said, if you came here illegally, first you're here, you're not supposed to be here, but you're here and you break the law. He said, we're going to ask these states, the prisons, give us the people who, first of all, came here illegally, but then had the audacity to break the law while being here. Give them over here. We're going to ship them back. Right? That's what he said. People said, okay. We said, okay, we want what Trump said. The people said, we want Trump. We want what Trump is saying. We want this. This is what we want. This is the agenda that we want. Close the border, reduce the number of people who are taking advantage of this asylum application, right? Curb this epidemic of all these anchor babies, right? People come here legally, but yet they want to be able to extract so much from our treasury. No, I got time for that. That's what he ran on. And we said, yes, that sounds good to us. He also said, the prices are high. For me to bring the prices down, we have to drill. Drill, baby, drill. Okay? You put more gas. This is why he's going after Greenland. Because if we have Greenland, we can also increase our output of energy. Why does Denmark have Greenland? They're broke. They're too broke. We need it. We got a bigger population. We have bigger needs. We are more entrepreneurial. We have a bigger vision. We believe in the free markets. We need Greenland. Give it over here. Okay? Panama Canal, we want it back. Okay? We're like, yes, that sounds really, really good. We voted. And for this golem lady, this out of pocket, racist, goofy, white liberal woman, okay, to say Donald Trump, yes, I know what you ran on and what you got elected on, but have mercy. No. Good charity, it starts at home. American children first. We don't mean anybody any harm who came here illegally. You don't have to wait for anybody to round you up like cattle and embarrass you and degrade you. You don't even have to traumatize your children for your children to experience deportation, right? You are a parent. Do the right thing. Leave this country graciously. You got to experience America. You've enjoyed America. A lot of people who came here illegally, you even came here on vacation because a lot of them had hotels, free food, cars. In New York City, for example, they would feed the people. The people throw the stuff in the trash. Who behaves like that? You come to somebody's country, we serve you food, and then you put our food in the trash. You pay for this? Pay for this? Right? No. Americans have been way more than Christian-like. Hotels, lodging, free school, free ESL. If their kids even need like mental help, the public school system provided that for them. New York City alone had over 40,000 illegal children. They all went to school. They had free bus rides. They had extra teachers. They had ESL teachers. They had access to counselors. They had free breakfast. They had free lunch, maybe even after school activities. We've been really great. We've been very, very nice. So shame on her, because American people are extremely generous. They came here and they even had way more than American people. They even had way more than people who went to war and served this country. There are a bunch of U.S. veterans who are sleeping in the streets while the illegals have rooms at the Roosevelt in New York City. So why don't people say, when are also these illegal people going to start being good Christians also? So you know what? This country gave us way too much at the sake of, even at the expense of their own people. It's enough. We've taken too much. We're not Canaan. I mean, we might be Canaan, but it's not for you to come here and drink all the milk and the honey. You gotta chill, okay? But we're really nice. We're very generous. So it's enough. You had a great vacation. You came here with your kids. We subsidize your vacation. Take your children calmly. Take your children peacefully. Do not traumatize the babies, right? Go home. At least you got to experience America. And I hope that this experience will motivate you And that when you go to your country, that you will bring the American spirit to your country, that you will bring the love of capitalism to your country, that you will bring the love of the free markets to your country. And maybe when you encounter illegals in your country, you will treat them the way you were treated, with free food, free lodging, free blankets, free education, free therapy services. Do all that because we were nice to you. Now it's your turn to go home and pay it forward. Amen. All right? We good. That's it. Not doing this. A man was elected. The will of the people has to be respected. People voted for Donald Trump based on the policies he ran on. They were good for us. We whooped her ass. Electoral college vote, we whooped her ass. Popular votes, we whooped her ass. As the Bible says, where can two people go if they don't share a collective vision? Between Trump and us, it's like this. We share the same vision. We want America first. That's it. That's it. People are not even against immigration. People are against illegal immigration. That's it. That is it. But what she did right here, it is extremely conniving.
There's something squawking like a bear.
What is that supposed to mean?
I think he wants to be up here with his loud people.
Oh. Come here, little man. See, I told him not to say your name. Like, if you say his name, he will show up. Yeah, that's it. That's it. You see? That's it. And we can be good friends. You know? Because you never know. You might go home. And let me tell you this also, right? Let me say this also. In America, even when you get deportation papers, I'm going to tell you this. These people are really nice. They're really nice. Even when you get deportation papers, right? If you take yourself out of the country, if you remove yourself out of the country, right? They don't have a problem. If you go home and you have your money right, your stuff is right, you can always go back to the embassy and you can apply for a visa to come to America, right? The bad thing is when they deport you, because when you get deported, now for real, you can no longer come here for 10 years, right? For the next 10 years, you are officially banned from coming here. So if you, let me say this, because y'all got to hear me, right? Escúchame. If you get deported, right, for the next 10 years, you can't come here. If you choose to break the law and come here, you will never be a U.S. citizen. So let's say your goal is to be a U.S. citizen. For your immigration papers, right? If you, like, later on, you want to do your immigration papers, you want to be a U.S. citizen, so first get a green card and then become a U.S. citizen, right? You don't want your name attached to deportation. Because for the next 10 years, you will not have access to this country. Now, you can still continue to misbehave and come here illegally. However, you will never be able to go to a lawyer and do your papers because you're not supposed to be here, right? So if you want to really come here, live the American dream, do it the right way. So, like, take yourself out of the country, go home, work on a business, work on a career, save your money, right? When everything is right, you go and you apply for a visa. Better yet, if you are in your country, maybe you can find like a field where America has a need, like maybe like a medical field or something like that. Get some kind of rare expertise that America needs, acquire that skill in your country, become proficient, have years of experience, right? And then you apply for a visa, because then I'm sure you can get like an H-1B1 to come here, right? Makes sense. But if they deport you for the next 10 years, you are banned. I'm going to tell you this. My cousin was here. My cousin came here as a student, and then he overstayed his visa. Okay, I'm going to tell you his name, but okay. But he overstayed his visa. I have two cousins like that. They came here on my dad's side. They came here and they overstayed their visa. Both of them, they got the letter of deportation, like, you know, because they got the letter that you're about to get deported because you've overstayed your visa. And guess what? They didn't want to do it. My first cousin, he didn't want to do it, but he did it. He left. So because he left by himself, his name is not attached to deportation, right? Now he's in the Ivory Coast, you guys. He has lots of businesses. He's doing really well for himself. I think he's actually doing better. I'm like, you see, had you left sooner, you could have done something way bigger a lot sooner. Like, what all the stress? You know what I'm saying? My second cousin also, he was living in Miami. He didn't want to leave, right? But eventually he left peacefully. So he's also not, like, his name is not attached to deportation. But if you if they send you these letters, because they let you know, they're very polite. They send you letters, they let you know. But if you don't listen to them and then they come and they round you up, now you're asking for problems. Okay? Because then it have to be all that. You're an adult, you're mature, you know that you came here illegally, you know that you overstayed your visa, leave peacefully. I remember like one time we used to go to this one church, like this one Ivorian church too, right? And the husband, like his wife, I think she had overstayed her visa. I can't remember, but he wanted her to get the paper because he was a U.S. citizen, right? When they did the papers, it came back. INS came back and they're like, no, she has to leave, right? She was like, oh, I don't know. Let's pray about it. Like, no, there's nothing to pray about. You know, you came here legally, right? They're even being nice to say, okay, you can leave and then we'll reconsider. I'm like, American people, they're not mean with immigration. It's not like France. They're not that mean, okay? Well, so eventually she left. I'm like, yes, you have to do the right thing. You have to leave. So she left. I think she was in the Ivory Coast for like 2 or 3 years, right? But I'm like, it's not bad for what you did. They could have put you in jail, okay? Because you broke the law. It is a felony. It is a felony to come here illegally. It is a felony, right? Most people who commit felonies, they don't get all these grades. Oh, you know, if you leave, we'll clean your record. No, most people in America, when they get a felony, it stays on their record, okay? All right. So she was in the Ivory Coast for like 2, 3 years or whatever, maybe 5. I don't know. But ultimately, she came back, right? You have to leave. I have another girl I knew her in Louisiana too. Like her mom, they're from Honduras. Her mom came here illegally multiple times, right? But when she was doing her papers, like she tried. Like, no, you have to leave. So she left. And like her daughters were crying, like, y'all do too much. Like she's going back to her country. She's gonna go see her family, and maybe she's gonna relax. You know, like it's good to go home sometimes. Stop treating everything like it's doom and gloom. Like it is your actual home country. Like it's your birthplace. Like what is this, right? So she was gone for like 2, 3 years. Like they were all sad. Oh, please. She broke the law, right? But eventually she came back. She came back legally. It wasn't easy. It should not be easy, right? But eventually they gave her the visa and she came back. She got on a plane, right? Went through what's it called? Louis Armstrong Airport the right way. Went through customs the right way. Gave her passport. Gave her visa, right? Have some dignity about yourself. So maybe now she has her papers, like full papers. Maybe she has like her green card now, right? But you do things the right way, right? That's it. Do things the right way. And when you do things the right way, people will have respect for you. People will respect you. But when you do things the wrong way, yeah, they're not going to respect you, right? You have to do things the right way. Do things the right way. It's not that hard, right? But they have rules. And rules, like them or not, they keep everybody safe. Rules keep everybody safe. When you're on a plane, they have rules so they can keep everybody safe, right? That we need rules. And when you love people, like I said, love enforces consequences. You broke the law. It's a felony. And I'm sick and tired of these liberals, especially white liberals, always trying to teach other people how to break the American law. It's so disgusting to me. Oh, this is how you can break the law. This is how you can break the law. This is how you can break the law. Like, what is this? Right? Because you want slaves. People to clean your dishes, flip your burgers, clean your toilets. Like, no. Right? Because I'm sure if a lot of people were coming here to compete for your actual job, oh, yeah, close the borders. No. Stop looking at people from third world countries as like slave labor. It's ridiculous. Maverick, hold on.
Has become normalized in this country. The culture of contempt that has become normalized in this country threatens to destroy us. We are all bombarded daily with messages from what sociologists now call the outrage industrial complex. Some of that driven by external forces whose interests are furthered by a polarized America. Contempt fuels political campaigns and social media, and many profit from that.
Yeah.
But it's a worrisome, it's a dangerous way to lead a country. I'm a person of faith, surrounded by people of faith. And with God's help, I believe that unity in this country is possible. Not perfectly, for we are imperfect people and an imperfect union, but sufficient enough to keep us all believing in and working to realize the ideals of the United States of America, ideals expressed in the Declaration of Independence with its assertion of innate human equality and dignity.
And also, when it comes to the Declaration of Independence, right? Who has ever said that people don't have the right to their humanity, whatever? You can have your humanity, your life. We're saying you cannot be here illegally. Would Thomas Jefferson himself stand by the fact that under Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, over 8 million people came here illegally? I don't think he would. Exactly. Is this why George Washington fought the British? So that anybody can come in here illegally and do whatever they want to do? No, that's not why George Washington fought the people, the British people. Okay? No. Nobody's saying you're not a human being. You can do whatever you want, right? What we are saying is you're not a U.S. citizen, nor are you a legal resident. So you have to leave. That's it. Nobody's saying, oh, we don't like you. No. You are a human being. God loves you. God's built you well. But as far as it comes to us, if you don't come through the designated port of entry, you are here illegally. Right? We have designated port of entry at the like at the border, at the airport, right? I don't know if people come here by sea, I don't know. But mostly like, on land, we have port of entry on land, and we also have the airports, right? We have designated port of entry. So if you're not coming through the designated port of entry, you're here illegally. And honestly, we could also treat you as a foreign threat to our national security. Because how'd you get here? Oh, there was this little hole. This hole. Oh, you don't say, right? We can really treat you as a foreign threat to this country, like as a threat to national security. If we can do it for TikTok, we can do it for you. Because why are you here? And why are you here without warning us? Okay? Like this is insanity. But I'm like, you think Thomas Jefferson, who wrote the Declaration, you think he would have stood for this foolishness in 4 years? Over 8 million illegals? American taxpayers are paying for illegals. You think Thomas Jefferson would have been okay with this? Right? If you told Thomas Jefferson that, U.S. veterans are sleeping outside while illegal immigrants have rooms, hotel rooms paid for, right, by state governments, you think Thomas Jefferson would have stood for that? Right? American children are being told to do remote learning because their schools have to be used to house illegal people. What? Make it make sense. Right? You think Thomas Jefferson wrote the Declaration of Independence? People can come here and commit all kinds of crimes. You even have some of these illegal people, they beat the police. You think Thomas Jefferson wrote the Declaration of Independence so that Trenton de Aragua can take over all of Colorado, all of Denver? They go into people's apartments with automatic weapons. They threaten people, the tenants. They threaten the landlords. People are running left and right because these gangs have taken over. You think you think Thomas Jefferson wrote the Declaration of Independence so that MS-13 can be out here traumatizing people? No. He did not write no. Exactly. Don't talk about that part. Where's her prayer for that lady? Did she pray for that lady? When she heard about, I don't even she heard about it, but if she did hear about it, did she have a special service for this lady? She was asleep on the train, and this man set her on fire. She was burned alive. Like, what is this? Hey, bag, what's up? Right? Where are your prayers for all the people who have been brutalized by these people, by some of these illegal people who are here illegally, right? That little girl, Riley Gaines, who was raped, beaten up, cut up in pieces, right? Did you pray for her? So many white girls getting killed by these illegal people, right? Did you pray for those girls? Did you pray for them and their families? No, you did not. But you over here worrying about who's going to wash your dishes after you eat at the restaurant. Make it make sense. Racist.
And we are right to pray for God's help as we seek unity, for we need God's help. But only if we ourselves are willing to tend to the foundations upon which unity depends.
Like the chaos, ma'am, she gets on my nerves. Chaos will never bring unity. Because what you're asking for is for chaos. Oh, let people here illegally, let the illegals do what they want. No. We will have unity in this country when everybody understands that there's one America, there is one constitution, there is one president, and there is one rule of law. And everybody must respect the law. That's it. Unity will come when people stop trying to be special, stop trying to be different, stop trying to have all these special interest groups. And like, no, we're all people. We're all American people. You're either an American citizen or you're a legal resident. There is one constitution. There's one nation, one constitution under God. Once everybody learns to respect the rules, we will have unity. No one is special. That's it. It's over. Nobody is special. That's how you bring unity. But what you want is, for these people that we should have different set of laws. No, and no. Adherence to the law. We have laws for a reason. Okay? They love to scream, oh, Trump is a criminal. Trump is a criminal. Trump is a felon, right? So, you have issues when quote unquote Trump breaks the law. But it's okay for these people to break the law. They can break the law, and we should think about God and have mercy on them, right? But allegedly, when Trump broke the law, you always ready to send this man straight to prison, okay? For a case that never should have been in the first place. No. Oh, have mercy for illegals, but throw Trump in the jailhouse like he's not also an American. No, he's a person. And even if he made a mistake, why can't you have mercy for Trump? Okay? When he got shot, did you have a special service when he got shot to say, oh, wow, we got to bring the temperature down? No. When they were calling all kinds of Hitler, saying all kinds of stuff, that it led people to want to take his life. Did you ever tell the mainstream media? Did you ever tell the Democrats to stop? It's excessive. Someone's going to get hurt? No. There's all this hatred in this country for well-to-do people. There's all this hatred for American people who are business owners, who are ambitious, who are making lots of money. There's hatred for the rich, right? There is hatred in this nation for wealthy people who work hard, who create jobs, who pay taxes, who pay high property taxes. Do you ever tell these people to stop hating people who are wealthy? That people have the right to be wealthy? That being wealthy does not automatically make you evil, right? All this hatred for rich people. Hatred. They just hate people because they have money. Like, what is this? Not everybody who has money, made their money illegally. Not everybody who has money is a trust fund baby. A lot of American people who are wealthy are self-made. They are hardworking American. Okay? This hatred. Like people are losing their homes in California and they're laughing. Oh, you're rich. Who cares? What the heck? It's not just the house. What about their pictures? What about their memories? What about if they had family tokens in there? No, they don't care. It's like we're this far away from people actually barging into people's homes who are wealthy and dragging them outside and beating these people simply for being rich. Yo, not everybody's a trust fund baby. A lot of people work hard for their money. A lot of people, seriously, a lot of people work hard for their money. Okay? You said I'm surprised. I'm like, this is crazy. No.
Like Jesus's analogy of building a house of faith on the rock of his teachings as opposed to building a house on sand.
We are not building a house on sand, man. We built our house on a validated election. Okay? Our election was legitimate. The man, he won. We built this house on the law. Okay? America built on the law. We got the Constitution, Articles of Independence. Okay? That's what it is, right? The Declaration, we have it all, okay? We are a house built on laws. We have laws, man. We have laws. Yeah, you just don't like the laws because the laws are preventing you from having a bunch of Latinos, as you think, come here and clean your dishes, okay? But no, America is not built on sand. This country been here for 400 years, okay? How you gonna last for 400 plus years if you're built on sand? What other country has an economy as great as America, okay? What other country have that many people have access to running water? Okay. What other country has a nation where the majority of kids can go to school for free from what? First grade. Okay. All the way up. No, from kindergarten, all the way to 12th grade. Who else? What country has as many billionaires as America? Okay. So no, there's no sand over here. There's sand in your head. You're demented. Okay. Demented. America been outside for over 400 years, and she will continue to be outside as long as sound-minded, common sense people are running this country. Okay? Right? So there's no sand. There is no sand. And nowhere in the Bible Did Jesus say that you don't have the right to have a country? You don't have the right to have laws. You don't have the right to enforce laws. No. Jesus said you just can't do business in the temple. Okay? He said you're not supposed to be out here selling stuff in the temple, having ATM machine in the church house, doing commerce in the church house, right? He never went to Rome trying to tell Julius Caesar how to run the country. Show me where in the Bible did Jesus go to Rome and try to tell Julius how to run his country. Never did. And Jesus even said, give unto Caesar what belongs to Caesar. Even Jesus was not against taxes. Make it make sense. Okay, that's how we know you don't read the Bible. You're part of some sick. You people are part of some sick agenda. You wear these clothes of like of faith, right? Like you're people of the cloth. You're people of God. You're not. You're serpents. You are dangerous serpents. And God warned us about people like you. Okay, you're not of God. You have sent yourself. God didn't choose you. You chose yourself. God didn't appoint you. You appointed yourself. And these clothes that you wear, they're not fooling us, because even Jesus told us that even an angel, an archangel came from above and preached a different gospel. Anything. Okay. He said it's heresy and we must rebuke people. He said even an angel, an archangel comes and teaches you a different gospel. You have the right to rebuke it. Okay. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Maverick, stop. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. Okay. Galatians 1, verse 8. Okay. All right. I sure will find it. Here it is. Okay. Let's read it. Okay. But even if we or an angel from heaven should preach a gospel other than the one we preach to you, let them be under God's curse. Ma'am, you are cursed. Ma'am, you are cursed. Let God's curse fall on anyone, including us or even an angel from heaven, who preaches a different kind of good news other than the one we preach to you. Ma'am, you are cursed. First Galatians 1 through 8. You see? That's what happens when you know the word. Don't play with me. Not today. You don't come from God. We rebuke you. You know, in French they say, like in the French version, he says anathema, like anathema. It's like heresy. You know, so I don't. Maybe it's Latin. I don't know, right? But there's a particular word that Jesus said that you have to say because you have to rebuke these people. But Jesus said even an archangel come from heaven and he teaches you a different gospel. They try to teach you that, oh, God is for homosexuality. God is for this. First Galatians verse 8 says what? They're under a curse. Have nothing to do with these people. There is one gospel, one truth, one God, one word. And that's the thing. These people, I'm telling you, these people, y'all listen to me. And that is the problem with liberals, right? Because liberals already live in opposition to the law of God, right? The majority of liberals are in opposition to God's will. They hate God. So that's why if they struggle spiritually with the laws in the spirit, how will they then not struggle with the laws of men, right? How will they then not struggle with the laws of the land? They do not submit to God because they want a world of disorder. They want a world of chaos. They want a world where whatever goes through their head is the right thing to do because they are their own gods. They don't submit to anyone. So now when you have a country that goes through an election, people agree on the policy, people agree on the mandate for the next 4 years. Like, oh no, of course. Because just like they resist God's rule, they are also going to resist the rule of the president. Okay? They're under a curse. There's only one gospel. There's not two. There's not three. There's not another kind of good news. There's only one good news. Christ was the Son of God, died at the cross, resurrected on the third day so we can have salvation. That's it. That's that. Nothing else. Okay? Okay? So you, ma'am, you're under a curse. I told y'all, she reminds me of the golem. Yes, Maverick. She is the golem. Okay? Yes, this is her. The golem. Because these people, don't just see them in the flesh form, see them in the spirit form. These are demons.
The foundations we need for unity must be sturdy enough to withstand the many storms that threaten it. And so what are they? The foundations of unity? Drawing from our sacred traditions and texts, let me suggest that there are at least 3. The first foundation for you.
We're going to talk about the sacred text. The sacred text say a woman can't preach. Why are you up there? Once again, bastardizing the word of God, trampling the sanctity of the gospel, doing whatever you want to do. This is a rebellious woman. She's in rebellion against God. But she thinks, oh, I'm going to lower my voice. I'm going to sound meek, a serpent. She's a serpent. She needs to be delivered. If the Apostle Paul was alive, he would set this woman free. He would rebuke all the demons inside of her body. Okay? That's the same kind of spirit he encountered in Macedonia. Right there. A serpent. A serpent. It sounds good. It sounds meek. But it's all to hypnotize you to go against the will of God. You are being seduced by a dragon with 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 heads. You must cut the heads of the dragon. Okay? Cut the heads. Okay.
Unity is honoring the inherent dignity of every human being, which is, as all the faiths represented here affirm, the birthright of all people as children of our one God. In public discourse.
And let me say this, y'all. Let me also say this, Maverick. You go, Mavi. Let me also say this, right? Yes, me, Marlene, I agree. The earth, it belongs to God. The stars, the universe, everything, it belongs to God. Hallelujah. Right? But when it comes to nations, America, Canada, Nigeria, Ivory Coast, Australia, China, right? When it comes to nations, every nation embodies the free will of the people. You understand me, right? Because God gave everybody free will, right? The earth out here, yes, all that, the waters, everything, it belongs to God. But what God gave everybody was free will. You understand? So when you look at Canada, you look at America, look at Mexico, look at the Ivory Coast, look at Ghana, Nigeria, China, Australia, France, right? What these nations represent is the cumulative effort of the free will of each people, right? Nobody is entitled nobody is entitled to the fruit of the labor that comes from the free will of a people. See, American people, based on their free will, they built this great nation. Now, some people were enslaved, but eventually became in the nation. You know what I'm saying? So whatever, right? But it's like, it is the free will of the nation. Everybody has free will to build their nation. American people, with their free will, they built their nation. They came up with a system of trade, politics, you name it, to say, okay, this is going to be our singular identity, right? In terms of politics, they have constitutional republic. In terms of economics, they have the free markets, free enterprise. They're capitalists, right? This is their free will. They use their free will to think this way and to create this. And today they get to enjoy a certain standard of living because of how they chose to utilize their free will, right? Same for the Chinese, same for Nigeria, same for whatever. I would argue that a lot of African countries, for example, they chose their free will to do something completely crazy, okay? So they are where they are. Chinese also, they are where they are today because of how they utilize their free will, right? You use your free will and you built a nation. But that is not something that God gave. That's not God, right? God gave you free will. It's up to you to make something out of it. Now, what the person make out of it, you can't say, oh, well, because God gave you the land, God gave you free will. So everything you've done, all your labor, give everything to everybody because we're all Christians or because we're all kids of God. No, you also have your free will. You also have your land, right? And you know what that reminds me of? It reminds me of the parable of the talents. Okay, y'all, sorry about this, baby. But it reminds me of the parable of the talents, right? Everybody has a talent. Some people were given 1 coin. Some people were given 2 coins. Maverick, you are loud. is too much. Okay. Some people were given 1 coin. Some people were given 2 coins and 3 coins, right? God gives how he sees fit. Okay. Who are we to question him? Okay. Good. Now, when it comes to American people, God gave them their coins, right? They woke up and said, you know what? The best way to multiply our coins is free market. Cool. So they implemented the free market. Some people said, well, God gave me a coin, but I'm going to do communism. Cool. No problem. That's Asia. Some people say, well, God gave me 2 coins. I'm going to do socialism. Cool. That's Europe. Some people say, well, God gave me 4 coins. I'm going to dance. That's Africa. Okay. Latin America, I'm still confused, but does that make sense, you guys? So God gave everybody their coins. God gave everybody a chance. God gave everybody free will. Now, after 50 years, 100 years, here we are. Some countries have done better than others. Why? Because some people have utilized their free will to multiply the talents that they've given. One thing that makes America great is that American people they've come up with a great system, a great way to multiply their talents. That's why they live in abundance. They don't live in scarcity. Then people say, well, wow, well, you have more than us. Yes. Yes. Because they use their free will to think of a system that could multiply so that everybody could have something. They don't owe you shit. Okay? Right. Because you were also given something and you chose socialism, you chose communism, or you chose to dance. Good, whatever. Okay? That's it. People have to take accountability. Okay? People have to take accountability because what she's saying is God made us all and God made the earth belongs to everybody. No, because given the land, everybody that has their land, some people were judicious and some people were not. It's nobody's fault. Like you can't blame somebody for what you don't have. You say, oh, but after 50 years, I don't have anything to show for it. America does. So well, you should be a good Christian. You should know. And that is the same thing, okay? That is the same thing about the parable of the talent, right? One person, if y'all remember, right? Y'all remember this? The one man who had like 2, he multiplied, right? The other one did not multiply. Hold on. And he was like, oh, but the reason why I didn't multiply because I knew that you were a wicked master and that you reap where you did not sow. He was like, but if you know that I reap where I don't sow, why didn't you put the money in the bank? Why didn't you put the money in the bank? Okay. You know what I'm saying? So even though, let me show you all this. Hold on. I don't like the way it is because it's just like one big block. Okay. Look at this. Okay. For it would be like a man going on a journey who called his servants and entrusted them his property. So let's say God entrusted humanity with the property. Okay. Okay. To one, he gave 5 talents. That could be America. I don't know. To another 2. To another 2, that could be Europe. To another 1, that could be China. Okay, to each according to his ability. Okay, then he went away. So God went back to retreat so he could rest. He who received the 5 talent went at once and traded with them and made 5 talents more. So you see, free markets, capitalism. This man right here believes in trade. He believes in business. So maybe he's American. I don't know. Okay. So also he who had 2 talents made 2 talents more. Socialism. For 2, I want 2 back. Okay. It's giving socialism. So that's probably Europe. Okay. But he who had received the 1 talent and went and dug it in the ground and hid his master's money. That could be communism, maybe. Okay. Now, after a long time, the master of the servants came and settled accounts with them. And he who had received the 5 talents came forward, bringing 5 talents more, saying, Master, you delivered me 5 talents here. I have made 5 talents more. His master said to him, well done, good and faithful servant. Okay. You have what? You have been faithful over little. I will set you over much. Enter into the joy of your master. So that could be America because they believe in the free markets. Okay. So you give them 5, they're going to multiply. Okay. Cool. And he also, okay. And he also who had the 2 talent came forward saying, Master, you delivered me 2 talents here. I've made 2 talents more. That could be Europe. His master said to him, well done, good and faithful servant. You have been faithful over little. I will set you over much. Enter to the joy of your master. Okay. He also who had received 1 talent came forward saying, Master, I knew you to be a hard man, reaping where you did not sow and gathering where you scattered no seed. So I was afraid. I went and I hid your talent in the ground. Here you have what is yours. Huh? But his master answered him, you wicked, slothful servant. You knew that I reap where I have not sown and gather where I had scattered no seed. Then you ought to have invested my money with the bankers. At my coming, I should have had, hold on. What? At my coming, I should have had received what was my own with interest. So take the talent from him and give it to him who has 10 talents. The first one, America, Greenland, give us Greenland and give us the Panama Canal right back. Okay. For everyone who has will more be given, right? And he will have an abundance. But from the one who has not, even what he has will be taken away. And to cast the worthless servant into the outer darkness, in that place, there will be weeping and gnashing of the teeth. So it could be Asia with the communism, or it could be Africa too, huh? Because Africa had lots of talent, nothing was multiplied. These people walk all over all these natural resources, don't know how to transform anything. Can't even transform cocoa into chocolate. These people are crazy. You hear me, right? So that's the thing. Yes, God made the earth. God made the planet. God made the waters. No problem. God made us all. And I do believe that in the eyes of God, for the most part, we're all equal. However, he gave everybody a land. He gave everybody talents. Some people chose to think a certain way, build themselves a certain way, their system of politics, their system of trade. You know, America has something quite distinct. Europeans have something distinct. Asia also, Africa also, right? And it seems as though so far America made the best bet by choosing to go with the free markets. Even China had to come out of communism to embrace a form of free markets, because you cannot have communism. It doesn't work. Russia tried it. It was atrocious. With Stalin, with Lenin, millions of Russians were slaughtered. Okay. So now people are saying, oh, America, right? You've made the good choices. You've multiplied your money. You've built the stock market. You've built great economy. You're known for being entrepreneurial. You're known for believing in the free markets. You're known for seeing business opportunities, right? Right. So because you have so much, oh, you should remember that we're all human beings, right? So give us something. No, because what did you do with your talents, right? This is where we are. And America's saying, but you also had talents, right? You also had freedom of choice. You also had free will. I know God gave you something. Why didn't you multiply what God gave you? What happened to what God gave you? America has the right to ask that question. And it does not make American people bad people. It is a valid question. Right? So if you don't know the answer, you lack self-awareness. And once you do get some self-awareness and you're able to answer that question, then you just need to apologize. Like, you know what? You're right. I wasted my talents. Maybe we should have done like you. Maybe we should have enjoyed the free markets. We should have embraced the free markets. We should have embraced capitalism, right? We should have boosted our entrepreneurs. Okay? Do not feel entitled to anything because low-key, high-key, God made us. Yeah, God made us. But what has been made in this country was made through the will of a people, not the will of God. I mean, God can give you breath and God can give you favor, but at the end of the day, the people have to work. People have to drill. People have to plant. People have to pick the cotton. People have to go march all the way to the west to try to find some gold. People have to build, right? God give us all a chance, but ultimately, what are you doing with your time? Right. And I will say, maybe compared to most people in the world, American people have done way more with their time. That's why they're way advanced compared to most people. Chinese caught on. Now they're catching up. Good for them. Europe now is trying to be more of a socialist, right? Europeans are trying to embrace more of socialism. It's not going to fare well for them. And many of them will be poor. Okay. But it's a choice. You can't blame somebody because you didn't make the right choices. No, but God said, no. You guys know what I'm trying to say, you guys? You get me? Right? God loves us all. But at the end of the day, you have talents, I have talents. And it's up to everybody to understand how to multiply their talents. Because if you waste your time and you don't multiply your talents, you can then say, but oh, Marlene, I'm a Christian, so you owe me something. No, I owe you respect, but I don't owe you my money. It's at my discretion. And even God cannot fault me for that because he also gave you talents. He also gave you time, which is the entire story of the cicada and the ant. Right? A lot of people in this country, a lot of people in the world chose to be cicadas. No problem. America, to some extent, chose to be an ant. And that's why she's so much further along than most people. Okay? But whose fault is that? Right? In the eyes of God, we all start equal. But ultimately, if some are rich and some are poor, some are further, some are behind, it's up to each individual to fight for the life that he or she wants to have. It is up to you. You are born with free will. As Christians, we believe that God has given everybody free will. So use your free will for productive purposes. Amen. Be a productive person. America is a productive nation. It's not her fault. Okay? All right. That's it. Let's go back to the video.
Honoring each other's dignity means refusing to mock or discount or demonize those with whom we differ, choosing instead to respectfully debate our differences, and whenever possible, to seek common ground. And if common ground is not possible, dignity demands that we remain true to our convictions without contempt for those who hold convictions of their own. Second foundation for unity is honesty in both private conversation and public discourse. If we're not willing to be honest, there's no use in praying for unity because our actions work against the prayers themselves.
Okay.
We might, for a time, experience a false sense of unity among some, but not the sturdier, broader unity that we need to address the challenges that we face.
Okay, ma'am. So she says she wants us to have honesty. So, Pastor ma'am, Bishop ma'am, who's not supposed to be a bishop, ma'am, how many genders are there? Because because I agree with her. Let's truly live in a country of honesty. How many genders are there? Are there 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, or 2? How many genders, ma'am? Okay. Number 2, since we want to live in the spirit of honesty, can a man be a woman? Number 3, can a woman be a man? Right? Number 4, can men have babies? These people, I love this. Like me, I swear, I would love to sit with these sanctimonious, high ground, liberals, right? They think like, oh, we should walk in honesty. Let's do it. Please, let's do it. And there's no YouTube jail. There's no Instagram jail. There's none of that. Let's do it, right? Honesty. Do we really have more than 2 genders? Hey, Fat. Can she answer that? I bet you won't. But you want to, let's live in honesty. Let's do it. Because the majority of people who support Donald Trump, we don't have the hard time with biology. We actually love biology. Okay? Don't know much about history. Don't know much about biology. But what I do know that there are 2 gender. One is a male and one is female. Okay? Hello. Make it make sense, right? So let's do it. You want us to sit here in a spirit of honesty. Miss Bishop ma'am, okay? How many genders did God create? 2 genders or more? Also, can a man ever become a woman? Can a woman become a man? Do you believe that some children are born in the wrong body? Let's do it. Let's do it, girl. Let's be all the way honest. Right? Right? Can a man become a woman? Do you believe that a man can have periods? Can a man have a menstrual cycle? Okay. Do men need tampons? And I'm asking that for Tim Wall in Minnesota. Can boys have a period? Do boys need tampons? Why do we have tampons in a boys' bathroom in Minnesota? Okay. Can a man get pregnant? Matter of fact, ma'am, what is a woman? Okay. In the vein of honesty, can you please tell us what exactly is a woman? Okay. Right? Get out of here with that. Because if y'all, the moment we start being honest, they're going to start screaming, oh, you're bullying me. Oh, I'm being bullied. Oh, I'm being bullied. No, the truth don't bully nobody. It exposes people who are anti-American. Okay. How many genders, ma'am? Okay. Can a man be a woman? Can a woman be a man? Can a man have a womb? Can a man give birth? Do men have period? Okay. Get out of here with that. Bet you'll start all kinds of stuttering. You don't even have honesty in you, but you want to sit here and use words that you can't even live by. You demon. You dishonest person. Said honesty, honesty. Words are cheap, ma'am. Answer the question. How many genders do we have? How many genders? And as Poppy said, she probably said 144,000. There you go. Can't even be honest. Yes, Maverick. She can't be honest, Maverick. You okay? You're too much. Okay. Okay. Hey, Fat, what's up? Go sit down somewhere.
Now, to be fair, we don't always know
No,
where the truth lies.
we don't.
And
Oh,
there's a lot working against it.
so how can so? Hold on, man. Hold up. You a Christian? You claim to be a Christian, but you don't know where the truth lies. So the word of God is debatable. See, I knew you were a serpent. We don't know where the truth lies, or we don't know where the narrative lies. No, we know exactly what the truth is. You don't know where it is because the truth is not convenient for you. Because you're an agent of chaos, right? But who? You guys, do you guys not know what the truth lies? Are you a Christian or not? Do you believe in the Bible or not? Because how can you say that you believe in the Bible, but you don't know where the truth lies? Girl, what? Because you want narratives. You want to teach a different gospel, right? You're cursed. The Bible says you're cursed. We know. Those of us who are truly called by his name, we know exactly where the truth lies. Okay? We know exactly where the truth lies. And that's why these people out here, these liberals, progressive, these Democrats, have gone above and beyond to do everything to silence the truth. Lock people up, delete their social media accounts, dox people, bully people, right? If people are such liars, why put so much stock into destroying these people? Because they're not lying. They speaking the truth, right? We know exactly what the truth lies. You cannot profess to be a Christian, a person of the cloth, a servant of God, and then say, "Oh, we don't know what the truth lies." What? You're crazy, serpent. You're cursed.
It's the truth now.
Whatever, man.
But when we do know, when we know what is true, it's incumbent upon us to speak the truth, even when, especially when, it costs us. And the third and last foundation I'll mention today is foundation for unity is humility, which we all need because we are all fallible human beings. We make mistakes. We say and do things that we later regret. We have our blind spots and our biases, and perhaps we are most dangerous to ourselves and others when we are persuaded without a doubt that we are absolutely right and someone else is absolutely wrong. Because then we are just a few steps from labeling ourselves as the good people versus the bad people. And the truth is that we're all people. We're both capable of good and bad. Alexander Solzhenitsyn once astutely observed that the line separating good and evil passes not through states, not between classes, nor between political parties, but right through every human heart, through all human hearts. And the more we realize this, the more room we have within ourselves for humility and openness to one another across our differences, because in fact we are more like one another than we realize, and we need each other. Unity is relatively easy to pray for on occasions of great solemnity. It's a lot harder to realize when we're dealing with real differences in our private lives and in the public arena. But without unity, we're building our nation's house on sand. And with a commitment to unity that incorporates diversity and transcends disagreement, and with the solid foundations of dignity, honesty, and humility that such unity requires, we can do our part and in our time to realize the ideals and the dream of America. Let me make one final plea, Mr. President. Millions have put their trust in you. And as you told the nation yesterday, you have felt the providential hand.
Hold on. And when she said millions have put their trust in you, exactly. You were appointed by the church. Donald Trump was elected by the people. So who asked for all this? Right? Who asked for all this? But you know what though? At the end of the day, at first I was really upset by this. But at the end of the day, to you guys, right? Trump didn't have to go because he should have asked who was preaching. He should have asked who was preaching. And once they told him it was a woman bishop, he shouldn't have went. Or he should have asked for a different pastor. He should have asked for a different person. Because he should have known that was a setup. Like he should have known it was going to be a setup, right? A female bishop, an Episcopal church, whatever. And I'm like, did he ever hear any of her sermons, right? He should have done his research before he showed up, right? Because I'm like, no. Who you talking to, right? You have to check on these people. You can't just, oh, it's a church, it's going to go. No. Who's going to preach and who's going to say what and what they're going to say. And then you decide if you're going to go or not. You know? No.
And
stop.
of a loving God. In the name of our God, I ask you to have mercy upon the people in our country who are scared now. There are gay, lesbian, and transgender children in.
You see? Right? Microaggression. People are scared. People are scared now. People are scared. People are scared of what? What are they scared of? Right? And she's saying, oh, gay people, lesbian people, transgender people. There you go. Now we know what you're about. Okay? How do you know that heterosexual kids were not scared before? Did people ever consider heterosexual kids? Okay, they don't matter, right? What about the American people who don't even know if they can walk outside? Don't even know if they can, jog in the morning at whatever time they see fit, because there's some crazy illegal from some jail somewhere that's willing to kill people. Okay, how do you know? Well, all these over 8 million illegals in here, and mostly they kill mostly white women. So how do you know that you don't have a lot of white women now who are also scared for their safety? Right? Because today hetero people are taken for granted. Heterosexual people don't matter. Only gay people matter. Only the wills of gay people matter. Gay people, trans people. No, hetero people matter too. Hetero people also have been tired. Hetero people have been living in fear. Okay? Yes, Maverick. Hetero people also been tired. Oh yeah, New York also. But it's like, oh no, lesbian, gay, transgender. It's like what? They've had this country to themselves. They're famous. They're on TV. They run social media. They become so famous. You can't talk about them. How many YouTubers have been demonetized just for talking about Dylan Mulvaney? Right? How many people have been demonetized for just having any commentary on Dylan Mulvaney? Right? They are extremely protected. They bully people. They do all kinds of crazy. They have all these special rights that are not even given to them by the Constitution. Right? But based on Maverick, based on their gender expression, right? Based on their gender expression, they have all these rights that the average American does not get. Exactly. Why do you want children? Exactly. Right? Exactly. They've been getting away with all kinds of heinous behavior. You can't even say a thing. Yes, ma'am. You hear me talk, so you want to talk. Yeah. Okay? Make it make sense. Make it make sense.
Democratic, Republican, and independent families, some who fear for their lives. And the people who pick our crops and clean our office buildings, who labor in poultry farms and meatpacking plants, labor in poultry crops.
You see this? The people who pick our crops. Who's talking about? This is how she sees Latinos. That's what I'm telling you. These liberals, they are not nice. Oh, we're inclusive. No, they want slaves. They are insane. You see this? People who pick our crops. She's talking about Latinos. This is how she sees them. This is how she sees them. People who pick our crops. Girl, what? Okay?
And clean our office buildings.
Clean our office buildings. You see this? And in her mind, right? In her mind, she's about Latinos. Who else? Right? And I promise you, in her mind, she thinks she's being so nice. Like, look, I'm sticking up for them. Pick our crops, clean up our offices. Like, what is this foolishness? Right? She's not done. Hold on.
Who labor in poultry farms and meatpacking plants. Who wash the dishes after we eat in restaurants and work.
You see? Who wash the dishes. Like, you see? We have to let them stay here so they can pick our crops, clean our dishes, clean our offices. Like, I don't know. Me, if you're Latino, you should be offended. This is extremely racist. This is how she sees them. The night shifts in the hospital. Kind of like the invisibles of America. Can you imagine? People. This crazy white woman. That's why I always say this, and they always give me confirmation that white liberals are a whole bunch of racists. The only reason why they're okay with having all kinds of different color people around them and different sexuality, whatever, is to just feel like, oh, look, I'm a good white person. See, I'm not a racist. I'm a good white person. I'm a better white person, right? I let people be next to me, but how do you see them? Less than. How do you utilize them for your personal needs? It's not about those people. It's about you. The majority of white liberals, it's always about them. They want to be surrounded by quote unquote minorities so they can feel like, I'm a good white person, right? See, I'm nice, right? I listen to hip hop, right? See, like, I make sure not to touch a black woman's hair, right? You see, I believe in DEI. Shut up. It's so performative. Because how can you say stuff like this? Like, what is this?
The night shifts in hospitals, they may not be citizens or have the proper documentation, but the vast majority of immigrants are not criminals. They pay taxes and are good neighbors.
How can you pay taxes when you don't have papers? They don't pay taxes. They don't have papers, man. Okay? For you to pay taxes, you need to have a social security number, right? Then your employer will report you, and then based on that, they extract the tax and they pay all your taxes, right? But if you're here illegally, you don't have a social. If you don't have a social, then how are they paying taxes? Then you say, oh, they're good neighbors. No. Because you cannot be a good neighbor if you're here breaking the law. I don't want my neighbor to be a person that breaks the law. They're not good neighbors. You're here illegally. How exactly are you a good neighbor? And my thing is, why do you assume that my neighbors are criminals? Like most of my neighbors here, they're here legally. And it shows, right? So no.
They are faithful members of our churches and mosques, synagogues, wadara, and temples. I ask you to have mercy, Mr. President, on those in our communities whose children fear that their parents will be taken away, and that you help those who are fleeing war zones and persecution in their own lands.
Ma'am, the children don't have to fear anything. The parents can just remove themselves, right? The families can go. If the child was born here and the child is a U.S. citizen, the child can always come back. So they can either leave the child with family they trust or take the child with you. And when the child is 18, the child can come back. When the child has, like, I think you got to have 3 years. Hold on, Maverick. You got to have 3 years of tax income, right? Income tax, 3 years of income tax where you're making over $30,000, right? So whenever the child makes over $30,000, 3 years in a row, the child can sponsor you. Like I said again, I think America's immigration system is quite nice, okay? When the child is 18, over 18 and over, with 3 years of income taxes, making over $30,000, your child can sponsor you for a green card. So if you have your deportation paper and you are waiting until they officially deport you, then you want to traumatize your child. You want to traumatize your child. Okay? But I also do wonder, ma'am, because there are plenty of American citizens who are currently in prison, who are not currently with their children. Do you also have a prayer for those people? There are American citizens who are wrongfully convicted, who have been torn apart from their children. Do you also pray for the American children who don't have their parents, right? And it's taking forever for the prosecutor to approve their appeal. It takes forever to go to court, right? Are you also praying for the American system to live up to its promise of a speedy trial that a lot of parents can go back to their children? Or do you only have empathy for illegal people because they clean your dishes, right? Because whatever these illegal kids are going through, there are a lot of American children who go through the same stuff. Many American children have one parent in prison. Sometimes rightfully deserved, sometimes wrongful conviction. Are you also praying for American children who don't have their parents? See, it was Christmas not too long ago. Did you host a service for American children who have a parent or two parents behind bars and are having a hard time and are currently traumatized and are not performing well in school? Okay, I'm sure you did. Like, this is crazy. You see? Once again, let's put the immigrants, the illegals, above the American people because they work for cheap. They clean my dishes. They pack my chicken. They pack my meat. They make my burgers. Like, go somewhere. Go somewhere. Maverick.
To find compassion and welcome here. Our God teaches us that we are to be merciful to the stranger. For we were all once strangers in this land. May God grant us the strength and courage to honor the dignity of every human being, to speak the truth to one another in love, and walk humbly with each other and our God for the good of all people in this nation and the world.
What did you think of the What did you think of the service?
What did you think? Did you like it? Did you find it exciting? Not too exciting, was it? I did think it was a good service, though. Thank you very much.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
They can do much better.
Tonight, a bishop takes on Trump and pleads with him face to face to, quote, have mercy. The Episcopal Bishop of Washington pleading with President Trump to show compassion towards undocumented immigrants and the LGBTQ community today. A dramatic moment coming during her sermon at today's National Prayer Service. I'm going to speak to the bishop in just a moment, but first, so everyone can understand exactly what happened, I want to play for you the moment and show you at the same time on the screen the president's reaction.
Let me make one final plea, Mr. President. Millions have put their trust in you. And as you told the nation yesterday, you have felt the providential hand of a loving God. In the name of our God, I ask you to have mercy upon the people who are scared now.
All right, Reverend Marianne Edgar Buddy, the bishop at Washington National Cathedral, is now out front. And Bishop, I appreciate your time and your tone there, so serious and genuine. You see him, he's stone-faced, he then looks down, but he's listening to every word you say. As you made that personal plea to him, what were you looking at him in that moment? What kind of response were you perhaps hoping for in that moment?
I was looking at the president because I was speaking directly to him. I was also, frankly, as you do in every sermon, speaking to everyone who was listening through that one-on-one conversation with the president, reminding us all that in the people that are frightened in our country, the two groups of people that I mentioned are our fellow human beings, and that they have been portrayed in all throughout the political campaign in the harshest of lights that I wanted to counter as gently as I could with a reminder of their humanity and their place in our wider community. And I was speaking to the president because I felt that he has this moment now where he feels charged and empowered to do what he feels called to do. And I wanted to say, you know, there is room for mercy. There's room for a broader compassion. We don't need to portray with a broad cloth in the harshest of terms some of the most vulnerable people in our society who are, in fact, our neighbors, our friends, our children, our friends' children, and so forth.
So you spoke, I like how you use the word gently, because it was gentle. I mean, it was intense and passionate, but yet it was gentle. It was not ugly or confrontational. It wouldn't expect it to be, but these are hard things to talk about in that context. You spoke obviously about undocumented migrants, also the LGBT community, the two communities you're talking about. I wanted to play a little bit.
Sorry, you guys. Sorry. No, it was not gentle. And you see what she did this? You see what she did? Microaggression. That's exactly what microaggression is about, right? And this is what a lot of white liberal women, they have a PhD in this stuff, right? This was microaggression. It was aggression. She was attacking him, but she made sure, first, she's a woman, right? And she looks very meek. This is right here, costume, sarcophage, right? Looking meek. She's very skinny. She talks like this. Oh, Mr. President. Like I said, it's the golem. It is the golem. If you watch Lord of the Rings, you're going to get exactly what I'm talking about. Like the golem, he seems like very weak. Like he's not interested in the ring. He's just trying to help. Golem just wants to help. Golem just wants to preach love. Golem, no, she's a golem. Okay? This is full of microaggression. And this is what a lot of these liberal white women do on the job. This is what they do in corporate America. This is what they do at the workplace. And they make it so hard for other people to even enjoy going to work. And this is how they take you to human resource and they lie on you and have you fired, right? This is what they do. Spiritual warfare, mental warfare, right? This is aggression. It is microaggression. Yes, you sounded meek. You sounded weak. It made it seem like it was about love, but her language was full of dog whistle language to say, we're so scared of you. Gay people are scared of you. Trans people are scared of you. Nobody is scared of Trump. Shut up, okay? They're living just fine. They do what they want to do. And also, if they feel some type of fear, maybe it's spiritual. But imagine, oh, I fear Trump. I don't fear God. No, Trump is just a man. If you have any uneasiness about your life, maybe you should think about that on the spiritual level. No, maybe that's where it starts from. I don't know, right? But no, she's a Karen. She really is a Karen. And this is what they do. And when you're dealing with people like that, Trump had the perfect reaction. Like, girl, what? Because it was a setup. But like I said, I also blame him partly because he should have asked that church who runs the church, who is going to be preaching, right? The moment if he was informed that it's a woman bishop, he's like, oh, hell no. Okay? He shouldn't have gone. Or he should have requested a man. Otherwise, he's not coming. They should have sorted that out first. because this is what a lot of these liberal white women do on the job. This is what they do, and they ruin people's lives. And I hope y'all see this. So if you're in your workplace and you have this one white woman who's always trying to like poke you, be very wise, be very strategic, right? Because you could be getting recorded. She's doing stuff to have enough documentation so she can take you to human resource and ruin your life. Okay, then you have her co-Karen right next to her, who's like, "Oh, but yeah, you were very nice. You were really, really nice." This is what they do this is what they do at work, right? "Oh, I always try to be her friend," or "I always try to be her friend," or "Oh, well, he usually does not say hi to me, but for the past 5 days, he's been saying hi to me, and that makes me feel so uncomfortable," right? Then next thing you know, because you said hi to her 5 times, now she's going to say that she's uncomfortable, and now she wants to file a sexual harassment lawsuit against you on the job. Be very careful. These liberal women are crazy. They are really, really crazy. There's the same kind of women who lied on black boys, got them killed. It's the same kind of people who lie at the Central Park trying to say that the black men attacked her when nobody attacked her. She didn't have her dog on the leash. Okay? These women are insane. They are insane, and they know exactly how to play with people's perception of the matter. They're actually the aggressor, but the way they position themselves, the way they dress, the way they talk, the tone of their voice, right? You would think that, oh my gosh, like she's actually the victim and he's the big, bad, mean aggressor. No, she's the aggressor because they invited this man, right? They invited Trump only to set him up because she was saying what she was saying. They had the cameras on him, his family, JD, his family, right? Hoping to catch a reaction that they could have had snippets of, run across all the news. Like you see, oh, Trump is mean. Trump is a racist. Then she would have been like, oh, I felt threatened as a woman. I felt threatened because, they already believe that JD is a sexist, right? They already believe, white women, what do you want? Are you okay? You okay? Are you seriously okay? You see this? They never fail because they don't know how to be like I'm telling you, these ladies do not know how to not be main character. Like they don't know. They step into any space, they have to take over. Attention on me. So we're gonna go ahead and give her exactly what she wants. So Karen, you're gonna stay up there. You understand, right? So that's why they have a woman up there. They have these men, JD and what's it called? And Trump, and Eric and all these people, because now they also do feel as though, right? Trump coming to power, it's like the era of the strong alpha male who's going to take back the charge, right? Because we've had an era of simps. We've had an era of weak men who allow these women to just do whatever they want to do, right? And Trump, JD, and all, Dana White, all these people, they represent strong masculinity. They represent strong patriarchy. So you have a woman, quote unquote, bishop, that makes no sense. She says all these things, and then you have these men, right, in the congregation. You put the cameras on them looking for a reaction. It's the same thing with Jonathan Majors, right? That white girl he was dating, she's a white liberal. She's from California. White liberal woman. They are dangerous. These women are terrorists. Look at this one, okay? They are terrorists. The lady was the one chasing Jonathan Majors. She's chasing Jonathan Majors. Maybe she even hurt herself. Then she acts as though she was the victim. But we clearly saw Jonathan run from her, right? She claims she's so scared. You're so scared that you run behind this man, right? That's a big old black man with a whole lot of muscle. That's a tiny ass white Karen. You see this Karen run behind the brother like this. She's running behind this man, right? A scared woman would have walked away. A scared woman would have ran the other direction. A scared woman would have called the police, but not a Karen, because they have to ruin your life. They're sick as hell. Here's evidence number 1, right? Here she is, right? They don't know how to not take all the attention. The majority of white liberal women are sick. They are truly sick, and they are seriously dangerous. And people need to handle these women accordingly. They are dangerous. And that's why you have to stay away from them, because they will ruin your life. Nobody knows how to cry on demand like these crazy ass white liberals. These white women, they will cry on demand. They will hurt you and cry. They will lie on you and cry. They will look at you straight in the face, cry, knowing that everything that is coming out their mouth is a lie. I saw this one white lady on TV, And she was like, yeah, Trump is going to have illegals in like concentration camps, whatever. That man was like, ma'am, no. Like even the white guy who's a liberal, he was like, you taking this too far. She's like, no, I'm telling you, you better believe me. I'm like, believe you based on what? Because you're a white woman, right? But look at how easy, like they just lie with so much ease. They just, it's wild. It's wild. The lady in Central Park who lied on the black man. Oh my gosh, there's a black man here right now, right? It's New York City. You know, New York is liberal. You know she's a liberal. These are the same people who, oh yeah, Black Lives Matter, rainbow flags. It's the same people at a drop of a hat will ruin your life on some racist or some racial stereotype, right? They don't really like black people. They don't like anybody. It's like it's their ego. They need to believe, the majority of white liberals need to believe that they're good white people. It's not about learning how to be a good human being. No, they need to believe, look at me. Tell me I'm a good white person. Tell me I'm an open-minded white person. Tell me I'm a friendly white person. Tell me I'm better than, right? And that's why the most they know about black people or black women is Beyonce. They have no other reference. Ask her if she knows Toni Braxton. She don't. Ask her if she knows about Faith Evans. She doesn't. They don't even know much about black culture. If it's not Lizzo, it's Beyonce. That's all they know. They know nobody else. They don't know anybody else. They don't know anybody else but Beyonce and Lizzo. Maybe Oprah, if they're of a certain age. Besides that, no, nothing else, right? Because they don't truly care. And the lives of most white liberals, black people, brown people are just ornaments. You're like a little ornament, like a little statue. Oh, look at all the Negroes I've collected. Look at all the little Indians I've collected. Look at all these little illegals I've collected, right? That's it. They look at you as like, ornaments. That's it. They don't even see you as a human being, right? That's why the vast majority of them, they don't know much about black people. They think listening to rap music means they're an ally. They're a bunch of weirdos. They're a bunch of white liberals are racist. I will never stop saying it. I will never stop saying it. And it's funny how when you deal with white conservatives will never bring up your race, right? And it's funny how if you ever deal with white conservatives, they will never talk about your skin color. They will never talk about your gender. They never expect you to be, oh my God, I feel less than. White liberals, oh, tell me how you're a victim. Tell me how you feel victimized. Tell me how you think I have privilege over you. They love to hear that shit. Like when you're around them, you always have to degrade yourself. Oh, growing up as a black person, I didn't have a daddy. Growing up as a black person, I didn't have a mama. Oh, growing up as a black person. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. You didn't have a mom. You have a dad. Oh, Samantha, come here. Marlene didn't have her dad growing up. This is how they treat. These people are crazy. They are crazy. You always have to have some kind of sob story. You always have to be a victim. You always have to be angry about something, and then they can be the savior. The majority of white liberals have a savior complex. There's this one girl, she told the black man that, I have privilege over you. The black man said, no, you don't. She said, yes, I do. He said, no, you don't. She said, yes, I do. Right? He's like, no, you do not have privilege over me. When I tell you the white girl started crying, she cried because how can this man say that she don't have privilege? Because they want to know that they have privilege. You can have a white girl who works at like 7-Eleven, dropped out of high school, and she will really look at you and think, oh, as a white woman, I have privilege over you. No, you're beneath me. You don't have privilege over me. Okay? You are insane. And this is why a lot of black women, a lot of black people have to stop saying, like, oh, white people have privilege. Not all of them do. Okay? Not all of them do, because then you have the sick paradigm where any random white person from any income, any strata thinks, oh, I'm white, so I right away I have privilege, right? It's my way, it's my responsibility to make room for you as a white woman. Like as a white woman, I have to make way for you. What? You idiot! You could never, Samantha. Get out the way. They're insane. They are truly insane. They are truly insane. If you ever deal with white conservatives will never talk about your race. They will never talk about your gender. They're not going to look at you like, oh, look at this poor, weak black person who needs all this white help to make it. No, They see you as a full person. If a white conservative does not like you, they just don't like your ass. That's it. They don't treat people as ornaments. They treat you as a human being. Like you can meet a white conservatives, y'all can go toe to toe, right? Race, color, and gonna get into it. These white liberals, as soon as they get mad, they're gonna be the first one to use the N-word. Right? Do you think it's white conservatives who sit here and consume rap music? No, it's white liberals. Okay? Who listens to Drake? Who listens to K-Dot? Who listens to all this gangster rap? The majority is white liberals. The same people who claim to be allies of black people are the number one consumers of my ninja music. They love that stuff. My ninja. Then they'll be in the comments like, oh, you know, I get to use the word because I bought the music. Right? That's it. Colonizers. The only thing about them, they just come at you with a different approach. They try to be nicer to you. They talk about inclusion, but you're going to notice, like, you walk with these people 5, 10 years, 15 years, right? You will never elevate. They keep making more money. They keep having more followers. They keep stacking bread. You stay at the bottom, right? Because all you are to these people is nothing more than a freaking ornament that makes them feel like they're good people. That's all they care about, their ego. Right? Because how can a woman stand up there and be like, oh yeah, the people who cut our grass, the people who wash our dishes, the people who pack our chicken. This is how she sees Latinos. And the vast majority of white women, the vast majority of white liberal women, this is how they see people of minority. That's how they see minority people, right? They see you as a person of service. Oh, she watches my kids. She cuts my grass. She makes me laugh. The gay black man entertains me. The gay Latino tickles me, right? That's all it is. They use black people for entertainment. They use Latinos for entertainment. They use black people for foolishness. They never see you as a full vested human being. Okay? How come Hollywood is not a place where black people have the same amount of success as white people? And Hollywood, California, supposed to be the most progressive place, the most open place, the most liberal place. No. You will see a trans white woman be way more successful than a black actress who's been in Hollywood for almost 30 years. Right? Because you're just there to entertain. And whenever they feel like it, these white liberals, especially these goofy ass white liberal women, they will throw you their scraps. That's all they have for you, scraps. They love it when you take the scraps, right? Because don't you ever forget, these Democrats were always racist. Democrats were always the party of racist white Americans. The South was ran by Democrats. It was these white people, these white Democrats who opposed integration, opposed freeing the slaves, opposed the 14th Amendment. It is always these white Democrats. And that's why the majority of blue cities, black children doing horrible. The majority of blue cities where you have a bunch of white liberals, right? There's all kinds of redlining. There is more redlining in blue states and blue cities full of white liberals who claim to care about diversity, who claim to care about black people, right? There's always more redlining there. And our children don't get the same opportunities to go to school. White people, white liberal people, the pro people, oh, I'm so inclusive. Until it comes to academia, until it comes to school districts, right? Until it comes to to real equal opportunities. No. They will do everything in their power to do all kinds of redlining so that their property taxes stays in their place and that only their children benefit from better school districts, right? And it's funny how the only time these goofy ass white liberal women know how to walk with black women is when it's time to go commit the abortion, right? Do you ever see white liberal women come in the hood and help clean and help do this and help to teach? No. They only care to find black women when it's time to do all kinds of evil abortion. Okay? I was like, this one girl, I took this. Oh my gosh, there was this one time, this one white liberal girl. When I tell you, it started in the comments. Then it proceeded to the DMs. I had to set her straight. I'm like, 21 million black children have died from this abortion. How do you feel about that? How do you feel about the fact that the number one killer of black people is abortion? And you think you're an ally to black people? You think when you hate a black child in the womb, because a lot of y'all, you're known for lying on black boys and getting black boys murdered, okay? Shout out to Emmett Till. who was lied on by a white Democratic woman in the South. She was a Democrat. And if she was alive today, she would still be a Democrat. She would be a liberal. She would be a progressive. And yes, she lied on that boy. He was 13 years old. He got killed by a Democratic white woman who just lied on that boy without any remorse. And they still lying today, right? Notice how the majority of Karens are where? In blue states. The majority of Karens are in blue states. Every time there's a Karen episode, pay close attention. Look at the state. Look at the city, right? The majority of Karens reside in blue states. The majority of Karens align as Democrats, as liberals. That's what they are. But they're always out here seeking and causing misery for Black people because they're mean as hell. And they realize because we can't stop these people, let's just pretend to be their friend and stall their progress. That's all they do. They offer you this fake ass, duplicitous ass, fake ass friendship, right? And you think, oh, she my friend. No, she your enemy. She just befriended you because she can't stop you. With like Brown versus the Education Board of Topeka, Kansas, they realized they could not stop the will of Black Americans. So since we can, we try to kill them, we enslaved them, we lynched them. They tried everything in the book. And guess what? When all else fails, give them fake ass friendship. And for the past 50 to 60 years, African Americans have walked side by side with white liberals. And look at African Americans. Look at their communities. Look at their children. Look at the number of incarceration. Look at their school districts. What kind of friendship is this? Only they get better. Only they get richer. And Black America is just receding at an alarming rate. You have immigrants who come here who surpass African Americans. Why? Because they keep holding on to this weak ass friendship with these goofy ass white liberals. These are not good people. They're not good people. They are not good people. You have a white woman in charge of a predominantly Black school district. She'll have the goofiest laws. No homework. They don't have anybody at home to help them with homework. Girl, what the hell? What the hell? Back in the days of slavery, back in the days of Jim Crow, plenty of Black Americans did not have any parent at home to help them with homework, and yet they had straight A's. Go sit down somewhere. Okay? You got to teach these kids. Just because there's adversity does not mean that you can't do it, right? They pretend to be nice by lowering the bar. They always try to lower the bar for Black American children. Always try to lower the bar for Black American children because it's a setup. It's a setup. When you love somebody, you challenge someone to live according to their God-given gifts. You don't lower the bar, okay? They're not good people. They're not good people. Look at the decline of Black America from the 60s. In less than 60 years, look at what these white liberals have done to Black Americans. They are freaking evil. They're not good people. They are not good people. Is it not bizarre that when you go to red states or red cities, Black children perform better? Black children have better grades. Black children have better test scores. Then you put a Black child in a blue state, in a blue city, everything just goes left. It becomes a prison, a pipeline from public school straight to prison. These are not good people. They are not good people. They speak this gospel of good news. No, it's your doom. They don't want you to be successful. They never wanted Black people to be successful. And the biggest lie, because I realized that too, huh? The biggest lies that these liberals, these goofy ass liberal white Democrats have sold to Black Americans is that, oh, we're your friends. We want something good for you. Oh, go sit down somewhere. And Republicans are bad. Yeah, shut up. Then you go and you study history and you realize that every legislation that came in this country to help Black people be like, Black America, whatever, it was always written by Republicans. Even the Civil Rights Act, it was written by Republicans. And then it's MLK who takes the paperwork and then goes and gives it to a Democrat. But the Democrats didn't even start the writing of the Civil Rights Act. These Democrats were not involved. They didn't want it. Republicans did that, right? Abraham Lincoln, a Republican. You study American history. And people who always stood for the humanity, the civil rights, the freedom, right? And even the citizenship of Black Americans were Republicans. It was not Democrats. So that's why nowadays I look at MLK sideways. Why would you start this work with these Republicans? And then when everything is almost done, you take the finished paperwork and then you go and give it to JFK and you go and give it to Lyndon B. Johnson. What are you doing? What are you doing? This man, this MLK man, he also needs to be studied because that is so bizarre. That is so bizarre. So to a lot of people, it seems as though the Democrats are responsible for the writing of the Civil Rights Act, for the passing of the Civil Rights Act, for the signing of the Civil Rights Act. Like, oh, wow, they're good people. The whole time, they had nothing to do with it. They did not want it. They were full of Dixiecrats. They're still full of Dixiecrats. Hatred, so much hatred. But they changed their technique. Like, you know what? These people right here, we can't stop them. Because God walked with these people. We can't stop these people. So let's pretend to like him and sabotage from within. That's the methodology. That is the methodology of these white liberals. We cannot stop these people. Because look at everything they've been through. They are relentless. So since we can't stop them, let's pretend to be their friends. And through quote unquote friendship, let's sabotage these people from within. And within 60 years, they've done a marvelous job. They have destroyed the Black American intellectuals. They have destroyed the Black American elites. And they have elevated the foolishness. They have elevated the foolishness. You look at Black America today, you cry. Like, seriously, me, I'm a West African immigrant. You know what I'm saying? I'm a naturalized U.S. citizen, but I'm like, you look at Black America before the 60s and then the 60s and now, and you cry for these people. You cry. I mean, my God. You know, one time when I was doing the video with Donald Trump, I sat here one time, right? And I watched the entire, because Kwame Nkrumah, when he came, when they were writing the crime bill 1994, and Bill Clinton was going back and forth with the Black Caucus. When you listen to Kwame Nkrumah, and I'm telling you, Maxine Walters, she back there. Maxine Walters was there. I don't know if Jesse Jackson was there, but Maxine was there because she's part of the Black Caucus, right? She was there. Okay? She was there. And the way Kwame Nkrumah talked about it, man, Clinton has no respect for Black Americans, man. No respect. It was like, this is the bill. This is what we're going to do. You have to sell it to your people. That's it. Wickedness. And these are people who profess to love Black people. When I was a child, we saw Bill Clinton out here going to Black churches, touching Black children. We saw Bill Clinton play the saxophone. We saw Bill Clinton go on the Oprah show, right? Even my mom, like, I swear, even African people, everybody liked that man because they're like, oh, this might be the closest thing to a Black president that America will ever have. The entire time, this man was an enemy of the people. The entire time, this man had hatred for Black people. You got to have hatred to be able to not just even write this law, but to even sign it. My God, these are wicked people. They are wicked people. And this is just a start. With Trump, is just the start. I'm telling you, over the next 4 years and moving forward, God will expose these people. Because you know what? You can enslave people, but there's always a time for freedom. You can bamboozle a people, but there's always a time for them to regain their sight. You can blind a people, but there's always a day that God gonna set forth for people gonna see, right? And the day will come where in front of all Black America, these white liberals will be exposed for the evil nemesis that they are. And everything they've done, they will pay it back 100-fold. These people will not know peace. They will not know any slumber for what they have done to Black Americans. How they destroyed their families. How they have they put them against each other. They put the woman against the man against the woman, the children against the parents. Just like total chaos. Total chaos. It is so evil. So evil. And it's like they only do it to them. They don't do it to the Indians. Don't do it to anybody. That programming is only reserved for Black Americans. It's intentional. It is so intentional. They are responsible for the music. They have charge of the music. They have charge of how the music is distributed. They are the ones who go into the prison and select the next rapper. They do that. They decide who gets a Grammy. And the more you talk about killing, the more you talk about murdering people, the more likely you are to get a Grammy. They will invite all kinds of abominable people to their fashion show because they want us to be criminals. They want us to identify with drug dealers, identify with criminal people, identify with strippers. They want us to be cursed. They want us to live a disgusting life, a life without morals, a life without God, without the knowledge of God, because they know you know, in order for the devil to attack you, you need to be in opposition to God. Otherwise, the devil can't, because he needs permission. So what they've decided to do is to turn Black people into a pervert people. Because once you're perverted, then the devil can attack you. That's exactly what happened with Job, right? The devil accused Job before God. And mind you, Job didn't do nothing wrong. Now imagine if you actually did do something wrong, right? And that's why the majority of white liberals are always lying, because they have a spirit. They have an accusatory spirit. They have doubled, like their tongues. It goes twofold. A white liberal tells you it's cold outside, most likely it's hot. A white liberal tells you it's hot, it's probably cold. They tell you it's red, it's probably blue. They say it's blue, probably red. You can't trust these people. They have no word. They always go back on their word. They have no word. They make empty promises. They keep moving the carrot. They keep moving the goalposts. With these people, you will never make it. They have you going around 40 years around Canaan. You will never get to the promised land. You can't trust these people. You cannot trust these people. You cannot trust these people. And that's why they do everything in their power for Black people to identify with these liberal, progressive values, because they know it will be the end of you. And that's exactly, let me show you something. That's exactly what happened. That is exactly what happened in the book with Balak. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Let me show you. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Let me see, let me see if I can find the entire verse. How do I read the full verse? Hold on. Okay, you see? This is white liberals. Hold on. Wait a minute, where am I? I need to read this. White women, go somewhere. I ain't got time for your ass. Okay. Anyways, right? Behold, a people has come out of Egypt, said Balak. They covered the face of the land and have settled next to me. So please come now and put a curse on these people, because they are too mighty for me. You see? Okay. Perhaps I may be able to defeat them and drive them out of the land. For I know that those you bless are blessed and those you curse are cursed. Right? So what's his name? Balak wanted the prophet Balaam to come and curse the people. Okay? So Balaam's okay, I might come back tomorrow. All right, hold on. All right? But God said to Balaam, do not go with them. You are not to curse this people, for they are blessed. Right? But he won't listen. He's like, no, I'm going to go ahead and curse these people, because he wanted to make money. Right? Hold on. All right. Then God's anger was kindled because Balaam was going along, and the angel of the Lord stood in the road to oppose him. Balaam was riding his donkey and two of his servants with him. When the donkey saw the angel of the Lord standing in the road with the drawn sword in his hand, she turned off the path and went into the field. So Balaam beat her to return to the path. Then the angel of the Lord stood in a narrow passage between two vineyards with walls on either side. And the donkey saw the angel of the Lord and pressed herself against the wall, crushing Balaam's foot against it. So he beat her once again. And the angel of the Lord moved on ahead and stood in a narrow place where there was no room to turn to the right or to the left. When the donkey saw the angel of the Lord, she laid down unto Balaam and became furious and beat her with his staff. Then the Lord opened the donkey's mouth, and she said to Balaam, what have I done to you that you have beat me these 3 times? Balaam answered the donkey, you have made a fool of me. If I had a sword in my hand, I will kill you right now. But the donkey said to Balaam, am I not the donkey you have ridden all your life until today? Have I ever treated you this way before? No, he replied. Then the Lord opened Balaam's eyes, and he saw the angel of the Lord standing in the road with the drawn sword in his hand. And Balaam bowed low and fell face down. The angel of the Lord asked him, why have you beaten your donkey these 3 times? Behold, I have come out to oppose you, because your way is what? Perverse. Sounds familiar. Before me. The donkey saw me and turned away from these 3 times. If she had not turned away, then by now I surely would have killed you and let her live. I have sinned, Balaam said to the angel of the Lord, for I did not realize that you were standing in the road to confront me. And now, if this is displeasing in your sight, I will go back home. But the angel of the Lord said to Balaam, go with the man, but you are to speak only what I tell you. So Balaam went with the princes of Balak. When Balak heard that Balaam was coming, he went out to meet him at the Moabite city of Arnon border at the edge of his territory. And he said to Balaam, did I not send you an urgent summons? Why did you not come to me? Am I really not able to richly reward you? See, I have come to you, Balaam replied, but I can just say anything. I must speak only the word that God puts in my mouth. So Balaam accompanied Balak, and they came to Kiryat Huzoth. Balak sacrificed cattle and sheep, and he gave portions to Balaam and the princes who were with him. The next morning, Balak took Balaam and brought him up to Bamoth Bahal. From there, he could see the outskirts of the camp of the people. So that's Joshua and the people. Okay, 23. Then Balaam said to Balak, build for me 7 altars here and prepare for me 7 bulls and 7 rams. So that's 21. Okay, so did Balak as Balaam had instructed. And Balak and Balaam offered a bull and a ram on each altar. Okay, stay here by your burnt offering while I'm gone. Balaam said to Balak, perhaps the Lord will meet me, and whatever he reveals to me, I will tell you. So Balaam went off to a barren height, and God met with him. I have set up 7 altars, Balaam said. On each altar I have offered a bull and a ram. Then the Lord put a message in Balaam's mouth, saying, return to Balak and give him this message. So he returned to Balak, who was standing there beside his burnt offering with all the princes of Moab. And Balaam lifted up an oracle, saying, Balak brought me from Aram, the king of Moab, from the mountains of the east. Come, he said, put a curse on Jacob for me. Come and denounce Israel. Come, how can I curse what God has not cursed? Oh, there you go. There you go. Okay, there you go. How can you curse? How can you curse what God has not cursed? You guys, when I'm telling you this, right? When I'm telling you this, okay? Black people are chosen people. Nobody can curse you. But you can engage in behaviors that opens the door for God to curse you, right? But other people, they can't curse you. So they have to lead you in perverse ways, perverse territory, perverse mindset, that you may attract God's curses over your own life, okay? How can I curse what God has not cursed? How can I denounce what the Lord has not denounced? For I see them from atop the rocky cliffs, and I watch before from the hills. Behold, a people dwelling apart, not reckoning themselves among the nations, right? Who can count the dust of Jacob? There you go. Okay. Who can count the dust of Jacob? Okay. Or number even 4th of Israel. Let me die the death of the righteous. Let my end be like theirs. Then Balak said to Balaam, what have you done to me? I brought you here to curse my enemies, and behold, you have only blessed them. There you go. But Balaam replied, should I not speak exactly what the Lord put in my mouth? Okay. Balaam's second oracle. Then Balak said to him, please come with me to another place where you can see them. You will only see the outskirts of their camp, not all of them. And from there, curse them for me. So Balak took him to the field of Zophim, to the top of Pisgah, where he built 7 altars, offered a bull and a ram on each altar. Balaam said to Balak, stay here beside your burnt offering while I meet the Lord over there. And the Lord met with Balaam and put a message in his mouth, saying, return to Balak and speak what I tell you. So he returned to Balak, who was standing there by his burnt offering with the princes of Moab. What did the Lord say? Balak asked. Then Balaam lifted up an oracle, saying, arise, O Balak, and listen. Give here to me, O son of Zippor. God is not a man that he should lie, or a son of man that he should change his mind. Does he speak and not act? Does he promise and not fulfill? I have indeed received a command to bless. He has blessed. I cannot change it. He considers no disaster for Jacob. He sees no trouble for Israel. The Lord their God is with them, and the shout of the king is among them. God brought them out of Egypt, slavery, with strength like a wild ox. For there is no spell against Jacob. There is no divination against Israel. It will not be said of Jacob and Israel, what great things has God done. Behold, the people rise like a lioness. They rouse themselves like a lion, not resting until they devour their prey and drink the blood of the slain. Now Balak said to Balaam, then neither curse them all at all, nor bless them at all. But Balaam replied, did I not tell you that whatever the Lord says I must do? Please come, say Balak. I will take you to another place. Perhaps it will please God that you curse them for me from there. And Balak took Balaam on top of Peor, which overlooks the wasteland. Then Balaam said, build for me 7 altars here and prepare for me 7 bulls and 7 rams. So Balak did as Balaam had instructed. He offered a bull and a ram on each altar. We're not done, y'all. Stay tuned. Okay, hold on. And when Balaam saw it pleased the Lord to bless Israel, he did not resort to sorcery as previous occasions, but he turned his face towards the wilderness. When Balaam looked up and saw Israel encamped tribe by tribe, the Spirit of God came upon him, and he lifted up an oracle, saying, this is the prophecy of Balaam, son of Beor, the prophecy of a man whose eyes are open, the prophecy of one who hears the word of God, who sees a vision from the Almighty, who bows down with eyes wide open. How lovely are your tents, O Jacob, O your dwellings, O Israel. They spread like the palm groves, like garden beside a stream, like aloes the Lord has planted, like cedars beside the waters. Water will flow from his bucket, and his seed will have abundant water. His kings will be greater than Agag, and his kingdom will be exalted. God brought him out of Egypt, slavery, was trained like a wild ox to devour hostile nation, crush their bones, to pierce them with arrows. He crouches, he lies, lying like a lion, like a lioness who dares to rouse him. Blessed are those who blessed you, and cursed are those who cursed you. Amen. This is beautiful. Okay. When Israel was staying in Shem, the men began to indulge. Oh, there you go. There you go. There you go. I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. Are y'all keeping up? Y'all keeping up? Okay. Because some of y'all, you haven't done Bible study in a long time. Some of y'all, you never done Bible studies or whatever. While in Israel, I was staying in Shittim. The men began to indulge in what? In sexual immorality. Is giving with daughters of Moab, who's also invited them to their sacrifices for their God. There you go. And the people ate and bowed down to these gods. So Israel joined in worshiping Baal of Peor, and the anger of the Lord burned against them. Then the Lord said to Moses, take all the leaders of the people and execute them in broad daylight before the Lord, so that his fierce anger may turn away from Israel. Okay? So Moses told the judges of Israel, each of you must kill all of his men who have joined in worshiping Baal of Peor. All right? You can keep reading this. But there is a part in here, if you keep going to the book of Numbers, there is a part. Do you see? So, because they're with the Moabites. And if you remember the story of the Moabites, these are people who are born out of incest, right? If you remember, some of you don't remember, because some of y'all never read the Bible. Some of y'all don't do Bible study, but whatever. But if you remember the Bible, right? Noah's Ark, his daughters got him drunk. His daughters had intercourse. They slept with their daddy. The babies were conceived out of incest. Those people are called the Moabites, right? When God takes the people out of Egypt, and of course, as they're going out of Egypt, they're trying to go into Canaan, right? They encounter other people. Slowly but surely, they start messing with these people, having relations with these people, picking up their tradition, picking up their practices, right? And they some of them end up worshiping at the altar of Baal, right? And Baal is the man Balaam, who was because he's really desperate to get these people cursed. Like, they have to be cursed. Like, he's okay, I'll take you here, try to curse them. Okay, let's go over here, try to curse them, right? He is desperate to curse these people. But every time the prophet tries, God's like, no. He's like, okay, if you're not going to curse them, but don't bless them, right? He's like, well, what do you want me to do? Okay. But ultimately, what angers God is that those people, and especially the tribe of Benjamin, okay, which is the smallest tribe of Israel. So you have 12 tribes. If you remember, after Joseph comes Benjamin. Okay. So Benjamin is the smallest tribe of Jacob. So the 12 tribes of Israel are the 12 sons of Jacob. Benjamin being the youngest, his people being the smallest people of Israel. Okay, makes sense, right? So those people specifically start indulging in a sinful life with the Moabites. They start messing with these people of incest, having relationships with these people of incest, to the point that now they are okay worshiping at the altar of Baal, eating the food, which is what we see today. Liberalism, being progressive, being a liberal, a lot of the stuff these people do is really the altar of Baal. There's a lot of sexual immorality. So once the sexual immorality enters the camp, God's like, oh, I'm starting to get angry, right? So he talks to Moses, right? If you keep going, because I'm gonna stop, but if you keep going, there's a passage in there where Baal says to Balak, if you really, really want them cursed, let your daughters roam the fields naked. And once they have sex with them, once the kids, once the children of Israel, especially the Benjamin people, once they have relations with these girls, there's nothing they can do. They will be forced to welcome you in, right? And today, if you see the culture today, it is full of sexual morality. And that's how you know that the devil is seeking to bring condemnation on the people, right? Because when you have favor, when you're chosen, anybody who tries to bless you, they're going to have to owe you money. They're going to owe you money. They're going to owe you something. Anybody who tries to bless you, they're going to have to be confronted with God. They can't do it. But what they can do is seduce you into living a life of sin. And usually it's the easiest way is sexual immorality, right? So when the people start living when people start being more and more sexually immoral, it makes it easier to bring the anger of God against those people, right? And that's why we have to fight as hard as possible to stand against sexual immorality. But if you notice carefully, the glue that holds these liberals together is indeed sexual morality. Liberals represent sexual morality. That's all they want. They want to be sexually immoral. They'll tell you, oh, love is love, whatever. But at the root of it all, it is all about sexual immorality. And that's why, if you are a Christian, if you're Black and you're a Christian, you really have to ask yourself, what business do I have with people who are all about sexual immorality? Right? Because when they talk about diversity, it's not diversity of opinion. It's not diversity of thought. It's not diversity of culture. No. Liberals, white liberals specifically, their understanding of diversity is sexual diversity, gender expression diversity, right? Their diversity has everything to do with sex, gender and sex. That's all they care about. That's all they care about, because Rome never died. Okay, just like back in Italy, back in Rome, back in Greece, the same foolishness, right? They brought it back over here. Okay, that's all they're about. That's why when it comes to everything else besides sex, they have a hard time accepting people, right? If it pertains to sex, this kind of sex, this type of sex, this type of this kind of corn, they don't have a problem with that, because this is what they're about. That's their altar. Their altar is sexual immorality. Okay, so if you consider yourself to be a Christian, right, you know that sexual immorality brings the anger of God. So then what business do you have with people who are all about sexual immorality? We can't walk together. We have no business together. Because if I walk with you, one day I might eat your food. If I walk with you, one day I might worship at your altar. And by doing these things, I'm going to grieve God. I'm going to anger God. And it's not going to end well for me. It doesn't matter, because you're not part of his kingdom, right? You belong to Baal, so he will treat you accordingly. And because you engage with sexual immorality, Baal is going to reward you, because you do what he wants you to do. My God, the Almighty God, Yahweh, El Shaddai, Adonai, right? He calls me to not be sexually immoral. He calls me to be righteous. Baal calls you to indulge in all kinds of sexual whatever. That's what he calls you to do. And the more you do that, you are worshiping him. Right? That's why these celebrities who do all this filth and are able to become millionaires and they're able to get Grammys or whatever, and they get up there and say, I want to thank God. No, you should thank Baal, because that's what Baal does. When you engage in sexual immorality and you're able to become like financially rich because of that, you have fame because of that. Baal gave that to you. It is not God, right? Because God is not the son of man that he should lie, nor that he would change his mind. No, right? And that's why at the top of it all, you can't just walk with people just because they're Black. Oh, you're Black, so you're my person. Oh, you're Black, so you're my tribe. No, because some are Black and have chosen to engage with Baal. And per the scripture here, the Lord said that they had to be, deleted, right? So we can look the same. But if we worship at different altars, we are not the same people, right? And that's why you can't just say, oh, all Black people is my people, Black community. No. Your people are the people who do the work of God. Your people are the people who obey the law of God. Your people are the people who do the will of God. If they don't do the will of God, I don't care about their complexion. They are not your people. Because you see, these are the same people. So Moses told the judges of Israel, you must delete all of his men who have joined in worshiping Baal. But do they not have the same ethnicity? Yes, they do. But now, since you have decided to worship at the altar of Baal, to engage in sexual immorality, we are no longer one. You've made a choice, and I will make mine. And my choice is to remain steadfast on the law of God. So if this is what God says to do, this is what we're going to do. And it is what it is. It truly, truly is what it is. And that's why, you guys, when you engage with people, especially if you see yourself as a Christian and you hear somebody say, God, 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 you have to say which God, because there are many gods. When you say God told me, God said, which God are you referring to? Because there are many gods. There are many gods. There are deceitful gods. There's a lot of gods out here, child. But there's only one true God, the Almighty God. Is that the God that you're talking about? Or are you, when you say God, is it Baal? When you say God, is it this? Is it that? You know what I mean? You got to say what you worship, because we need to know. And that's why I said, when it comes to so many Black people who consider themselves Christians, who are so quick to vote for Kamala Harris because, quote unquote, she's Black and she's a woman. Did you ever ask her, what does she worship? What is the confession of her faith? No, because you're not really a Christian, right? You're not really sold out to God. Because when you are truly a child of God, you will understand that the deceiver is real. Many people say God, but which God are we talking about? Who is your God? Right? We have to start asking people that. Who is your God? Right? Because based on that, I will know if you are my people or if you're not my people. But if you say your God is da 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 da, okay, good for you. It was, thank you for telling me, but okay, no. No, 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 no. And when you are a Christian, you gotta have the courage to stand up for your God. You have to be brave for him. If you fear persecution of your faith, you're not serious. Okay? When you are a serious Christian, you cannot be afraid of people persecuting you because of your faith in God. He is God. He is my God. And nothing, no one will take me away from God. And I think that's why the Bible gives us the story of Daniel to say, if a child could do it, if a teenager could do it, if this teenager grows up to be a young man and he's still doing it, you can do it too. Because when Daniel is stolen, brought to Babylon as a slave, he's a teenager. He is a child. But the child that he was not afraid to say, I will not eat food that is dedicated to other gods. I'm not going to do that. Okay? I'd rather eat some fruits. As a child, he was threatened. You're either going to worship at the statue of Nebuchadnezzar, or we're going to throw your ass in a burning furnace. He said, do what you must do. That's why I say, you cannot fear anybody canceling you. Nobody can cancel what they haven't built. You are built by God. You'll be tried by fire, but you will overcome. Right? But you must not fear persecution in the name of God. Let them persecute you. They're a bunch of heathens. That's what they do. They are triggered because you have standards. They are triggered because you know the one and only true God. There's only one true God. Everything else, giving Timu. Okay? You got to have faith. You got to have courage. And you have to be willing to live, die for your convictions. This is me personally, for me, Marnie, being a Christian, like being a child of God, like confessing the Almighty God, Yahweh, El Shaddai, Adonai, for me, it is a non-negotiable. I don't compromise on that, right? This is who I am. There is no me without God. Like, I don't even know how that would look like, right? There is a God. My life, everything for me, it's God. You understand? And I believe for me that it's important for me to have the fear of God, because the Bible says if you seek to be wise, you have to fear God, because the fear of God is the beginning of wisdom, right? You acknowledge that God is real and you fear God. And when you fear God, you depart from evil. Right? That's why you look at some people and their behavior. You're like, you know what? For as much as I would love to walk with you, be friends with you, because it might be a nice kiki, but me being your friend is not worth my relationship with the Almighty God. People come and go. There's only one God. People can love you today, not love you tomorrow. You know, they flippant. People are quite flippant, right? But when it comes to God, if God says, I walk before you, he's going to do just that. If God says 1,000 to your left, 10,000 to your right, they ain't going to touch you, he means just that. When God said that you shall not fear the arrow that flies by what? By night, the pestilence that flies by noon, whatever, he means just that. If God made you a promise, he will honor that promise in your life. The waiting might not be easy, but one thing I do know, if God made you a promise, he is going to honor that promise in your life. Human being, not so much. They can promise things, they can mean well, but the last minute, they're not going to do it. They can also promise you things to deceive you. You know, you can't trust men. And the Bible says the heart of men is desperately wicked. So don't trust these people, okay? But if you have the privilege to have intimacy, if you have the privilege to have a unique relationship with God, don't let anybody take that away from you. They will threaten you. Oh, well, we're not going to make you famous. We're going to cancel you. We're not going to support you. We're going to unsubscribe. Let them go. It's all for a season. And one day, before they know it, God will just take you up and lift you up. Because he says, I will take the things that are foolish to the people and make those things great. You understand me? Fear nothing. If for God you lose things, you're going to have way more. If you lose people because of God, oh, whatever. Okay? You'll have way more. If you lose money because of God, you will have way more. If you lose this, and that, you will have way more. God always has a better plan. Right? And that's why they say that, what is it? Faith is a substance of things unknown, and it's the evidence of things hoped for, right? Have faith in all that you do. That the God that you trust, the God that talks to you, the God that told you to set yourself aside, do not engage with these heathens. Do not engage with these pagans. Do not engage with these unbelievers. Do not fear them. Bible says they wage war, but they ain't gonna win. Fear nothing. That's why I say, to me, when I look at Trump, I'm like, yeah, God walks with this man, because God, they waged war on this man at every chance and every turn. They failed, okay? They failed. Quite pathetic. They failed. It was pitiful. You understand? Fear nothing. Fear absolutely nothing at all.
More of what you said, and also, again, the president's reaction at that moment.
A setup.
There are gay, lesbian, and transgender children in Democratic, Republican, and independent families, some who fear for their lives. The vast majority of immigrants are not criminals. They pay taxes and are good neighbors. I ask you to have mercy, Mr. President, on those in our communities whose children fear that their parents will be taken away.
What made you decide to say all that today?
Well, these are the people that I know. These are not abstract people for me. These are actual people that I know. So I wanted to speak on their behalf. I wanted to present a vision of what unity can look like in this country that is transcending of differences and viewpoints and acknowledging our common humanity.
Yes.
I wanted to speak in such a way that reflected that dignity and respect, but I also wanted to bring into that space the real humanity of the people that I was referencing.
Now, he was asked about that because obviously there were cameras in there. People saw that interaction and they saw it. He was asked about your service afterward, and here's what he said.
Not too exciting, was it? I didn't think it was a good service. No, they could do much better.
From him, honestly, Bishop, it's tame. He could have said much. He could have been much stronger than that.
Oh,
but
yeah.
obviously, he made he made his feelings known in that context. But we know, right? He'll say what he thinks, and he could have said much more. What's your response to him in that?
Well, I agree with you. It was a very muted response. I wasn't expecting. I keep my expectations low whenever I preach, Aaron. I can't always measure impact by body language or even what people say afterwards. And so
Yeah.
I have to let all of that go. I speak from what I believe I've been given to say and let it go from there. But it was a respectful response. He didn't like it. He said so. He said we could do better. Some of the other comments I've received haven't been as kind or has been as muted, shall we say. And one of the things I was trying to get across is that we can actually have these conversations in a respectful way.
Yeah. Well, I can only imagine. But thank you so much for taking the time to talk about it. And to be
Okay, now let's go back to Trump's response. Let's see what he says. Hold on. Did you respond to that? Is it? Hold on. Let me see what this is.
Well, thank you very much, and it's an honor to be here today. We have first full day as president. We're back, and we had a great first term, but we're going to have an even better second term, and I think we're going to do things that people will be shocked at. We're starting off with tremendous investment coming into our country at levels that nobody's really ever seen before, and they're very happy with the fact that I won the race and that they feel confident in their investments, and it's big money and high quality people. So my first day back from having a nice life, it's my honor to welcome three of the world's leading technology CEOs. And in the case of Larry Ellison, it's well beyond technology. He's sort of CEO of everything. He's an amazing man, an amazing business person. But to announce the largest AI infrastructure project by far in history, and it's all taking place right here in America.
What channel was I on?
As you know, there's great competition for AI and other things, and they're coming in at the highest level. We're joined by Oracle Executive Chairman Larry Ellison,
Let me see.
SoftBank CEO, my friend Masa Yoshi-san, and CEO of OpenAI, and I would say the by far the leading expert based on everything I read, Sam Altman. So that's great that you're coming in together. That's a massive group of talent and money. Together, these world-leading technology giants are announcing the formation of Stargate. So put that name down in your books, because I think you're going to hear a lot about it in the future. A new American company that will invest $500 billion at least in AI infrastructure in the United States, and very, very quickly, moving very rapidly, creating over 100,000 American jobs, almost.
Let me see. I think maybe, let me see.
To have mercy upon the people
Let me see.
in our country
Let me see.
who are scared now.
Please.
There are gay, lesbian, and transgender children in Democratic, Republican, and independent families. Some who fear for their lives.
President Trump is calling on the Episcopal Bishop of Washington, who you saw right there, to apologize to the American people for those remarks. The Reverend Marian Edgar Budde delivering that plea to the president at Tuesday's National Cathedral prayer service. As Trump looked on, she also pled for mercy for immigrants.
The vast majority of immigrants are not criminals.
Yes, it's-
They pay taxes and are good neighbors. I ask you to have mercy, Mr. President, on those in our communities whose children fear that their parents will be taken away.
After the service, Trump voiced his displeasure with her.
Not too exciting, was it? I didn't think it was a good service, no. They can do much better.
Shortly after midnight, the president escalated his criticism of the bishop with this Truth Social post, quote, "The so-called bishop who spoke at the National Prayer Service
Yeah, it
on
really
Tuesday
was.
morning was a radical left hardline Trump hater. She brought her church into the world of politics in a very
Yes, she
ungracious
did.
way. She was nasty in tone and not compelling or smart." Trump goes on to say,
Sure.
Reverend Budde owes the public an apology.
Yes.
Joining our panel, Hema Moore, former chief of staff to DNC chair Jamie Harrison, former regional comms director for Biden in 2020. Stephen Collinson, the big picture here, this Reverend, the Bishop Buddy, using the pulpit to make this plea for mercy, and of course,
and the funny thing with her, like, what really got me is like when Kamala Harris was running on her abortion platform, did she make a plea to Kamala Harris for babies in the womb? Like, okay, is it like a better way? When they were asking Kamala Harris, like, do you believe in some kind of limit? Like, for you, is there like do you have some kind of limit? Because they were saying like even Roe versus Wade has limits on when you can have an abortion, right? She didn't want to answer the question. So do you believe in abortion until the time of birth? The lady didn't want to answer the question, right? Don't want to answer the question. When it comes to Tim Walz passed a law in Minnesota when you can have an abortion until the day of birth. Like the day of birth, you can decide like, oh, okay. So I'm like, this bishop lady, was she pleading with the Democrat? Like, okay, even if you're going to be pro-abortion, right? There has to be some kind of, there has to be a deadline. You can't just say, oh, a woman can have, because it's her body, my choice, she can have an abortion all the way up to 9 months. That is crazy. That is crazy. No, she wasn't. She wasn't, right? What Democrat run cities now with them liberal, woke, crazy ass agenda, reformative justice, are not punishing anybody who's committing a crime. They're letting people who commit crimes have no bail, no bond, no bond. There's no cash bond. They can do whatever they want. They can steal whatever they want, whenever they want, however they want. There's no punishment, right? Was she pleading also like, okay, you got to restore some kind of law and order because the citizens are feeling unsafe? No, she had no issues with that, right? When they decided to sign this whole transgender visibility day, and sometimes it collides with Easter, did she go and beg these people, like, you know what, maybe can you reconsider what this is? Pick a day in May, but don't make it so that certain years it can overlap with Easter, because then it takes over, our holiday, right? No. When Joe Biden decided to stop calling Easter at the White House, did she plead with these people? No. When Kamala Harris was out here saying that we should no longer say Merry Christmas, but we should say Happy Holidays, right? Did she beg these people, even though I don't believe that Jesus was born on Christmas Day, but nonetheless, okay? No. There have been plenty of holidays that have just been like, kicked to the dirt. Like, when it comes to like stuff that matters to Christians, right? It's not taken seriously. It was not taken seriously by Biden and Kamala Harris, right? Did she beg these people? No. How could a political rally turn into an abortion platoon event for you to recruit all these people to murk their babies? Okay. Did she say anything? No. So children don't matter. Children in the womb don't matter. But when it comes to gay and lesbian and trans, you're like, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. No. No. We have laws. So the same way you kept your mouth quiet when it came to all the other stuff that affects other Americans, keep quiet now. We don't need to hear this from you. I'm like, to me, they should all be convicted anyways, but whatever. Who has time for all that?
Trump's response. What does it
find this thing I had to?
What does it all say to you?
Well, Trump has been feted by internet billionaires, foreign leaders, his entire party for like 2 days during this whole inaugural ceremony.
This morning, President Trump defending his pardons for the more than 1,500 defendants from the January 6th attack at the Capitol, including those who attacked officers.
These people have already served years in prison, and
hey, Bobo, what's up?
Viciously. It's a disgusting prison.
Some Republican lawmakers apparently caught off guard.
It was surprising to me that it was a blanket pardon.
Others supporting the move, citing a controversial pardon issued by former President Biden.
He gave a pardon to Leonard Peltier. Leonard Peltier killed 2 FBI agents.
This morning, Trump placing government diversity, equity, and inclusion workers on leave as he shuts down their offices and programs.
Thank you, Jesus.
On immigration, one of Trump's executive orders will face its first legal test tomorrow.
This is plainly illegal, plainly contrary to our Constitution.
A judge in Seattle will consider a temporary restraining order against Trump's directive ending birthright citizenship, a guarantee under the 14th Amendment declaring anyone born on U.S. soil an American citizen. In Washington, an Episcopal Church bishop echoing a letter released by its leadership Tuesday, criticizing Trump at the National Prayer Service for his stances on immigration and LGBTQ rights.
In the name of our God, I ask you to have mercy upon the people in our country who are scared now. There are gay, lesbian, and transgender children in Democratic, Republican, and independent families, some who fear for their lives.
This morning, Trump calls the bishop a radical left, hardline Trump hater. He says her statements were inappropriate, and he wants an apology. Perry Russom, ABC News, Washington.
Oh. Give the man his apology. I was like, this lady is insane. Hold on. There was this Fox News thing that I saw. Hold on. Oh my gosh. Hold on. Maybe I'll find it later. I thought I had clicked on it this morning. What page is this? I'm like, lady, you are crazy. What was this? Oh, that's this morning. Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Oh, here it is.
Presidential party and members of Congress and whatnot, the hoi polloi of Washington for the most part, went up to Washington's National Cathedral for a national prayer event. And there at the lectern was Bishop Marianne Edgar Bood, and she gave a sermon that, it's described as a sermon, but really it was a lecture where she told the new president, go easy on migrants and refugees and members of the LGBTQ community. If you missed it, it's gotten a lot of support in some quarters and a lot of criticism. Here she is.
I ask you to have mercy upon the people in our country who are scared now. There are gay, lesbian, and transgender children in Democratic, Republican, and independent families, some who fear for their lives. And the people who pick our crops and clean our office buildings, who labor in poultry farms and meatpacking plants, who wash the dishes after we eat in restaurants and work the night shifts in hospitals, they may not be citizens or have the proper documentation, but the vast majority of immigrants are not criminals.
Oh my God!
It's always good to learn. What was that, John, or was that Paul?
I don't know. She didn't go through scripture.
No, she
okay. But she gave a political speech.
Absolutely.
And as someone that comes from generations of preachers, I would have walked out.
Yeah.
I commend the president for being graceful, but I'm JD Vance. I'm looking crazy. Like, what is she talking about doing a sermon? I don't think it was the appropriate time. If you had something to say to the president that may be a little political, if you wanted to talk about the president exercising mercy, then you could have asked for the president for a few minutes of his time. I said, Mr. President, this is the issue that I feel. But don't get up there and try to preach a sermon that you cite no scripture for.
Well, she's not going to talk to him because during the George Floyd riots back in 2020, she said she'd given up trying to speak to Trump and said that he needed to be replaced. So,
look at the children. There's children there too that are hearing this message.
Well, here's the thing. The president's team should have known that she could have said things that were inappropriate for, or, stuff that they didn't.
Is that what I said? He should have asked who's preaching. That's what I said. His team set him up. They dropped the ball. He should have asked who's preaching. A woman bishop? Oh, hell no. A white liberal woman bishop? Oh, no. It's a setup. And you need to ask what she's going to say. Like, oh no, you know what? Better yet, I want a man, or I'm not coming. But I'm like, it was a setup. Like, they wanted a reaction at this man because they want to tax JD. You see, the thing about JD, they were going to try to make JD a racist, but because his wife is Indian, they couldn't do that, right? Then they went and dug for the cat lady comment to try to box him in as like, oh, he's a misogynist, like he's a misogynist, right? Yeah, girl, shut up. Anybody who has any kind of sense, common sense, who heard JD and what he said about the cat lady thing, it was like, yeah, if you chose a life, you choose to have a life without children, you want to focus on your pets, then please don't seek jobs where you get to make decisions for people that have children, right? That's fine. That's all we're saying. You want to live your life. You don't want to have kids. You want to be a rich auntie with your cats. Live your best life. But why is it that people who don't have children always want to make, right? Always want to make decisions for people that have children? No, that's all he was saying. Go take care of your cats and let people that have children take up space and make decisions for other people who have children. That's all he was saying. Right? But you know how they are. They got to have bad faith. They're like, oh, no, because he hates people with cats. Nobody cares about you and your cats. Sis. Nobody cares. Seriously, no one cares. And the funny thing about these liberals, they live these lives. They try to make all these like, oh, I'm so unbothered. Like, I'm going to not marry anybody. Oh, I'm going to live single. I'm not going to have any children. I'm going to be a rich auntie, right? Nobody even asks. Nobody cares. They go on social media. They let you know, oh, I want to live like this. I'm going to live like that. I'm going to live like this. But yet they always worry about people who are, hey, Elena, they always worry about people who are in relationship. Look at Cheyenne Bryant. Cheyenne, she had 3 engagements. She ran 3 times. She chose not to get married 3 times. But she's always in spaces giving advice to women who want to get married. Why? 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 She's like, oh, I used to counsel married couple. Why? You don't want to be married. You've chosen not to be married. Why are you always in spaces trying to give these women who are trying to be married advice? How does that make sense? So it's not good for you, but you're going to advise other people on a lifestyle that you deem is not good for you. How does that even make sense? Go live your life. Go be with single people who want to be by themselves. No, she can't do that, right? They want to be the rich auntie, but don't know how to stay in the auntie's place. They want to replace the mama. No. It's like they're so miserable. They make these bold proclamations about, oh, I'm so unbothered. Oh, I'm so this. Just like Don Lemon, right? Don, I didn't know your story, but according to Bishop, right, you were sexually assaulted. That shouldn't have happened to you. But then you decide to embrace the lifestyle. Okay, cool. But then if you're so content with your life, if you feel like God approves your life, God has no beef with your life, why then you ask Candace Owens, oh, do you think my life as a homosexual is a sin? What are we doing? Right? Why does Candace matter? Why does Candace opinions, like why does Candace appreciation of your lifestyle matter? So he says he's going to ask Candace, oh, Candace, like, do you think I'm living a sin as a homosexual? And Candace said, as a Catholic, yes, you are. Your life is a sin. He was like, oh, she said, yeah, I said what I said. That's it. It's that simple, right? You make these bold proclamations. You claim not to care. You don't want kids. You don't want to get married. You don't need a man. You don't need this. You don't need that. But then you're always in spaces of people who are living what you don't want. Why? And then you want power in spaces where there are people who want something completely opposite to what you want. Make it make sense. It don't make no sense. Don't make no sense. Leave people alone. So I'm like, it was a setup to get a reaction out of him. Like, go sit down with me. You are insane.
Need to hear or was not appropriate.
Just Google her.
That's all they would have to do. But instead, they put him in that position where he's in the front row.
Why was she selected? Is she's
the bishop,
rector of
that bishop of that particular national cathedral. Here she is last night on CNN explaining what she wanted to do.
I was speaking to the president because I felt that he has this moment now where he feels charged and empowered to do what he feels called to do. And I wanted to say, you know, there is room for mercy. There's room for a broader compassion. We don't need.
I see how she's weaponizing her language like, oh, there's room for mercy. Who doesn't have mercy on people? So if I tell somebody, hey, Queen, if I tell someone, you came into my house illegally, can you please leave my house? That means I don't have mercy for people? Because I'm like, this logic, like, where does it stop? Because first it's your country, but eventually it'll be your house. I mean, it's only a matter of time. And you know what I'm saying? And this is why in America, that's why the American people came up with the Second Amendment, the right to bear arms. Because at one point, when they were just colonies, they were forced to house these red jacket people from England. Like you had to house British soldiers in your house. Well, hold up, wait a minute. It's my house. But you were forced to house a British soldier in your house. They're like, nah, never again. Right? So I'm like, where does it stop? Because first it's your home. Like first it's your country. Like, oh, we should have access to your country because we're God's people. We're all God's people. Okay, what's next? My house? What's next? My car? What is next? My freaking bank account? What's next? My savings? You know? And I'm like, you guys, you might not realize this, but all of this comes down to the hatred of the rich. You know? When you're an American, you might say to yourself, Marlene, I'm just middle class. Marlene, I'm blue collar. Marlene, I ain't that rich. No, you're rich. You are an American. Whatever little you think you have, to some people, it's a lot, right? You might have a regular house. To the homeless, that's a lot, right? Your unhoused neighbor. They want everybody to be your neighbor. They call everybody your neighbor. Illegal immigrant, your neighbor. The homeless man, your neighbor. Like, just to confuse you. This is confusing language. Like, no, right? But all that comes down to, you need to deplete yourself of your resources because there's somebody else who doesn't have. No, Marlene, I will say this, right? As an immigrant in this country, naturalized U.S. citizen now, but from my almost like 30 years living in America, one thing I will say about the spirit of the American people is that American people are extremely generous. I'll tell you all this, right? From the pantries, the food drive, the Boy Scout, Girl Scout, child, these people, man, the Salvation Army, you know, American people, they give a whole lot. When there's like a crisis, hurricane, fires, you know, they're quick to give donations. Okay? No, not here. New Orleans, yes. Here, no. But New Orleans also, the weather's warmer, so maybe that's why, right? But I'm like, the American people overall, it's a very generous people. Easily manipulated by their media, but it's a generous people. They do give. Even little people have a little lemonade stand. They'll raise money and send money abroad. Like, it's a very generous people, right? They're, compared to most people, they're really nice. You can't go to China and get all this charity, okay? Can't go to Japan and get all this charity. America are very nice. They'll have like soup kitchens. They'll feed your ass. They have homeless shelters. They have woman beating up shelters. They have all kinds of shelters out. You're like, they're nice. They're really nice. Okay, they even have like garage, like yard sales. Sometimes, oh, you can have it for $1. You know, just get it, right? You know what I'm saying? These are really nice people. They're really generous, right? So it's like, when is enough? But it's like, no. You have a car, give that away. Oh, you have a house, give that away. You have a big country, right? So what's the problem? The problem is, even though America is a vast country, I'm not going to deny it, but we have not transformed all the resources, right? Like, you might have lots of land in Wyoming, but most parts of Wyoming are not going to be as popping as Miami, for example, right? They're not going to be as popping as DC. So it's not good for jobs. So most people are not going to go there, right? Because those places are not developed, right? It's one thing to have the land. It's one thing to have natural resources. But how these things become beneficial to society is when they are transformed into goods, services, resources that can be exchanged for money. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But you have a lot of land in America, yes, but a lot of these lands are not fully developed. So now, even though you could live in Wyoming, most likely you're not. You're going to want to live in DC, Maryland, VA, right? Because those places are a lot more developed. So you're adding more bodies to the problem, okay? But I'm like, especially with the fires too. But it's like, one thing I'm starting to realize is that people want to see rich people lose it all. You know what I mean? And the vast majority of Americans are somewhat wealthy compared to the world. Yes, they're like 40,000, 50,000. It might not seem like a lot to you, but when you convert that into a lot of people's currency, it's a lot of money, right? So it's like, no, give, keep giving. But it's like, come on, okay? When is enough? Right? But I'm like, after this, first it's your country, then they're gonna ask for your house. The first it's your country, then it's your excess, like your excess housing, then it's your public schools they want, then it's your house they want, then it's your car they're gonna want, because ultimately they want people to own nothing. And they did say, you will own nothing and you'll be happy, right? You will own anything and you'll be happy. You know what I'm saying? Like, they want everybody on universal income, universal health care, right? So like, they want everybody out here to be homogenous. No distinction between a citizen and an illegal immigrant. There should be no distinction. You are out of your mind. You are seriously out of your mind. How can you say that a citizen should lower himself to a point that he feels equal to an illegal person? Girl, what? And that's why I get really triggered when I see a lot of African Americans, for example, like LeBron James being one of them, comparing illegal immigration to the civil rights movement. I'm like, hold up, wait a minute, right? If you remember, when LeBron James posted on his page to quote unquote support Kamala Harris, right? He had like the ad was like, you had scenes from the civil rights movement, and then you had scenes at the border. I said, hold up, man, sir, what? You really are an idiot. And this is why the people tell you to shut up and dribble. You cannot compare the Civil Rights Act. You cannot even compare like the Black American movement to illegal immigration. Sir, what? Illegal immigrants, first and foremost, come here willfully, right? They're not forced. They're not coerced. An illegal immigrant comes here legally. They choose to come here breaking the law. People who are descendants of the enslaved people didn't have a choice. They were stolen, held captive, put on those ships, and they were sold on this land. So we cannot compare, right? An illegal immigrant, like now, whether it's before deportation or through deportation, they know where they come from. They can just go pack the bags and go. Like, you know what? I'm from here. I'm from there. I'll just go home. They know where home is. The vast majority of African Americans, what home? This is their home. Okay? You cannot compare. You can't compare. Oh, but yes, a vast majority does have, a huge majority has African ancestry, but Africa is a continent. It's a whole continent. So what place in Africa? Wait, you brought the people here, you mixed the people up, you changed the names, you beat the people, you change religion, you change the name, you do everything to just wipe their memories clean. They don't remember anything. So no, we cannot compare, right? The Black Civil Rights Movement is because these people are owed, like they are legally owed something. But before the Constitution, they are owed something. Before the Constitution, illegal immigrants are not owed anything. See, I took offense to LeBron's ad. I'm like, well, what is this? Because you're going to have people, he's sick, Kevin. He is really sick. You are sick as hell. You're going to compare illegal immigration to the Civil Rights Movement, like in your bald-headed, snow bunny loving self. Does that make sense to you, you idiot? And then you see all these Black people like, yeah. I'm like, did y'all see the messaging? Like, are y'all not seeing the imagery? Like, what is this, right? You think the Civil Rights Movement is comparable to illegal immigration? Are you out your mind? Are you seriously out of your mind? Like, what is this? This is crazy. Did any of these illegal people like fight the Civil War, like or march on Washington? Did any of these illegal people ever get lynched for people to have access to schools? What are we even doing? Like, what are we doing? Right? Black Americans are U.S. citizens. They're not immigrants. They're not illegal immigrants. They are U.S. citizens. Illegal immigrants are citizens of other countries who chose to come here illegally. We are not, there's nothing to compare. Are you out your mind? Are you seriously out of your mind? It's so insulting. I'm like, you see, and this is why the lady, wasn't it Carla, whatever the lady is, the white girl, she told him to shut up and dribble. I'm like, you see, this is why. This is why. At first you think, oh, they're being racist. No, they're pointing. It's a pointed observation. Shut up and dribble, because you cannot sit here and compare willful illegal immigration to the civil rights movement or people who are actual U.S. citizens. Are you insane? You're an idiot. And once again, I keep saying this, the majority of these athletes, the vast majority of these athletes are getting paid because they are athletic, not because they're intelligent, okay? You are athletic, you're an idiot. They pay you all this money because you're athletic. You are extremely athletic. That's about it. That is about it. Because anybody, even if they paid you, even if they sent you the content, you should watch the content and be like, this is bizarre. Like, I'm not, maybe you're okay with standing up for illegal immigration. That's fine. You can stand up for that. But what exactly is the messaging? Like, are we comparing willful illegal immigration to descendants of the enslaved and their rightful place before the Constitution to illegal immigration? What are we doing? What are we doing? This man is insane. And I forgot who else proposed to that, right? But I'm like, you see, you're going to have people thinking that the civil rights movement is on par with the fight of illegal immigration. And tomorrow, when you have a bunch of Latinos who think that they deserve the same or that they are just as entitled to the 14th Amendment as descendants of the enslaved, it's going to be your fault. It is going to be your fault. Because when people do all kinds of BS, because they're black, because they're blackity black, because they identify as Democrat, you don't check their stupidity, right? You can defend these people without confusing the struggle. It's not the same struggle, boo-boo. Because one is an actual U.S. citizen who is fighting for all of the rights in front of the U.S. before the U.S. Constitution, right? Another group is here illegally. They're not protected by the Constitution. Matter of fact, they've never fought for the Constitution. They've never fought for the Bill of Rights. They have never fought for the Articles of Declaration. The Declaration of Independence. They have never fought. They haven't fought for nothing. Okay? We are not the same. The fight is not the same. You see? But today, especially with this whole birthright stuff that's about to come about, you're going to see a lot of Latinos who think that they too get to evoke the 14th Amendment to justify why they can come here illegally, birth children, and their children through the 14th Amendment deserve to be U.S. citizens. Okay? Because people make room for disrespect. You see, in this desperate attempt to stop Trump from being president, oh, I will be friends with anybody who hates Trump. I'm going to be friends with anybody who hates Trump. You're going to hurt yourself. You're going to hurt yourself. You're going to hurt yourself. Because if you take a good look, you're like, you know what? Trump is kind of right. But I'm asking you a question. Why are people who are U.S. citizens joining ranks with people who are illegal immigrants? Are you saying that you're an immigrant? Think about what you're saying. Think about the messaging. What exactly are you saying? Why are people who are rightful, why are people who are rightful citizens, like you are a rightful U.S. citizen, why are you joining ranks with people who are illegals to say, yeah, let's fight this white American together? Make it make sense. It don't make no sense. It doesn't make any sense. Unless you're saying that you believe that you are some kind of alien. Then at that point, I guess it kind of makes sense, huh? But it's not the same fight. To me, it's not the same fight. Because one group is citizens, another group is illegal people who willingly came here, know where they came from, can go home. They know what home looks like. Right? It's not the same. And it's not the same. Exactly. There you go, Kevin. Exactly. Are you serious right now? Right? Because it does but then again, she's also an immigrant. Mama immigrant, daddy's an immigrant. So in her mind, chasing illegal immigrants is comparable to KKK going after Black Americans. But the Black Americans are U.S. citizens. They were not being persecuted by the KKK because they were here illegally. No, they're trying to enjoy their full rights of citizens. The white people, Democrats, KKK, Democrats, Democrats, are saying, no, we don't want you to fully enjoy the citizens' right bestowed upon you by the U.S. Constitution. That's what the fight was, right? ICE is saying, you're here illegally. Yes, these people are here illegally. We want to remove you from the land because you have no rights to be here. It is not the same fight, right? But I'm like, because we're confusing like people fighting for their U.S. citizenship with people who are fighting to stay here illegally. Girl, what? What are we doing? Okay? That makes no sense to me. And I think that's incredibly disrespectful. I feel disrespected. Okay? Like, I feel extremely disrespected. Okay? Like, this is crazy. Exactly. It's not the same. ICE is removing people who don't have the right to be here. And ICE is recognized by the government. Like, it's a government branch. It's part of Homeland Security. They're here to protect the country, protect the borders, protect America and American people against any foreign threat. When you come here illegally, you are a foreign threat, Chad. We don't know who you are. You can be anybody, okay? KKK is not an arm of the U.S. government. These are some crazy-ass, militia-ass, racist-ass white Democrats who made it their business to torture, persecute U.S. citizens. When we start talking about KKK, when the KKK is out here running amok, right? The era of terror of the KKK. Those black people are U.S. citizens. These are U.S. citizens. These are not, oh, they're illegal immigrants, or they're just like they're freed African slaves. Like, no, by that time, these people are full-blown U.S. citizens. They are full-blown citizens. So KKK, they're not legitimate. They don't come from the government. It's a bunch of rogue-ass, crazy-ass white people, cowardly white people, white liberals, if you ask me, with pillowcases on their faces, waiting at night to do all kinds of terror to the people. To American citizens. These are American citizens. So I'm like, to me, Marlene, it is incredibly insulting. You cannot compare a U.S. citizen to an illegal immigrant. Kevin, for example, Kevin's African American. Kevin is not an immigrant. Kevin is an American citizen, right? Elena is an American citizen. You cannot compare these people. Val is an American citizen, right? These are U.S. people. These are American citizens. You cannot compare Val, Elena, Kevin to whoever is at the border doing all kinds of foolishness. What? Wow. It's so insulting. I don't know how people don't get. I don't know how people do not get triggered. It is incredibly insulting to people's lineage. It is incredibly insulting. Like, girl, what? That's why AOC, I can't stand her ass. Oh, Jesus. Somebody need to sue her. She could lose her Tesla. Okay? Because in her mind, because she's a Latina, in her mind, because in her head, illegal immigration matches civil rights movement. I'm like, wow. So when you look at, that's why a lot of Black Americans have to stop saying, oh, I'm black first. Stop saying that stuff. You are an American. And that's why I support all African Americans who want to be Republicans, want to perform for Trump, because you have to take place. You got to occupy space as an American. You have to be seen everywhere. Point blank, period. That's why I'm so glad that Mississippi River Valley State University, whatever, that's what it's called, right? The marching band, I am so glad they came and they performed, because these are American children. They're not black. Black, it comes after. Okay? Their nationality is American. These are U.S. citizens. If they go anywhere in the world, they're going to show up with that blue passport with a big old ego on it, because they're U.S. citizen. Wherever they go in the world, like, oh, you're not black. No, they're U.S. citizen. Okay? They can go to the embassy. They don't get saved because these are U.S. citizens. Go tell somewhere. Okay? So I'm like, no, they have the right to perform at an American inauguration. Because at the end of the day, you like Trump, you don't like Trump, it's an American inauguration. And every single one of those children, their grandparents, their great-grandparents, their great-great-great-great-grandparents in the Civil War, before that too, they fought for their babies to have this opportunity. It's a choice. They can go perform. They can choose not to perform. But at the end of the day, their ancestors, they fought so that their great-great-great-great-great-grandbabies can have the choice to do either or. That's what it's about. People didn't fight for all Black people to think the same. People didn't fight for all Black Americans to vote for one party. If that's the case, then why be free? Okay? People fought for freedom, that their children could have any choice, just like a white child has a choice, right? The same way white children can be either or, Black Americans have the right to be either or, because they are Americans. They're not people of immigrants. What is this? Okay? They did not come here. Slavery is not immigration. Okay? It's not the same thing. And me, it's extremely offensive. As a West African woman, because my ancestors were sold on this land too, they sure did steal people from West, from the Ivory Coast, right? But as a West African woman, I take offense because those people were kidnapped and they were sold over here. And they didn't have a choice. They did not have a choice. When you come here illegally, you have a choice. You choose to torture yourself. You choose to break the law. They're like ancestors, they came here naked. You come here with a suitcase. You come here with an iPhone. You come here with an asylum application waiting for you. You come here with a bed waiting for you, school waiting for you, the food waiting for you, EBT card waiting for you. What? People came here naked. And they were sold. Like where we live in New Orleans on the West Bank, you guys, I tell you, they still had the post. Like they had the slave post, like where the people walk naked and get sold. Like, what the heck? Like, woo! Jimmy was like, Marlene, right there. Ah! Okay. Oh my gosh. Because there's a place on the West Bank called Algiers, right? It's like Algeria. They used to sell African people there, y'all. They sold them right there. She was like, Marlene, it was where the y'all. Oh my God, this stuff, it just creeps me out. Y'all, when we went to that plantation, the Whitley plantation, oh Lord Jesus, that thing don't mess me up. I'm like, wow, you guys, you see how they suffer. Like, this is not a joke, y'all. It's really not a joke. I think all these goofy ass little rappers, we should take these rappers to plantations so they can see that N-word, nigga. You're going to see like what that word really is about. They need to drag these kids to these plantations, and they should have to sleep there overnight. They should be made. You want to use that word so badly? We're going to take you to a plantation. You're going to spend all summer there. See if you like it. Foolishness. Absolute foolishness. But I'm like, what is wrong with these people, man? What is wrong with these people? And like, so you're sitting here and you see a lot of these like progressive Latinos who think that, oh, they are just as deserving of the 14th Amendment. Wait a minute. You guys lost at the Alamo. You don't deserve shit. Go sit down somewhere. Okay? Go sit down somewhere. If y'all wanted to be deserving of something, you should have fought harder at the Alamo. Okay? Okay? Took that ish. Buffalo Soldiers, dreadlock roster. Don't you ever forget. Took Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, all the way up to California. I don't deserve nothing. Why don't you fight harder? Why don't you fight harder? Foolishness. Now you think you are just as deserving of the 14th Amendment? People are crazy. You so damn, don't tell you so crazy. These okay, dreadlock roster, the Buffalo Soldiers. You know, what's his name? Oh my gosh. Bob Marley has a song about them. You so crazy. Bob Marley has a song about them. Buffalo Soldiers in the heart of America, dreadlock rosters. It's the people, like the civil rights fighters. Because when Lincoln, because at the end of the war, Lincoln wanted back his weapons. They said, oh, hell no, you crazy. You crazy. You had us killing white boys in the South. Now you want your weapons back? Ha! So the Buffalo Soldiers, they take their weapons, they keep the horses, they keep the weapon and the horses. Phew! They just go. Then they never give their weapons back. Somebody needs to make a movie about them. And they'll come back. Yeah, we kind of did. Yeah, that's messed up, ain't it? That's really messed up. You know, and they come back with Teddy Roosevelt because when they lost the Alamo, Teddy Roosevelt went back because these white boys couldn't do it. So he goes and he gets the Buffalo Soldiers and they come and and that's how they won. That's how Teddy Roosevelt won, because Teddy, he went to fight these Native Americans. They whooped his ass. These Mexicans, they whooped his ass. That white boy got his ass whooped. Then he comes back, he looks for them, and then the Buffalo Soldiers, they join him. So with the Buffalo Soldiers, like he took Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, like all the way up to like California. Thanks to these black men with the little dreadlocks. So Bob Marley has a song for them. Buffalo Soldiers in the heart of America, dreadlock rosters. Whoa, yo, yo, whoa, yo, 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 whoa, yo, yo, whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, that's them. They're crazy. They're really, really crazy. You know, but I'm like, no. No. Okay, we are not doing this. We are not doing this. So I'm like, what? I'm like 18 states who want to fight against that. You better go sit down somewhere. And I'm pretty we're gonna go to the Supreme Court. We are gonna go to the Supreme Court, and then we'll see. But then these Supreme Court, they got me scared a little bit. But maybe I guess it's just not technology. Hopefully, I might be impressed. But we're gonna go to the Supreme Court, and we will see what comes of that. Because the 14th Amendment is specifically for descendants of the freedmen. Like it's for FBA. It's not for people just walk across they walk across the border and just come here 9 months pregnant, 36 weeks pregnant, 41 week pregnant, 27 weeks pregnant, and be popping babies left and right so you can get a passport for your baby. What do we look like? What do we look like? No. It's enough.
To portray with a broad cloth in the harshest of terms some of the most vulnerable people in our society.
So Trump wants an apology, and he made that clear. He said the so-called bishop who spoke at the National Prayer Service on Tuesday morning was a radical left hardline Trump hater. She brought her church into the world of politics in a very ungracious way. She was nasty in tone and not compelling or smart. She failed to mention the large number of illegal immigrants that came into our country and killed people. Many were deposited from jails and mental institutions, It's a giant crime wave that's taking part in the USA. Apart from her inappropriate statements, the service was very boring and uninspiring. She is not very good at her job. She and her church owe the public an apology. You got this historic moment. She decides to give a lecture. A self-important person who probably had AOC jot some notes down before.
You know what? I mean, she has every right to her opinion. We all have an opinion on this issue.
Right.
But I don't like it when ministers bring politics into the pulpit and try to lecture you. So I agree with you. Maybe pull him aside after the service and say, Mr. President, may I talk to you for a little bit? There's something in my community that bothers me and I need to tell you about, and just have an adult conversation, but do it privately.
Gary, Gary, I have to correct you, Gary. They were stolen and they were sold. Right? They were stolen. Then, like, even if you want to go with the arguments that, oh, but Marlene, it was Africans who were selling Africans. It wasn't always the case, but let's even go with that, right? But how did even those African people get a hold of these people? They stole them. And then they sold them. So they were stolen and they were sold. And then they come here and then they're like tortured into like oblivion. So they can forget everything. But ultimately, Gary, I think you can agree that there comes a point, right? Going through slavery, being the labor force of this nation when they didn't have machinery, right? Fighting in the Civil War, fighting in World War I, fighting in World War II, all these wars that they've partook in, right? African Americans are U.S. citizens. It is not comparable to Guadalupe and her kids coming to the border illegally. No. Or like a pregnant Maria coming here to have the baby here. It's not the same, right? It's not the same. Because American to American, Black Americans, white Americans, they have fought wars together. They have won wars together. Like even Normandy, it was Black American, white Americans who fought the whole Normandy thing, like the whole Hitler thing, right? So we can say we built this nation together. It's not the same. When you look at Guadalupe, who's 32 weeks pregnant, trying to come here so that she can have a baby here 36 weeks, I think we can all agree her child is not deserving of the 14th Amendment. Her child hasn't earned that. She hasn't earned that. Her bloodline has not earned that. It's not that we don't dislike Guadalupe, but she needs to understand that there is a particular group of people for whom this law was written for, because they were owed that, because they paid the price for that. Right? You didn't do that. None of your people did that. But you want to just run through the border, 32 weeks pregnant, have a baby here, no money for the hospital. So you're going to raise the price, you're going to raise the cost because you ain't got no money. Have the baby, have the birth certificate, get the U.S. passport, run on the bill. You're not going to pay the hospital bill, right? Then you're going to go asking for benefits. So, you see what I'm saying? So ultimately, we have to recognize that we cannot compare a fight of a citizen people to the fight of illegal people who've made up their mind, like, oh, I have to stay here no matter what. No, you cannot stay here no matter what. You have to do things the right way, and you have to earn your way into the country. You got to earn your way into a citizenship. Absolutely. Which is where I understand also the issue that some people have with the H-1B1 visa. Okay. Because for them, it's like, come here, work 5-10 years, and then you get to be a U.S. citizen. They feel like it's not enough, like blood, sweat, and tears invested into the nation to have the citizenship. Right? Because I think people have to work a little harder to get the U.S. citizenship. We can't just be giving it to just random people, because then random people with random cultures, random faith, random mindset become U.S. citizen. And then when it's time for an election, instead of focusing on how do we vote to make America better, we've seen in this past election, people will weaponize their vote. Oh, I'm from Israel, so I'm gonna weaponize my vote. Oh, I'm Palestinian in Michigan, so I'm gonna weaponize my vote. Oh, I'm from Mexico, so I'm gonna weaponize my vote. Because people acquire the U.S. citizenship, but they don't acquire the American spirit, and that right there is problematic. Because no matter where you come from in the world, the moment you take on the U.S. citizenship, you got to also have a mind that says America first. I cannot fault somebody who's Palestinian for, feeling really sad about the state of Palestine and what's going on with the Palestinian people. I get that. But I really did not appreciate that many Palestinians were weaponizing their vote. They weaponized their vote. And look how long it took them to even though like Biden was sending bombs to kill their people. Look how they dragged their feet to endorse Trump because they were in their feelings about the whole airport thing. He had the right to close the airport. And if you see yourself as an American and not as a Palestinian, not as an Arab, not as a Muslim, but if you see yourself as an American, you have to understand why he had to close the airport. But no, you didn't take it as an American. You took it as your ethnicity or whatever you're from. And I like that, right? A lot of people also in this country who identify as Jew, whatever, right? They are in America. They have U.S. citizenship, but it's always about Israel. Well, what about Israel? What about Israel? What about Israel? What about America? Okay. So are you here for America or you're here to fight for the interests of Israel? Because we need to know. You understand? We need to know, right? But you cannot come from a foreign country, acquire the U.S. citizenship, and then when it's time to vote for the future of this nation, you're like, well, let me see how I can weaponize my vote. No. So because of that, I do feel as though we should make it harder for people to acquire the U.S. citizenship. Because I've now realized that, a lot of people are not grateful. They get the citizenship, but somehow they failed to acquire the American spirit. I don't like that. You don't weaponize your vote. You have the right to be upset. Got a right to fight for your people, but you don't get to weaponize your vote. Oh, we're going to be undecided. How? You need to decide. But the way Palestinian people can just control Michigan, it's kind of concerning. I ain't gonna lie. This time it worked out for us. Thank you, Jesus. But my thing is, it was quite concerning though, right? Minnesota also, it seems like it's controlled by Somalis, my lord. And I'm like, these people have the U.S. citizenship. They have access to the vote. They have access to the ballot. They have access to the polls. But they don't have an American spirit. They weaponize their hearts. They weaponize their culture. They weaponize the loyalty they have towards their homeland. And it seems to me that America's interest is not a priority to these people, as we say in French, primordial. And that to me triggers me. You don't weaponize your vote. America's been good to you. Okay. I do believe that we can change our foreign policy. I do believe that our foreign policy could afford to not be as racist. I think a lot of America's foreign policy, has been racist for a very long time. It's time that we practice a foreign policy of business, of trade, commerce, and maybe having a lot of fast food joints around the world. Okay. Selling cars and stuff. We got to bomb people. We can turn people into consumers. Okay. We got to have a different kind of foreign policy. But, I saw a whole lot of foolishness that made me feel as though maybe the U.S. citizenship is just too easy to get. Okay. Because the people, they pick up the U.S. citizenship. They pick up their, because I can tell you because I went through it. But when you swear allegiance and you become a U.S. citizen, right? They give you they give you a piece of paper. It's like your naturalization stuff. I lost mine. Then you could take that. Then you go, you can then go to the post office, or you go to the State Department, then you ask for a passport. You know what I mean? Just saying that. It's the truth. We have to speak the truth. Like me, I stand for the truth. And I feel like if people truly speak the truth, then even if people are not happy at first, but ultimately the truth, it allows everybody to breathe. Like, you know what? I feel relieved, right? And then we can all have better relationships. You know what I'm saying? But I, Marlene, as a West African naturalized U.S. citizen, as I guess a true African, I'm a true West African American, huh? Right? My husband also is African American, but it's like they really suffered on this lane. And me, I really take offense. Even sometimes, if you ever watch my content, I don't hide it, that I take strong issue with mainstream Black culture, because to me, Marlene, that's my personal person. The Black America that I know is way better than this. The Black America that I saw growing up, even though you do, sometimes they these Westerners, these liberals, they'll try you against them, show you foolishness. But, you have the history books, you have the documentaries, and you live here, whatever. But to me, the Black America that I know is so much better than all this foolishness. So much better. So much better. Like, even my parents, like my dad, my mom, oh, like I know, like a lot of people in Africa, like a lot of people, Black Americans were always like the influencers. You know, like, wow, like look at the Americans, like, you know what I'm saying? I remember like we were in Paris, right, in '92 with the Dream Team. I think it was Barcelona, right? They had the games in Barcelona. When I tell you, it was Magic Johnson, it was Michael Jordan. Who else? Like, I mean, you guys, people were screaming, the Americans, the Americans. Everybody's black, y'all. Everybody's black. You understand? Like, it was like that. Like, you watch the game. I remember because like the '92 Olympics, you guys, like, it was crazy. First of all, Michael Jordan, like Michael Jackson was winning. Like Michael Jackson is the greatest black man that's ever lived, okay? You like 92 Michael Jackson, y'all. Okay, let's start there. But it's like you had Michael Jackson, you had Michael Jordan, and you had Michael Johnson. You guys, that '92 Olympics, if you go back and watch the footage, Michael Johnson, the way he ran that track field, the 100-meter, whatever it was, y'all, I remember that man, you guys. His like he had that like leotard. They have, you know, like they have like that onesie. People who run track, they wear the onesie. It was like the whole American flag, and then he had like the glasses on. Oh, you guys were like, wow, the Americans. Like, you guys, Black Americans were like goals. Like, dude, like, you understand? Like, influencers, like, damn, look at these people. Look at their skin. Look at their hair. You guys, I swear, like, when I lived, whether it was like Burkina Faso, like the Ivory Coast, right? The boxes of relaxers. And you would be like, wow. It seemed as though like every Black American girl like had hair down her butt. Like, how did these people have so much hair like this? You guys, like, this is crazy. My mom obsessed with Diana Ross. You know what I'm saying? My dad was obsessed with rock and roll. My dad took special classes. Like, he had this one place he would go. Like, my dad would come here because my dad came here more often now. Oh, my dad loved America. Like, he dreamt of coming here. Like, y'all understand? They even okay, but he would have like CDs, like not CDs, like the vinyl stuff, right? Ray Charles, Ray Charles, Stevie Wonder. You guys, we had like vinyls upon vinyls. Like, when I tell you a good Saturday where I live in Ivory Coast, for example, right? It's like everybody opens their doors. People are just blasting American music. You guys, Black people were like, Black Americans were, oh my gosh, you don't have the words. Like, the way these people were just beautiful, their skin, their hair, their teeth, their clothes, their swag. And then you look at what they've done. You're like, oh my gosh, what have you done to these people? You demonic people, you evil people, right? Do you even remember like the 90s, like early 90s, mid 90s, like R&B? These Black American girls in the music videos, when I tell you everybody looking chocolate, like, is that their skin? Is that makeup? Like, I mean, everybody's just beautiful. It was like a dream. Like, damn, I want to look like that. I want to look like these people. No, today you come here, look at what they've done. And I think a huge part, yeah, I do believe these Democrats are to blame. I do believe these white liberals are to blame. But I also think immigration plays a part. Because, oh yeah, that's fine. I don't have to be as pretty. That's perfectly fine. I don't seek to be the prettiest. Thank you. Okay? I don't run my platform on my looks. Okay? But the thing is, right? The thing remains. Yes, you have Democrats, you have the liberal agenda, but I do believe that immigration plays a huge part. Because with immigration, you have all these Black people coming all over the place, you know, and then you have this mindset of, oh yeah, beauty can definitely be in your eyes, but your eyes, I don't seek. Your sight, I don't seek. You understand? Exactly. So have the eyes that you want. Behold a sight that you relish. I don't care. You are a perfect stranger to me, a mere mortal of absolute inconsequence. I repeat, I don't run my platform on beauty. Okay? Thank you. People don't come here to see me be beautiful. I don't seek to be beautiful. Okay? So it's okay. I am grateful that God has made some Black women prettier than me. Because if they win, I win. Okay? Thank you. Not everybody can be beautiful. Somebody got to be ugly. So for that, maybe I do volunteer. Anything else? Seriously, grow the fuck up. Anyways, you guys, I resume. All right, so I stated, right? But I'm like, I think a lot of it also has to do with immigration. Because people come from all kinds of places, and sometimes I don't know what it was. I could care less, right? The people come from all over the place with all kinds of culture and all kinds of this, and eventually people lose themselves. You know, people lose themselves. Like today, you turn on TV, you have Joy Reid, Congo, you have Roland Martin, Haiti. You like it's a lot of Black people from different provinces, and they want different things. They promote different things, right? Even like Kodak Black, he Asian too, right? You have all kinds of crazy people, right? People come here, different cultures, different backgrounds, and eventually, I think the substance of the actual real Black American culture, it kind of gets lost, and it turns into, oh, I read it wrong. Oh, my bad. Sorry, I read it. Oh my gosh. Sorry, I apologize. I thought you said I was not as pretty. I was like, oh, okay. Sorry, I read that too fast. My apologies. Oh, excusez-moi alors. Pardon, je m'excuse. No, I didn't read it. Because sometimes people say like slick stuff, you know. My apologies. I didn't read it right. And I was like, Marlene, sorry, I apologize. Forgive me. Sorry, I apologize, right? My bad. I'm sorry, Mr. Melody. Forgive me, okay? Please forgive me. Forgive me. I read it a little too fast. I thought you said, oh, you're not as pretty as them. Sorry, my bad. Forgive me. Okay? I apologize. But I think sometimes that also happens too. And because we all see black skin, we assume, oh, it must be, you know, I'm like, no, you know, and that's why, this is why I also believe as though, right? A lot of people, I read it too fast, so it's on me. I apologize. But I do believe, like, you know, I do believe that, you know, people who want to come here illegally too, this is what they have to consider. Because, you know, not saying that the parents who come here are like, oh yeah, we can't wait to come here and mess up Black America, right? It might not be your intent. But if you immigrate to America or anybody else's country, as a matter of fact, right? If you immigrate to anybody's country, you come here illegally, you don't have money, you don't have degrees, you know what I mean? Your children most likely are not going to be successful. I just have to say it. Not to be offensive, but it's true. Especially if you go to a big city, New York City, you know, like you go to some places, even in Maryland, like Silver Spring, PG, you know, there are places that are problems. But if you come here illegally, you don't have big degrees, you're not going to make a lot of money. You have to live in poorer places that don't have good school districts, that have this, and that, that have kinds of issues, right? Because you can't afford to go into a nice neighborhood and raise your children right. So I do say, like, when people think about coming here illegally, especially with children, if you know that you're not going to put your children in the best conditions possible, right? You should not come here, right? Because what is the point of coming to America? For your child to end up in prison, for your child to end up in a gang, for your child to be in the streets and act kind of crazy. And then when your Black child, for example, acts a fool, people will assume, oh, it's a Black American person. No. Okay. Gotta be careful. The other day, I saw this young man. He stabbed his girlfriend to death. The girl was pregnant. He stabbed her. The young man, I believe he's African. I don't know where he's from, but I'm like, when I saw his last name, I'm like, you see, he's an African boy. Most likely came here. Parents didn't have too much money. Parents are always working. Like, why do you have these anger issues? Right? But sometimes maybe it's better to leave the child back home until a certain age where they have enough of the culture, they have enough of this. So when they do come here, they act like this, okay? But you bring them here super young. My cousin also had the same problem. My cousin, he grew up in New York. He grew up in the Bronx, right? My cousin went left. He went left. Maybe it would have been better if he was raised in the Ivory Coast. Then you bring him back at a certain age, like maybe after high school, like when it's time to go to college, then you bring his ass back. But when you're living in a place like New York City, you live in the Bronx, you have two parents who are always working, you know, the child is at home by himself. It's a young man. He can be seduced by what is outside. You know, and I think a lot of times when people consider immigration, they don't consider like the whole family dynamic, right? Who is going to be home for these kids? Because if you're not home for these kids, most likely your child is not going to end well. So to bring a child just so the child can go to jail, or your child can be in the streets, or your child can get killed, or your child can be a killer, you should have kept the child back home. Right? You know, but a lot of people don't consider that part. Oh, we have to go to America. We have to go to America. Okay, we come here. We're here illegally. You don't have money. You're working basic jobs. You can't afford anything. You live in a weird apartment, in a weird building somewhere. You have all these children. You're never home. And even if you are home, after a while, when they become teenagers, young people also want to be cool. They want to hang outside. That's how they get in trouble, right? What you gonna do? What can you do? So maybe sometimes it's better to leave the children back home and to raise the children back home, because it's not going to end well. I showed y'all the young lady from Ghana. She's like doing all kinds of foolishness in the Bronx. She's a lesbian. She's a gang member. She's a drill rapper. I'm like, what is this? What is this? They should have left her ass in Kumasi. She was not mature enough to come here. And you, the parents, you don't have the structure to raise her in a place like the Bronx. You don't have what it takes. So she should have stayed there. But now look at her. Right? If she had stayed back home, she'd have been so cute, so polite. Yes, mom. Yes, auntie. Yes, dad. Yes, yes, yes. Right? Because people are going to spank your ass. No, you had to bring the child here, even though you don't have what it takes to raise successful children, because most likely you came here illegally. Children suffer with illegal immigration. It's so funny how they just like that goofy ass lady. You want to sit here and make Trump the bad guy. But let me tell you this, you're actually the bad person. Because if you bring your child to a foreign country, especially a country like America, that America moves really, really fast, right? You bring your baby here, right? Knowing that you are not going to have what it takes. You're not going to be able to create the perfect structure to raise a successful child. Then why bring the child here? Well, if the child had stayed back home, they would have been way more successful, right? Way more like values, morals, knowing how to conduct yourself, right? They'd have been way more successful. And then maybe, right? Maybe for college, then you bring them here. Because at that time, 18, 19, they know who they are already. But 12, 10, 11, 15. There's a young brother here that I follow. His name is Aquarius something, right? He's from Zimbabwe, right? You see, his parents brought him here at the age of 10 or something like that. He also was outside. Drug addict, drug this, drug that, drug. They should have left his ass in Zimbabwe. And then maybe when he's 18, 19, a bit more mature, then you bring him to America. They brought him to like California, I guess, right? A little Zimbabwean ass. They brought him to the California. And then he starts running the streets. Then he starts doing drugs. I'm like, whoa, what? You see? But maybe they should have left his ass in Zimbabwe. Because a lot of people who want to come here, I'm telling you, like, don't just think about, I want to come to America just to come to America. If you have children and you want to come here illegally with your children, it's not fair. Because you're not going to be home. You are not going to be home. Yeah. So that all these kids are outside. You have, especially New York. New York for me, I'm like, New York, I gotta read somebody's last name before I can say anything, right? Because I'm like, y'all just black to me because that's crazy, right? But you had everybody in New York. You got African Americans in New York. You have Africans in New York. You have Caribbeans in New York. You got West Indians in it. It's a whole lot of black people from like New York City really is the black diaspora. So you can't say, oh, it's this group or that group. I don't know. I got to see their names. I got to read the name first, right? But at the end of the day, what is this, right? It's the lack of structure, right? It's the lack of structure. It's like, it's the perfect recipe for juvenile catastrophes. Because if you look at inner city Black American household, right? You're most likely going to have a single mom, right? So a Black American woman raising her Black American child, she's mostly going to be by herself. So that also, she's going to like the structure. Because when she's at work, who's with the baby? Right? Then you have the African people coming to New York illegally. You got the West Indians there illegally. So all these children, all these black children across the diaspora, they're all lacking the home structure to be successful. All these young people, their parents are living paycheck to paycheck. So what happens? They're outside. They're outside. So whether it's the Black American mom who's raising her child in a city, the African mother who's raising her child because she's here illegally, inner city, the West Indian mom who's raising her child here illegally, the Caribbean, okay, no problem. And the other thing is, these kids, you're always saying, no, I can't buy this. No, I can't afford this. No, mommy don't have it. No, because you don't have enough money. There's only so many no's you can tell the young people. After a while, they're going to start stealing. or they're going to find a way to get the money to get what they want. But all these children, all these Black children, ultimately, they're all lacking the structure to be successful. So what happens? They're outside. And what happens when they're outside? Foolishness. Foolishness. And what happens after the foolishness? It hits a crescendo. They're all getting locked up. You see? And so, I would say, right, if you want to come here legally and come with a skill set that will enable you to provide properly for your family. Otherwise, don't bring your kids. And if it's a Black American woman, I will also say, try to make it work, whoever got you pregnant. Because families matter, you guys. Families matter because one parent can't do it all. One parent who doesn't make enough income cannot do it all, right? One parent who comes here illegally, so they're going to be forced to not make enough income, they also can't do it. So then ultimately, all the kids are outside. All these Black kids are outside. They're all acting crazy because there's nothing at home. Nobody's at home. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a real thing. It is a real thing. And so I'm like, you think Trump is the bad guy, but you're actually the bad one because you don't have the structure for this child. You don't have it. Right? You want your child next to you, but you don't have the structure. So you're like low-key, high-key, you're a bad parent. You're selfish. Because this child, the baby's not going to stay small forever. Eventually, the child will be a teenager. And if that child does not have the right structure, especially at home or to come home to, well, the child's going to be outside. So everybody's outside. Like New York City, like when I tell you New York is a melting pot, everybody's outside. You can't say who's who unless you read the person's name. Like, oh, okay. You know? But the young lady, when I read her name, I was okay, she's Ghanaian. As someone, I was like, yeah, okay. Make a lot of sense, okay? But it's a lot of young people like that. There's this other guy, this other Black guy, he picked up this girl, I guess some kind of road rage, but he parked, got her out of her car, he picked her up, and then he tossed her against the concrete, right? When I read his name too, I was like, oh, he's Ghanaian. Kwesi? I'm like, yeah, come get your people, y'all, right? But that's the thing. You bring young people here, you got to have the structure to raise these young people. Otherwise, they're more likely going to be criminals. It never fails. And oh, but I'm going to give them the Bible. When in the Bible, yeah, the Bible is cute. Okay, I love the Bible too. But young people, when they're young, how many young people you know fear the Bible when they're young? They're stupid. Okay, they're gonna go outside, act a fool, and maybe when they get in trouble, get arrested, get locked up, or something really bad happens, then they'll come back to the Bible. So they're all outside. And people also have to consider, like, if a child, a young person, you barely see your mom, you barely see your dad, yeah, you might have anger issues. Because I'm like, damn, why are these kids so mad like this? But they don't have enough time with their parents. They don't spend enough time with their parents. They don't have enough attention from their parents. They don't get enough, like, compliments from their parents. The parents are never there because bills have to be paid. Bills have to be paid. So I think that's why a lot of these young people are so angry. Like, why everything is so extreme with these young people? Because they're mad. They're neglected, right? So I'm like, you really have to think about that. Immigration, especially illegal immigration, it's serious. It's something to seriously think about when you have children. Because I promise you, most likely, you're not going to provide well for those kids. And when you keep saying, no, I don't have it. No, we can't afford it. No, I can't buy you this. No. Okay? One day, that child going to find a way to get it. And it might not be a legal way to get it. Right? So you got to be very, very mindful. It is not easy. It truly is not easy. Even here, too, like this whole lie that they sold to so many Black American women that, oh, you can do it by yourself. You can raise kids by yourself. A lot of women are coming out today saying, like, you know what? That was horrible advice. It was horrible advice because it's hard. Like, just because you can doesn't mean you should. It's exhausting. It is seriously, seriously exhausting. Why would you wish that for any woman? Why would you tell that to any woman? Oh, yeah, do it by yourself. Do what by myself? Are you insane? Work, come home, take care of a child, feed a child, by myself. No. Why would you wish that on anybody? And why would you try to seduce anybody into that lifestyle? Right? No. We need to encourage people. If you can get naked, have unprotected relations with somebody, carry a child by somebody, maybe you can make it work. Y'all should try your best to make it work. Okay? And you should try your best to you know what I'm saying? Yeah, because it's not easy. It really, really is not easy.
Because now everyone's talking
But
about
the issue that she's asking for mercy on when it comes to the border, did you go and speak to any of the families that were killed by illegals? How about coming into New York and talk to the cops that had fire shot at them? Did you ask for mercy for the cops? I mean, that's why you don't get involved in this. She could have said, let's bring the country together. Let's have the spirit of Christ. But she went into some political, radical leftist. I don't know that church. I don't know the structure. But whoever is in command should have a look at this.
Well,
this is not biblical doctrine that she's speaking from.
No, cheating is not the reason why most women are not raising their kids with the people that got them pregnant. No, a lot of time it's all about temperament. My attitude, your attitude, and people just don't want to change their attitude. If y'all want to make it seem like, hey, your girl, I'm coming for you, boo-boo. Okay? A lot of y'all want to make it seem like, oh, we have an epidemic of cheaters. No, we don't. The vast majority of people, the reason why they're not together is truly about their attitudes. People need to learn to foster attitude of partnerships. It really is. I do not believe that we have such a cheating epidemic. No, we don't.
Just walking for hours.
Look who's back. Look who got deported. Mavi, you got deported. They sent you back. Huh? Look at him. He doesn't even care. He's like, oh, whatever. Yeah. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, men don't cheat, right? Some men definitely do cheat, right? I know that's a thing. That's a real thing. But some women also do cheat. But me, Marlene, the kind of stuff I see outside, it's not cheating. It's people. Okay, Maverick, we get it, okay? The vast majority of it, it's temperament. People are not willing to change. People are not willing to let go of their egos, humble themselves, and be like, you know what? Say, hi, Elena, what's up, right? People don't want to do that. That's not like these women will have you believing everybody's a cheater, cheating. No, ain't no damn cheating. A lot of it is behavioral. It is behavioral. Like, you know what? Oh, wow. Like, this is really a partnership. I can't always have my way. I have to learn to communicate. I have to learn to argue. I have to learn to forgive. I have to learn to, you know, it's mostly that. It's behavioral. It really is. But I'm like, this whole cheating epidemic, I think even a lot of guys are even afraid to cheat. I think also like the way you can get sued today, though, especially as somebody who has a great career, the way you can get sued today, the way you can get Me Too today, the way somebody can just say anything and then your life is ruined. I think a lot of men are probably even really scared, right? So to me, I think the number one, me, from what I see from my vantage point, I think for a lot of people, it's more so behavioral. They need people to teach them like, okay, y'all know how, because, you know, I think, this is a little parenthesis, but I think some people, they somewhat know how to date. They somewhat know how to have sex, right? They kind of maybe know how to kiki, whatever, but they truly don't know how to have a relationship. They don't know how to have a relationship. And so when a child is born, they're like, oh, wow, like, whoo, I really have to deal with you. Woo, I really got to deal with your ass. Yes. Welcome to being an adult. See, dating is one thing. Having sex is another. But learning to have a relationship with another person, now that part requires work. That's when people get scared. Well, I don't know if I really want to do it. Do you have a choice? Right? But to me, from my vantage point, the reason why a lot of people are not together is more so about their behaviors, their attitude. And I think a lot of times, too, people don't have enough patience. Oh, you trigger me, I'm out. You made me mad, I'm out. You didn't respond to my text message, I'm out. You know? You understand? And it's like, I don't know. Because wherever you go, you're going to have to learn to deal with people. Right? Even if it's like your dream man, your dream woman, then nobody's perfect, okay? You're going to have to learn to deal with people. But when you have an entire machine, yes, when you have an entire machine that is constantly telling women, oh, there's better out there. Leave him, there's better. Where is the better? Show me the land of better. Right? They sell you promises of there's something better, but they never give you directions of where the better is. Right? So the girl's like, oh, you know what? Maybe I don't have to make it work. I can find something better. Are you sure? Are you sure? And I'm sure there's better, but do you even qualify for that, right? But to me, where I stand, I think a lot of it is like it's behavioral. You know, y'all tell me what you think, but I don't think I really don't believe that. Yeah, I really think it's that. To me, the first issue that I see with most young people today is their behavior, it's their mindset, their inability to properly communicate, like, you know, and understand. I need people to understand this. Everybody has different love language. And just because someone does not communicate the way you want them to, doesn't mean they don't have love for you. They just talk differently, right? But I think if we could teach people a bit more patience, practice empathy, you know what I mean? Treat people the way you want to be treated and really try your best, I think a lot of people will have better results. Because ultimately, it's all about your attitude. But I really do not believe that we have a cheating epidemic. I think most time people truly divorce out here due to, well, he don't want to change. Well, he didn't do this or she didn't do that. But what about this? But what about me? But what? You know, the cheating stuff makes it to social media because it's sensational. It's good drama. Okay, yeah, it's good drama. I think that's why people talk so much about the cheating stuff, right? Because it's sensational. Like, oh, he cheated, girl. Oh, he cheated, girl. Right? It's sensational, right? The other stuff is kind of boring. Like, what? Communication? Oh, I'm a good communicator. No, you're not. Okay? But I'm like, a lot of time, people have bad behaviors. People don't know how to have behaviors that lead to them having successful relationships, right? A lot of people don't know how to argue. You see? They don't know how to talk to people, right? And also, you have to learn how to forgive. I think if more people could be patient, truly learn the art of communication, not over talking people, but truly talking with the intent of actually listening to the other person. Don't talk to have a rebuttal. Communicate with the person, like be like active listening, you know, like, okay, oh, okay. Don't be offended when somebody says a thing, but see why they're saying it. You know, don't have too much ego about yourself. Evelyn is crazy, right? But I'm like, to me, that's the main thing. And I feel like if people can normalize that, I think a lot of young people could have great relationships. I think a lot of people could come together and raise their kids together, right? Because you will have to, like, you are going to have to learn. I was watching this one video yesterday with Anton and those girls, like, they were just so loud. I'm like, wow, these girls are loud, right? But it's like you have to learn, like you truly, truly have to learn to communicate with people. And once you do, I believe that people will see better results in their relationships, right? You know, but because otherwise, this thing, it really is not easy to say, oh no, raise kids by yourself and da-da-da-da. It's me, I wouldn't wish that on anybody. I would not. Look at Maverick. He's a lot.
From the pulpit.
What denomination is this? Is it Episcopal?
I think Episcopalian, I think. Here's the thing. If she's going to be the bishop and she's going to lecture the president every time he goes to events like that, maybe it's time for the president and Washington in general to stop going to the National Cathedral.
I'm for that too.
Listen, not far from the White House is St. Matthew's, where we baptized my son Peter, or go to the Basilica at Catholic University. It's referred to as America's Catholic Church. I doubt that they would ever make anything political. And if you remember at the inaugural, who gave one of the opening prayers? Cardinal Dolan. Yeah. Was he political? Absolutely not. He was looking to the future. So
Donald Trump
just don't go back.
Donald Trump said he's non-denominational now. And so go to a non-denominational church. You're not going to get a lecture like that.
Well, put it this way. Why doesn't he just say, if you don't, get rid of her or change your tone, if the president of the United States decides not to go to the National Cathedral, that would be Titanic news.
It would be.
And it would really put pressure on her to start doing the whole bishop thing. I don't know what form she filled out and how many interviews she went through, but you realize for her to get that job and do that and to do that mass, how many people had to sign off on it?
Yeah.
So it wasn't just like, it's not like she's like,
the structure here?
I was just a hole in the schedule. I'm filling in for somebody.
She's had that job for a while. She absolutely, to your point, Ainsley, she is absolutely protected by the First Amendment.
Course.
And she can say anything she wants, but just, the Trump team probably should have looked a little into her background. Is she going to go ahead and sandbag him?
But she's supposed to be representing the great book, okay?
Right.
And nothing that she said there was representative of that. She's saying mercy, but it says nothing about obeying the laws of the land.
I think people who have her opinion are reading the whole border situation in the wrong way. It's not that he doesn't have compassion. Of course he has compassion on every single person. Everyone's God's child. It's not about that. It's about taxpayers paying so much for other people. We're pouring into the tax base.
That's right.
And they're giving that money to people who are not here legally and are not contributing. That's all it is. And the crime, the people that are murdering Laken Riley, you know, yes, you're right. She should have a conversation with their parents and have mercy on those families.
Which just passed. Laken Riley,
Yes, it
Riley
did.
bill, and had over 40 votes in the House alone.
Right, goes back to the House today.
But she wants
and
to
then
be
it goes
famous.
Trump.
That's why she hops on CNN. That's why she sat there. And there's video of her in 2020 with her ridiculous mask on, outdoors, with the little vent on the side, screaming about Donald Trump and what he should be, and the George Floyd riots. That's not somebody that wants to be a leader for everybody.
No, she shouldn't be in clergy.
Okay, so that's something
More
that
Al Sharpton.
A lot of people, both sides, talking about today. I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
You guys.
With more on all of it, Larry Kudlow, host of Kudlow. Larry, let's start out real big picture, okay? Because I like what you're talking about here. 2.5 days in.
Presidential party and members of Congress and whatnot, the hoi polloi of Washington for the.
Let me see. I watched something else. Hold on, you guys. Hold on. I had watched something else. Let me see if I can find it. Y'all, these girls out here fighting. I still gonna do that tonight, but I'll come back tonight for this one. Hold on. Hold on. Yes. Okay. Y'all, we got to talk about this. I saw this one video yesterday. My friend's partner just cheated on her. 8 years wasted and she left. I mean, Lisa, I think you're giving us a salacious hypnosis of what happened with them, right? But 8 years, a lot of ish had to go down, right? Because, you know, we don't talk about your friend, Lisa. I don't know her, so I don't say anything like me. But my thing is, he just woke up one day in 8 years and started cheating. You know what I'm saying? And this, this is why sometimes when it comes to my ladies, I think some of y'all, you just want confirmation bias, right? But did you ask your friend over the 8 years, what was her behavior like? Did you also ask her, did you just wake up one day and started cheating? So he was always faithful. And then one day this man just woke up, lost his mind, and decided to just go lay in bed with a random woman, right? There's a lot to unpack there. But I think a lot of ladies not brave enough to do it, right? So 8 years, there's a lot we don't know. What was her behavior? Your friend could be an asshole. I don't know. She could be a sweetheart. She could be an asshole. She could be disrespectful. She could be violent. Who knows? Because a lot of ladies are not going to tell you how they behaved in the relationship. That's all. He cheated. Okay, sis, he just woke up one day and cheated. He cheated with who? When? Where? How? Well, and she also should have left, right? She also should have left. There's a lot we don't know. He could have left. She could have left. I don't know. I really don't know what's going on here, right? But for me, I don't go off the, oh yeah, this man cheated, so it's confirmation. No, not really. Okay, he cheated. Okay, she never cheated. And do you think if your friend had an affair, she would tell you? Do most women confess when they have an affair? Do most women tell their girlfriends, like, you know, he cheated, but I cheated too. Or he cheated, but I cheated first. A lot of ladies have affairs, but they don't talk about it because they have to be the victim. Because a lot of women are narcissists, right? But I'm like, 8 years, she also could have left. Right? I'm sure before it got to the cheating part, the writing was on the wall. Why didn't she leave? You know what I'm saying? Why didn't she leave? They both could have left. They both got feet. She has feet. He has feet. She has free will. He has free will. You know, but like I said, there's a lot we don't know. I don't know. There's a lot we don't know. She could be a sweetheart. I don't know. She could be a sweetheart. She could be an asshole. She could be passive. She could be aggressive. You know? That's why nowadays I'm like, this is why. Lisa, don't let me drop the link, Lisa. Lisa, no. She didn't know that he was unhappy. Lisa, your friend lying to you, sis. Your friend is lying to you. She was in the relation. They live in the same house. Lisa, your friend lying to you, sis. Your friend is lying to you. Your friend is lying to you. She was especially if they live in the same house. If they lived in the same house for 8 years and she didn't know he was unhappy, is she blind? She's Stevie Wonder, like, what is going on? Is she blind? Because most women have an intuition. So there ain't no way. No. Because no. No. Mary, you so what are you doing, little man? Huh? What you up to? It was one thing with a woman he used to school before her, they was made. But how much you want to bet the girl before most likely was the one he liked? Lisa, your friend not telling you the truth, Lisa. Because how much do you want to bet? The girl he was sleeping with before? How much you want to bet, Lisa? The girl he was sleeping with before? Ask your friend to send you a picture of the girl. If your friend has a picture of the girl, ask for a picture. Let's see what she looks like. Because how much you want to bet the girl he was messing with before was his type? And maybe your friend before she forced her way in. Maybe she forced her way in. But she ain't gonna tell you. Lisa, girls out, women be lying, sis. That's what, listen, man, if I do these shows, sometimes I'm like, if I do the videos I really want to do, y'all not gonna like me. That's why I don't do them. Y'all gonna hate my guts. You're gonna hate my guts. Sometimes I'm like, God, maybe I should go live. I'm like, nah, they gonna hate me. They gonna cuss my ass out. I'm gonna go like, Marlene, go back in the house, take care of Maverick, okay? Because sometimes I am scared of y'all. Some days I can take y'all on. I don't care. But there's certain days I am scared of y'all. Like, nah, they're gonna beat my ass. Marlene, go back in the house with Maverick. So I don't come outside. But there are days. I'm like, yo, if I say it, they're gonna be so triggered, they're gonna beat my ass. Now I can be one of y'all, 1 or 2 at a time, but all of y'all at once, no, I don't think I'm gonna win. Okay. I need to be humble. Okay, because y'all might beat my ass. But Lisa, she's not telling you, she's not telling you everything, Lisa. She is not. She's not. Because most likely he was in a relationship with that girl. And your friend was waiting on the sideline. Because how did she know he was messing with this girl before her? So it wasn't over. Chicha, I'm going to get cussed out. Okay. Lisa, ask yourself the question. How did she know about this girl? So she knew he was screwing that girl before. Girl, Lisa, please stop playing with me, Lisa. How you gonna be in the house with a man and you don't know he's on? Do you know what men do when they're not happy? They stop eating your food. They stop talking to you. They stop texting you. Sometimes people even stop having sex altogether. Right? But for a woman to say she don't know the man not happy, no, a man gonna let you know he's not happy. He gonna drag his feet to come home. He gonna wake up super early to leave the house. Like they do things like but the behavior is bizarre. Especially like, let's say you cook. He used to like your food. Now you don't like your food anymore. Every time he comes home, I already ate. Oh, I'm good. I ate already. Oh, I ate already. No, Lisa. Your friend not telling the truth. Lisa, she lying to you. She is. You see Elena getting in here. Elena married too. No, we are not buying this. Lisa, your friend don't lie to you, sis. She lying. You see? So the girl he was screwing with, he went back there to have a baby. Lisa, they had unresolved business because most likely your friend is not really his type. The girl he had the baby with, that's who he really loves. But maybe your friend had like more financial stability. Your friend was more desperate. I feel like your friend was waiting in the cut. I feel like she's waiting in the cut because how odd is it, Lisa? Think. You gotta be cogent. You gotta think, right? Lisa, what are the odds that the girl he was screwing with before he got with your friend, that's the same girl he goes back to have an affair? And not just that, he knows he has a current relationship, but he does not protect himself. He made sure to leave his semen in there so she could get pregnant and have his baby. Lisa, your friend not telling you the truth. She playing with you, sis. We don't have time for this. Lisa should not tell you the truth, Lisa. That don't make no sense. Just what we said, we have your back. I know you do for me. Were they engaged? Were they like engaged? Is that what it was? I've said this before. A lot of ladies, they want what they don't qualify for. So they try to buy love and they try to be, oh, I'm going to be his friend. Wumpty wump wump. He has a type, sis. You're just not his type. Exactly. Because what are the odds? If she said, oh, before we met, he was kind of like seeing this other girl, and now he cheated with another girl, got another girl pregnant. Okay, I can kind of see that. But the girl he was with before he got with you, and you knew about it, it's the same girl that he cheats on you with, and he gets her pregnant. Girl, you're holding stuff from us. You ain't telling us everything. 8 years engaged. Lisa, he didn't love her, and she knew. Lisa, 8-year engagement, Lisa? Engaged for how long? Engaged for how many years? Engaged for how many years? 8 years engagement, Lisa? Engaged for 5 years? Engaged for 3 years? It was rocky. It was rocky. And your friend don't want to tell you, but she loves him more than he loved her. Lisa, I'm going to tell you. I don't even know this girl, Lisa. I'm going to tell you exactly what happened. Yes, Lisa. I don't know your friend, Lisa, but I'm going to tell you exactly what happened. She loves him more. I told y'all, men are the prize. Y'all got mad at me when I said it the first time. Now Kevin says, quotation mark, men are the prize. Marlena Mon. I die when Kevin does that. It kills me. Hold on, let me put this baby down. Maverick, hold on. Auntie Lisa got a story for me. Hold on. Sit down. Let's talk with Auntie Lisa real quick. Hold on. Your Titi got a nice story for me. Sit down, little baby. Your daddy deported you like the borders are. He's like, take this baby back. He's too loud. Oh, Maddie. Daddy deported the baby. That's not nice. It's okay, baby. Mommy loves you. Kevin left. Maybe Kevin had to go to church. Sometimes Kevin goes to church sometimes. It's Wednesday. Maybe he went to church. No. They were never together. It's his homeboy's sister. They grew up together. She has 5 kids and 4 baby daddies. Okay. But my thing, Lisa. So did your friend knew that her man was messing with the girl that, so at that time she had 4 kids and 4, but 4 is him, right? So then she had 4 kids and 3 baby daddies, right? Okay. So Lisa, if your friend knew that her man was out here having a relationship with the sister of his friend who already has 4 kids by 3 different men, she knows that he can put his private parts in that situation. Why did she make him her man? It seemed like she got this man from the gutter. So whose fault is it? Because we are confused. No, he doesn't love her. Lisa, let me tell you this. Tell me this. If you know, right? Who has more money? Does your friend have more money or did the man make more money? Because this is giving dusty behavior. This is giving dusty behavior. Because to me, if he's having sex with the little sister of his brother, of his friend, who has 4 kids by 3 different men, right? This young lady has low self-esteem. So to me, the way it comes across is that this man is not a hunter. Like he's not, I don't want to say predator, but don't take it the wrong way, right? But to me, he's not like, he's not an alpha male. He's like a hyena. You know how like lions will hunt, right? Lions do the majority of the chasing. They track the prey. They run after the prey. They kill the prey. Hyenas come later and do like the easy stuff. Like, okay, we'll just eat the leftovers, right? You understand? To me, a young man that has a lot of vision for himself, right? He's not gonna have sex with that, right? Because this young lady, obviously, she has mental health issues. Because she must be young. But if you have 4 kids, you got 4 kids by 3 different men. Maverick. Oh Lord. 4 kids by 3 different men, right? So he just likes, this man, he likes to have easy, like he likes easy access. He likes to go for women that are not a challenge because most likely he's mediocre. So that's why I'm asking you, between your friend and him, who made the most money? Maddie. Mommy's gonna deport you too, huh? Where you gonna go? Your grandparents. Exactly. He's a bum. He's a bum. So is it that he loved her or he had benefits being with her? Because a lot of men are homosexuals. Maverick, don't be that. A lot of men are homosexuals. But for me, if your friend was aware of his sexual practices and she knows that he just has sex around the block, you know what I mean? He likes to have easy sex with the girl from around the way that got all the baby kids, all the kids and the baby daddies, right? He doesn't respect himself. Doesn't respect himself. He's lazy. He's incredibly lazy. So why would she be engaged to that? Do you get me? He's a bum. Just like, what? Why don't you actively pursue something new? Like, why don't you do that? Right? Because he doesn't believe in himself. You know what I'm saying? He's immature. But if she knew that those were his sexual habits and she chose to make him her man, well, then I blame her. Because that's very bizarre. Like, you sleep with a girl that has 4 kids by 3 different men. You're not scared for your life? I don't think he's well educated. Because that doesn't make sense. I don't know. Do I make sense? That doesn't make any sense to me. How can you be well educated and go sleep with a woman that has 4 kids by 3 different men? What if one of the baby daddies is crazy and he walks up in there while you're there and he shoots you in the butt? Right? If she has 4 kids, when and where are y'all having kids? Because when and where are y'all having sex? Because she has all these children. So where do you sleep with her? Where are the kids? What is going on? Right? So I'm like, no. Maybe on paper he looks good, but my point is, if your friend was aware of his sexual practices and she overlooked his deviancy and his laziness, it's, I kind of do blame her. This school, they always calling me Chad. Yeah. And my thing is, it's kind of predatory because if you see a young lady that has 4 kids by 3 different men, right? She doesn't think highly of herself. She also probably has low self-esteem. And he goes and he's taking advantage. But you, Lisa, like, if you knew that, okay, I'm dating this man, and then you find out that he's like, casually, like he likes to have casual sex with the daughter of his friend. Even that to me is disrespectful. Because if that's your homeboy, there should be a certain level of respect there where his sister is also your sister. So his little sister is your little sister. So why are you having sex with her? So right there off the rip, this young man lacks integrity, right? Because how would you feel if you had a friend, like you and I were friends, right? And Marlene, I start having a relationship with your brother. Like, what the heck is this? Like, what is this? This is bizarre. Okay. So my sister's situation, that she has multiple kids by different men, and you're having sex with my sister, but what if you get her pregnant? Now, what does that do to our friendship? So I do feel like even man code, he don't respect. Maverick, please, right? The real McCoy said, what about the 2 different men? No, it's not 2. She has 4. She has what? She has 5 kids, 4 different men. So before him, 4 kids, 3 men. It's not 2. Right now we're at 5. Right now we're at 4. 4 kids. No, 4. No, 5 kids, 4 men. Right? Yeah. Something is wrong with this dude. But he's lazy and he's a liability. You know what I mean? Because I feel like a man, like not even educated, like he has a degree. You can have a degree and be an idiot. Like we have to understand that, right? Going to college don't make you smart. It just means you went there, you memorize stuff. But if you went to college and you don't know how to think your way out of problem, think in a way that you can avoid problems, think in a way that you can avoid to create broken homes, you ain't too smart, okay? You just have a degree. Good for you. But my point is, right, if you have a vision for yourself, and I'm not trying to be mean to a young lady, right? But let's say the young lady's name is Sarah. Not trying to be mean. But if you're a young man, you don't have kids, you're college educated, you have a vision for yourself. obviously, if Sarah got 4 kids by 3 men, we all know that Sarah is extremely fertile. Not to be offensive. Do not be offended, right? She's extremely fertile. So the odds of getting her pregnant are quite high. So she's young and she's excessively fertile. This girl, she get pregnant. She probably sneezes and gets pregnant. So I'm like, I don't know. That's a lot, right? And then let's say she gets pregnant. She already has 4 kids. If she has 5 kids, is she going to be the best mother for my children? I don't think so. So why even bother? You could have sex with anybody. Why gotta be your homeboy's sister and then the sister that is not good at managing her life and her children, right? So there's something bizarre about this man. So for me, if your friend was aware of all of this and she said, yeah, he's gonna be my husband. Well, Lisa, I don't know, Lisa. He's immature. He's immature. He's reckless, and he doesn't have vision. And also, between men, he has no bro code. So he's all kinds of walking red flags. That's a hell nah. Because me, Marlene, I can't do it, but if I was a man, I'm not a man, but if I was a man, I'm not going to sleep with somebody that already got like 4 kids by 3 different men. That's crazy. 4 kids at her age. And now, see, she got 5 kids. Yeah. He has low standards. He has no vision. Because I'm telling you, like, when you're a smart person, you see, like, okay, yes, I could sleep with her, but what's the flip side of the coin? That's what an intelligent person does. Y'all just think about, I'm horny. Okay, yes, you're horny. But after that, what could be the consequences, right? Because she's extremely fertile. She's extremely fertile. If you see a young lady walking around with a bunch of kids, not like 2, 3, 4 kids, you should know this young lady here, she is extremely Maverick. She's extremely fertile. So most likely, if you touch her, she's going to get pregnant because she's fertile. It's like Kiki Wyatt, right? Wear a condom, don't wear a condom. I don't know. I don't care. Kiki Wyatt, you touch this lady, she will get pregnant. Okay? 12 kids. She's extremely fertile. Like some women are like that, right? Some women are like that. Some women are extremely fertile. And I think men have to be very careful because she's extremely fertile. I'm just saying she's extremely fertile. She sneezes, she gets pregnant. Do not touch this lady. She gonna get pregnant. She's fertile. And then I don't know. Maybe it's like, I'm sure, are they black? Maybe it's them African genes. Okay, maybe it's them West African genes. Maybe they're African genes, right? But you do have some black women like that. The entire bloodline is fertile. When I tell you, my mom's older sister, my auntie, she got a bunch of kids. And then her kids have a bunch of kids. And then they are built for kids. Like when I tell you my auntie, like her hips, her butt, okay, her boobies. My auntie was born. She was built to have children. My mom's older sister, yeah. She was built to have kids. And my cousins, they all have her body type. And they all have a bunch of kids. My cousins are extremely fertile. Play if you want to. A baby gonna come out of this. Yeah, she's extremely fertile. So any man who plays around is like, you need to be very, very careful, right? But I'm like, to me, it's too easy. And men who go for what's too easy, I'm scared. Because I'm like, as a man, you should challenge yourself, right? Because she's done for. She already got 3 men. She got 3 baby daddies. And even for you as a man, it's not safe. Because how you know she still hasn't open communication with her baby fathers? How do you know? You're going to be in there half naked, having whatever. And then one baby daddy walks in there with a gun. Nah, it's too much, man. It's too much. Because she might be like, oh no, I'm done with him. Is he done with you though, ma'am? Right? Is he done with you? Too many loose ends. I'm like me, I'll be quiet. Anytime I hear something, I'm like, oh, who's that? And then she got 3 kids, 4 kids. How y'all can even have sex? There are kids all over the house. Nah. She gotta pick one. You got 3 baby daddies, pick one, go raise the kids with that person, because that's too much, right? But I'm telling you, Lisa, I do feel as though your friend is withholding information. She's withholding information. You have a lot of ladies out here who think with a ring and a few Bible verses and a few days in church, they can turn a dog into a faithful husband. No, you cannot. This is who he is. That's crazy to me. But if you're a man, though, you should not be sleeping with your boy's sister. Don't do that. Because what if she likes you, you don't like her back? She gonna go tell her brother. Then how's that gonna affect your relationship? Right? What if she gets pregnant? She keeps the baby, it's gonna affect your relationship. Because if you don't step up and be a good man by that girl, your friend will take offense, as he should, because that's his sister. Right? If she also has an abortion, he's gonna be offended because that's his sister. So that's why you don't sleep with your friend's sisters. Yeah, but child. See, this is why daddy deported you, huh? No, you guys. No, Lisa. No. Lisa, he is not a good guy. He's just polite. Good is from here, right? Good is from within, right? You guys like the fact that he was polite. Like he's like a Barack Obama. Like he talks well, he dresses well, he acts well. He was a great performer. But Lisa, if he was a good person, right? Would you sleep with a young lady that already has 4 kids by 3 different men? No. You might give her some money to raise the kids, but you're not going to sleep with her, right? If you're a good man, are you going to have unprotected sex with a young lady that's extremely fertile and she already has 4 kids by 3 different men? No. Good people don't harm other people, right? Good people practice empathy, right? Good people think about the consequences of their actions, right? He was a great performer. He's not a good person, Lisa. MLK week. This is MLK week, right? Dr. King said it. The content of a person's character. He's not a good person. Right? He's a liability. Liability. And can you imagine? Right? You like sex so much. You want to sleep with this girl so much that you are willing to jeopardize your friendship with your friend. Right? He chose sex over the friendship with his friend. Because now that she got 5 kids and you're the 4th baby daddy, how's that not going to mess up y'all's friendship? You see? See? You're not a good friend. What if the baby daddies have full custody so she can act single? It depends. It truly depends. Why do they have full custody? Maverick. Wow. You are fully committed, huh? Yeah. You are fully committed to be loud. Oh, wow. Baby, you're such a hater. Right? But football, it depends. I can't tell you because my thing is, why? How many kids are we talking about? How many kids? I mean, she does. She has kids. She has responsibility. Maybe like not daily responsibility, but she does because she has kids, right? But how many kids are we talking about? Is it 1 child, 2 children, 3 children? Also, she doesn't have custody of any of the kids at all. Two and 1 in babies. No, right? Complete sentence. I don't follow. I'm sorry. Yeah. So all cheaters not good people, right? So why would women choose single motherhood over cheated? No, Lisa. No, you're simplifying in this in a way that lacks intellectual honesty, right? You understand? To me, I will say this. When a person cheats, definitely there's a lack of integrity. There's hurt that you're causing people who do love you, right? So it's not okay to cheat on anybody. I'm not okay with that, right? My thing is, for me, what I said when it comes to cheating, to me, I treat it on a case-by-case basis. Like, I need to know what happened. But it seems to me, when it comes to your friend, we never even had to get here, because if she was aware of his sexual escapade with the little sister of his best friend who has all these kids, right? That should have been a big red flag to her, because like, what is this? Right? Do you have you have nothing to live for? You don't have a vision for yourself? Right? So to me, any man that takes lazy sex, I'm scared of you. Okay? You understand? So it really does depend. But I will say this too. I think the young lady who has all the children, right? I think if she had made up her mind to make it work with one of her baby daddies, she wouldn't be where she is today. Because she got to sleep with, what, 4 different men, 5 kids. She's also the problem, right? Because let's even say baby dad number 1 is not a great person. Okay. What about baby dad number 2? Right? You should have made it work with him. And maybe had you stopped there, okay, got to be an adult, got to make it work. She probably would have had 2 kids by 2 different men. Stop right there. Or even 3 kids by 2 different men. But no, every time you leave. And now here you are, because you're leaving this man, but you're not implementing a better way of life. Because how now do you have 5 kids with by 4 men? That's an oath of poverty. And I pray that her children do not end up in jail. You know? But I'm like, that's crazy. You know? It's like, oh, I'm going to leave this man because he's a bad man. He don't treat me right. Okay. So we expect you to have higher standards for your next relationship, right? But to leave a man because he doesn't treat you right, but then you don't even have standards for your own vagina, that's concerning. You know? Because it's giving like mental illness. Like 5 kids by 4 different men. Are you okay? Are you seriously okay? Right? Okay. He said the brother doesn't care. He's grabbed out of prison. Okay. So, but do you see how all this is messy? So he hangs out with people who go in and out of prison? Answers. So how was this young lady raised? So how did he grow up? How was he raised that he grew up around these people? I am so confused. What? Lisa? Okay. 2 from the first baby daddy and 1 from the second baby daddy. Okay. But Real McCoy, do you have children? Like, what is your vision for your life? Tell me about that. What is your vision for your life, and what kind of wife do you want? Because me, I talk about wife and husband. So to me, it's like, what kind of wife would you want to have? Because this young lady here, she's not wife material. You cannot marry her because she already has a family. She already has a family. Do you really want? Okay. So would you want your children? If you, let's say you were to have a child, right? Would you want your child to grow up in that dynamic? Do you think that's a healthy environment for a child? No. Right? So if she was I'm like, and most likely, if you're asking me, I don't know her, but most likely, if you're asking me, she was probably really in love with the first one because she gave that man 2 kids. So most likely she was in love with the first one. Then she got her feelings and she left, thought she could find better. So she went with the first. For you to have 2 kids by 1 man, you loved him. She loved the first one, but she didn't go back to the first one if you want her back. But I don't know why you would want to be involved in this. 3 men, 1 woman? No. You will regret for the rest of your life. You don't have any children, right? And also, you should always have a vision for the kind of mother you want for your kids, right? You don't have any baggage. Why are you going to go put yourself in problems? You don't work for TSA. You don't work for the luggage. You don't work for an airline company. Like, no excess bags, okay? You are free. So go and find someone that's free just like you. Y'all can have your kids, raise your kids, have the same vision, and then you can have all your kids under one roof. This is just too much. It's excessive. So if she has 3 kids by 2 different men and she has custody of none of her kids and she thinks she's single with no responsibilities, no, she has responsibilities, okay? So no, yeah, would you want your kid raising that? No. That's too much chaos. That's not fair. And most likely, you're also going to end up having to take custody. There's a reason why all these men are getting custody. So one day, yes, you might use protection. Yes, she might tell you she's on the pill. But one day, because y'all get close, you spend time together. One day, okay, I'm not gonna wear the condom. Okay, I'm not gonna take my birth control. And then guess what? She gonna get pregnant. And then guess what? You're gonna see the kind of mother she is. And then you're gonna be another father who has full custody. The Lord is warning you. Okay. Okay. These brothers that came before you, yeah. It's like Mount Rushmore. Like, oh shit. Yep, that's it. Okay, that's that. There were no escapade the whole time they were together. Sure, of course. Lisa, it don't take much for people to have sex. 5 minutes, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, sometimes 15. I don't know. But I doubt that. There was no escapade, but then when he goes back, the first time he goes back, she gets pregnant. No, we're not falling for this. We are adults. Okay? The story got to have legs. Like, it really does. Like, let's say, at what point do you refuse to get pregnant out of wedlock? Like, baby 4, 5? Like, this is because I think people don't properly sit and think, like, okay, what kind of life do I want? They just live, they just go with the flow. Like, they have no vision. They just live day by day. Whatever happens, happens. If I'm horny, I'll have sex. If I'm drunk, I have sex. Like, people, I think a lot of people don't sit down and say, like, you know what kind of life do I want? What kind of wife do I want? What kind of husband do I want? What kind of mother do I want for my children? Because, like, to me, you know, I would hope people will stay together. But if you, in the case that you're not to stay together, right? That's when it becomes even more vital. Like, boy, if I'm not there and she has full custody, I at least want to know she's a great mom, right? You owe your unborn children that much, right? If I have sex with a man and I get pregnant, I should at least make sure that he's responsible enough to take care of a child, right? You understand? But I'm like, everybody should think about that. Like, what kind of father do you want for your kids? What kind of mother do you want for your kids? And I think if more people think that way, people are not going to start having sex like that. Like, you know what? I just don't see it. Okay? No. My child deserves better. Okay? Because now you're like, wow, I don't just want sex. I'm looking for a mother for my kids. Now you're looking at, like, oh, I want her to be more maternal. I want her to care about this. I want her to talk like this. I want her to be nicer. I want her to, like, you know how to do my child's hair. You know what I'm saying? Like, ooh. But when you're thinking about just you, oh yeah, it's good. It's cool. No, it's not. It's not. You got to think about that. Like, what kind of father do I want for my kids? What kind of mother do I want for my children? I'm like, do you see this lady be the mother of your children? No. She already has 3 kids. She didn't get it right. She's not going to get it right with your kids. And they will suffer. Because when mommy's not okay, the kids suffer. Maverick, you're too much. Yeah, don't do it. You deserve to have someone that you can commit to. There's no other man texting her phone. There's no drop-off pickup. You like, what the heck? What is going on? People drop off the kid. They don't pick up their phone. It's just too much. And as a man, believe it or not, you're going to get triggered. Because at the root of it all, men are possessive, men are territorial, men are jealous. Like, it's just nature, right? You just gotta be honest. You gotta be honest, right? You gotta be honest. It will trigger you. At first you think you can, but then you'll be like, nah, I really can't. Then y'all gonna start fighting, and there you go. Now nobody cares about sex no more, but there's a baby. Fighting, neglect. Somebody's gonna have to go file for custody. And most likely it's going to be you because you've been warned. You know what I mean? So, yes, to poverty. 4 kids, 5 kids, you'll be poor. It's too many babies. It's too many babies. You see. Lisa said he used to live in the hood with these people before he moved to the suburbs. Have you ever heard the adage? You can take a girl out the hood, but you cannot take the hood out of the girl. It applies to men. So he went back to what he knows. He's more comfortable with that culture. He likes that culture. He made it out, but he still goes back to the hood. Yes, because that's his culture. That's his culture. That's his culture. That's where he feels comfortable. And maybe girls like her that's what he's known. It feels familiar to him. Right? You're welcome. They're driving a car with no direction, just outside with gas, the tank running on empty. Yeah. you know, because she might be like, oh, I'm no longer with my baby daddy. You don't know that for a fact. She could have seen him last night. Then you're in the house having sex. You're completely naked. There's a big old black man that walks up in there like, what the what? You told me it was over. Now, next thing you know, you got to fight this man. What about your career? Child, please. Please. What about your career? Get arrested, catch a charge, employer hears about it, you lose your job, got to go in and out of court. What? Nah. Liabilities. All I see are red flags. Okay? All I see are red flags. Don't do it, y'all. Do not do it, okay? Don't do it. So, Lisa, like I said, I don't think your friend's telling you everything. And maybe, not to be a little nasty one, not to be a little nasty Marlene, okay? Not to be a little nasty Marlene, but maybe what really got your friend is like, maybe he's good in bed. Maybe he's good in bed. So because of the sex, your friend became stupid, okay? Because of the sex, your friend was like, you know what? I'm going to throw reason out the window, right? Because he probably is good in bed. He probably is good in bed. And she liked that, okay? He probably did. But I'm telling you, there's a lot of stuff she ain't telling you. Okay, because what are the odds? The girl he was messing with before you, that's the girl he went back to and got her pregnant? No, they never stopped talking. Like when yeah, it had dwindled, of course, because he went back to what he liked. But my thing is from the jump, I think from the start, one thing she really liked about him was the sex. It dwindled, yes. But I'm sure if you ask her, most likely they had a great sex. They had a great sex. Oh my God, they had a great sex life in the beginning, and that's why she overlooked all these red flags. Like what? Right? And I'm sure once he started messing with the other girl, that's when they started having like sex. I told you that, so she can't say him like, I didn't know he was unhappy. Girl, what was your sex life looking like? Okay. Because let me tell you this, right? If you meet, okay, there you go. There you go. So they had lots of sex in the beginning. There you go. You see, we're gonna get through it, Lisa. We're gonna get through this. We're gonna get through this. But I'm telling you, your friend, I'm telling you everything. But my point is, right? My point is they had a lot of sex in the beginning. She liked it. Because she liked the sex so much, she overlooked a lot of foolishness. Because I'm like, well, girl, what's happening? She overlooked it, right? And my thing is, for her to then tell you, oh, I didn't know he was unhappy. Girl, you know he a freak. You know he likes to have lots of sex. All of a sudden, y'all stop having sex. But you know, if he a freak, you know he's having sex somewhere. It just ain't with your ass, right? If y'all did not have a crazy, passionate sex life, then I can be like, okay, I can see that. Oh, well, Marlene, we weren't really having sex like that, so the fact that we stopped having more sex, it wasn't a red flag because we were not having that kind of sex, right? But if you have two people in the beginning are like bunch of monkeys like humping and humping everywhere, okay? And then one day you have more arguments than you have intimacy, right? The arguments are getting longer and longer. They're lasting longer and longer. He doesn't want to sleep in the bed with you. He drags his feet to come home. Y'all not having as much sex. When you guys have sex, he does the very least to be like, well, okay, I'm done with this. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he's having sex with somebody else. So she can't spin the block and then say, I didn't know he was unhappy. Good friend, shut up. Friend, you got my nerves, okay? You know damn well he's a freak. And you know damn well he a super freak. Especially if he's having sex with a lady that got a bunch of kids. Because she also a freak, okay? She a freak. You know what I'm saying? She a freak. You know, I don't think her friends had any babies. So he drew back and blamed her. Of course, he gonna gaslight the fuck out of her. Right? Oh, he was her first. He waited a year. He did not wait. Man, your friend is a goofy ass. You women are so goofy. Sometimes I swear, I love y'all, but y'all so damn stupid. He was not waiting. Your friend was waiting. He wasn't waiting for shit. He was having sex. You women are insane. You women are insane. You ladies think that when you do all this little goofy ass celibacy, you think these men are celibate? Y'all are crazy. You are crazy. But I don't insane. Do you think you can turn a lion into a vegan? Maverick, I'm gonna pick you up and toss you in a tub. What do you think? Yeah? What do you think? Okay. Yeah, she doesn't. God spared her on that part. Mwah. You're beautiful. Mwah. Okay. Lisa said he was her first, and she waited. Lisa, he didn't wait for shit. Whoa. Some of y'all too funny, man. He was not waiting. He's not an altar boy. He's not a saint. He's not Jesus. Okay? She thought he was waiting. He was having sex with that girl. That's why he didn't mind waiting. You think a man who's sexually active can just like at the drop of a hat go celibate? No. She was waiting. He was not waiting. And how much you want to bet, like in a sick way? How much you want to bet, like in a sick way? It was a challenge for him to take her virginity because she was a virgin. Some people are sick like that. They're sick like that. That's why I don't even think that girls who are virgins should even advertise that, because then it could turn into a challenge, right? Like, oh, I never slept with a virgin before. Mavi, you're doing too much. You want to dance? You want to jump? You want to jump? You want to jump? Yay! Jump, jump, jump. It makes you happy. Okay. Oh, you want to play? Play. Hey, hey, hey. He was not waiting. Child, please, the lies. No, okay, let's play. Yeah. He was not waiting. He was not waiting. This is why I personally believe that if you are a virgin, do not advertise it. Don't tell people. Because we don't want to have a situation where somebody pretends to be celibate for a year because now they set a challenge for themselves to see if they can take away your virginity. Don't advertise it. It's between you and God. It's between you and the Lord. Yeah, Maverick, all this jumping. I mean, that's a lot of jumping, man. That's a lot. What do you think? You don't think so? See, you're tired. It's a lot, huh? You're out of breath. I mean, I guess to some extent, 8 years wasted, but she also learned something, you know. It's not all the way wasted. She learned something. Right? She learned something. But once again, yeah. He's a wolf in sheep's clothing. He knew she was a virgin, so he started becoming a performer. Like he was performative. You should not tell anybody that. If you're a virgin, don't advertise. Act like you've been outside. Act like you've been outside. Because we don't want to have a situation where you tell somebody and then now it becomes a challenge for them. Oh, you know what? I never slept with a virgin before. Oh, I wonder what that feels like. Oh, I want to be the virgin. And now, because you slept with him and he's your first, you feel like you have to stay with him. Like, oh, but I gave him my virginity. I gave my virginity. Girl, forget about it now, girl. You outside, okay? You outside like the rest of us. Busted hymen and everything, okay? That hymen been busted, okay? Because then you start to feel guilty. Oh, I need to stay because he's my first. He's my first. He's my first. Girl, don't tell people that. That's between you and God. Mavi. You need to sleep. You know you're tired, right? Oh, Maverick. You got too much energy. Yeah. 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 People are predators. Yeah, be careful. And the fact that he hangs around people who go to prison and out of prison, yeah, something is bizarre. Something is extremely bizarre. You know, something is bizarre. But he went back to what he likes. That's it. And like I said, not that you're saying this, like, and then think about this too, right? If she's a virgin, right? Hold on, you guys. Hold on. I'm here. I'm talking to y'all. Let me get him something, okay? But I'm like, think about this, Lisa. If she's a virgin, it means that, like, sexually, she's not that experienced, right? Compare her to the girl that got the 4 kids. The girl with the 4 kids, yeah, she probably knows a whole lot, right? So you go, hold on, guys. I'm here. I'm gonna change the leopard, okay? But I'm like, think about that. So can a virgin, like sexually, right? Sexually, can a virgin compete with a woman that got 4 kids? Okay. Most likely she can't. Most likely she cannot. Because the girl that got the 4 kids, she has way more experience. She got Lisa, she a real freak. That right? Okay. I'm coming. Go baby. Stop traumatizing me. You hear me? I'm a good person, okay? I'm a good mom. I deserve a better treatment than this. What do you think? What do you think? Huh? What do you think? Bring him up. Oh, careful. Ooh. Sorry. Hold on. Good job. You got it? Good job. Good job, Henry. Good job. Huh? You have so much energy. This little baby. Only take naps for like 10 minutes. Make it make sense. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, you guys. Sorry. I have to get a diaper. Okay. I'm like, how does a virgin compare or compete with a girl that has 4 kids? Okay. She has more experience. So why does he want my friend back and he doesn't want to go be with the freak? I think he wants your friend back because most likely your friend has money. The freak doesn't have money. So I think your friend, like, she has financial stability, right? But maybe if he could, he would take, Frank. I think maybe if he could, he would take the sexual prowess of the other girl and give it to your friend, but she doesn't have that. Like, he likes the freaky nature of the other girl. And then maybe like with your friend, he just like the fact that, like, you know, like she has money, she's stable, she's classy, whatever. You know what I mean? Yeah. But he's up to no good. Baby, stop. What is this? You restless little baby. You don't even know what you want. Oh my gosh. You okay? Maverick, you know, if you're tired, it's okay to sleep, right? Always fighting sleep like this. That's crazy. Love you. Yeah. He likes the freakiness of the first one. That's what he's about. Up to no good. Okay, you guys, let's see this, right? Because I saw this video yesterday before Lisa came with her story. But I saw this yesterday, right? Because this man was talking about how Joe Biden did not give any pardon to the black people in politics. I'm like, oh my gosh, you're so right. You are so right. Hold on. Hold on, my baby. Hold on. Let mommy do this, okay? I love you. Look at this, y'all. Look at this. Look at this.
All right, YouTube. It's Detroit's HPTV coming to you out of Detroit.
Okay.
Back with another video on this Tuesday. I guess we are seeing inaugural day. Those who didn't watch it, who boycotted, didn't want to see it. They still got a new president. Now, what I want to talk about is an interesting story that none of the left is talking about. Now, we know that Joe Biden did all those pardons, had been pardoning people, had even been pardoning his own family members, blanket pardons with indefinite limitations, like the 10 years. But he pardoned everybody. But he forgot some people. It seems he forgot the black people from the black community, the black liberals. Seems like he forgot Letitia James. Seems like he forgot Fannie Willis. Seems like he forgot Alvin Bragg. They was going to go at Mayor Adams until he switched lanes, got down with Trump. But we're going to talk today about the story of Marilyn Mosby. Today, I want to talk about Marilyn Mosby. Angela Rye over there at the Native podcast, she was crying and begging Biden to give her a pardon, and he wouldn't. And all of a sudden, he went out the door pardoning everybody but them. And they won't say nothing. They mad and they boycotting Trump. The level of betrayal in the Democratic Party is enough to make you never want to say you're a liberal. Look how they do them on the left. Look how quickly they turn and cleave to their own. Now nobody's talking about Marilyn Mosby. Well, let's take a look at this story. This is for fair usage under the 1976 Copyright Act for education and commentary. Check out this.
On the day of her election, she was the youngest chief prosecutor of any major city in America. But over the past few months, Marilyn Mosby has found herself on the other side of the courtroom as a defendant. After being found guilty in 2 separate federal trials, she's now facing up to 40 years in prison. As the clock ticks down to her sentencing on Thursday, she is still fighting for her freedom. ABC's Janae Norman spoke with Mosby and her attorney.
Justice is always worth the price paid for its pursuit. Always, always.
Marilyn Mosby, once Baltimore's top prosecutor, is awaiting sentencing for convictions that carry the possibility of decades in prison. Mosby and her attorney, Angela Rye, painting it as political retaliation.
What I would say first is that Marilyn is not the...
Oh, that's something I didn't even know. I didn't know Angela Rye was her actual attorney. No wonder she been crying and begging for Joe Biden to pardon this lady. She has a personal interest and a professional interest in her. But why are they not screaming on Joe Biden now?
Sorry, y'all.
Why are they not talking about what's the betrayal?
Now, see, me honestly, I do think Marilyn Mosby is guilty. But my point is, right? I for the sake, I really do agree with this argument. The vein of his argument is like, okay, you're pardoning all these people because allegedly Trump is evil. Trump is going to come after everybody. Trump is going to weaponize the DOJ and come after everybody that stood against them. But I'm like, a lot of these black politicians, a lot of these black DAs and stuff, they took strong legal positions against Donald Trump for you, right? And you're not going to pardon anybody? You going to leave all these black people to fight for themselves? Let's assume Trump really does that stuff, right? What? He pardoned his entire family. He pardoned all kinds of white people. I mean, he's pardoned all kinds of people, right? Politically, right? Liz Cheney, this person, that person, Fauci. And I'm like, okay, she's not my favorite, but maybe he should pardon Fani Willis. Because would Fani Willis have taken on that case if they didn't ask her to do that? And Kamala Harris too, huh? You're not going to fight for these ladies to have pardons? What happened to the sisterhood? I thought she was black. I thought she was an AKA, right? No. She doesn't, you don't petition near Joe Biden to get these ladies like any kind of pardon? I'm like, that is insane. And I know that the reason why they did it, because they probably try to help Joe Biden, trying to help Kamala Harris, and they just leaving these people out to dry. I'm like, oh my gosh. So when I saw this video yesterday, I was like, oh my goodness, he's so right. How come nobody's talking about that? Because if Trump is who you say he is, then these ladies should have pardons. They should also have preemptive pardons. Nope. I'm like, even Jesse Jackson. Jesse Jackson went back on his friendship with Trump for you. You're not going to pardon his son? That is crazy to me. That is so crazy.
In their own camp, while they condemn Snoop Dogg and Nelly and anybody who went and participate in the inauguration of Trump. Now let's do some more of this.
Only one, she's the latest one. And it is remarkably egregious. Black women prosecutors, progressive prosecutors in this country have been overwhelmingly targeted. And then Donald Trump himself, who said when he was running for office that she should prosecute herself. Bill Barr, who was his attorney general, saying that there are cities like Baltimore, and he named others, that he was specifically looking at. It was by design from the very beginning a witch hunt.
Though the investigation was completed since President Biden took office, the inquiry into Mosby started under Donald Trump's presidency. Mosby rose to public prominence in 2015 with the case of Freddie Gray, seen here being arrested. He suffered a fatal spinal injury while in police custody.
That boy leg look gross.
In the midst of the unrest, Mosby moving to charge the 6 officers involved.
No one is above the law.
I was one of the first prosecutors in this country to attempt to hold police officers accountable for the death of a Black man. That exposure ultimately led to reform, right? Not just in the state, in the city of Baltimore and statewide, but nationally.
The prosecution couldn't secure convictions for 4 of the officers and decided in 2016 to drop all the charges.
Tell me about your proudest moments in your role as state's attorney.
My office successfully convicted 33 police officers after Freddie Gray, those individuals that were violating the rights of citizens in Baltimore City. My office created the first conviction integrity unit in the entire state of Maryland, where we did reinvestigations into claims of actual innocence. We exonerated 13 innocent Black men that collectively served 300 years in prison for crimes they didn't commit. And so to now be in a position where I'm facing the same sobering reality as each of those individuals it's incredibly disheartening.
Across 2 separate trials, federal prosecutors sought to prove she falsified documents. First, to withdraw money from a retirement account early, and then to purchase 2 homes in Florida. The first trial in November of last year was on 2 charges of perjury connected to those 2 retirement account withdrawals in 2020, both done using a provision of the CARES Act, the Congressional COVID Relief Package, one withdrawal for $40,000 and the other for $50,000.
This is not PPP loans. This is not COVID relief.
I mean, sis, you lied on the application though. But my point is, right, I'm not a fan of Marilyn Mosby. I think she's guilty. But, you know, it's like 50, it's like what, 100,000 maybe? I don't know, 100, 200,000. Hunter Biden, he owed like millions in back taxes. Millions. Okay? Millions. So I'm like, you're not going to give any of these Black people a pardon? Nope. Did Kamala Harris fight for any of these Black sisters to get a pardon? Nope. Because I'm like, they could, I mean, most likely they're going to come super hard against Fani Willis. And the thing with Fani, like, she went to the White House, like she signed her name in there. Like there's proof she was at the White House. There's proof that she had meetings with Kamala Harris, right? So it does give the impression that, yeah, the only reason why she had this case was to help you guys out. Now it's like the man's just leaving. Like, okay, I mean, y'all a bunch of criminals, but I'm like, if you're pardoning your family, you can pardon some of these Black people too. Like, nope, I pardon nobody. So if Trump is really who you say he is, they're going to be by themselves, like fighting this man out of pocket. Wow. Wow. Oh, my Lord.
Relief funding. This is me being advised and with having access, taking out my own money, the money that I put away every 2 weeks.
The prosecution accused her of lying about having a financial hardship on her request form, saying she aimed to take advantage of the law meant to give favorable tax treatment to people struggling during the height of the pandemic. They presented evidence at trial that showed she made about $9,000 more in 2020 than 2019.
Are you saying that the actions for which you were convicted, you're not saying that you didn't do those or that didn't happen? Or am I misunderstanding? No, I think that what we're saying is that it was not perjury to say that she experienced an adverse financial consequence due to COVID. She called to ask the administrator of the Baltimore Deferred Compensation Plan if she qualified twice, right?
Nationwide, yes.
So if you call and you're told that an adverse financial consequence,
which hasn't been legally defined,
and so obviously experienced an adverse financial consequence, I think what is so remarkable to me, again, I keep using that word, is how do they know how Maryland was impacted by COVID? She is, making decent money as a Baltimore City State's attorney. There are people who she's responsible for. None of us knew, like if people could remember what was happening during COVID, none of us knew what was next. We were all experiencing adverse financial consequences.
The jury found Mosby guilty on both counts. Mosby says she used the money from her retirement account to close on 2 homes in Florida, an 8-bedroom house in Kissimmee, Florida, near Disney World, and a condo in Longboat Key on the Gulf Coast. Prosecutors presenting evidence at trial accusing Mosby of falsely stating in a letter to the lender that she'd received an outstanding $5,000 as a gift from her then husband, Baltimore City Council President Nick Mosby. In reality, they say she transferred those $5,000 to him and then he transferred it back. The gift letter is the only accusation the jury convicted Mosby on in the mortgage fraud trial.
You know, the thing here is that they almost make it seem like wiring money between spouses is money laundering. One thing that critics online are saying, they're like, wait, this 40 years, you're not actually facing 40 years. Yes, that is possible, but it's highly unlikely. Prosecutors are asking for 20 months. But you're saying even more than the jail time, that not only has the personal effects on Marilyn, but it sends a message. It sends a major message. And I think the other thing that we have to keep in mind is the type of crime. This gets right to the heart of.
Now, I'm gonna say this, and they probably not gonna like this, but she is a DA. She prosecutes people. She would have to know that misrepresenting herself, getting the funds from the pandemic, was going to be a problem when she was working every day, and she was buying a luxurious home. You know what, people are going through hardship and at the same time buying luxurious homes, misrepresenting themselves in their transactions as a DA and don't know none of the things about what they're doing is wrong. Well, let's look back into it.
Right? It's wrong. Marilyn knows she's wrong. She knows she's wrong, but she thought she could get away with it. Right? And this is, once again, I'm coming in here. Don't come for me, right? But this is where Marlene, I will talk to a lot of my Black American sisters and say, don't drink the Kool-Aid of these white liberals. Because they'll tell you, oh, you're the backbone of the party. Oh, you make more money than the Black man. You're better than your men. You surpass your men. They gas your head up because they need you in rebellion. They need you acting crazy. They want you to feel as though, oh, you're on par with them. You know, you can get away with stuff. No, you can't. They're just finessing you for your votes. They are finessing you for your rage. They are finessing you for your ability to be a militant, right? Because even though it's not okay, I know it's not okay. Marilyn knows it's not okay. But I can see how Marilyn in her head thinking like, oh, I'm a Black woman. I'm highly educated. I'm a Democrat. I'm in the clique. We're the backbone of the party. We're better than these Black men. I could see how she thought she had some kind of like blanketed immunity, right? And if anything came crawling because she locked up police officers, right? That these white liberals would come to her rescue. No, you're just a foot soldier. They're not serious. And I said this, anytime you meet somebody who wants to elevate you and put somebody down, especially like your own family, they'll, oh, I'm going to elevate you, but I'm going to put your brother down. Yeah, red flag. You're toxic. Okay. No, thank you. We come together. We rise together. We fall together. Like, you're insane. But I'm sure she thought she could get away with these things. Right. And when this happened too, when Angela came out and she started like defending her and asking for Biden to give her a pardon, I was a bit confused because many times Angela has said that I'm friends with the vice president. I am friends with Kamala Harris. I have her number. And I'm like, okay, so why don't you just call her? I don't get it, right? She could talk to the man directly. They controlled him. He was not running the White House. Joe Biden was not running the White House, okay? Nancy Pelosi, Hakeem Jeffrey, Chuck Schumer, and Kamala Harris, and maybe his wife. I don't know. But the man had dementia, okay? But why don't you just call her and just ask her to do what needs to be done? No. On the eve of this man leaving, because when it came to pardoning his family, he did it right before Trump gave his speech. So he was still giving out pardons before he gets on Marine One. So my thing is, why doesn't Kamala Harris say, you know what? A lot of these Black girls, on behalf of me, they put their chests out there. They put their law licenses out there. They put their entire names out there. You gave your whole family pardons. You gave all your business associate pardons. Give these girls a pardon. You know, no. Fani Willis, especially Fani Willis, no. I'm like, oh my gosh, these people are crazy. That's why I said this from the jump. Like, do not be the one to try to take down another white person for these white liberals. If they want to take down another white person, let them do it. Let them do it. Fani never should have got involved with this stuff, right? But they gassed her up. They made her believe that she had a case. She's not going to be famous. And then when Biden gets reelected, if Kamala gets elected, she going to come to D.C., going to give her a special prosecutor job. They are just lying to you. They're not serious. And I can't even trust Kamala. She ain't black, right? But this is really how you see she's not black, right? That's how you see she ain't really black. Because she was really black, blackity black, the way they claim she's black, she would have made sure that those sisters had something. Like, you know what? Yeah, I mean, they did lie, but you know what I'm saying? At this point, everybody gave pardons, so give them something, right? But he's really out here he gave preemptive pardons. Fani Willis, especially like Maryland, I don't know. I'm like, I can see it, but Fani Willis, especially Fani Willis and Letitia James, right? Those two, but especially Fani Willis, but Letitia James too, but I'm saying like those two ladies, they definitely should have had a preemptive pardon. No, he just leaves those girls by themselves. And on top of that, they're not millionaires. These are regular people. Like, they have regular income, right? Maybe they have money left over from their campaign, but let's assume that Trump decides to go after them. Let's assume that Pam Bondi decides to go after these ladies, right? They will have to pay their legal costs out of pocket. Because just because you're a lawyer does not mean you're going to represent yourself. And just because you're a lawyer does not mean that you should represent yourself, right? But going to court is incredibly expensive. So, I think, I don't know, I don't know if they're married, but I know Fanny's not married, but I'm like, not being married, having to go to court by yourself, pay all your court fees by yourself. I'm like, they definitely should have received a pardon. I'm not a fan of these ladies, but since everybody's getting a pardon anyways, give some of these black girls a pardon. Nope. Nothing, nada. I'm like, even Jesse Jackson. I'm like, all Sharpton, he could have finessed for Jesse Jackson's son to get a pardon because he already went to jail. He served his time. But for the sake of his criminal record, like, you know, if he wants to do other things, right, it'll be nice for the son of Jesse Jackson to get a pardon. Nope. And all he stole, like Jesse Jackson, his son, all he stole was $500,000. I mean, I'm not saying it's okay though, but my point is it was $500,000. Hunter Biden, I think his tax bill is over $4 million, maybe more. And there's a lot more stuff he did that we don't know of, right? But his dad pardoned everything. So I'm like, Jesse Jackson, his son, he already went to prison. He served his time, right? You could at least pardon the man. Nope, nothing. I'm like, wow, this man is evil. Are y'all still here? Y'all still have a channel? Okay. That's like, wow, that's really, really mean.
Her integrity, her honesty, and her character. The investigation was extremely expansive. They combed my taxes. They went through my campaign contributions. They were looking at my charitable donations. They were knocking on neighbors' doors at 5 a.m. to interrogate my hairdresser, my children's dance instructors. They sent subpoenas to all of the Black churches a few months before my election, all to create an environment in which I would be isolated and villainized.
And mind you, this is with Garland too, huh? This is happening to her with Joe Biden's DOJ under Garland. So it's her own party that's going after her. But my thing is, if they were out here serving subpoenas to churches, Pam Bondi could also serve a subpoena to Jamal Bryant, Newbirth, and all these other churches like that took in Fani Willis, right? All of these pastors could get subpoenaed. You see? And this is why when you're a pastor, you don't let your church be dragged into politics. This is why. But I'm like, oh my gosh, like this is crazy. But if Pam Bondi comes after these ladies, like, where's the money? Oh my God.
Media, and ultimately I lost my election as a result of it.
She says her 2022 indictment has taken a toll on her personal life, including her marriage. She and her husband, now divorced, and she says she worries about the impact her going to prison would have on their 2 teenage daughters.
They've done this intentionally to break me. To break me psychologically, spiritually, professionally. I lost my election. Financially, I spent hundreds and thousands of dollars trying to defend myself against these these ridiculous accusations. You know, I lost my marriage as a result of this. He's a public servant.
Let me interject. All of this is under the Biden administration, where Black women are the backbone of their party and all that. This is where this is going on at. So let's get the time frame together.
And just recently losing his election.
ABC News reached out to the Department of Justice for comment, but officials declined. Though they have said in court filings, Ms. Mosby was charged and convicted because she chose to repeatedly break the law, not because of her politics or policies. She's now seeking a pardon from President Biden, fearing a conviction could lead to the Bar Association taking away her license to practice law.
The pardon is because it erases the slate. It will come in to correct an injustice.
So what does life look like for you Friday and beyond?
Friday, and I'll say, based off of my faith, I know that God will have the final say. And
they just divide people, like divide and conquer. They don't love you. They don't love you. They just gas you up. They give you all these baseless compliments, right? To make you feel so special. And then you, oh, I'm so special. They tell me, they give me all these compliments. Nobody who really loves you is going to tell you to go stab your brother for you to get ahead. Man, please, right? And now all these ladies are stranded. They're by themselves. Like they are truly, truly by themselves. And that was what my biggest concern with Fannie. I'm like, Fannie, we're talking about your law license, y'all. Like going to law school. I mean, I don't think it's that bad, but it's still a lot of work though, right? Going to law school, passing the bar. You're going to put your license on the line for these goofy ass people because they invite you to the White House because they make you feel special when you sometime come to DC? No. Because even with Fannie, like when she took on the Trump case, I'm like, Fannie, even if you think you can win, you should always consider not winning, right? You should always consider, I don't care how confident you are. Oh yeah, Martin, I got this in the bag. Yeah. Do you know how many times I was confident about something and then it completely like backfired on my ass? Okay. Just because you're confident does not mean that God approves. Like, you can feel confident, but does that mean that victory is actually yours? Like it might not be yours. So I'm like, yo, because me, like I said, it's the Fannie Willis case that really made me pay attention to all this stuff, right? But I'm like, Fannie, if this man is really who people say he is, he's racist, he's vindictive, he's down with neo-Nazis and do you think that as a Black woman, it is safe for you to go after this man? Because what if Trump was really who they said he was? Would your life be safe? Are they going to give you enough protection? Right? No, she just put her entire neck out there. She put her daddy out there. She put herself out there. She put her daughters out there. I'm like, Fannie, for what? For what? For what? He's never going to put you in his government. And you see, I was right. And now the man got out of Dodge. He made sure to protect his entire family, his brothers, his sisters-in-law, brother-in-law, child, the entire family got preemptive pardon. Liz Cheney, preemptive pardon. Fauci. It's a lot of people. It's a lot of people. They say he pardoned like 4,000 people. 4,000 people. Yes, 4,000 people. And there's not one like Black politician, Black DA. There's none of these Black people who really put their chests out there to like go against that man. Like, nah. Yes. I don't know what she thought she was. Yo, this thing, it had me so. I was like, I remember like this is, yes, Val, 4,000, girl, 4,000. So I didn't think much about that because I don't know, it just skipped my mind. But when I saw his video last night, I was like, oh my gosh, like he is so right. He is so right. Because what about Jesse Jackson's son? Like, seriously? He gave Magic Johnson a Medal of Honor, right? Magic Johnson got a medal. But I'm like, okay, maybe he's shady. I don't know. But I'm like, Magic Johnson was not really out here like this, like fighting for y'all, like, going after Trump every day, all day, every day, all day. Fannie Willis put her neck out there. Her family, her dad, her children, her license, like everything. I'm like, Fanny, do you really want to do this? Like, why is it that they're using you to do it? They can't find a white person to do it. Of all the people that could do it, why not be you though? Right? Why not have a special case somewhere in Colorado somewhere where they can have a white prosecutor go after this white man? So that way it's like white on white crime. No, they got to use this one black woman in the South, in Georgia. Where I'm like, you guys, you got to realize this, right? The only part that is truly blue in Georgia is like Fulton County. It's like Atlanta proper. Like it's the black people part. But outside of that, Georgia is red. The governor is Republican. The majority of people in the Senate in Georgia, Republicans. I'm like, how is that even safe? How's that safe? Huh. Oh my gosh. Wow. Val, it is 4,000 people. 4,000 people. Then you lost the case. And given how you lose the case, they're going to blame you. But even if you blame her, at least she still tried. She was sloppy, but she still tried, though. She tried. But give her something. No. So I'm like, so Trump is evil. Trump, you protect your entire family. And these people who really put their chests out there to help you win this election by fire, by whatever, you're going to leave these black girls like this by themselves. And that's why every time they're trying to sell these lies to black women, oh, get you a white man, the white man, lobster imposter, the white man, oh, please. The majority of white men with black women or around black women, when it gets tough, they throw these girls under the bus. Joe Biden was the white zaddy. What did he do? Nothing. Right? Told these girls, Kamala Harris is black. She went to Howard. She's black. She black. She black. She's an AKA. Okay. Okay. Fight for these girls. Get them aborted. And how much you want to bet she stopped picking up their calls? How much do you want to bet? How much you want to bet? Angela Rye, Fannie Willis, Letitia James, right? Because as soon as she lost, she don't need them no more. And I told you, that election money, that campaign money, I told you she put a lot of money to the side. Because she won either way. Like either she's going to win the White House or she's going to win some money. But I don't believe that she didn't stash like $100 million to herself. Because when you look at that spending stuff, like when you look at that spending stuff, there is one company that got like $400 million. And that company has no website. Like they have no website. They have no known address. When Biden ran, they put another $400 million in there. So like in the past like 4 years, right? That one company got about like $800 million. I'm like, yeah, that's their private trust fund. Like that's their piggy bank. Yes, that's her. That's her. And the majority of people who got the money, like the campaign money, are white women. Yeah, these liberal white women. You know? Let me see where I can find that. How she spend the money. Oh, we had that one time. Where is it? I don't remember. Child. I'm gonna find it again. I have to look it up. But anyways, she spent all this money. And then she owed the money, but I'm like a lot, like it was like 600 million that went to like 5 companies. I'm like, dang, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. But the majority of the black people who supported her, I don't think, I mean, there's one guy who got like 28 million, but besides that, everybody else was like 500,000 and less than that. It was nothing more than that. But I'm like, girl, she barely gave these people money. She doesn't care. I'm like, wow, this is sad.
My hope is that I will walk out of that courthouse and be able to start my life again, rebuild my life with my little girls.
Our thanks to Janae for bringing us that conversation.
Of course, she was found guilty. Didn't get the pardon. Joe Biden, it looks to me, out of all those people he pardoned, I don't see that he pardoned any black liberals.
Yeah.
That's on the front line that were opponents of Trump. Like I stated before, Letitia James, Fannie Willis,
What's me?
Bragg, Chicago Mary, definitely all those cities where they have immigrants and was getting funding. But I want you to see what Demetria K has to say about this. Check this out.
What's the government picture look used to be?
Oh my.
So hello everybody, it is me, Demetria K, and I hope you're having a great day. Of course, I am here in Texas, Houston to be exact, and we are supposed to be experiencing record-breaking, I guess, snowfall tonight and in the morning. So it's supposed to be, I guess, pretty brutal for Houston, I guess. So we're all kind of bracing for that, but I won't be before you long. I like to say the purpose of the Demetria K Show is to promote Black love, knowledge, and understanding of all things that go on in the Black community to make us an even better people, with the emphasis on even, because we're great people, but we can always strive to do better. Like I said, big giant thank you, hello, and welcome to YouTube and Facebook. You are the other side of the conversation. I won't be sharing the link today because I am by myself, but we will be back here tomorrow. When I say we, I mean Donovan and I. Of course, you guys know the inauguration was today, the inauguration of Donald Trump, who is the 47th president, was the 45th, now he's the 47th, and all of that. I watched the whole thing. And so I found myself laughing, but again, I won't get too much into it today. We'll wait till tomorrow when Donovan is here, but I did take a copious amount of notes, if you will. And so all that is going to be going on today. Also, today is what they call Martin Luther King Jr. Day. It's not his birthday, it's actually the 15th, but today it's being celebrated. In addition to that, again, of the inauguration, which kind of seems like it was very contentious for a lot of reasons, but of course, we'll get into that as well. But today I want to spend some time talking about while there's 92% were trolling Snoop, Biden, that is former President Joe Biden, left office without pardoning Marilyn Mosby. And of course, I will get into who she is. I'm sure a lot of you guys know who she is already, but if you don't, I will definitely get into that. So who is here before I get started? Before I get started, I want to play a video in homage to Martin Luther King. It's a short one, but it's going to be a short snippet from that of the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. So that's going to be in just a second. Extreme, how you doing? Says if Trump gets her pardon, you know what? I said the same thing. They're going to mess around. I don't know if Trump will, but wouldn't that be something if he did? Biden left and didn't pardon Marilyn Mosby. Belinda, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Beauty Land, what is going on? I'm going to tell you in just a second. And how you doing? And Brother Don, my triple OG moderator, how you doing? Dana, what's going on with you? Bobby Wright, how are you? Belinda says, I watch it too on my phone at work. Arneva, as the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan said, we've allowed them to name streets and boulevards after him, and that was it, right? Like, we think that's really something. But he also said there that people often go with, oh, you know, he had a dream. And of course, they go on with the same old talking points. But he said, well, Martin Luther King Jr. was a revolutionary. He basically, for, you know, lack of a better word, there wasn't no punk. That, you know, history and a lot of y'all, not y'all here, but them over there, have made him into, right? Now, of course, a lot recently, we heard a lot of dust up because Trump was inaugurated on MLK Day, again, not his birthday. Trump didn't have anything to do with that. It just so happens that MLK Day fell on Inauguration Day, right? So, of course, a lot of people said, I'm not going to watch. I'm going to go honor Martin Luther King. And when I see people saying that, I'm like, well, how? How are you going to honor him? You just going to say you did? Like, what are you doing? And when I say you, I mean me as well. What are we doing to actually show that we are putting boots to the ground and doing the things that he's doing? Because nowadays we hear about people boycotting stuff, like Snoop and them. And they boycotting because they feelings got hurt because they exercised their democracy. But when Martin Luther King Jr. and them was boycotting, they was boycotting for real. They didn't have too many, emotions and personal feelings. They was like, nah, we got to move the ball for our people, right? But nowadays, people loosely use Martin Luther King Jr., just so that, I don't know, maybe it's fashionable now. And especially a lot of people who look like us, we think all we have to do is invoke the name of Martin Luther King Jr. and all of a sudden we did something. You ain't do nothing. You ain't do nothing. All you did was bump your gums and your thumbs, but you ain't do nothing. So I agree with the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. Yeah, streets and boulevards and stuff like that is cool, but that's not what he was asking. He was asking, and in fact, when Martin Luther King Jr. died, right before he died, he was going to Washington to get our check. But a lot of y'all that use Martin Luther King Jr., y'all doing it to get some get back on people. Talking about, Martin Luther King Day. What about Martin Luther King Day? It's a day. You honor him on one day, but what about the rest of the year? So I'm going to leave it at that. Anyway, all right. So some of y'all are like, who is Marilyn Mosby? Of course, y'all saw her on the thumbnail. But Marilyn Mosby was a former state attorney for Baltimore, the city of Baltimore, rather. She gained national attention when she prosecuted the police officers that were involved in Freddie Gray's death. Of course, Freddie Gray was a young Black man who was put in the back of a van. Police officers were messing with them, and they drove around the city with him not seatbelted down, but handcuffed. And when they got him out of there, he had broken vertebrae and a whole host of other things, and he died from those injuries. Well, Marilyn Mosby was like, well, I'm going to go after you. Of course, they got off, for lack of better words, and never really were brought up on to trial, if I'm not mistaken. So nevertheless, we'll get back into that. Now in 2023-24, Marilyn was convicted of perjury, and basically she filed financial hardship during COVID-19, basically saying that she needed to draw out, which she did, $90,000 from her 401k. But this prosecutors are more or less like, well, you were still working. You're fully working, fully, drawing the paycheck, so you weren't having any hardship. And it sounded like, as the state attorney, she was making quite a bit of money. Now, she also got convicted on mortgage fraud, making false statements on mortgage application to purchase 2 Florida homes, or I think they were kind of like rental properties, if I'm not mistaken. Now, she also misrepresented a $5,000 gift that she got from her husband in order to get a lower interest rate, okay? Now, in May 2024, she was sentenced to 12 months home confinement and 100 hours of community service, and sentenced to supervised release, so basically probation, right? Where she has to check in and all that. Now, of course, many people feel like that happened to Marilyn. Basically, it was some get back, right? It was get back for what she was trying to do with the officers in the Freddie Gray incident. She tried to hold them accountable, and many didn't like that. So they felt like that's why the state, I guess, whoever it was, went after her. Sounds like it was a DOJ or somebody. Don't quote me. Nevertheless, it also sounds like she was the first person in history for that particular thing to happen to. So again, people feel like it was some get back. Now, in all fairness, there were a lot of people who were asking for Biden, hey, pardon Marilyn Mosby, right? Because he pardoned a whole lot of other people. And in fact, they say he pardoned about 1,500 people that were on home confinement, due to COVID and all that other stuff. So they're like, hey, what about Marilyn? Come on. And of course, today he left and he did not do that.
Wow.
So yeah, there was some, like I would, say Angela Rye and, her crew and things like that. They were vehemently trying to get the attention of the president to get her pardon, and he didn't do that. Now, of course, a pardon is basically a forgiveness for crime. It depends on what type of pardon it is. But in her case, they wanted her to get a total pardon. So having her free of any consequences. So basically not being home confined anymore, not being on probation or any of that other stuff, and getting rid of the felony, right? Because she had a lot of things taken from her. So that didn't happen. But my problem is this. My problem is 92%, and y'all know who I'm talking about. For those of y'all who are like, who's the 92%? That's Black women who run around here with their faces all screwed up because Kamala Harris did not win the presidency, right? That's what they called themselves, the 92%, the backbone of the Democratic Party. You ran around the internet for 4 days. For 4 days trolling Snoop, Nelly, Soulja Boy, and Rick Ross, and some lady came on here and said Ross. I'm like, no.
And do you see how perverse these white liberals are? They always do that to Black people. They're always dividing Black people, right? They had Black people focusing on Snoop Dogg is performing, Soulja Boy performing, who else? Rick Ross, who else? Nelly. It's like, okay, sure, whatever, who cares, right? So that way, you're so busy being upset about them performing for allegedly Trump that you're not paying attention to who's getting these pardons. It was all intentional. Distraction. I should have known they were up to no good. Like, come on, why do we even care, like, who Snoop is performing for? Like, seriously? Snoop does all kinds of heinous stuff. Like, now you're outraged because of Trump. Like, please, that's probably like the most decent thing he's done in a while. Okay? We saw his daughter come out here saying, like, she didn't even have a car. She had to wait for her boyfriend so she could borrow her boyfriend's car. And I'm like, you're Snoop's daughter. Like, what? She drives a Toyota. Okay? He's a colorist. I'm like, he's done so many heinous things. Like, that little girl he was messing with, what is her name? She's on Instagram. I don't know. I forgot her name. Okay? All kinds of foolishness he does. That didn't turn you off. But performing at the crypto ball, that's where you're like, oh my gosh, I'm so outraged. I'm like, please. But we should have known it was a distraction because he was writing pardons for his family. And they didn't want Black people to pay attention. They go apply pressure. Okay, but what about this then? Pardon this person, pardon that person. That man is such a criminal. He's such a, oh my gosh, he's,
We ain't talking about Ross Dress for Less. We ain't talking about Snoopy from the Peanuts.
Who?
You know what I'm saying? We ain't talking about Nelly from, what's that show back in the day? The Prairie Show, whatever. We ain't talking about them, okay? But y'all ran around there, Little House on the Prairie. Y'all ran around trolling them while your homegirl was waiting for Biden to partner. Now, I'm going to say this, okay? See, I ain't fake. I've made a few videos saying that I believe that Marilyn Mosby got a raw deal. I believe they targeted Marilyn Mosby. Y'all can go check my resume. Look at the African Diaspora News channel. I made a video or two. I believe that they did that to her. And I believe that she should have gotten a pardon. But as I said, you 92%ers, you faking and you fronting and you messing with Snoop, but yet your homegirl is still locked down in her house. I mean, I guess she could have went to prison, right? But she didn't. She locked down in her house, and Biden got on the little helicopter, right? The Marine little helicopter, and then got on Air Force One, and he flew off to California, go to vacation. Kamala, Angela Wright talking about that's her homegirl. She used her whole government name when she talking about her. Kamala Dobby Harris. We're not gonna blame Kamala. Kamala didn't have no pull with Biden. Hey, Biden, you let it. And he just pardoned Dr. Fauci today. He pardoned a whole bunch of his, family members, his brothers, all kind of stuff, right? And Kamala didn't have no pull. Say, hey, come on, man, do this solid for me. Do this solid for the 92% that showed up and they showed out. They were strolling to the polls and, all this stuff. Do a solid for me. Come on, pardon my homegirl, Marilyn. He didn't do it. He pardoned them judges that was at the cash for kids for cash scheme that was selling those kids up the river to like prison and stuff. He pardoned them. A whole host of people, but not Marilyn Mosby, who indeed
she's on the she's with Phil. She's on the African Diaspora News. Is that what it's called? Hold on. She's with Phil. She has her show there. Hold on. Yeah, this one. You can find her here. She has shows sometimes a week. I don't know which one, but she's here. She's here. She has her shows on here. But she's with Phil. She works with Phil. Mm-hmm. Out of order. She works with Phil. She has shows on here, but I don't. Oh, here she is. That's her.
Unleash the power of knowledge and connect. Immerse yourself in a community perspective today.
Pasadena, Altadena, Pacific Palace A, Pacific Coast Highway, Mount. Well, that's what Black people do. Look.
That's her. I don't know her name, but I know that's her. That's her. This is her. So maybe she does more of the live stream. There she is. That's her. That's her right here. I'm here as well. Right here. Yeah, African Diaspora News Channel. She's with Phil. My pleasure. Yeah.
I don't think she did anything wrong, right? She got the wrong money. It wasn't like she stole the money. I mean, come on now. I ain't never did it, but I know that ain't nothing new. Many people get a little money here and there and say, okay, here, bet I need to put a down payment, right? But they went after her. In fact, I think they was looking at trying to give her 10 years or so for that, or longer. I think maybe like 30 years they was trying to give her for that. Again, I believe it was retribution for her going after the police officers in the Freddie Gray case. But right there. So two things. 92%, you a phony and you a fraud. You don't care about Black women because while that Black woman was waiting for y'all to, boots on the ground, y'all was going after Snoop.
Even Maryland's case is not the worst. My biggest concern is Fannie. I think the 92%ers, they should have fought harder for Fannie. But once again, they let themselves be distracted with this whole Rick Ross, Soulja Boy, Snoop Dogg, what's his name, Nelly performing during the inauguration. So you're distracted over here. Meanwhile, they're writing all these pardons. You're not looking. Because I'm like, what the heck? Like, honestly, I didn't think about it until I saw his video this morning. I was like, oh my gosh, this man screwed these ladies over. What a asshole. Like, what is this?
In case y'all don't, if you don't know, when she said 92%, she's talking about the 92% of so-called Black women who voted for Kamala and Biden. And no, Kamala and Wallace, Tampon Tim. He said 92% of y'all were stumped down loyal to the Democratic Party.
Thing is, guess you ain't the backbone of the Democratic Party after all, huh? Yeah. I guess Kamala and Biden really don't love you like you think you did. And from what I understand, they mad at Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Ooh.
From what my daughter was telling me, they're mad because Ketanji Brown Jackson, she went along with the TikTok ban. Y'all know it was unanimous, right? So she too said that it needed to be banned. Now, a lot of the people on TikTok are like, wait a minute, homegirl. It was because of us, talking about you and Ketanji Brown Jackson, all this other stuff that, you probably got confirmed. And then you're going to go against it? So what? The 92%, I'm not talking about the 8% of the brothers. That's another day. But what it showed you is that, oh, you just like the rest of us. Mm-hmm. They don't care about you either.
No, they don't.
They couldn't do you that one favor. Y'all remember? 4 years ago.
Shout out to Demetra K. But
Demetra K, that's her name.
The point that I'm trying to show you is twofold. Because in mainstream media, legacy media, they're not even talking about Marilyn Mosby in front of Biden.
Fannie Willis.
All these partners.
Talking about Fannie Willis.
He pardoned his whole family.
Mm-hmm.
But you have heard no reaching out to, like I told you, Letitia James, the #1 attack dogs that they sent
Letitia
at Trump
and
and conservatives.
Letitia and Fannie.
Who were had black face, loyal to the Democratic Party. They didn't pardon any of them
at all. Hush.
That's just something to think about.
That's mean.
Going into the future. So this Detroit's HPTV coming to you out of Detroit.
And I hope these ladies realize that they're evil. They're evil. Now let me show you this.
So I went in my closet and
I saw this yesterday, you guys. It seems like there's some pastor out here that's cheating. So his wife decided to expose him. You guys, this was so funny. Let me play for y'all. Hold on.
I asked God to show me and it hurt, but
Hold on.
my closet.
Let's start from the top.
So I went in my closet and I asked God to show me and it hurt.
Okay.
It's crazy. Yo, at least the years of deceit and life.
Women are crazy too.
Because I knew it was more to it. I knew there wasn't just one way in these 13 years, that he only did it once. Because now I'm finding out he want to be with her. I'm finding out he wants to see her every weekend. It's worse than that. The people it is. But I ain't going to put nobody under the bus because it's their business too. But forget the woman like him. The women. I know it's been women. He needs to be humbled, and I really don't want to be the one to do it, but dang.
Okay, so this is the wife of a pastor. I don't know if you guys heard about this. The pastor's name is Brian Trejo, whatever his name is. Okay. Brian's been outside, like having all kinds of sex, I guess, right? So his wife said that she's been trying to get the man to stop. He doesn't want to stop. So she decided to turn on her camera and expose her husband. Okay. Because like she said, he doesn't want to stop and he needs to be humbled. I'm like, okay. Now, Marlene, personally, you guys, I don't agree with this. I don't agree with the way she's going about this. So it seems as though since she came out and made this video, I guess on Facebook, whatever it is, or Instagram, right? He has now stepped down from his position. I don't know what that means. Maybe he's still the pastor, but he definitely has stepped down, right? And I'm like, sis, should you have at least waited until you filed for divorce, got paid your money, and then you expose him? Right? Because, okay, you expose him now. If he loses the church and he loses like the whole business of the church, right? He loses all his money. How you gonna pay you? Like what? Y'all gotta stop turning on your phones like this, though. What? Like I'm like, what exactly is the strategy behind this? Let her talk. Hold on. I am so lost.
This man is always down me for what I gotta do in God. Always down me, always manipulating me, always said I'm not anointed because I don't get as many bookings as him. Like just the manipulation and the mind manipulation that he's always done on me to make me feel like, you know what, I ain't gonna go out. I ain't gonna do nothing. I ain't gonna do no music. Y'all wonder why I don't be doing music? Y'all wonder why I don't be going out? I did my life for him. It's so much more. And I'm speaking out of like pure like adrenaline right now, and I know that, but this man has made an empire on lies. He has built my family on lies. It's been lies this whole time, y'all. That's crazy. I can't even process it right. I can't even process it. Manipulating me all these years, making me feel like I'm the one. For those that just joined, yes, Brian's a liar. And yes, they just did a PSA, a public announcement about, Brian's getting spiritual help. Brian don't want no spiritual help. I've been trying to read the Bible with me.
And then
I've been trying to do these things. He don't do that at home. As soon as somebody walk through the door or a brother come in, that's when the Bible come out.
Okay.
Let's tell all the truth.
Okay.
Yeah, no, he travels and he travels. And then when he's home, he's not here. That phone, oh my God, I've never in my life. I used to always, my contact picture for him. I just recently took a picture of him in the bed on the phone because I said that's the position he's always in. And I would roll over in the middle of the night and that's all he is doing. That's he's on the phone. His phone has been on silent for a couple years.
Ooh.
Okay?
Ooh.
And he's so good.
Mm.
He's so good at it
Mm.
that he trained me to think like, I get so many notifications. He's so good. Listen, this man ain't have no remorse for my heart. He didn't care. He didn't even care about God's name. There was like no fear. No fear. Like he was so good. There's no fear. Momo, I love you. I'm sorry, but I just found out more stuff. It's been going on for years. He's been telling his woman he want to be with her. This last one that he.
You tell the internet, like, what are we supposed to do? Like, am I supposed to call Brian and tell Brian to stop? I don't. I'm so confused, right? I just feel as though, given that he's a pastor, I guess he serves God. I don't know, right? But you don't have anybody that y'all can talk to. Like, you don't have other couples that you guys can talk to. You can call your mom, call his mom, call the deacons, like call another pastor. You're coming on the internet. Like, what does this solve? I don't know, you guys. I saw this yesterday. I was like, what? What is this?
He's been meeting up in Dallas. He in Dallas right now. Casino. Yep, let's put it all out there. And he said that he will be home to come get his stuff, and I'll take care of the house and the bills. I know I hurt you, and this, and that. No, because you probably meeting up with somebody else. I've been asking, do you have a double life in Dallas? No wonder he don't want to move to Dallas, because he's been meeting with people for years. Yeah, no. The ministry did not know. They thought it was a couple years ago because he's so good, y'all. So listen to me. Out of everything I say, all the other people in the ministry didn't know this. All the boards, the stuff that they put on there, they didn't know this. They're just genuinely believing him like we all believed him. I'm so sorry, baby.
You see? She's so busy trying to come online, expose the man, embarrass the man. You're traumatizing your kids. I think honestly, I think this is extremely immature. This is not healthy. She wants to hurt him. But I'm like, girl, he's a man. He can always reinvent himself. Look at Jamal Bryant. You're wasting your time. I wish a lot of women, y'all will come for me, but hopefully you don't come for me too hard. But I'll tell you this. I wish a lot of women would understand. When you're married to a man who is good at like manipulating people, especially like those preacher people who know how to talk and say the right thing and da-da-da. Girl, you are wasting your time. It's better to quietly go file for divorce and get everything you're owed and go about your business, because he will reinvent himself. Derek Jackson, his wife, did the same thing. Now she looks crazy on the internet because she's still talking about it like 4, 5, 6, 8 years later. Derek has moved on. He's even back on YouTube giving classes all over again. Well, he has no shame, right? I wish a lot of women will understand life ain't fair. A lot of men can easily reinvent themselves. It is not that hard. Especially if he's kind of cute, good talker, has kind of some of a nice body. Yeah, he could do it all over again. Okay? We've seen it. We're going to continue to see it. You're wasting your time and you're traumatizing your kids. The best thing to do, if you really want to be with him, is find family, friends, people in the church that can mentor you guys and kind of get to an amicable resolve. If you can't, you file for divorce, you get your money, go about your business. I'm like, you're scaring your kids. For what? Because you want to like shame him publicly? Girl, look at Jamal Bryant. Okay? That in itself should tell you enough. Like, look at Jamal. After everything he's done, he still has a church. He still has a congregation. He found himself a new wife. Okay? Like, to me, I'm like, this is a lot.
They genuinely believed him. But no, all of it's coming out. All of it's coming out. It's okay. Where's her food? Y'all, I promise you, I ain't trying to be petty. Y'all, I'm not petty like that. But the reaping shall happen. Yep, you seen him at Choctaw. Yep.
It's the baby's crying. It's like, I don't know. And I wish sometimes I was like, in a sick way, I wish a lot of women would realize when you put your man on blast for cheating, some girls, it turns them on. It turns them on. I even feel like Sierra complaining about Future, it made a lot of girls want to see like, what's that about? So a lot of girls went and slept with Future. Right? You see, when Simon came out alleging that Portia had sex with Future, I was you know, but I do believe, I don't know, don't come for me, huh? Don't be mad at me, because this is what I observed. So I'm not saying it's true, but that's what I observed though. But I do feel like when you put a man on blast for cheating, oh, he cheated on me, oh, he's sleeping with this girl and that girl, I think some girls, it turns them on. Like, oh, is he good? I don't know. Then they want to go see what that's about. Right? The best way to hurt somebody who's really hurt you, especially like a narc, like it's just, you just leave quietly. Live your best life. But I'm like, even this right here, you're giving this man way too much attention. You're doing too much. And yes, he might be hurt for a while. His reputation will take a hit. But I'm saying if Jamal Bryant can come back, he can. Bryant can come back. Because the kind of cheating Jamal has done, you can't even count. It's just too much. It's just too much. The kind of stuff Jamal did, you guys, it's a lot. Jamal is like a, okay? Jamal's for the streets. But the fact that he still has this big mega church, he's making all this money, he has a podcast, he has a new wife, okay? What does that tell you? People forget. We'll move on. All you got to do is have a good sermon, a good few sermons, they're going to forget. And you, as the wife, what do you have, right? Your job is to make sure, if you're going to leave the situation, make sure that you leave with as much money as you can to reinvent yourself, take care of your kids, provide for yourself until you can get something else, right? That's the best thing you can do. But I'm like, Danae Jackson did the same thing, right? Going in on Derek. At first, it was fun. Eventually, the lady was like, girl, you kind of have to get over it. Like, we want you to move on. Like, we're tired of you talking about Derek. Like, what else do you have to offer? You know?
Oh, and he probably was meeting somebody there. No, Antoine's completely heartbroken. We're all heartbroken. He destroyed everything. He destroyed everything.
You shouldn't tell the kids that. That's immature. Kids don't need to know all that. They're babies.
But it's cool because at the end of the day, he the one who lost it all. He the one who lost it all. Like, this is... So, I don't even know how to. Yep, you reap what you sow. This man about to reap. This man about to reap. Like, you want to humiliate me after I've been nothing but loyal to you for like 13, 14, 15 years of my life? I have begged this man to be a part of me and my kids' life. I have begged this man to stop taking so many bookings. Go to church with me. I've been sitting in church for 13 years by myself while he go and preach. I have cried. I have cried and cried and cried from being lonely. I have cried. I have wondered what's wrong with me. He ain't have no remorse for me and my kids. He come home and just try to be on my kids. Tell my son, you don't need a girlfriend. You need to focus on God. Make sure you do your Proverbs today. Don't even read the Bible with them. Make sure you do your Proverbs, or I'm going to take this away and take that away. And then me, if I even try to leave, or if I even try to say I'm done, like, oh, well, I'm not going to pay for your car. I'm not going to, you ain't getting, don't ask me for no money. Like, and recently, when he gets mad at me, he goes to the hotel, even here in town. I'm just running it all back in my head. Y'all, this is... My heart is so broken. For you to really let me sit here with these babies. He even brought his son from Tennessee and I take care of him. For you to let me cry to you and say I need help. Like, you don't even change a diaper. You don't do none of that. This man don't help me. My nails are grown out because I don't have my sister-in-law helps me, but like I have to sometimes use her for just other mental breaks I have to take for her to keep the baby. But he could be sitting in that bed and still don't be like, oh, go get your nails done. He could be sitting in that bed and see me doing everything and don't help with nothing. Y'all, like, this is the kind of person he is. And I had already been telling going to tell my story and let y'all follow my journey and just bring out little things at a time. But bump it. He said, bump me. He said, bump me. This man is not a father to these kids here. If you ask my kids, they will say the same thing. But you ask him, he'll say, I brainwashed the kids. But he don't help me with that baby. The only pictures you ever see, these things I've been wanting to say for years. The only pictures you see of him and those kids, that in that moment, that's the only time he with them. It's to take that picture. Nothing else. He ain't been to a park with us in 11 years. 11 years. And do I feel dumb for letting this go so long? I have tried to leave. I've tried. I've left so many times. I've left with nothing. I've left. And he begs me. He begs me to come back. I'll change. I promise. Like, I've been leaving since day one. Like, he's a liar. He's perverted. He's a cheater. Yeah, our testimonies together. Yeah.
Yeah, because
lying and cheating.
Sorry, guys. Sorry. I had to take her back real quick, right? Exactly. You ruined his career. You decrease his alimony. So, what do you want? You got. I don't know. That's just me. Huh? I'm not trying to be like sound like a callous woman. You know, never that. I'm a nice person. I'm a sweetheart, right? But I do feel like with everything, you have to find like everything you do has to have purpose. Like, what's the strategy here? Okay, you're hurt. He's cheating. I get that. But sis, oh Lord.
On me this whole time. This whole time, y'all. Like, this is why didn't you let me go? Like, this last time I left for 3 months. And everybody, I don't know who's on here that was saying it, but like a lot of people was like, she's going through postpartum because I left him. She's going through no, because he never changed her diaper. He didn't even sleep in the bed with me. He slept the whole time for the delivery. The only time he even helped in the delivery is when he seen the camera on I was recording. That's all he was doing. If there's a camera, he a different person. Anyways, it's bull crap, bro. It's bull crap. As much as I love God, it hurts. And to be this deceived, is like absolutely like who like these are just things you just hear stories of, like from other pastors. Can't. I don't even know him, which is crazy because I just said that to him recently. I don't even know him. None of us know him. We don't know him. He's not the person. It's crazy. It's just blowing my mind. It's killing me right now. It's crazy. It's crazy. And I don't even know how to process it right now. Like, and I'm sorry, y'all. I ain't trying to make y'all feel like all those songs was for nothing, because the word says that he'll use like the things that, you know, the evil things, even for his glory, you know. So the songs and all that stuff, like, and watching our happy moments with our family, like, I'm sorry, like, on my behalf, I promise I never deceived you. I never deceived you. Like, I was always who I was. If I didn't say nothing at all, you ain't see me, is because I didn't want to be fake. And if you heard me, like, if you didn't hear me preach the word, it's because I genuinely cared, which is just crazy, because as I'm talking, I'm just like thinking of all these things. Like, even when I did preach the word, he just would like manipulate my mind. Like I wasn't good enough, bro. For all these years, like I wasn't good enough. And I believed it for a long time until I started getting my own therapy and stuff, like, and I started recognizing things not from a broken lens. I started recognizing things from like, bro, no. Anyways, for all the souls, like, I don't want y'all to be mad at God. Please don't. And I'm doing my best. And not to question, I'm doing my best. Like, and I don't even know how I'm gonna process this. Like, this is crazy. And I'm not trying to bash nobody else in Kingdom Music. I promise you. Like, I'm not saying this about nobody else. This is not about everybody else. This is about me and what I thought was my family. But it's cool. It's always been me and my kids. Like, but this is like absolutely sickening. Like, it makes me sick to my stomach. Like, I protected his image this whole time. I protected his image for all these years. My kids too. Yeah. I gotta go. I'm so sorry. I can't. I think I'm still alive.
All things theology, we chop it up properly without an apology. Gotta give that apology to God, hallowed, because this is how we do it at All Things Theology.
You know, separate issue here, but I want to read this so we can talk about it and, you know, weigh in on the matter. It says, Kingdom Music family acknowledges the recent situation involving our main director and the personal matters that have come to light.
This little baby is stressing me out. Hold on. I will not be defeated. I got this. Okay. Yeah, I really don't understand. I don't get it. I do not get it. I just feel like she should have family she can talk to, because, okay, you're coming, you're exposing him. To me, what I feel like a lot of these pastor people, A lot of these pastors are cheaters, okay? A lot of these pastors are fake. A lot of these religious people on the internet are fake. They're fake. They live double lives because it's all about getting the money. It's about getting money, like preying on weak, desperate souls who want miracles, right? Okay. But if you ruin the business, he's not going to have any money to pay you unless you think exposing him is worth more to you than having a sound financial plan for your children, because you have kids. You got to be strategic, right? You have to be strategic. But you're crying on the internet. You're exposing to 1,000 people. I think he stepped down. They made a statement, and I guess that's a statement. They made a statement, and then he stepped down, like whatever. But like I said, if Jamal Bryant can reinvent himself, that boy he's going to be just fine. But you as a woman, where are you going to be? Because now it could be, hold on, you guys, hold on. Give me a second. Hold on. Give me a second. Hold on. Little man. You're too much, Maverick. You're so cute. Huh? Such a cute little baby. Love you. Look at you. You're so cheeky. Maverick, you're too much. Want me to speak to your aunties? Huh? Oh, baby, you're so precious. I love you, okay? All right. He said, I'm trying to take care of all y'all, right? But my thing is, right, you guys, because if he says, okay, she made this video, I had to step down, I no longer have income, Your Honor, I can't pay her. What you gonna do? Right? What you gonna do? That's why I feel like no matter awful you feel, like, I do have a heart, but no matter how awful you feel, before you give into the urge of like picking up your phone and exposing this man to the internet, you should first talk to your lawyer. Okay? First talk to your lawyer. Because if you do this, then the man says, oh, I had to step down. I lost a lot of money. I haven't worked ever since. Nobody wants to hire me. Or then he even says, like, I had such financial hardship that I had to go file for bankruptcy. How you going to get money, sis? You know what I'm trying to say? How are you going to get the money? Right? Because he can do those things. Oh, financial hardship. A bankruptcy. Yeah, they're not good people. These people are manipulators. And the majority of these pastor, bishop people, y'all, they are narcissists. They are true narcissists. Oh, God spoke to me. God spoke to me. What kind of person do you know? God talks to them like 20 times a day. Like, what is this, right? They're insane. They are insane, right? So my advice, but I get that you're hurt. Call your mom, call your sisters, call people next to you. Try to solve this privately, but definitely take him to court. Work with your attorney, right? But then, like, once you have your money, once you secure your like lump sum payment, then you can expose the man if you want to, right? But I'm like, if you think the majority of these pastors, babe, are not hiding stuff, if you think like, even like, what's her name, Mother Serena, like Bishop Jake's wife, if you think she's not hiding stuff, okay, the majority of these pastor wives are in on it. Yeah, exactly. They don't want to work. But I'm like, the majority of these pastors, you think their wives are not sitting on some like deep, festering, nasty secret? You know what I'm saying? They're narcissists. These people are and they're master manipulators. They have the gift of gab. They're full of it, right? So, okay, you saw it in your phone. Oh my gosh, he's having sex. Like you said, 13 years, do y'all have the best relationship? No. Let him go. Let him go. Save yourself, save your kids, save your coins. Get what you're owed out of this marriage and then go about your business, right? But to me, I feel as though if you're not calling the lawyer, you're not calling your attorney, but you're coming to us on the internet, I don't think you really want to leave. I don't think you really want to leave. I think you want to make a big show. You want to embarrass him. You want to shame him. But I don't really think, y'all tell me what y'all think, but I don't really think she wants to leave. I don't think she wants to leave. Another thing is, okay, you're an adult. He's an adult. He's had an affair. If the children are like really small people, why are you telling kids that their daddy's having an affair? Like, what? They're too young for that, okay? Now everybody's crying around the house. You're traumatizing the kids. I don't see how that's beneficial, right? This is not healthy. This to me is just way, way too much, right? It is just way, way too much. It is way too much. Now, I will also say this, right? when you're home, if you're a wife at home with the kids, right? Especially in this day and age, since you do have a phone and you do know how to turn on your phone, right? And you're like, oh, he's not even giving money to get my nails done. Sis, you can be a content creator. Okay, start your own YouTube, start your little Instagram, your little TikTok, right? And put your own content out there. I think today, because of the internet, it's a lot easier for people, for mothers who are at home with their kids, you know, to have a little business on the side, right? You can do social media. You obviously know how to turn your phone, right? But I'm like, me, honestly, Marlene, I truly did not see the usefulness of all this. Okay, it's entertaining, it's salacious, you know, it might do something to his reputation, right? But in the bigger scheme of things, I'm like, yeah, I've seen all the creeps out here. Get over it. Keon was married for 19 years, obviously had an affair with Shawnee, left his wife. He has a big church, okay? Jamal, let's not even talk about that one, all right? Bishop Jakes went to Diddy parties. He still has a church. Like, it's a lot of weirdos out here, right? Because a lot of today, a lot of these Christians today, these so-called Christians, these trans Christians, a lot of these people, they're not even in it for God. They're in it for the person. So if your husband is that kind of pastor that there's a cult around his person, they're going to forgive him. All he has to do is say, oh, I prayed about it. I cried. I wept. God said he's forgive me. Who here is without sin? Cast the first stone. We saw the same thing with John Gray, right? John Gray had the first affair. He bought his wife a car because of it. He went to see Bishop Jakes. Bishop laid hands on him. He was going like this, right? Cool. People moved on. They forgave him. And guess what? John Gray went and did it all over again. Scandal number 2. Did Aventure leave? No. Instead, she grabbed the microphone. She went on stage and she's like, oh, the lady is a temptress. The lady seduced her husband. She's a Jezebel. She's a whatever. She started attacking the young lady. Right? But did John Gray lose the church? Did John Gray lose the support of people? No. Right? And then if he does enough posts where he said, oh, Trump is a racist, Trump hates black people, all these black people are going to support him. Like, yeah, we hate Trump together. Okay. But I'm like, when it comes to the whole, like, especially like the whole religious scene, like when it comes to like that religious scene, it's very easy for men to reinvent themselves. Like even, I remember when I was a kid, like even Bishop Eddie Long, even when it came out that he could have been touching little boys, he still had fervent adherence. Like, yeah, we still love Pastor. We still love this. Huh? And she said Avatar. Girl, it's Avatar. She said Avatar. Oh, my Lord. Okay. I have seen this. So that's what I'm saying. Yes, it feels good to expose him, but that might last, what, like a day, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, right? If he stops making money, all you people are going to start hurting. So I do feel like the approach was horrible. I don't see what the bigger picture is here. It's just petty. Oh, you cheat on me. I'm going to expose you. I want to tell the world who you really are. The majority of people know that most politicians, most political figureheads, most celebrities, most influencers, people know they're liars, okay? People know this, okay? People just go with the flow. Unless it's like, now, if it's touching children, now, if he touched kids, then you could really, really, like, end his ass, right? But if it's like, oh, he had an affair, he cheats on me, the blah, girl, that's messed up. But it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, is it really that bad? Like, most men cheat, you know what I'm saying? Like, is it that bad? And then God forgives, you know, David cheated, and God still, you know how church people go. Okay, she said Avatar is still the marriage. Okay. Yeah. So, you know what I mean? So you really have to know why you're doing it. But when you're in pain, please don't grab your phone. Call a lawyer. Call somebody who's not emotionally in it, who's not emotionally corrupt by it. Because I don't know you, don't know him. All I know is the law. And so that person who's a bit more cerebral, who's not emotionally corrupted, can give you better tips on how to proceed, right? That's it. Because if you don't want to stay here anymore, the most important thing is we got to get you the biggest bag possible. And maybe get your lump sum payment if possible, right? Then once you've secured everything, then you can cuss them out. And also, one thing I will say, if I was her lawyer, it's not even just secure the payment, secure the divorce, secure custody. Because you've exposed him, if you go to court for custody, he might be a pain in your ass because now he wants to hurt your feelings, right? You got to make sure you secure everything and then you expose. It's like a lot of these ladies, they don't secure anything. They run to expose. No, exposing, like you expose people after you secured everything. And I would even say divorce, custody, alimony payments, child support payment, secure it all. And then maybe like write a book, write a tell-all book, right? You got to plan the whole business. Not being serious. You got to plan the whole business. Once you have the book, like you got divorce, custody, and you have a book set up, then you do a tell-all. Does that make sense? You understand? You gotta be on your Kris Jenner. Like you gotta be on your Kris Jenner. You can't just be like, oh, he cheated on me, ma'am. Not to be offensive, not to be cruel, because I am a woman. Okay, I am a mother. You know, I do empathize, right? But you're not the first woman to get cheated on, and you're not gonna be the last. Stop being so dramatic. Ooh, wumpty wump wump. He had sex. Okay. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, stop. Okay. Like, stop being so, oh, it's a dagger in my heart. He cheated on me. Oh, who cares? Okay. It's not that big of a deal, but it's enough of a cause for you to get a lot of money. And because he has a reputation to protect, we could have worked out this divorce thing a lot quicker and not make it messy because you don't want her to do a tell-all, do you? Right? That's it. And then you write your book. You have a nice cover for your book. You do a nice photo shoot for the book. We start your Instagram, TikTok, whatever, and then you expose this fool. Okay? So now you got your alimony payment, and then you're gonna get your sales from the books. And then people might even book you for like seminars and things like that. You gotta have a bigger vision. Okay? You gotta be patient. You have to plan the brand. If your brand is going to be, oh, I was so faithful for the past 15 years to this pastor. I give him everything. I give him the kids. And look, he did me so wrong, right? If that is going to be the brand, we really have to build that brand, okay? But stop acting like your life is over because somebody that you really didn't know, I mean, he's your husband, but for like, you know what I'm saying? He lived like 2 decades before meeting you. Like your life is not over, okay? It's messed up, but it's not that big of a deal, right? No. Gotta keep your head in order. Okay? Gotta plan the brand. You plan the divorce. You plan how you're gonna get paid. You plan the brand, and then you expose the man. Okay? I'm tired of all these emotional outbursts on the internet. Like what's the plan of this? Make it make sense. Right? Even Miss Gayle. I feel as though Miss Gayle, if she had shared just enough and not too much, maybe she would have been invited as a friend on the Housewives of Atlanta. So that way she can continue to tell the story. But the problem is, Miss Gayle, she told so much on TikTok. It's like, okay, what else is there? Right? Okay. All right. Yeah, you know, now she's a hot mess and she's broke. Derek has money. Derek is back. Quietly, but he's back. Exactly. Okay, you really got to take your pain in stride. Like you got to, you know what I'm saying? Like you got to have that muscle. Like you really, really do. Not trying to be mean, but I'm kind of getting sick and tired of these women. Like, oh my gosh, my husband cheated. I must commit murder. Oh, my husband cheated. My life is over. Oh, well, girl, who cares? Seriously. It's too dramatic for me, right? Oh, my husband cheated on me. I have to go shoot somebody. No, you don't. No, you do not. Nothing is worth your freedom. Like, okay, so you're going to go shoot him. What if you miss? You're going to go to jail. You're going to have more sex. Make it make sense. Okay? That makes no sense whatsoever. Okay? Calm down. Okay, he had an affair. Cool. We can get him in court. He's not the one, and he ain't going to be the last one, right? There are more fish in the sea. But you're not about to go kill somebody because he had an affair. Like, what is this? Oh, I'm going to go stab his mistress. What? So you stab the mistress, but you leave him to breathe. So you gonna go to jail. She's gonna be dead. He gonna move on and have more sex. You gotta calm down, and like really think about it, like from a mature perspective, and you'll see, right? And the bigger scheme of things, it sucks to get cheated on, but at the end of the day, your life is not over, and you don't measure yourself by somebody cheating on you. Like you're bigger than this, right? You're bigger than that. So when I saw that, I was a bit confused. Like, okay, what are we doing? Okay, it's immature. Okay, that's for the birds, right? A grown, mature woman with kids, you have to talk to your lawyer and you have to move from an extremely cerebral place. Talk to your lawyer, right? Secure everything, then write the book. Start, work on your branding, and then you expose, right? That's how you should go about it. Yeah. Exactly. Like, okay, he had an affair. Okay, he has a penis. He has to use it. Unfortunately, he didn't use it with you. Okay, that's it. Like, don't try to. I think sometimes like don't make things like too like. Okay, you understand? Like he's not attached to you, and also he don't come out of you. Now, something happening to your child that I can see why you would lose it because that's the flesh of your flesh. But let's be honest, that ain't your child. He ain't your flesh. Okay, like whatever. Okay, got a penis. He used the penis. Unfortunately, he did not use the penis with you. Womp. But you see, like Lisa said, if you saw in this scenario, she's like, oh, but he kept begging me to come back. He kept begging me to come back, right? And you went back because maybe also you want to feel like you won. So why you go back? Or maybe financially you needed his help. You know what I'm saying? But there's a reason why you also went back. So you also have to look at yourself. Okay? But there's no need to crash on the internet like this. There's no need. Call your lawyer. Okay? Call your lawyer. My thing is you told these people your story for free. Did they even send you donations? Did you even put up a GoFundMe? No. You cannot, like, I'm telling you, when it comes to sharing parts of like your private life on the internet, you have to get paid for that. Learn from the Kardashians. Stop volunteering free information, especially embarrassing information, for free. You need to get paid. Right? You could maybe like give a little bit. It's okay. If you want to see the rest, you have to join my close friends so you can make some kind of money. Right? Otherwise, no. Do not give your private life for free. You need to make money off of that. Okay? It has to make sense. Financially, it has to make sense. Because otherwise, this is extremely like emotional. And honestly, I was like, what? I'm overwhelmed. Like, I was really, really overwhelmed. Like, what is going on? This is too much.
As a ministry, we are dedicated to handling this with the utmost care and respect for all those involved. So it doesn't sound like Brian Trejo himself wrote this or maybe even had anything to do with this, so to speak. But it says Brian Trejo has openly acknowledged that several years ago, that's going to be key, he made choices that led to sin. He has taken full responsibility for his actions and offers a heartfelt apology to all affected, particularly his wife and family. Brian is actively pursuing repentance and is focused on restoring his relationship with God.
Busy.
As part of the journey, Brian will step back from public-facing duties
Busy.
to dedicate his time under accountability with his counselors and spiritual advisors,
Busy.
ensuring that he applies his biblical standards he has always encouraged others to follow.
Busy.
We are working closely with our elders and council to navigate through this challenging.
And he's gonna take like 6 months off. Then he'll come back. I prayed. I asked for forgiveness. I had visions. There were prophecies. I told y'all, there's a part of this whole like church cycle, church stage, whatever you want to call this, right? That is extremely manipulative. If you grew up in church, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You can never win against these people because the people who go to those churches, they're not there for God, y'all. It's a cult. Like a lot of churches are cultish. Okay. 6 months off, say you asked for forgiveness, say that you fasted, you had a vision, God talked to you, and he said that you're not your mistake. He said that you shall go on and move better, do better. He will reinstate you, okay? And the people will eat it up, and then they'll just move forward, and then that's it. Now it's just you and your babies. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he did. You see, like, I know how church stuff goes. Know how it goes. That's why even people who are not like people who go to church should not be too emotionally invested in that kind of stuff because it's all fake. It's manipulation. It's control. It's mind control. Yeah, that's it. He's going to take 6 months off. He's going to pray, ask for forgiveness, go to therapy. Then he's going to come back to the church. He's going to take the microphone. He's going to start crying. He's going to get on his knees. Everybody's going to come. They're going to put hands over him. Y'all, I am so used to this. Okay? That's what I'm saying. Like, it's a waste of time for you to try to expose this man. Get what you need to get out of this man and go about your business. Okay? That's it. Don't waste your time.
Period. While some events may be impacted, our nonprofit ministries remain fully operational. Our discipleship programs and outreach initiatives continue under the guidance of our dedicated leaders and board of directors who remain committed to serving our community with steadfast faith. We ask that you keep Brian, Monica, and their family in your prayers as they walk this path toward healing and restoration. Please respect their privacy during this time. And so I want to weigh in on some of these comments, but actually his wife actually is the one who weighed in herself. She did a Facebook Live, and spoke about how Brian is actually being deceptive. And I want to talk about that. So let's actually allow her to share a majority of the story. Let's talk about it.
So I went in my closet and I asked God to show me, and it hurt, but it's crazy.
Oh, before we get into her statements, because let's go back here. If you actually read the article or the statement put out, it's very vague. You may be reading and saying, what actually did Brian do? Yeah, it doesn't really say. It just says he sinned several years ago and it's now come to light. But actually his wife's going to say, no, that's not the case. And he's going to be specific on the sin. So let's get into it.
See, and even the church is protecting him because they're saying, oh, it happened years ago. No, it's happening currently because there's somebody at the church that actually knew he was doing this. Okay. But churches today are all about making money. He probably brings the most money to the church. They're not going to toss his ass that easily. Okay. They're going to do some nice PR so they can save the man. Right. But one thing I don't like about her also, I do think she's manipulative. To sit here and say, oh, I asked God to show me. Girl, shut up. There are babies dying in Palestine. Okay. As a woman, like I said to Lisa earlier, a woman knows. You know he's cheating. Like you said, he's very distant. He doesn't help you with the kids. He's always in Texas. He's always on his phone. He doesn't sleep. He's been for years. He's had his phone on silent, right? So please stop with this manipulative church talk. Like, oh, I asked God to show me. No. I got to a point where I got sick and tired. So you know what? Today is the day I'm going to go through his phone. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Stop trying to make everything so spiritual, whatever. Like, we're tired of that, right? You don't need God to tell you that. You felt something and you wanted to satisfy what you felt on the inside. So you grabbed the phone, you checked it, and you saw what you saw. Now, I will also say this to a lot of my ladies, right? If you know you ain't really gangster like that, don't go through his phone. Okay? Because obviously she ain't gangster. She might be a water sign, right? If you know you're not about that life, do not go through his phone. Because to me, once you decide to go through somebody's phone, I don't want to see no tears. Okay? Because you're going looking for problems, you will find them. Okay? And when you do find those problems, don't start crying now. Okay? It's a choice. You know, you can do what you have to do. You can ask him, you can go to the lawyer. But if you decide to go through somebody's phone, right, be prepared for what you might see in there. Okay? Don't go in there trying to be a daredevil. Then you see what you see. Girl, you went in there looking for something, right? You found it. Now, what you going to do about it? You going to divorce or you going to stay? Because all these tears for me, y'all, I promise you, I'm not trying to be mean, huh? I'm trying to be mean. I don't like people who cry. It triggers me, right? Why are you crying? Nobody's dying, okay? There's no need to cry. You went through the phone. You've been trying to go through that phone. You finally got your wish. You went through the phone. You saw what you saw. Cool. You're going to stay or you're going to leave. Because to me, it's performative, okay? That's it. The moment you decide to go through somebody's email, phone, pockets, you need to be ready for what you're going to see, because you didn't just randomly decide to go through his stuff, right? So if you're going through his stuff, because it's got to a point where it's like, wow, there's something in me. I just don't know how to quiet that voice down. So I need to know. I want to know. You need to brace yourself mentally because most likely you're right. Okay. Most likely you're right. So it's not so much as like, oh, what do I see? No. The most important thing is when you see what you think you're going to see, what will you do next? And if deep down inside, you're not truly ready to leave this marriage, go back to sleep. Mind your business, right? If you are truly ready to pack your bags, then go ahead and look through his phone. Okay? We need to be adults. Because I'm going to go through his phone. I really want to know. Then you know, oh my gosh, I'm crying. But I'm going to stay. Girl, I'm tired of your ass. Okay? Don't have time for this. I do not have time for this. Okay? I know it sounds harsh, but that's just me. Right? Because it's like, it's too much. It's too much for me, right? But you got to be an adult. If you go through his phone, you need to brace yourself for what you could potentially see because you want to see it, right? Cool. When you do see it, don't cry. But okay. You take the screenshots. If you're going to leave, take the screenshot, send them to your lawyer, okay? If you're going to stay, don't go through his phone because you're not ready yet. Because if you go through his phone to see what you see, cry in the closet, cry over here, just to stay in the marriage, then to say, oh, let's have sex, girl, you just tortured yourself. Because what if you go in there? What if you go in there and you see that the girl or the girls look better than you, are skinnier than you, are more well put together than you? You're going to suffer on the inside, right? Sometimes if you know he's cheating, but you're not ready to leave, it's better for your mental state to not know what you're competing against. I'm being honest, right? Because if you don't know what your competition looks like, you might still think there's a chance to bring him back, right? But if you're not brave and you go through his phone and then you're like, oh, dang, these are some baddies. And you at home breastfeeding, nursing the kids, it's going to mess you up. Okay? Don't try to be mean, y'all. I ain't trying to be mean, okay? I ain't trying to be mean. Do I still have a channel? Y'all still here? Y'all like, damn, Marlene. When y'all stay quiet, I get scared. But whatever. I ain't trying to be mean, but I'm being serious. I am being serious. I am being so for real. I am being extremely serious, okay? You have to be mindful of that. Because to go look at something just to stay, it will traumatize you. It's going to mess you up. It is truly going to mess you up, okay? So, I mean, she might feel that way, you know, because it's like, you know, sometimes when you're not ready to let go, you think maybe if I do this, if I do that, you know, because you're not in a good headspace, especially if like her, like if you have the kids at home, you had almost there with the kids, you probably put on some weight, it can really mess you up. If they're smaller, they're skinnier, they're young, it can get to you. So my thing is sometimes if you don't know what you're fighting against, or if you don't know what he's doing with, like who he's doing with and what they look like, it might make it easier for your mental state, right? Because what if you go on the phone, you see them in bed, you see them doing this, you see them doing that, it will mess you up, especially if you're not ready to leave. So I think a woman really has to ask herself that. If I see what I see, am I ready to leave? If your honest answer is no, in the words of Tamar Braxton, let the man cheat in peace and act like you didn't see anything. If the answer is like, yes, Marlene, I think I can leave, I'm ready to leave. If I find enough evidence, okay, then go through his phone. You know what I mean? But to see, to cry, and then to stay, he's not going to respect you after that. He's going to do it again. So, you know, not trying to be mean, but, you know, like I don't lie to people, so, okay? But I'm like, girl, what?
Yo, at least the years of deceit in life. Because I knew it was more to it. I knew there wasn't just one way in these 13 years, that he only did it once. Because now I'm finding out he want to be with her.
You see?
Finding out he wants to see her every weekend. You see? It's worse than that. The people it is. But I ain't going to put nobody under the bus because it's their business too.
And the sad part is, you see the part right here that can also mess you up is that he wants to leave you. You're not leaving him. He wants to go. Because now it's like, oh, wow, he likes her more than me. There you go. Right? And that's why when you break up, you go back. You break up, you go back. You break up, you go back. Girl, maybe he's just with you until he finds the one he really wants. Right? Maybe sometimes the best thing to do is like, you know what? I would love to go back, but I ain't going back. Because you gotta have self-respect. But you see, he wants to leave you for her. He's gonna leave you with the kids to go for her, to go with this lady, which is why I think she was triggered, because it came on social media, right? Because why now? Because now he wants to leave her for another woman. If she can't stand losing him to another woman. See this?
But forget the woman, like him, the women. I know it's been women.
Oh my God.
I know it's been women.
Ooh.
He needs to be humbled, and I really don't want to be the one to do it, but dang.
So, I mean, very clearly he's involved with some other woman, adultery from her accusations, right? And man, I feel so bad for her, for his wife, Monica. I think we all should be praying for her and the kids, man. This affects a lot of people. But again, let her say more.
This man is always down me for what I gotta do in God. Always down me, always manipulating me, always said I'm not anointed because I don't get as many bookings as him. Like just the manipulation and the mind manipulation that he's always done on me to make me feel like, you know what, I ain't gonna go, I ain't gonna do nothing. I ain't gonna do no music. Y'all wonder why I don't be doing music? Y'all wonder why I don't be going out? I did my life for him. It's so much more. And I'm speaking out of like pure like adrenaline right now. And I know that. But this man has made an empire on lies. He has built my family on lies. He has built my family on lies. On lies. It's been lies this whole time, y'all. That's crazy. I can't even process it right. I can't even process it. Manipulating me all these years, making me feel like I'm the one. For those that just joined, yes, Brian's a liar. Brian's a liar. And yes, they just did a PSA, a public announcement about, you know, Brian's getting spiritual help. Brian don't want no spiritual help. I've been trying to read the Bible with me. I've been trying to.
He read the Bible with you, and then what? What you gonna do? You can change him reading the Bible. Girl, you live with him. You can't influence him. So he reads the Bible, and then what? She's like, oh, you built us on lies. But when he made the money of the lies, you ate the money too, right? He bought you nice stuff with the money he made from lying to people. So I'm like, you're kind of is like you're his accomplice. I'm like, okay, you're both weird.
To do these things. He don't do that at home. As soon as somebody walk through the door or a brother come in, that's when the Bible come out.
Yeah, because
let's tell all the truth.
Yeah, but he's fake.
So I mean, you see very clearly here. You know, she's saying, "Hey, look, Brian's living a double life.
Like most,
you know, he got revealed what the sin was, so to speak, and you know, she's saying like, you know, they're saying he's trying to get help. She's like, nah, I've been trying to get help. He don't want no help. He's still doing this stuff, man."
Yeah, no, he travels and he travels, and then when he's home, he's not here. That phone, oh my God, I've never in my life. I used to always, my contact picture for him, I just recently took a picture of him in the bed on the phone because I said that's the position he's always in. And I would roll over in the middle of the night and that's all he is doing. That's he's on the phone. His phone has been on silent for a couple years. Okay? And he's so good. He's so good at it that he trained me to think like, you know, I get so many notifications. He's so good. Listen, this man ain't have no remorse for my heart. He didn't care. He didn't even care about God's name. There was like no fear. Like he was so good. There's no fear. Momo, I love you. I'm sorry, but I just found out more stuff. It's been going on for years. He's been telling his woman he want to be with her. This last one that he's been with, he's been meeting up in Dallas. He in Dallas right.
This is what really triggered her. She doesn't mind the cheating. She minds the fact that he wants to go live with that other lady in Dallas. He wants to be with the other lady. He don't want to be with her no more. That's what really triggers her. Okay? He's been telling that other lady he wants to be with her. So it's like before she can have you, I'm going to mess you up. That's all that is. Okay? That's all that is. Okay? He wants to leave and go with be with the lady in Dallas. She doesn't want that to happen. Okay? I want to expose you. It's like the same thing Remy Ma did. She was like, oh, she told that girl Clarissa, she was like, oh, what'd you say? That Pap has like multiple girlfriends. Like that one weekend he was not with you. He was with his other girlfriend. Oh, Remy, shut up. Be quiet. Okay? You just mad because he moved on with somebody way bigger, way more relevant, and she can actually whoop your ass. Okay? Like, nope. Exactly. Remember that one time I told you about my friend who's like, he was like, well, yeah, remember you have some weird ass friends. Now that I think about it, yeah. My Lord, ooh, this kind of bizarre. But remember that one friend I told you who pays for escorts and he pays them with Cash App? I don't know. And somehow he left his phone, no password. His wife goes through his phone And then she starts seeing all these Cash App transactions that he's been making to all these, like, you know, these people. So she started freaking out. She started crying. Now, oh, she was so embarrassed. Like, what is wrong? How can you do this? But she was like, oh, I can't even tell my family, because what if they found out that you is out here, you know, paying for the pum pum? I was like, whoo! But I felt like he wanted to be caught. And no way. And he was like, oh no, Marlon. Because I told him, I was like, okay, why don't you have like a regular, if not trying to be funny, but I'm not trying to be funny, but I'm being honest. Because I was like, why won't you have a regular affair with the regular woman? And he was like, oh, having a regular affair with another woman would take too much time. It's like, oh, it would take too much time. It's too time consuming. You have to date her. You have to court her. She's going to want your time. Wumpty wump wump. I'm like, it kind of made sense, but I'm like, his mind is so perverse. Like, what is this? So he said, if you pay for it, right, these girls, they don't want more of your time. It's like, you know, they see you when they see you. Y'all do what y'all do. You pay her. That's it. She's not going to try to call you, text you. So he claimed. But then he's like, oh, but sometimes he would have like these deep conversations, because it came as though from what I heard, it was giving like one of the ladies that he pays. It's like he was her regular. She's like his, I don't know, like in a weird way, his therapist in a way. I don't know. It sounds so sick. But it's like she's like his therapist in a way. But he was like, yeah. So pretty much the reason why he prefers to pay for it than to have an actual mistress is that he doesn't want the whole like he doesn't want a relationship. It's too time consuming. Doesn't have time for that. Okay. And I was like, what the heck? But ultimately, the fact that he said he was taking a shower, he left his phone, she went through his phone, and then she saw all the Cash App payments he had sent to these girls, I kind of felt like he wanted to be caught. Because in a way. Really in a way. Like, seriously, no. So maybe this one also wanted to get caught. He wants her to leave.
Right now, casino. Yep, let's put it all out.
Man, this is crazy. So, okay, look, I mean, I could sympathize to, you know, be on your phone. I can acknowledge, hey, man, I need to be more present. And this is kind of like, I'm reflecting on stuff that I do. Like, man, I need to be more present, less in my phone, etc. I mean, should be an admonition to all us men out there, right? Especially if you do a lot of social media content, etc., right? To be more present in the home. So I feel that, right? And I acknowledge my own, inadequacies. But she's saying, like, man, it ain't just one woman with one time. Man's been multiple women. And even now she's like, he's in Dallas right now at a casino. And it's like, she's like, man, I just found out some more stuff. And this is a mess, man. Unfortunately, again, I don't know the level of accountability. Ultimately, it don't matter the level of accountability. He's the blame. Not his wife, not his accountability team, himself.
There, and he said that he will be home to come get his stuff, and I'll take care of the house and the bills. I know I hurt you, and this and that, and all, because you probably meeting up with somebody else. I've been asking, do you have a double life in Dallas? No wonder he don't want to move to Dallas, because he's been meeting with people for years.
So it sounds like she's saying, like, he said, hey, look, we're done. Look, I'll take care of everything you need.
Yeah.
But we're done.
Yeah.
And allegedly, she's like, she may have saw a message, I don't know, where she's like, he's trying to be with this other woman who's obviously not his wife.
Yep.
Yeah, no. The ministry did not know. They thought it was a couple years ago, because he's so good, y'all. So listen to me. Out of everything I say, all the other people in the ministry didn't know this. All the boards, the stuff that they put on there, they didn't know this. They're just genuinely believing him like we all believed him. I'm so sorry, baby. They genuinely believed him. But no, all of it's coming out. All of it's coming out. It's okay. Where's her food? Y'all, I promise you, I ain't trying to be petty. Y'all, I'm not petty like that. But the reaping shall happen. Yep, you seen him at Choctaw. Yep. And he probably was meeting somebody there.
It's crazy.
No, Antoine's completely heartbroken. We're all heartbroken. He destroyed everything. But it's cool, because at the end of the day, he the one who lost it all. Like, this is...
Poor babies. My thing is, I think Sometimes when you know that it's over, get ready. Don't wait for somebody to surprise you like this. Because I feel like that's what it is. I think she had an adverse reaction because he told her he doesn't want to be with her anymore. He's found somebody else. He wants to move to Dallas, right? Is that what it is? He's going to take care of her, take care of the kids. And now it's like she's seeing red. She wants to destroy everything. But baby, you can't force anybody to stay with you. Okay? He's made up his mind. Let him go. It's hard, but let him go. It would have been nice if you left first, but you didn't. So let him go. Because the more you try to shame him, bully him, whatever, to make him stay, you know, he might get violent with you. And I'm like, that's kind of scary. Okay? If he wants to go there, let him go. And the thing is also, the more you fight it, the more he's going to be attracted to want to be with that girl. You know what I'm saying? That's me. I think if he comes and says, oh, I found somebody else, I want to go with somebody else, like, you know, they want to hear that, but I wish you all the best. They're like, what? Like, yeah, wish you all the best. Right? Because once again, I said it earlier, when people think that you can't live without them, you have to prove them that you can. It might not be easy. I might not want to, but I can't do it. Right? Every day is going to get easier, right? But the more you fight, like, oh, I'm going to expose him, I'm going to humble him, girl, the more they're going to get closer. The more he's going to lean on her. The more she's going to be like, I got you. It's you and I. She can't stop our love. One thing won't. Right? You're going to give them the fuel they need to be even more in love or lust or whatever it is, right? Don't do that. Do not do it. Don't do it. I've come to realize that. Like, when people get cheated on, you have a choice to make. You can either start crying, like, oh my gosh, how would you do this to me? You hurt my feelings. And when you do that, these two will keep doing it. They're going to keep doing it. Or, for as much as it hurts you, you'll be like, you know what? I don't care. Live your own life. Do your own thing. Act like you're completely unbothered. I'm like, well, that is not a normal reaction. There you go. Because you don't control me. You don't control me. Right? But he obviously wants to hurt you. He told you what he told you, and I think it was intentional, and I think you fell for it. So in return, well, I'm going to expose you because I know your public image matters a lot to you. So I'm going to go and attack your public image because you know his public image means a lot to him. Right? But you know what? The funny thing is, even though it makes sense in your head, for his head also, he might be like, you know what? You see, I was right. She's not good for the brand. Okay? You see? So this is why, for as hard as it is, like, okay, go. Because once you don't put any emotion towards it, they're not going to last. And the stress they meant for you is going to be their portion. Okay? Like, you have to learn not to give in to people like this. These stupid ass games, don't play them. Okay? If he thinks he can have such a better life, let's go. Because, you know, when you're in your marriage, anything outside sometimes can seem so amazing. But as they say, the grass is not always greener on the other side. You know? But as long as you're fighting to keep him back, as long as you're fighting to make him stay in this marriage, you make outside like seem more attractive. So now he wants it even more. Right? No. If he wants to go, he can go. Okay. Thank you. Then ask for whatever you want. So he said he's going to take care of it. Ask for whatever you want. And then redo your life. Redo your life, right? And then wait about 3, 4, 5, 6 years from now, you're going to see how she's going to fuck up his life. He'll be like, wow, this lady is dangerous. Like, she ruined my life. Well, you should stay with your wife. Okay? Sometimes I feel like I've noticed that. Like with people, the more you tell people not to do something, the more they want to do it. Sometimes you have to let people do it. It's going to hurt you. It's going to hurt him. But guess what? You got to, because people don't learn until they have their own experience. Yeah. But he did tell her he's going to take care of everything. He told her that. Right? But she's not ready to let go. But I'm sure she kind of saw it coming, huh? That's why I don't believe that. Oh, a woman, I didn't know he was unhappy. I didn't know he was miserable. I didn't know he was not happy with me. No, they do. A lot of these girls know. Right? So it's like, but do we have the hard conversation now? And then I might have to be like, wow, like, you know, it's over. No, they're going to kick the ball down the road. It's like, no, just have the conversation. Right? Because the inevitable is going to happen. Unless you guys are actively trying to solve the problem. If you're cold, it's going to get colder. If you're distant, you're going to have more of a distance. Like, it doesn't get better unless you actively try to solve it. right? If you're fighting now, the fights, they're going to get worse. They're going to get louder, right? So we got to have the conversation. It's either if you work together, make it work, or, we cry a good time and then we go our separate ways. But I refuse to believe that a woman can be like, oh, I didn't know he was unhappy. I didn't know there was something wrong in my relationship. I didn't know that. I didn't know. I thought, no, you knew. You knew. You just thought that it was going to fix itself. Nothing fixes itself. People have to be intentional. Otherwise, the problems, they get worse, and that's it. But you can't say, oh, I know we're not talking, but one day it's just going to get fixed. How? Right? Oh, I know we're growing apart, but it's going to fix itself. How? Right? How you going to fix something if you're not intentional? No. You neglect it, it's going to get worse. That's it. There's no in between.
So, I don't even know how to. Yep, you reap what you sow. This man about to reap. This man about to reap. Like, you want to humiliate me after I've been nothing but loyal to you for like 13, 14, 15 years of my life? I have begged this man to be a part of me and my kids' life. I have begged this man to.
I have begged this man. I begged this man. Why are you begging him for? Why are you begging him? You begged a man to be with you. You begged a man to be part of your life with your kids. And then my thing is, why have more kids with him? Why are you begging? You see? So he feels like he's the prize. There you go. I knew it. Right? Why are you begging him? For what? And not once again, all this performance right here is to find a way to coerce him into staying with you, right? You want the church to get involved. You want people to apply pressure to make him stay with you. No. Yeah. I'm like, you cannot do this. She's winning. Because you see, I think it happened yesterday, right? You gonna see him and that girl, they're gonna be on the phone all day. They're gonna be texting all day, calling all day. Then she gonna act like, oh, I got your back. I'm here for you, daddy. I got you. Like, she's evil. I would never do that to you. I would never betray you. Like, you and I, it's real. Like, we locked in, womp, womp, womp. You see? You see? Don't do that. Right? I'm like, why are you begging him? Like, I begged him to be with my kids. Are these not his kids? Like, what's going on? Okay? No. You don't beg anybody. Because once you start begging people, they're going to treat you like this. Because they feel like, okay, she really needs me. She can't live without me. She can't breathe without me. And this is where you start to have the disrespect. No. No. It's a no. It's a no for me.
Stop taking so many bookings. Go to church with me. I've been sitting in church for 13 years by myself. Why he go and preach?
Man.
I have cried. I have cried and cried and cried from being lonely. I have cried. I have wondered what's wrong with me.
Come on. You've cried. You cried. Now you're back on here. You're crying. Sis, tears don't fix problems. Oh my gosh. Like, whoo, Lord, she has to be water sign. Tears do not fix problems. You can cry every single tear out your body. It's not going to fix anything. At some point, you're going to have to make big choices, right? You're going to have to make tough choices, big girl choices. You're going to decide, like, what do I do? Do I stay in this or do I leave? Do I, year 9, year 10? Okay, where are we going with this, right? And my thing is, like, even you, maybe you lost yourself, I don't know. But you gotta know, like, what's the vision that you have for yourself, right? But the day you find yourself crying, and also it's like, okay, like, even like your sister group, like, where's your mom, your sisters, your cousin, like, where are all the females? Like, where is your tribe, right? Where's your tribe? To maybe watch the baby, like, do this with the kids, so that you can maybe, like, find time for yourself, find a hobby for yourself, find a passion for yourself, right? I don't know how much he makes, but I'm like, when it got to be too much, you should have asked for some money to put the kids in daycare so that you can have time for yourself and then do something that you really want to do. But you shouldn't have to beg anybody to love you. No.
He didn't have no remorse for me and my kids. He come home and just try to be on my kids. Tell my son, you don't need a girlfriend. You need a focus on God. Make sure you do your Proverbs today. Don't even read the Bible with them. Make sure you do your Proverbs, or I'm going to take this away and take that away. And then me, if I even try to leave, or if I even try to say I'm done, like, oh, well, I'm not going to pay for your car. I'm not going to, you ain't getting, don't ask me for no money. Like, and recently, when he gets mad at me, he goes to the hotel, even here in town. I'm just running it all back in my head. Y'all, this is... My heart is so broken. For you to really let me sit here with these babies. He even brought his son from Tennessee and I take care of him. For you to let me cry to you and say I need help. Like, you don't even change a diaper. You don't do none of that. This man don't help me. My nails are grown out because I don't have, my sister-in-law helps me, but like I have to sometimes use her for just other mental breaks I have to take for her to keep the baby. But he could be sitting in that bed and still don't be like, oh, go get your nails done. He could be sitting in that bed and see me doing everything and don't help with nothing. Y'all, like, this is the kind of person he is. And I had already been telling going to tell my story and let y'all follow my journey and just bring out little things at a time. But bump it. He said, bump me. He said, bump me. This man is not a father to these kids here. If you ask my kids, they will say the same thing. But you ask him, he'll say, I brainwashed the kids. But he don't help me with that baby. The only pictures you ever see, these things I've been wanting to say for years. The only pictures you see of him and those kids, that in that moment, that's the only time he with them. It's to take that picture. Nothing else. He ain't been to a park with us in 11 years. 11 years. And do I feel dumb for letting this go so long? I have tried to leave. I've tried. I've left so many times. I've left with nothing. I've left. And he begs me. He begs me to come back. I'll change. I promise. Like, I've been leaving since day one. Like, he's a liar. He's perverted. He's a cheater. Yeah, our testimonies together. Yeah. He's been lying and cheating on me this whole time. This whole time, y'all. Like, this is, why didn't you let me go? Like, this last time I left for 3 months. And everybody, I don't know who's on here that was saying it, but like a lot of people was like, she's going through postpartum because I left him. She's going through, no, because he never changed her diaper. He didn't even sleep in the bed with me. He slept the whole time for the delivery. The only time he even helped in the delivery is when he seen the camera on, I was recording. That's all he was doing. If there's a camera, he a different person. Anyways.
Man.
It's bull crap, man. It's bull crap. As much as I love God, it hurts. And to be this deceived, is like absolutely like who, like these are just things you just hear stories of. Like from other pastors.
Well, it happens to other pastors, but you thought it could happen to you. I'm so confused. Like, what? Maybe stop crying so much. Like, what's the plan? This is a lot. What is the plan?
Can't. I don't even know him, which is crazy because I just said that to him recently. I don't even know him. None of us know him. We don't know him. He's not the person. It's crazy. It's blowing my mind. It's killing me right now. It's crazy. It's crazy. And I don't even know how to process it right now. Like, and I'm sorry, y'all. I ain't trying to make y'all feel like all those songs was for nothing, because the word says that he'll use like the things that, you know, the evil things, even for his glory, you know? So the songs and all that stuff, like, and watching our happy moments with our family. Like, I'm sorry. Like, on my behalf, I promise I never deceived you. I never deceived you. Like, I was always who I was. If I didn't say nothing at all, you ain't see me, is because I didn't want to be fake. And if you heard me, like, if you did hear me preach the word, it's because I genuinely cared. Which is just crazy, because as I'm talking, I'm just like thinking of all these things. Like, even when I did preach the word, he just would like manipulate my mind. Like, I wasn't good enough, bro. For all these years, like, I wasn't good enough.
Yeah,
and I believed it for a long time until I started getting my own therapy and stuff. Like, and I started recognizing things not from a broken.
Sometimes, like, this is why sometimes you got to be very careful with this whole ride or die mentality. Like, oh, maybe if I keep going back, maybe if I hold them down, maybe you do that for the right person. But people who do these things are like, break up, get back together, break up, get back together. It's too much for me. It makes me very uneasy. Maybe one time, y'all break up one time, you get back together, okay. But it's like with y'all, it's a pattern. Like, you break up, you get back together. You break up, you get back together. You break up, you get back together. It's extremely immature. It's extremely toxic. Just as silly as hell. Okay. Yeah, he's a preacher. Brian is a preacher. Trejo, he's a preacher. This is talk.
And I started recognizing things from like, bro, no. Anyways, for all this, so
this is him. So I guess he's a rapper. Also, he's like a Christian rapper. Brian, you ain't cute enough to be doing all this now, Brian. You hear me? You are not cute enough to be doing all this. What is this? Oh, so is that her? Oh. Okay. I don't know who he was. Brian, Brian, you are not cute be doing all this, Brian. What is this? Girl, you ladies crack me up. Brian, Brian, what? Y'all, this is Brian, y'all. Right here. Oh, no, ma'am. Miss Ma'ams, you get on my nerves. Oh, no. What? Oh, no. Brian, no. Brian, You are not cute enough for all this, Brian. What is this? Brian. You know what? Yeah. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Right, Well, you need to humble yourself. What is this? What's this one? Right, you know what? Not the short king. Not the short king. Y'all see this? Bro, you are not serious. What is this? Sis. Now I'm mad at you. I thought you was crying over some fine man. No. This is Brian. Girl, Y'all, here's Brian, y'all. I guess he's a pastor and a rapper. Girl. I should have checked out Brian before I even gave it to your story. Like, I want my time back. I want my time back. What is this? You are crying this hard because of Brian. You know what? You must be a Pisces. What is this?
Thank God, please don't. And I'm doing my best. And not to question, I'm doing my best. Like, and I don't even know how to process this. Like, this is crazy. And And I'm not trying to bash nobody else in Kingdom Music. I promise you. Like, I'm not saying this about nobody else. This is not about everybody else. This is about me and what I thought was my family. But it's cool. It's always been me and my kids. Like, but this is like absolutely sickening. Like, it makes me sick to my stomach. Like, I protected his image this whole time. I protected his image for all these years. My kids too. Yeah. I gotta go.
Man,
That's just sad. How is Brian pulling up the girl?
that's very sad, man.
Seriously, how is Brian doing all this? Brian, he must be making lots of money now. Brian, hermano, ¿qué eso? What is this? You are insane, brother. You are crazy. Sis, no. Sis, this ain't it. And also, on top of that, you lost the weight from the pregnancy. You look really good. What's the problem? What's the problem? Let that man pay the bill so you can reinvent yourself. Like, what is this?
Who tried for cool in the bowling alley.
Must be the money. Look at Brian, y'all. Look at Brian. Brian built like a hobbit. Oh my God. Man of the prize, I'll tell you that. That's it right there in the white shirt. Right there. That's Brian right there. That's him. Oh Lord Jesus. That man built like the hobbit. Oh my Jesus. You know what? I thought Brian was like super fine. The way she cried, I was like, ooh, this is Brian. I can't do this. I seriously cannot do this. Wow. Oh my. Brian, you're crazy. Brian, you are really, really crazy. Brian is crazy. How can a grown-ass man, father of like 3 kids, dressed like this? Like, what is going on? We're no longer in high school, sir. This is insane.
Today is Kingdom Music Fundraiser Day, and check it out. There's so many things that we do. Whenever you sow into the ministry, it always goes back to the people. It always goes back to the vision. Today, if you go to Red Robin's in Abilene, Texas, that's right, Red Robin's with all you can eat fries, beautiful, good burgers. You know what I get the what is it, that thing we get, the cinnamon with the chocolate? It's like a big old stick. Man, I eat dessert first anyways. But go to Red Robin's, Abilene, Texas. Let them know Kingdom Music Fundraiser. 20% of the proceeds, it goes to the ministry and to the vision. Ain't that perfect? You get to go eat and you get to sow into the ministry and at your favorite restaurant, Red Robin's. Hey, and if you're in Fort Worth, Texas, that's right, Fort Worth today. I think it's on Helen Street. You're out there in Fort Worth, Texas. If you go there and eat today with your family, everybody go today. Go get some burgers. Go get some all-you-can-eat fries. Go get that dessert I'm telling you about with the chocolate. What's it called? With the cinnamon on the top? Oh,
the chocolate cinnamon.
Yes, right? Hey, so check it out. Go to Abilene, Texas. Man, when you eat, say Kingdom Music Fundraiser. 20% of the proceeds goes to the vision and to the ministry and to what we're doing to win souls. And shout out to Red Robin for standing behind us, supporting the ministry. And if you're in Fort Worth, Texas, and you're like, I don't live in Abilene, but you're in Fort Worth, go to the one on Helen Street in Fort Worth, Texas. Say Kingdom Music Fundraiser, and 20% of the proceeds go to the vision and to the ministry of saving souls. Red Robin, we love you. In the name of Jesus Christ, thank you guys for standing behind everything that we're doing to win and do things. You know what's crazy? Today is Kingdom Music Fundraiser Day, and check it out. There's so many things that we do. Whenever you sow into the ministry, it always goes back to the people. It always goes back to the vision. Today, if you go to Red Robin's in Abilene, Texas, that's right, Red Robin's with all you can eat fries, beautiful, good burgers. You know what I get the what is it, that thing we get, the cinnamon with the chocolate.
Y'all, let's be at the scene. It says, Sis, no. Sis, Brian is not worth all these tears. Okay? Yeah, let's be entertained for a little bit. Let's get entertained. Let's be entertained.
My name is Ashley. Ashley, how old are you? I'm 31. And what do you do? I'm a licensed esthetician and I'm in school. All right. So what do you like to do for fun? I like to go hiking, do anything adventurous. Like I went skydiving. Oh, wow. I like to hang out with my mom because she's funny and go out to eat. Okay. What do you look for in a man? Someone who is ambitious, is goal-driven. Someone who's trustworthy and communicates well. All right. What are some deal breakers? Someone who is combative. Okay. Someone who I cannot trust, and someone who plans all these goals but never accomplishes them. Okay. Yes. All right. So we haven't got any pop balloons yet. Okay. Let me go ahead and hand you a pick. Okay. Hold on to that. And there is, how many guys are here? Okay. I'm going to have you pop 3 balloons. Oh, I know. 3 balloons. Right now? Whenever you're ready. Go on over. Okay. Oh, no. This is embarrassing. Okay, 2 more. I'm sorry. And 1 more. Okay, let's start right here. Okay. Okay, let's have your name and age.
I'm Fendi. I'm 34.
Okay. Fendi, what do you do?
I'm a musician on my own record label.
Oh, no, thank you.
And I also work a 9 to 5, but we keep it music though. Yeah.
Okay,
How you doing?
So, Fendi, why was your balloon unpopped?
I like the way she looked. She came out. She was well spoken, well dressed.
Thank you.
I feel like we could have fun. You was talking about the hiking thing. Let's go get lost. It was cool. I dig what you put down. You feel me? Yeah. That's all.
Why we end up popping his? It's really not too much. I feel like maybe the other guys were presented a little bit better. You're handsome. I just popped.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all right. Yeah.
Let's go on over here. Your name and age.
Demetrius, 37.
And Demetrius, what do you do?
Work for the city and drive trucks. Well, commercial driver.
Okay. All right. So why was your balloon unpopped?
Actually, some of her deal breakers was positives. Like she said something about like if you career driven, if you're not, then she don't want to mess with you.
Okay.
But I'm career driven, so I'm like that's a positive to me. I turned the negative to a positive. And she chocolate too, like darker the berry, sweeter the juice.
Oh,
so ain't nothing wrong with that. So I mean, it's all good. You know, Black Queen. Yeah, she loving though. Nice lips, everything. I ain't gonna lie.
Why'd you end up popping his balloon?
Yes, ma'am.
I want someone who I can look up at.
Oh,
No
okay.
offense. Yeah.
Okay. Hike
But
ain't
you're
gonna get you to
still
the altar
handsome.
though. You know, you can't look
For
at that.
me, probably.
Oh, hike. Okay.
How tall are you?
The doctor says. What the doctor say? I'm like 5'4.5", but with these boots on, I'm like 5'5".
I'm 5'5".
I'm just saying, I ain't tripping though.
But you look great.
Oh,
You
thank
look
you,
nice.
ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah.
You look nice.
Thank you. And let's go to the last one you ended up popping.
said,
Your name and
Y'all hear what he
age.
said?
Timothy 38.
Did y'all hear what he said? He said, "Height ain't gonna take you to the altar." I said, "Ooh, he got bars. That's a bar." He said, "Height is not gonna take you to the altar, Black Queen." I am screaming. I like his attitude. Good for him.
Okay. And Timothy, what do you do?
I'm an independent contractor and a real professional day trader.
Okay. So why was your balloon unpopped?
I just wanted to hear her out. I was going to pop initially. I thought your skirt was kind of too short, like more. I know. I feel like I can almost see your panties. To be honest with you, that's just being honest with you.
Okay, that's fine. All right. So why did you end up popping his balloon? He's just too skinny. I got a little. I don't know. He's just too skinny. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you. Okay. We've got how many balloons left? 5. Okay. Go ahead and ask these remaining guys a question. Help you narrow it down. When you're in a relationship, how do you show love to that person? Okay. Let's start here. Name and age first.
Trey Stylus, 35.
Okay. Trey, what do you do?
I'm a barber, career barber, and also a serial entrepreneur.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the question.
One more time. Question.
How do you show love when you're in a
How do I
relationship?
show love? Well, I'm kind of like a 90s love type guy. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying? I really want to like be intimate. You know what I'm saying? Like get some time together. You know what I'm saying?
You
Like
spend money. Fool.
90s love. My love languages would probably be physical touch and like acts of service. Yeah. So that kind of give you an idea where I'm at with it.
Okay, so it's
Yeah.
good. Okay. Over here, your name and age.
My name is Sydney. I'm 37.
Sydney, what do you do?
Like this?
My profession is I own a dental practice in Charlotte
Thanks,
and
my
also
man.
a roadside service in Charlotte and also in New York. So 2 locations.
Okay,
Yeah.
nice.
And if you want to just answer a question, how do you show love in a relationship?
Part of my way of showing love is basically just making sure that she gets the attention that she needs, being a good communicator and understanding what her needs and wants are. And then I think that's a good way for me to understand what type of love language she's seeking. So
Okay, sounds good.
Okay. Over here, your name and age.
Hey, I'm Vernon, and I'm 40.
Sorry, what was it?
Vernon, and I'm 40.
Okay. And what do you do?
Right now, I'm just investing in real estate, wholesaling, doing mostly creative finance deals. Got an Airbnb, Turo, stuff like that. A few other things too, but I'm gonna keep it short and sweet.
Okay, no problem. And how do you show love in a relationship?
I show love pretty much is I feel like the whole thing should be love. Pretty much it's like if you can listen, it's like I feel like that's a major thing.
He's trying to get how
Listening,
much money you
you
spend.
can get too caught up in this and that and that and this, but listening is the most part for me because from there you can go from wherever you need to go to. I think like a lot of relationships probably fail because people are not listening or not really paying close attention to whatever her needs is, stuff like that. So that's what I feel.
One thing that really does
that is.
to me, though, I will say, with this young generation of young men, a lot of young Black men are not eloquent. They don't know how to express themselves. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like this, and that. And you know what I'm saying? Like, you're a man. Like, speak properly, right? Like, be eloquent. Like, you know, communicate to be understood. Like, what is all this? And I'm like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so, because of this, that, this, that. What are you trying to say? Like, look, I hate that. What is this? What is that? Okay, be explicit with your language. Like, you know, that's the part that I don't like. But then again, they're not forced to write a lot of essays in school, unfortunately. Okay, but you should know how to express yourself. That is something that's really amiss because I'm like, a lot of them are super cute, but they can't talk. Like, they just can't express themselves eloquently, coherently. Like, you have a thought, express your thought coherently so we can all hear what you're saying. Like, what is that? And this, and that, and that, this right here, like from this, because this can lead to this. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what you're saying, babe. I really don't know. What is the this? What is the that? What is the this? What's the that? It can lead to what? Like, what is going on? Like, can you speak properly? Speak proper English, please. Okay. Oh, they really cannot. Yeah, it's really hard. It is really, really hard. Like, that right there really, really bothers me. Because I'm like, it makes it hard to know what he's thinking. Like, what are you thinking again? But I couldn't imagine being on a date and having to hear. I'm like, wow. I'm like, you speak Twitter language. It's like 140 characters. Like, can you, like, you know? Oh, he's such a weirdo, this one. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, a lot of young men have a hard time. It's like, you see how, like, when you hear JD Vance speak, like, he's like straight up extremely eloquent. Vivek also, even Byron also is really good. Byron's really, really good. Right? But I'm like, can y'all, like, speak like that? Like, be eloquent, be coherent, make a complete sentence, like, formulate a complete thought. Like, what do you want to say? What are you trying to say? Because this can be like this, that. I'm saying, like, no, I don't know what you're saying. What exactly are you saying? You did what? With who? Where? Right? What is your love language? Oh, my love language is just listening. No. She's a woman. She wants to know how much money you're spending. Okay? It's not that hard. But I'm like, it's really hard sometimes. They can be super cute, but I have no idea what is coming out their mouths. I'm like, what are they saying again? Like, what do you say?
Thank you. Let's go over here.
Like,
Your name and age.
Mac, I'm 39.
Okay. And Mac, what do you do?
I teach financial literacy and I teach social and economic development. Okay. And right now, I just started doing relationship counseling.
Okay. And how do you show love in a relationship?
In a relationship, I show love based on how it's reciprocated. So I show love by making sure my woman's taken care of. You know, I think that's the most important thing that to like, you know, in relationships, make sure your partner is taken care of, you know, all needs, like not just one thing, but like on all bases, emotionally, physically, spiritually, you know what I'm saying? Just the reality of a relationship. So yeah.
Over here, you're naming
39 years old. Y'all see his answer? I don't know, 39. Why do you look like this? I'm like, JD Vance is 39. Like, he's like 39, 40. Do you see how well he speaks, though? You have to work on being well spoken. Like, it is not that hard. I give love on how it's reciprocated. I'm like, what? Sounds petty. It sounds extremely petty.
My name is Darion, and I'm 31.
Darion, what do you do?
I own a food truck and a restaurant business.
Okay. So, how do you show love in a relationship?
So 2 ways. I show love by affection, that's my love language, and by reassurance. So if I feel like my woman is not feeling herself, I'll make sure I get it there to where she can, or at least try.
Okay, sounds good.
None of them have brought up money. This is concerning.
All right, let's head back. And how do you show love in a relationship?
I really feel as though, like, when it comes to pop the balloon, you're gonna have to have like some kind of dress code, because this is just ridiculous. Like, me, I will pop everybody's balloon. Like, no. Okay, she needs to set a dress code. Like, the guys should come wearing suits. Like, can we normalize wearing suits? I don't know. It's like, why is that not a thing? Normalize wearing a suit. But I think people should come on there. They should be required to wear a suit, because this is too much.
Really by acts of service.
Okay.
Like, for example, if you say you like a certain thing, and if I'm out, I will get it. And by cooking as well.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. So, do have 5 balloons left. So go ahead and pop 2 of them.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
And 1 more. Okay, I'll have you stay down there. All right. So why'd you have your balloon unpopped?
She's gorgeous, and I want to hear what she had to say.
What do you end up popping his?
He actually looks like my cousin.
That's one of those.
When I got closer, I was like, uh-oh.
I'm mad at that. At least it was that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. No problem.
No problem.
Thank you. And where do we end up popping? Over here. Why was your balloon unpopped?
It was I was just open, trying to see what she had to say, stuff like that.
Okay.
And she's pretty.
Thank you.
Why we end up popping his?
It's really not too much, to be honest.
Okay.
Maybe I will go for a different style, more kind of cleaner and casual, more. I don't know. But you look
Perfect.
good, but
Perfect.
I have to have a reason.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
On this side.
All right. Ask our 3 remaining guys another question.
Let's see. If you are in a relationship and you guys have a disagreement, what is your conversation style or your disagreement style with that person? Like, how do you argue, I guess you'll say?
Okay. Start there and come back.
Okay.
All right. Answer to your question, please.
Can you reiterate that one more time?
Like, if you guys get into a disagreement, how do you handle it? Do you like give her the cold shoulder? Do you just go silent?
So
What do you do?
I'm gonna say this: like, if my woman get mad at me, we probably finna have sex. First off, but I don't argue. I didn't grow up in a household where my parents argue. And I thank them every day for that. I really
He's petty. I told y'all he's petty. He's petty, and he's petty.
do. I praise my parents every day because they probably did argue because people had their differences, but they did it in some dark room or something. They never did it in front of me and my siblings. So I'd say every day I appreciate them for that, because I got friends that I grew up with and I went to their house, their parents argued, and they in argumentative relationships. But I think that in relationships, the key to it is talking it out. You know what I'm saying? Because you got to want the relationship. You're not always going to like your partner. So you got to really talk it out. You know what I'm saying? You got to want the relationship. So if you want the relationship enough, then you'll be willing to talk it out and work it out and work through your differences.
Girl, he's giving you the long answer. He's full of it. He's petty. When he said the way he's gonna love you is reciprocated based on how you loving him. So if you don't do enough, he's not gonna do enough. Okay? Nah. Exactly. You don't have no steady career. No. Look at Elizabeth. She's not buying it. She's like, the spirits.
Because arguing is that's just very traumatic. That's like what we fighting for. Like that's to me, that's gonna turn me on. If a woman fussing at me, like first thing I'm gonna think is you need some fixing.
Oh, okay.
Dad is coming home to fix it, so we fixing it.
Okay.
You know, we ain't got to argue. You know what I'm saying? Because like, what we arguing for? Like, you know, I don't know if y'all agree with me or with. Like, what we arguing about? You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's what I do in a relationship. I don't argue. I try to work through things.
Okay.
Thank you. Let's head back over here. Okay, if you want to go ahead and answer a question.
So you need some fixing. In the world.
Well, I come from a large family, a lot of sisters, so I always had to sit back and listen and get their perspective on things, and just the work background that I take on requires for me to kind of really listen, and I like to put myself in other people's shoes to better understand where they're coming from. So I think that's how I would position that first, just to kind of understand where she's coming from. And then I could get a better perspective on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, and our last guy.
I would have to say we got to talk it out. Like I don't like to go to sleep angry. You feel what I'm saying? Especially if we're in a relationship. So it's got to be some communication. We got to talk, you know, and make it an even playing ground. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Something like
Okay.
Okay. Time to pop a balloon.
Alrighty. Okay. Sorry.
Okay, so why'd you have your balloon unpopped?
So I didn't pop my balloon because she seemed like a person that was really looking for a match, and a person that's really looking for some understanding and some guidance, you know. So I didn't pop my balloon because she seemed like a woman that's, you know, like we out here looking for love. She seemed like she needs some guidance. But you know what I'm saying? Obviously, no, seriously, because she's here. She's here, so she obviously looking for some guidance, but you know, she can't recognize the prize. You know, so obviously she make a lot of bad decisions. How many kids do you have?
See, did I not tell you he was petty? Did I not tell you he was petty? You see how dark that went? Wow. Did I not tell you he was petty? I promise you, I didn't even watch the show. Do you see how quick that thing left? Did he not just say 2 seconds ago, oh, I don't argue. I don't argue. My parents didn't argue. I'm not going to argue. I'm going to have sex with you. You see? She popped this balloon. He took it to the heart. I told you he was petty. Because he was like, oh, I'm going to love you the way it's reciprocated. Like, what does that even mean? He's petty. He's really petty. Because you should know for yourself as a person, you should know what your love language is, right? This is how I love you. Now, if you don't give me the way I love it, okay, I got to go. But I'm going to give love the way it's reciprocated. What? What kind of answer was that? Right? I knew he was petty. Like, this man is petty. Now, so how many kids you got? You make bad choices. Sir, she just met you. Like, it's not easy for her to pick amongst these people. Why you go? Like, it went left real quick. See this? Mr. I don't argue. My parents didn't argue. Wow. This is, how did it go left like this? Hold on, yo, hold on.
something like
Okay.
Okay. Time to pop a balloon.
Alrighty.
Wow.
Okay. Sorry.
Okay, so why'd you have your balloon unpopped?
So I didn't pop my balloon because she seemed like a person that was really looking for a match, and a person that's really looking for some understanding and some guidance, you know. So I didn't pop my balloon because she seemed like a woman that's, you know, like we out here looking for love. She seemed like she needs some guidance. But you know what I'm saying? Obviously, no, seriously, because she's here. She's here, so she obviously looking for some guidance, but you know, she can't recognize the prize. You know, so obviously she make a lot of bad decisions. How many kids do you have?
I'm done, Arlette.
How many kids do you have?
I'm not here to answer.
So why'd you pop his balloon?
For this exact
on.
reason.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Why'd you end up popping his balloon?
Because he went right to sexual, opposed to how do you communicate and, you know, so.
Well, intimacy is the most important thing in a relationship, because if you can't intimately satisfy your woman, then she gonna go around the corner or next door, you know.
You are so stupid, sir. Intimacy is not always sex. Conversation also is intimacy, right? She said, if we have an issue, how we gonna talk about it? Oh, we're gonna have sex. Like what? What does that even mean? That's just so bizarre. This is so bizarre. I told you he was petty. I'm like, this is his. You need some fixing. Need some fixing. What is this? Wow. You see, Can't even take rejection. She popped your balloon. It wanted to, oh, you must make bad choices. You can't recognize a prize. You must have multiple kids by different men. Ah! I thought you said you don't argue. Wow. He's vicious.
I'm saying, but it ain't all about sex though. Relationships is definitely 100% not about sex. So you missed it though. But you missed.
She missed what you didn't say. How can she miss what you didn't say? She asked you a question. You're 39 years old. It is your job to succinctly express yourself in the way that you're meant to be received. You can't. How can she miss something you didn't say? You're the one who said if there's an argument, it means that you must need some fixing. You said that. You said, oh, if your woman wants to argue, it means that y'all need more sex. You said that, sir. You're almost 40 years old. Like, we're the same age, right? At your big age, you should know how to express yourself and not be misunderstood. It's not her fault. Based off what you said, that's why she popped your balloon. Take accountability. Look at yourself. You are insane. This dude is crazy. He is, oh my gosh. I knew he was petty, but now he's vicious.
It's the part where I articulated it in everything else that I said. So
You didn't argue anything, sir. You said all kinds of foolishness. You said if a woman wants to argue, she needs some fixing. What does that even mean?
oh, maybe it's some guidance that's missing in your life. Maybe I don't know. Maybe your upbringing is different than mine.
Well, thank you for sharing.
Let's head back. All right. So we've got two guys left. Go ahead and ask them another question.
Okay. What will how would you plan a first date for your lady?
Wow.
Okay. How would you plan a first date?
I guess with the first date, first of all, I'm gonna learn a lot about you before we step out. And then that's gonna give us, if we're doing a lot of laughing, and I love comedy clubs, I love activities, I like just doing things that's more active. And if I feel that you have more of a laid back personality, I think I get a chance to know you a little bit better. Maybe you sit down and just, grab a nice bite to eat and sit down and probe a little bit more. So that's probably how I do my first date. It's kind of like on our chemistry. And then I kind of make that decision based upon how we both feel with our energy, where we headed next. So,
okay. Thank you.
Okay. And over here.
First date. It would have to be like where we at. Like that's something like chemistry wise that I would pick up. Like I'm really like fine on finding out what you like. You get what I'm saying? So it'll probably be, more like how we vibe, like what I listen to, what I pick up, what I see that you interested in. Then we go from there. Like if you're a foodie, you're gonna go food. If you're more intimate and just want to take a walk in the park, maybe that.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Y'all should just say that my first date, I don't usually do like expensive first dates. I usually something small because I want to talk to you first to see if there's a vibe. If there is a vibe, then maybe, yes, we can go to a nicer restaurant, but I don't usually take women on the first date to expensive restaurants. I do something small so I can get to know her. Boom, 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 boom. Because obviously y'all don't want to spend lots of money on the first date. Just say that. Like, own who you are. Because when he said, oh, I'm going to love you the way it's reciprocated, I said, that's a petty ass answer. That's petty. 39 years old, that's your answer? That's how you love someone that's reciprocated. Then why the fuck you here? Hello. I'm like, why are you here? Like, why are you here? Man, go somewhere with that. Right? But I'm like, these two guys get on my nerves, right? If you're the type of man that you don't believe in spending a lot of money on the first date, just say that. Let her know who you are. Don't waste our time, right? First dates for me, it's a cup of coffee, it's Panera Bread, it's Starbucks. Right? I want to talk to you first, see if I like you, if I even vibe, right? But if I really do like you, if there's a vibe, then yes, I could consider us spending a bit more money on a fancier date. But I usually don't do too much on the first date because I might not really like you like that. Just it. She's a big girl. She'll be all right. Because she wants to hear about how much money they spend. That's why she can say, what's your love language? And no. And I think ladies also, if you're looking for a big spender, be explicit. Stop trying to be coy. Like, what's your love language? How would you plan a first date? You should be like, you know what? As a woman, where I am in my standards, this is what I like on the first date. Is that compatible with your vision of a first date? Let's get through this. We're big people. Okay? What's your love language? She asked you, what are you looking for of a man? Where I am in my life, I'm looking for a man who can actually provide financially. If we were to have an actual relationship, maybe I would want him to cover about like 80% of the bills. Okay, I want a provider. Like, you're grown. Say what you want so we can move on. Like, this is too much. Like, what's your love language? How would you plan a first date? No, you obviously know what you want a first date. Say what you want. Then see who can give it to you or who's not going to give it to you. Okay? Yeah. Just say what you want. Don't be like, what's your love language? Because I was turning into, I want to look at you. I want to cook for you. I want to make sure you're safe. That's not what you're trying to hear, right? So just say what you want, okay? People are not mind readers. Get to the point.
Okay. Guys, any questions for her?
You got kids?
Yes, I have one.
You have one kid?
Yes.
Okay. Your profession is?
Licensed esthetician. I do facials, skincare, waxings, and I'm in school.
I might have to pop on that.
Okay, that's fine.
No, because I'm a barber.
Oh,
I'm a
okay.
barber. So like, I know our schedules is going to like collide.
You're lying.
And then I just know
You're
the
lying.
profession and the industry, you know, you got a little bit too much emotion for me. I'm looking for a little bit something, you know, more executive.
Okay.
But no, you're beautiful though.
Thank you.
And I didn't think I would say that either, but like just, you know, to women that I pop home, but you beautiful. No, for real.
Thank you.
Now, is he someone that's your type?
Yes, he is. He actually dressed really nice. He's handsome. He's
Thank you.
groomed well.
You see? When she didn't answer that question about the child, when the guy asked her, she's like, yeah, I have a child. Move on. But when she didn't answer, now everybody's like, oh, does she actually have a child? That's really why he popped. He doesn't want somebody with kids. Don't talk about, oh, you know, I know the profession and I'm looking for somebody more executive. Sir, what? You don't want somebody with a child. Stop being cowards. You people just get on my nerves. What is this? Exactly. Shut up. Like, you don't make no damn sense. Like, what the heck?
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
that.
Any questions over here?
Executive. Shut up.
Where do you live?
I live in LA.
You live in LA.
Mhm.
Okay.
Where are you?
I'm in Charlotte. Yeah.
Okay.
Charlotte. Between Charlotte and New York.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's your only question?
Oh, actually, we have. What's the question? Where do you live? What is your way of communication? What's your strength as far as communicating is concerned?
It's really open. If I feel like our energies are not matching, or if I feel that you're more down than usual, then I'm going to ask you, like, hey, what's up? Maybe I need to do something that you may like. Mind you, my way of love is food. So maybe over dinner, we talk about it, like, hey, did I miss something?
Yeah.
Like, what's going on?
I love food. I'm a
Yeah.
foodie. As far as like confrontations, how do you actually deal with them? Because I did notice that you kind of shut down a little bit when you were having that interaction, and you just kind of like shut them out. Like, even though it may have been kind of off with that question per se, but the shutdown was kind of more like, you know, like, nah, I'm just. So how do you deal with confrontation?
Well, if it's with someone that I love, then I will get to the root of the problem. But if it's a stranger, I'm not going to engage.
What about in dating? If you don't love them, but you're just like in a dating phase?
Well, I feel like dating is to get to a point of getting together. The long goal or the end goal is marriage. So that's something that I will work towards and try to figure out, you know?
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's a beautiful thing. I just, with me, I'm really big on communication. I really express that. And I think that interaction kind of really had me open my eyes as far as just like the shut off point. I was curious to see how you would manage that situation there. I was, you know, I think that you're really a strong mother and a strong person, but that would be my thing right there. I think I may want to hold tight on that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what does that mean? Are you popping or? Oh, okay. Go ahead. Okay. All right. So is he someone that is your type?
No.
No. Okay. Why not?
I don't. The outfit is too much.
You truly think you're gonna find out and pop the balloon? Like, I'm trying to be offensive, right? But you really think you're gonna find out and pop the balloon? You gonna come to pop the balloon and find a protector, somebody who's emotionally mature, somebody who's financially stable? Sis, do you watch the show? No. If this is really what you want, you should find at a law school. Why are you here? Huh? Find that person in law school. Yeah. You're in law school. Why are you not dating people at the law school? Why are you here? Pop the balloon. Like, seriously. Yeah, exactly. Like the stuff she said, you really think you're going to find out at the Pop the Balloon show? Girl, what kind of lawyer are you going to be? Okay? You don't even sound serious. If this is really what you want, a man that's emotionally mature, a man that's a provider, protector, you are in your second year in law school. Your fiance should be in your law school department. Why are you here? Like, what? Pop the balloon? He don't give you that? Yeah. You should find your man at school, sis. Like, what are you doing? You should not be here. They are. But I'm like, I think it's a lot easier to find your mans in grad school, right? Like in school, right? Because then it's like, okay, you know what they're about. They're in school. You know how much they're going to make. You see how well they study. You see how they come prepare for class, whatever. There's a lot you can see from somebody when you observe out of somebody when you're in school with the person, like for a long time. Because law school is a bit challenging. But my thing's like, okay, you're going to leave the law school to come here to Dallas to do Pop the Balloon. And that's where you're going to find all these great qualities of Pop the Balloon. Sis, I'm scared of you. Yeah, I mean, maybe dental school is. I don't know. It's not. Is it like? It's not like becoming a dentist, right? But she should definitely look for a man in law school. Why is she here? What's going on? Even this whole like studying thing, right? She should be in the library right now studying. Like, be part of a group. Like, study with your peers. Like, maybe that's how you'll meet him. You should be at the library. But why does he have to be black? Why does he gotta be black? What do you like? The thing you really, really want, does it have to have skin color? I'm so confused. She said, oh, let me play it back. Let me play it back. Let's hear what she said. Hold on. Captions.
Love comes first. All right. And what do you like to do for fun?
I like pretty good experience. Music. I like to dance. I look for someone who is emotionally mature.
Okay. Emotionally mature, protector. You can't find that at the law school? Why are you here? Okay. What would you say that a man that is currently in law school trying to be a lawyer be ambitious? Yeah, no more DI. DI must die. Right? My thing is, when we consider a man that's in law school ambitious, you have to take first of all, you gotta have a bachelor's degree. That's number one. You can just stroll into law school. Okay. Number one, you gotta have a bachelor's degree. You have to take the LSAT. You have to write all your essays. You have to get recommendation letters from like you can't just stroll into law school. Like even a mediocre law school, like you still have to take the LSAT, right? But I do feel like somebody who's in law school, a man that's in law school, I don't care about his skin color, but a man that's in law school, he must be ambitious. Because how did he get in here? If he got into the law school, he's ambitious, right? Then amongst those men, whoever has the top grades, that's what you should be looking for. But everything you're looking for, you could not find that on your law school campus. You're coming to Pop the Balloon on YouTube? Girl, what kind of lawyer are you going to be? That's crazy to me. I'm not doing this. So you mean to say this pool of men right here is better than the pool of men that you have at your law school? Are you okay? Are you really in law school? Like you're studying, you're paralegal? Because this is extremely suspicious. Maverick. Oh Lord.
Yeah.
Okay. What are some deal breakers?
Someone who's lazy.
Okay.
Someone who smokes cigarettes. Someone who's angry. a
Mm.
lot and doesn't know
Well,
how to
they-
communicate.
on the stage. All right. So we got one. Let's go on over there.
So her deal breakers are if you smoke, you argue, don't know how to communicate. So it's okay if he's broke. Girl, what? You're gonna in a year or so, you'll be out of law school with lots of student loan debt. You need a man that got money, okay? Like, you're crazy. If he smokes, can't communicate, if he argues, that's it. Sis, are you really in law school? Like, you're studying your paralegal? Like, what is this? This is bizarre. I don't like this.
Okay, let's start with your name and age.
Yeah, Timothy 38.
Timothy, why did you end up popping your balloon?
I was trying to just give it some time.
I don't know.
I really like the dress. It's kind of like the first girl. I feel like you're showing too much. Like, I don't want to, I wouldn't picture you going out like that. It's something I just couldn't do. But behind the scenes, that's completely different, to be honest with you. If you know what I mean.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, she does.
Now, is he someone that's your type?
No.
Probably not.
Why not?
I'm not exactly. Maybe the way he's dressed.
To get a hop over here, your name and age.
I'm Vernon. I'm 40.
And Vernon, why did you end up popping your balloon?
Because I'm bad at communication. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't the best. I can't even lie. So I text back fast, but then I don't. You might get a text back, but I be doing me so much. I really don't be worried about my phone like that or missed calls like that unless it's about something, you know what I'm saying? But it's just something I'm working on. She cold. I ain't gonna, it ain't nothing, it's personal. It wasn't nothing like what she had going on.
Okay.
But yeah, but that's it though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is he someone that's your type?
He looks good. I think he's attractive. I think communication is something that can be worked on. But
so this is what
I'm a law student, so quick text messages is not really ideal for anyone at our big ages, but I can respect your response.
No doubt. No, for sure. I'm working on it. I'm trying to get better at it. For sure though.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. So we do have quite a few guys still left. Go ahead and ask them a question.
Okay. What does emotional intelligence mean to you?
Emotional intelligence. Name and age first, and what is emotional intelligence to you?
Trey Stylus, 35. And emotional intelligence to me is doing that homework, like actually going through maybe some therapy, getting some things like, taken care of that went on in the past, maybe parent trauma or past emotional trauma. Most definitely would be sufficient. Yeah. Yeah.
Name and age, and what is emotional intelligence to you?
Sydney, 37. Emotional intelligence to me is basically really understanding how to deal with certain situations and overcome them, and also understanding your partners, family, friends, coworkers, their feelings, their needs, and how to regulate it at the same time. So having emotional intelligence is really key in any friendship relationship, in my opinion. So, yeah.
Name and age, and what is emotional intelligence to you?
I'm Fendi and I'm 34. Emotional intelligence to me is evaluation, recognizing the situation and what the problem is and getting to the root of it. And once again, communication and figuring it out from there. Yeah.
Okay. Name and age, and what is emotional intelligence?
Demetrius, 37. I was gonna say what he was gonna say, but like I like to get to the root of it. Like I don't like dancing around emotional, you know what I'm saying? Like I just want to get to the root of it and acknowledge what the problem is first. Then we can take accountability and then, work on it and make sure that
Like, she has people in her classrooms that like give oral arguments like every day in class. You left that to come here. Oh my God. Does she have friends on campus? This is crazy. Because I know, like, trust, I've been in grad school, but I'm sure, like, when you're, whatever law school you're in, sometimes, like, these law school people, they find each other, like, even at your law school, you can have friends at a different law school, it all depends. But I'm like, You are in law school, if you're being honest, because maybe you're studying to be a paralegal. But when you're in law school, you are surrounded by some quite brilliant people. In class, you go to class every day, toward whatever y'all do. People that go in there, they give all these oral arguments like nonstop, back to back to back to back to back. Right? That's what being a lawyer is. Communication, being convincing people. You left that to come here for this. Wow. And maybe she goes to like a predominantly like white law school. But I'm like, even with that though, like you should know how to fit in. You should know how to fit in with those people. But I'm like, okay, you might want to have a black husband, but it might not happen. But the stuff you want, it doesn't have skin color attached to it. You know? Anybody, like, I mean, any race, I mean, not race, but any ethnicity can be a great communicator. Like, what are we doing? This is crazy. Why are you here? Girl, that's insane. Wow. I don't like this.
Doesn't happen again. That's how I deal with it.
Okay. Name and age, and what is emotional intelligence to you?
Mac 39. Emotional intelligence to me is the 7 chakras. You know what I'm saying? What? Learning that first, and the ability to speak things into existence. So like, you know, when you're in a relationship, if a woman is always mad or unencouraged, you know, your relationship is going to go negative. It's going to go in a bad direction. So learning the 7 chakras would be emotional intelligence to me, because once you capitalize on that, then it's a ballpark from there, you know.
Name and age, and what is emotional intelligence to you?
I'm Darion. I'm 31. Emotionally intelligence to me is basically finding the underlying problem. I feel like emotionally intelligence in a woman nature is basically, you know, getting signs and identifying what those signs are and figuring out how to resolve it.
All right. Let's head back this way. So I am going to hand you a pick. Have you hold on to that.
Yeah,
and let's go ahead and pop 3 balloons. Yes, I know, girl.
3's a lot.
3's a lot, I know, but there's a lot of them.
Yeah, 3 is not a lie. Girl.
Okay, 2 more.
You better pop Fendi. He put his balloon out there. See, he wants her to pop his. Look, subconsciously, he wants to be popped. You see what he did? You see what he did? Y'all see Fendi in the white? Oh, he mad. 2.
And 1 more.
Or maybe she likes him light skin. Wow. Fendi got his balloon out, girl. He wants to go. Ooh, Fendi.
Oh, man. Okay.
You got this.
Oh, it's really hard. It's really hard. I'm
He about
so
to cut
sorry.
your ass out. He about to
Okay,
cut
you
your
can
ass
stay
out.
down
He
there.
about to cut you
Let's
out.
start with over here.
about
Okay, so why did you have your balloon unpopped?
I wanted to hear what she said, and she looks good. That's the reason why.
Okay. And why'd you end up popping his balloon?
Honestly, it was really hard. It was really hard. And I couldn't even say why. I think maybe just maybe,
I get it, mommy. You good.
I could really good.
What do you get?
I would guess the height.
No, I wouldn't say it's high. I honestly couldn't say why. I just had to choose. And it just was like process of elimination.
Yeah, Fendi mad. Fendi want to go.
Go over here. Why'd you have your balloon unpopped?
So
You about to cuss her out.
I think that the law school thing got me. You know, when she said the law school, because you know I own 7 businesses, so I always need a good lawyer. So that was the main thing that got me, right? But you know, I was really just skeptical on her decision making, because she on the show and she in law school, and it's like a million men should be chasing you. You know what I'm saying? But I felt like this too. Maybe I was too much. You know what I'm saying? When I hit one of those 7 chakras, she.
Lord, why I tell you these light skinned men be light skinned? You are out your mind. You think your little 7 chakras impress somebody? You need to go sit out somewhere. Yeah, now he got 7 businesses. Boy, shut up. Shut up. Now you got 7 businesses. You told us you had 3 businesses. Now you got 7 businesses. Sir, you say you do counseling, financial literacy, and something else. You have 3 businesses. Now you got 7 businesses. The chakras. What are the chakras? He said, when I hit it with that chakras. This dude is crazy. He's so arrogant. He is so arrogant. Oh, Lord, have the mercy. He's such an idiot. He might be an air sign, though, but he's so damn arrogant. What is this? What is this? I'm like, if he's not a Libra, he's a Scorpio. What is this? What is this? What's this madness? But he's right, though. He was like, you're in law school. Why are you here? That's exactly what we're saying. Why are you here? You see what he said?
And it just was like process of elimination.
I respect that.
Yeah.
Let's go over here. Why'd you have your balloon unpopped?
So I think that the law school thing got me. You know, when she said the law school, because you know I own 7 businesses, so I always need a good lawyer. So that was the main thing that got me, right? But you know, I was really just skeptical on her decision making because
He said he was skeptical of her decision making skills. Yeah, because it's very bizarre. Why are you here?
she on the show and she in law school, and it's like,
Yep. Why are you here?
a million men should be chasing you. You know,
Exactly. You see, he's right. You're in law school. Why are you chasing behind men? Something is bizarre. Unless she's lying. Unless she's lying about being in law school. Because this is really bizarre.
I'm saying, but I felt like this too. Maybe I was too much, you know what I'm saying? When I hit one of those 7 chakras, she looked at me like, ooh, tasty. but she also looked like intimidation. So, you know, respectfully, you know, I kept the balloon, you know, just to see how far it would go, honestly. But I think that I hope you graduate from law school and you're going to be something great for sure. But your decision making, baby, you know, you got your decision making got to tighten up.
Okay, so why'd you end up popping his balloon?
I will say I agree with the decision making. Honestly, truly, it was really, really hard. I just picked somebody like, yeah, it was really hard.
See?
There's nothing. I actually
what I'm
like the
saying?
7 chakras though. I like that.
See that decision making. Yes, you know, you got to make better.
But she thinks he's talking about you popping his balloon. He's talking about everything. He's talking about if you're in law school, why are you on the show? She's so aloof. She's like, oh yeah, it was hard for me to pop your balloon. It's bigger than you popping his balloon, sis. He's saying, why are you? Look at how giddy she is. Oh, it's sad. This is crazy. Wow. Oh, this is sad. This is sad. You're in law school. You should not be chasing behind men. So, like, this is crazy. This is crazy.
The choices in life, you know.
But handsome.
Okay. And who's the last one who ended up popping over here? Okay, why was your balloon unpopped?
Just wanted to hear what she had to say. You know, I like the fact that she has goals and stuff like that. So yeah, I wanted to just hear her out.
But she's someone that's your type?
She's attractive.
Okay. Okay, cool. Why do we end up popping his?
I think just off of the paint, the spray for the hair. That's the only reason. Otherwise, he looks like a very nice gentleman.
Why are they laughing?
Do you have anything to say?
Hey, this is a barber thing. It's a New York thing. It's an Atlanta thing. So when you become,
It's not really a bad thing. I'm sorry.
no, it's not a bad thing. I'm just saying it's I'll let you speak about it, but it's a New York thing. It's an Atlanta thing, you know. So you pay a couple of extra dollars when you get one of these. So yeah, so this is something that's actually respected. But again, that's what it is. That's what it is.
I will say the lineup is all really nice. It was really, really tough decision.
Okay, thank you. All right, we've got 3 guys left. Go ahead and ask them another question.
They want you to pop all that.
So what are you looking for? What are you here for?
Okay, like what are they looking for? Like in a woman?
In a woman.
Okay.
What brought you to the show specifically?
Okay, answer your question.
Question one more time.
Well, are you done?
Why are you on the show? What are you looking for in a woman?
I'm looking for a divine feminine woman. I'm looking for someone who's feminine, beautiful, and intelligent.
You know, divine feminine. What's
really
it?
like the fact that you're an executive woman. It's pretty attractive. So yeah.
So executive is divine feminine.
Over here, answer to her
Oh, he's
question.
looking for a sugar mama.
One more time, please.
It's not that hard.
What brings you to the show? And what are you looking for in a woman?
You don't want to be the papa's balloon.
Love brings me to the show. And a woman, I am looking for a wife.
Oh, what?
Someone that can communicate, somebody that's goal oriented, family oriented.
Fendi, you are full of it, Fendi. You are full of it. How you gonna be somebody's husband when you in the studio? Okay. So you told us that you work a 9 to 5, then you a rapper. When you got time to be a husband? Fendi, shut up. Okay, pop his balloon. Pop his balloon. I think he wants like educate, like a big degree, like you know what I'm saying. Good night, Sylvia. What is this? How you gonna be a husband? Pop his balloon. He don't want to be there. He's not serious. Fendi said you I heard him right. He said he works 9 to 5. You know what I'm saying? He works a 9 to 5, and then he's a rapper. Because he owns, I guess he said he has a music house or whatever. But I'm like, okay, so between like you work and then you go to the studio, so you don't even have time for a relationship, Fendi. Why are you here? Go find you some baddies for your next music video. This ain't it. This is crazy. Pop a balloon.
Has a strong belief in a higher power.
A higher power.
No matter what that may be.
Oh no.
That's what got me here.
Pop his
No
balloon.
doubt.
All right. Over here. Answer your question.
Well, I've been empty for about a whole year.
What that mean?
So I'm looking for love. I'm ready. You just gotta have some sense of humor, like warmth, and I'm traditional guy. So, like the date up, like start off, like go somewhere fun, then, dinner or some romantic and stuff. I'm from LA. So it's a lot of stuff out there, black owned places. It's a black Beverly Hills, and so it's in Windsor Hills, and they got what's that? Don't worry about it. We'll get to that later. Leimert Park. There's some nice areas and stuff. So what I'm looking for a woman though is just some warmth, some truth, some honesty, and some loving and stuff. Because I love black queens. So yes.
All right. Okay, it is time to pop a balloon. Just
Yeah.
one, whenever you're ready.
Fendi. She's so like, good job. You don't want to be here. There you go.
Uh-oh.
He doesn't want me to pop him.
All right, so Fendi, why was your balloon unpopped?
Oh, he's so excited.
I feel like she has a bright future. She's obviously gorgeous.
So you want to mess it up.
I think we could have had fun together.
Everything with you is fun. Anything serious,
No doubt.
Fendi?
Yeah, I'm gonna leave it there.
All right, why did we end up popping his?
It was honestly really hard.
Everything is hard with you.
I seen him on a previous episode, and I really liked how he carried himself and how he responded to the other women.
He's a fan.
It's really hard decision. Yeah,
Respect.
very handsome though.
Okay, the two guys left. Go ahead and ask them your last question.
Fendi is crazy. I love it.
So, as a husband,
As a husband
what
already.
do you offer, or what can you bring to the table?
Let's go there and then come back.
As a husband.
Yes, sir.
So as a husband, what I bring to the table?
If you were a husband.
I'm traditional, like I said. So, I'm gonna provide, of course. I'm not gonna say my zodiac sign. I ain't gonna get killed for that. But yeah, as a husband, this protector, provider, and everything of that, make sure that you're taken care of, everything taken care of. You have any kids?
I have one.
Oh,
She's 4.
oh, she's 4. Okay, nice. Damn, congratulations. Anybody that have
Thank you.
kids, especially women, it's tough for them, So I stand on business with that. Thank you for that. But as a husband, like just be a protector. I'm very traditional and stuff, So
Okay.
yes.
It's like, no jokes, right? She could see herself bringing someone like Fendi around her daughter. Girl, you are crazy. You are really crazy.
All right, let's hear from you over here.
You gonna pop the balloon?
As a husband, that's a deep one.
What's it? You never thought about it?
I would say protecting and providing, of course, as a man.
What does that
Protecting
even
and
mean?
providing is most definitely essential. Passion, bringing passion to the relationship, guidance. That's most definitely what I provide off the flip. Anything else would kind of be, the vibe, whatever's necessary, Yeah.
Okay. Guys, any questions for her? You ready? If you're ready, go ahead.
I would say, with you being a lawsuit, now what does that look like? What does your schedule look like?
I'm pretty busy, a lot of studying, but I'm halfway through. So I have a year and a half left.
Okay.
I'm pretty busy, but people make time for what they want to make time for. So
Where are you located?
I'm in LA.
You in LA?
Mm-hmm.
Where are you?
I'm in Atlanta right now.
Okay.
Would that be an issue?
No, I'm currently in LA, but when I graduate, I plan on relocating. Don't know where yet, but
With your daughter for a man. You met on
Okay. What's the situation look like with the child's father?
Mhm.
If you don't mind me asking.
we have a very healthy co-parenting relationship.
Mhm.
Yeah, we communicate well. He knows I'm here, and he wished me well. So yeah.
He knows you came to pop the
All right. I got 2 girls. How you feel about that?
How old are they?
8 and 5.
2 different women.
That's nice, actually. My daughter's 4.
Okay.
She is the sunshine of my life. So somebody for her to play with would be pretty cool.
Never
And I
asked
have a niece
women?
that's in Atlanta as well.
Okay.
Never asked.
You can make time.
I can make time.
All right. Okay.
Okay.
That's it.
Any questions over here?
She's not even gonna ask how many women. you
Yeah,
got
okay.
pregnant.
Just simple questions, like what's your favorite food?
Food.
I really like sushi.
Okay.
I like chili. My chili only though.
Oh,
Mainly.
okay. So sometimes I cook. You don't mind if I cook or something? Like you like
Absolutely
home
not.
home cooks? Okay.
What
What's your favorite movies genre? I'm just trying to get to know you a little bit.
I like psychological thrillers.
Name what's that? What kind of
Like
movie?
suspenseful movies make you think a little bit. You gotta try to figure out what's gonna happen next. Keep
Oh,
you intrigued.
You like Den of Thieves and stuff like that?
How to get
Not
away
familiar
with
with that,
murder.
but like
That's like heist.
okay, yeah, I like money.
She means how to get away with murder, Mr. Short Man. How she gonna kill you and take all your money and get away with it? How to get away with murder? I think this brother right here, he didn't think he's gonna make it this far because maybe usually since he's short, he popping his balloon. He didn't think he's gonna make it this far, so he's not prepared. Like, ooh, he's one of the last man standing. Okay. This is ridiculous. What is this?
Heist. Have you seen
Oh,
that? That was
yeah,
pretty
okay,
cool.
yeah. No, I don't got no questions after that. I'm just trying to get to know her.
Okay. All right. It is time to pop one balloon.
No more questions.
No more questions.
Girl.
All right. So, Demetrius, why was your balloon unpopped?
Man, we was gelling. So I
You know,
mean,
you
I
know,
didn't see no flaws.
stuttering.
Anything. She from LA. I'm from LA. I didn't see nothing. So I
Okay.
was just,
All right. Why'd you end up popping his?
Honestly, just because how he was looking at me.
Oh.
Hey, no problem with that. Go with your heart. Shoot. Hey, black love. Shoot.
Let's head on back up this way then. I'll have you stand here. Come on up here with us. All right. Any final question between the two of you? Just one. You have one. If not, don't worry about it.
I'm gonna let her go first. I want to hear what she got to say.
Do you have a relationship with God?
I do.
What is that relationship like?
It's in a relationship. I most definitely grew up Christian household. I've ventured off, and learned different perspectives of God. So
Such as what?
I'm most definitely respective of any religion that you have. Yeah.
Okay. You good? What about for yourself? Are you good?
She's beautiful. She's she's honestly type. So I don't really have too many questions. I think we have a lot to talk about.
Oh, all right. Well, then let me ask my final question. Is it a yes for you for her?
I'm gonna say yes.
And is it a yes for you for him?
Yes.
We got a match. I'll take the mic. All right, you guys can go on off. Make some noise for them, y'all. All right, let's go ahead and bring out our next single lady.
What is this?
Hello, welcome. What's your name?
Kalia,
Kalia, how old are you?
28.
And what do you do?
I'm a braider and loctician, and I also have a hat business.
Okay. And what do you like to do for fun?
I go to the gym a lot. I like to be outdoors in good weather. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm spontaneous, you know.
All right. What do you look for in a man?
A hustler, because I'm a hustler.
Okay.
Open-minded, because I like to do random stuff sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Is she passionate about whatever it is that you love?
Okay. And now, what are some of your deal breakers?
Deal breakers.
What?
I would just say, like, if you're closed-minded, if you're not understanding.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna just say that right now.
Okay, no problem. So we did get a pop.
Yo, is she high? Is she high? That's crazy. Look at Feny's face. Feny's like, Jab, what is this? What is this?
Balloon. Let's go on over there, see why they ended up popping. Okay, your name and age, and why'd you end up popping your balloon?
Demetrius, 37. I pop because you said hustler. I'm a blue collar worker. I work for the city, and I'm a
Yeah.
commercial driver.
Well,
But when
you-
I hear hustler, that's like, I don't know. Where I come from, we say hustler. You put your life on the line. So, and I left that alone back in like 2004. So yeah, I like my benefits. You know what I'm saying? I like my, my free benefits, my visual.
I feel it.
I make do what it do, but in the right way. When I hear hustler, I don't know. It's just too tricky. But God bless you. You look good. You know what I'm saying? Stand on.
Demetrius said, I left that life in 2004. I ain't going back. Demetrius is supposed to cook some food, enjoy some movies. He don't try to go to jail. He wants to go to the Black Beverly Hills. He don't want no problem. He said, I left that lifestyle in 2004. It's been 20 years. Girl, don't take me back. Whew, Demetrius, you are funny. You are a hoot. He said, he's a hustler. He said, I like my benefits. He's I like my benefits. Oh, Demetrius, you are adorable. That was just so cute.
Business,
Appreciate it.
toast nice, everything.
Thank you.
Hey, all that.
When I say hustler, I don't mean like in the streets. Like, please be legit.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
don't want no trouble.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay. Now, is he someone that's your type?
You handsome, but I do like somebody a little bit taller than me.
Okay, so
Yeah.
we did each other a favor. We're looking out.
You can call it that.
Okay, let's go over here. Name and age, and why'd you end up popping your balloon?
I'm Darion. I'm 31. I popped my balloon because she said she liked taller man, and I know I'm not in that taller category, so I just popped it, made it easier for
How
us
tall
both.
are you?
I'm 5'8".
Okay. I'm 5'6.5".
Okay, so you definitely shorter than me.
Yeah.
What that mean? That mean bring my balloon back? Hey, leave it there. Leave it there.
Not quite. Okay.
So you said not quite. So what about him? It doesn't really make him your type.
You're handsome, but I'm just not like drawn,
Gotcha.
I guess. So no big deal.
You see how stupid these girls are. You see how dumb. You see how dumb some of these girls are. I saw an episode like that too. Like, oh, but what if he's short? So damn stupid. He's 5'8". You're 5'6" when you wear heels, right? You should be like, okay, get your balloon back. He's cute. He got a pretty face. My thing is, you should know what he does. Like, you know what I'm saying? 2 inches, okay. You should know what he does first. You're gonna disqualify somebody off of height alone. Like, you're weird. Like, this is I don't like that. You're not you're cute, but you should ask him what he does. She haven't asked him what he does first. Ask him what he does. If you don't like it, then you're like, okay, maybe get your balloon back or don't get your balloon back. Right? This is crazy. How you know he's not the one who makes the most in the entire lineup? How you know?
Okay.
Crazy.
Thank you.
This is crazy.
To get another pop back over here. Name and age, and why'd you end up popping your balloon?
Sydney, 37.
Mhm.
Just popped it off for the age. Just all this the age thing.
Yeah.
So other than that, everything else she seems really cool.
Okay.
Yeah. That's about it.
So is he someone that's your type?
You handsome.
Thank you.
Everybody's handsome with her.
I actually have those pants.
You do?
Yeah, and they didn't fit me, so
Oh, they
they're just
didn't
sitting
fit?
in my closet. But
So you understand
No,
style.
yeah.
Actually, that's a good thing. True hustler.
I like
respect it.
that. I like that.
Like that,
Nice
yeah.
fans.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So we do have 4 balloons left unpopped. Go ahead and ask these guys a question.
What are you guys passionate about?
Okay. Name an age and what are you passionate about?
Running number 40. I'm passionate
He's
about
40? He's
things
not
that make me
saying-
happy. That's what my day consists of. Just stuff I like to do.
Such
I
a-
ain't really on nobody's schedule, nobody's time like that. So I got a lot of different things that I do.
Such
I just kind of
as-
bounce around,
Such
kind of like
as-
how my mood changes. But everything I do, I'm passionate about. I could do it all day long. So,
Okay.
so yeah.
Such as
Name an age and what are you passionate about?
My name is Fendi. I'm 34. I'm passionate about my music. That's what I do. That's my life. Passionate about my family and my children. I die for them.
how many kids?
That's what I do it for. You understand?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Name an age and what are you passionate about?
My name is Mac. I'm 39. I'm passionate about my kids, my business, and finding love. You know, I think that those
So you have kids, but you try to shame the first girl for having a child. What about your decision making skills? Why aren't you married? This fool. This is. I don't understand how people who have kids trying to shame somebody else that has kids. Like you're just a weirdo.
Where I can pick your brain out a little bit. So
Wow, my brain.
Wait a minute, popping his balloon.
Not really attracted. Not too big of a fan on the style. So, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, we have 3 guys left. Go ahead and ask them another question.
How do you guys feel about 50-50?
50-50. Okay.
You don't have structure.
If you say, hey, yo, babe, let's do this, let's do that, you should probably have it already set up. If I'm saying, oh, yo, babe, let's do this, let's do that, I'm gonna have it already set up. You know what I'm saying?
Say, how often you gonna say it? This sounds like a setup. Girl, you better not fall for this. Like a cheap ass Houston rapper. You better not fall for this. Sis. He don't have it. Okay. A man who's talking about, oh, I work when I feel like it. Oh no. This sounds like poverty.
So it just kind of like we just moving and grooving. You know what I'm saying? Hey, we just it ain't like you want to do something, you gotta call me. Yo, babe, can you take care of this, take care of that? Like I'm not dealing with that type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, like I said, we just moving and grooving. Let's keep it going. Yeah.
No.
How do you feel about 50-50?
I agree with 50-50, slightly. But
Yeah.
obviously if I got it, I'm gonna do my best to cover all costs and take care of the situation.
But how often
and
do you
handle
have
the
it?
business.
How often do you have it, Fendi? How often you have it? Because being in the studio is expensive. So how often do you have it? Okay. Oh, if you call me, you should have it set up. If I call you, I'm gonna have it set up. So how often you gonna call me? like, I'm like, what the world? No, this is quite ambiguous. I don't like that. Whenever I have it, when you gonna have it? I don't like this.
Yeah, as long as I got it, it's on.
Okay.
Yeah,
As
why
long
wouldn't I?
as you have it. So if you don't have it, we're gonna do. Oh no. I'm no poverty.
Over here, how do you feel about 50-50?
as a man, I would never agree with 50-50. You know what I'm saying? I feel like that as a man, you know what I'm saying, I'm supposed to carry that load, but I do understand the complex of relationships. And sometimes a man might fall short and a woman might have to pull 70% of the load and a man might have to pull 30%. Or like
A
sometimes
man might have to put 30%, so the woman gonna pull 70%. Ooh, this dude is dangerous. He said the man might have to pull 30%. So if he's pulling 30%, she's gonna pull 70%. This is out of order. They're doing a better job finding these men.
a man might have to pull 100% and 10% or vice versa.
10%.
So I think in relationships, you know what I'm saying, we should all be mindful of 50-50 is unrealistic. That's some bullshit. That's some unrealistic American bullshit. So at the end of the day, you know, a relationship is based on working it out. So like I can't go 50-50 with you, but I can go with you though.
Heard you. All right, time to pop another balloon. Just one whenever you're ready.
I'm gonna have a peek.
Okay. So, Vernon, why was your balloon unpopped for her?
I was just listening to what she had to say. She She seems interesting. She's pretty, and I'm just open to whatever, just listening and seeing what's up.
All right.
Yep.
Why do we end up popping heads?
I'm not attracted. You put it together nicely and everything. That's it.
All right.
Mhm.
So we've got two guys left. Go ahead and ask the two guys another question.
What does dating with intention look like for you?
Okay. Dating with intention. What does that look like for you?
Fendi, you got too many kids.
I guess it looks like me letting you know that I'm interested, intrigued, that I care, that I want to proceed, that I like you.
How would you do that?
How would I do that?
You don't know.
Affection is super big to me. Everybody don't get that. That's not
Fendi, go. Bye. Pop his balloon.
it's more of a privilege. You understand?
It's a privilege
besides
to get affection from you. Fendi, you have childhood trauma. We don't have time for this. Fendi, you are crazy. But my thing is, like, when she heard that he has, first of all, he works a job and he's a rapper and he has multiple kids. You have one child, right? So together, how many kids that gonna be? So based off of that, you should have popped this balloon. He got too many kids. He's not the one. So pop his balloon. Because I'm like, what? He works 9 to 5 and he's a rapper and he got a bunch of kids. Plus your kid. Nah. That is too many kids. Just you got to put a rap song to explain it. He said a lot of people don't get affection from me. It's a privilege. Are you okay? Did your mother not hug you enough? Like, Fendi, what is going on? Fendi, you gotta go. Okay, bro, you're too much.
that acts of care. I'm gonna let it be known, like
Stop.
hands down.
Pop.
This is what we doing. I don't play about it.
Fendi, shut up. Fendi, shut up. I'm not buying this.
Don't play with me. You understand? Yeah. Slight though, yeah.
Go hide.
Dating with intention. What does that look like for you?
All right, dating for intentions for me is marriage. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to be like Arlette and BM. You know what I'm saying? So if you trying to build something that's cultivating, you know what I'm saying? Something that's for the kids, something that's for the family.
Now, why don't you ask him how many kids he has? I don't trust your head. The way you ask this, I don't think you're fit to raise a boy. You don't have your head together. Like, that's just weird. And I'm like, you should ask how many kids you have, by how many women. You should know these things. Who provides for the kids? Are you on child support? Ask these questions. Because if he's on child support, I don't even know how many kids he has. What makes you think he can afford to even date your ass? Like, what is wrong with these people?
Then that's what I'm on. You know what I'm saying? I'm not dating just for the screw around or all that. I'm 39 years old, so I'm looking for the long term. So if you're not dating for marriage, then you're just wasting time. You know, and that's just my take.
And you can afford to be a husband. You have multiple kids. We don't even know how many women you've gotten pregnant. We don't even know if you pay child support. How much income do you bring? How much money do you have left over? You need to ask these serious questions. Like, what is she doing?
On that.
My head hurts. I gotta go.
Oh, okay, I'll hand you. Okay, let me hand you another pick. 1 second.
Oh.
There you go. Okay, so we've heard from the two gentlemen. Guys, do you guys have any questions for her? Okay, he got one down here. Let's go over here.
Come on.
So you have kids?
I have a 4-year-old.
Okay, what's your relationship like with the father?
He's decent.
Okay, so cool. Your baby daddy all good and everything. So what about your career goals? Like your career, what are you doing for work right now?
So I'm a braider and loctician. I have a hat business with my dad. And my next journey is becoming a fitness trainer.
So you don't have a 9 to 5?
The hat business is like my 9 to 5.
I'm saying, do you have like a real job where you get a W-2 from there?
The hat business, strong wool, yes.
You get a W-2 from there?
I do. I'm a contractor, but yeah.
So do you get a W-2 though?
It's a 1099. So the contractor is.
Hey, that's what's up. Hey, I mean, that's what's up.
Okay. So now, is he someone that's your type?
Not quite.
Okay,
Why
why
don't you
not?
pop the balloon
I'm
sooner?
not a fan of the hair. You dress fine.
Why you didn't pop my balloon a long time ago then?
Can I hear you?
Exactly.
Can I hear you out?
I would have tried. I mean, like I gave a long time. Like
And then it's me, you know.
I'm just
so
saying, a woman ain't got no job. I mean, you ain't really got no job. You talking about hustling, your baby dad is still in your life. Like this sounds like a lot of drama for me, baby. I'm cool.
to each his own,
God
my
bless
brother.
Let's go. All right.
Appreciate you.
Why'd you end up popping your balloon?
I think you're beautiful, super gorgeous. The body is all that. I feel like you did a little too much entertaining. Some, you know.
I don't
know?
think I have much control over that. But I feel you.
Yeah, you know, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Is Fenty someone that's your type?
Not quite.
Okay, why not?
Not really a fan of the style. Seem like a handsome man, you got it going on, but
Why
not
did you
for
pop
me.
his balloon a lot
No doubt.
sooner?
Appreciate you.
Mhm.
Thank you. Okay, well, that is all the balloons popped, but we do thank you for coming on. Give it up for her, guys. Take this. Thank you.
Like she don't know what she wants. She's so nonchalant. Girl, you don't like the way he dresses. Pop his balloon. You don't like the way Fenty dresses. Pop his balloon. What are you doing? He said you ain't got no job. He said you get a W. I don't know why I feel like that man. He's such an asshole. I don't know. He has to be an air sign. He has to be. If he's not Libra, he's Gemini. If he's not Gemini, he's Aquarius. That man is an asshole. That man is an asshole. He's such an asshole. He's such an asshole. He said you ain't got no job. You ain't got no job. He said you have a W. Then I gotta tell that. He said, he said, well, if you ain't got no job, you ain't got no job. Oh no, this is out of order. Oh, this is insanity. This is insanity. That's why that dude, he has to be an air sign. He's an asshole. If he's not a Libra, he's a Gemini. And no way. And no way. He is an asshole. Like this dude is like his mouth is a problem. This is ridiculous. What is this? He said, if you ain't got no job, then you ain't got no job. Let's do it again. He has to be a Gemini. He's such an asshole. He's such an ass. What is this? What is this? This dude is crazy.
Okay, so cool. Your baby daddy all good and everything. So what about your career goals? Like your career, what are you doing for work right now?
So I'm a braider and loctician. I have a hat business with my dad, and my next journey is becoming a fitness trainer.
So you don't have a 9-to-5?
The hat business is like my 9 to 5.
I'm saying, do you have like a real job where you get a W-2 from?
The hat business, strong wool, yes.
You get a W-2 from there?
I do. I'm a contractor, but yeah.
So do you get a W-2 though?
It's a 1099. So the contractor is.
I mean, hey, that's what's up. Hey, I mean, that's what's up.
Okay. So now, is he someone that's your type?
Not quite.
Okay, why not?
I'm not a fan of the hair. You dress fine.
Why you didn't pop my balloon a long time ago then?
Can I hear you? Can I hear you out?
I would have tried. I mean, like I gave you a long time. Like
And then it's me, you know.
I'm just
so.
saying, a woman ain't got no job. I mean, you ain't really got no job. You talking about hustling, your baby dad is still in your life. Like this sounds like a lot of drama for me, baby. I'm cool.
To each his own, my brother.
Let's go. All right. Why'd you end up popping your balloon?
I think you're beautiful, super gorgeous. The body is all that. I feel like you did a little too much entertaining. Some, you know.
What the heck?
I don't
know?
think I have much control over that. But I feel you.
Yeah, you know, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Is Fenty someone that's your type?
Not quite.
Okay, why not?
Not really a fan of the style.
Then you should have popped
Seem
the
like a handsome
balloon.
man, you got it going on, but not for me.
No doubt. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, well, that is all the balloons popped, but we do thank you for coming on. Give it up for her, guys. Take this. Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and bring out our next single lady. Hello, welcome in. How are you?
I'm
What's your
great. How are you?
name?
My name is Brittany.
Brittany. Okay, how old are you?
I'm 27.
All right, and Brittany, what do you do?
Right now, I am a front office coordinator and I am in school to become a sign language interpreter.
Ooh, all right. What do you do for fun?
I like to roller skate. I'm very active and creative, so I really like to do things. I like to make things, go to pottery classes, things like that.
All right.
Mhm.
And what do you look for in a man?
I look for stability. I look for consistency, and I look for someone who's really good with communicating.
Okay. And now, what are some of your deal
You got
breakers?
to cut her. You see?
Some deal breakers would
see?
be someone who is not consistent.
Did y'all see it? Did y'all see it? You saw his hand. You saw his gesture right there. You see this? You see this? Hold on. Look right here. Hold on. Look carefully, right? Look right here. Look right here. Okay, hold on.
Your
How are you?
name?
My name is Brittany.
Brittany. Okay, how old are you?
I'm 27.
All right. And Brittany, what do you do?
Right now, I am a front office coordinator and I am in school to become a sign language interpreter.
Ooh, all right. What do you do for fun?
I like to roller skate. I'm very active and creative, so I really like to do things. I like to make things, go to pottery classes, things like that.
All right.
Mhm.
And what do you look for in a man?
I look for stability. I look for consistency, and I look for someone who's really good with communicating.
Okay. And now, what are some of your deal breakers?
Some deal breakers would be
You saw that? You saw that? You saw it pop. Hey, Ace, what's up? You saw that? These people are too much. They are too chaotic. My family loves that show. Like my mom, my dad, my sisters, they love that show. I just think they're just so extra. Oh, they're too extra. They're so performative. Oh, they drain me. Oh my God. He wants to pop the balloon on her. And the problem is, can we actually review it here because of copyright? Oh, so annoying. They are so dramatic. Oh no, they're too much. It's a lot. It's a lot. Okay, but I'll try. You see, he's trying to pop the balloon, huh? Watch. He gonna say something slick to her. He is so disrespectful. He's such an ass.
someone who is not consistent, someone who is not able to let me know what's going on in their mind, whether that's not able to message me that day for whatever reason. You're busy, that's fine, life happens, but just communicate that with me. That's all.
Okay, big on communication.
Yes, I'm really big on communication.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So we haven't got any pop balloons. So
My thing is that communication or is that like you behaving like somebody's parole officer? I gotta text you every day. Nah, you crazy. Look at his face. Yo, look at his face. He's a menace. Look at this, y'all. This dude is crazy as hell. This dude is crazy. What is wrong with this dude? He's a menace. No, he's an asshole. Like I have a strong feeling he's an air sign. That's why I say if he's not a Libra, he's a Gemini. If he's not Gemini, he's an Aquarius. He's an asshole. He truly is an ass. Like he is an ass. Like what is this? Like this dude is crazy. But I'm teetering between like I think if he's not a Libra, he could be a Gemini. I need to find him on social media. I gotta ask him like, what's your sign? This dude is crazy. He said, well, you ain't got nothing for you ain't got a job, you ain't got no job. He said you talk about hustling, your baby daddy's still in your life. Yeah, you ain't got no job. I said, oh my Lord. He definitely wants to go viral. And he will. Watch. He is crazy. Look at his crazy face. He's demented. What is
so let me hand you a pick.
Okay.
Have you hold on to that. And let's go ahead and pop let's go with 3 balloons.
3 balloons.
3 balloons. Whenever you're ready, go ahead and pop those 3.
Okay, let me see.
You gotta get the green turtleneck. You don't like he's
hard.
I know. Everyone always says that.
green turtleneck. You don't like you says he gonna cut you out.
Okay. And 2 more.
You better go for green turtleneck.
Is it 3?
And 1 more. Yes. All right, you can stay down here. Okay, name and age, and why was your balloon unpopped?
Timothy 38. Balloon was unpopped. You have really good energy, like really good energy. I really like that about you. When you came out, like the outfit and everything, and you surprised me today. Absolutely.
I appreciate
Yeah.
that. Thank you.
Seriously.
All right. And why'd you end up popping his balloon?
I popped your balloon only because it just seemed as if I may be too much. I do have a really big personality, and you seemed very calm. And sometimes, you know, calm and energetic don't really go together.
Well, let me say this. I'm in a different setting. I wear different hats. So if I'm in a setting like this, I gotta take it more seriously because you're dealing with more of my intimate side of my life. So I gotta take a step back and really observe everything. But outside this place, I am a completely different person. I can match your energy. Easy.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's go over here. Your name and age, and why was your balloon unpopped?
My name's Darion. I'm 31. I didn't pop my balloon because I wanted to hear what she had to say, and her energy was definitely on point.
Thank you.
Why did we end up popping his?
I only popped yours because I do like to. I don't have any problems with my short kings or anything like that. But you know, I am someone that is looking for someone a little bit taller. I do like to wear heels. I'm not very tall, but you know.
Hey, that's
So,
understandable.
yes.
Respect.
All right. Thank you. And then you ended up popping one more. Name and age, and why was your balloon unpopped?
Then why don't you pop all the short people's balloons? That don't make no sense because he's short. Demetrius is short, so you full of shit. But my thing is, I'm gonna say this: like sometimes before popping balloon for the short kings, you should first make sure that they don't have the career and the success that you want. Like check that too, because I don't know. What if like he's worth like $5 million, right? And he happens to be a little short. Is that really gonna be a problem? Okay. Because some of y'all, I don't think you know what you want. You're so focused on attraction, height. Y'all concerning me. Okay. You should first find out what he does for a living, how much he has in the bank, and then decide if his height is really a problem. Okay. Because what if you pass up on a blessing, though? I'm just saying. All right. But it's like, this is just bizarre. Who's that? Who's Tim? You know, exactly. Like, you know, that because I'm like, oh, I want somebody taller. Like, but girl, what if his bank account taller than your bank account? Big bank, take low bank, okay? Exactly like Floyd Mayweather and Kevin Hart. I'm like, you know, it's like, it's getting a little silly now. It's getting a little silly. Now, of course, who am I to say that? My husband is tall, but I'm just saying, like, I found love. You looking for love, but I'm just saying you should at least wait. Ask him some pertinent questions, especially his finances. Then you can decide if you want to pop his balloon because he's short. But to just like not even ask the man, what'd you do for a living? Oh, yeah, he looks weird. Okay. So even ask the man, like, what you do for a living? Are you financially solvent? Because the other guy, she popped his balloon, like he has a business, like he has a restaurant, then he has a food truck, right? So I'm like, how do you know what he's up to? What if you found out like he makes food for celebrities in LA? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, ask more questions. Then if you don't like certain questions, like meaningful questions, then you can pop his balloon, right? Because I'm like, that's a little crazy to me. I don't like that. It's discrimination.
I'm 34. I'm Fendi. I think you're beautiful. You came out, you lit the room up. The smile was everything. I dig it. I dig it.
Yeah, you talk with your Why'd you end up popping his balloon?
I popped your balloon just because you remind me of my past, and I'm now in a different elevated space, and you gave me the bad boy vibes, and I'm not necessarily looking for a bad boy. That's just off of first glance, you know, that can't necessarily be who it is, but that was why.
Judging the book by its cover.
I did judge a book by its cover. I'm sorry. I did.
One of them. It's okay. It's okay.
One of them.
Thank you. Either way, yeah. He might have messed up.
No, and we did get a pop balloon over here. Your name and age, and why'd you end up popping your balloon?
That's right.
Mac 39. I popped my balloon because I'd have met girls like you before. Tiffany, Sasha, Tasha. I mean, you crazy as a mother. Yeah, you crazy. So all we gonna be doing is fucking fighting. So especially if you think he a bad boy, you show them no, like you need to. We good. We ain't got nothing going. You know what I'm saying? But you look good.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
I just don't, you crazy them up.
Okay. Now, is he someone that's your type?
You know, yes and no. I would say it's off of first glance, right? We only have the first meeting. I'm not digging the whole look. Again, you kind of a little bit remind me of the bad boy type, right? You said you're 37. Is that it?
I'm 39.
39.
He's so fake. He said we're gonna be effing and fighting, but then he tell the first girl he don't fight. So now he knows how to fight. This dude is so he's an air sign, y'all. He crazy.
Oh, excuse me. Okay, yes. So it was given a little bit.
Wrong.
you know,
We gonna
yeah.
go to the
I
hood
don't
and
know.
everything.
Yeah, maybe not. I'm still young, right?
Nah, I know you
So,
crazy as
you
hell
know.
though.
But yeah,
Crazy.
Let's go back.
You said crazy.
All right. Oh, he ended up popping his balloon over here. Okay. Name an age and why'd you end up popping your balloon?
Burning, I'm 40. And I really just popped it because she said communication was a deal breaker. And like I said before, like I be in my own space, be in my own world. Like
Pisces.
my texts may not come back as fast as they should. You know what I'm saying? I might miss a few extra calls. Like I just be in my own space. Like I'm just in a different space where I'm at. So if that's like a big thing, like somebody really gotta understand me and where I'm at and how I operate for them to like be like, okay, he tripping, he not texting back fast enough or something like that. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of
Yes.
intricate, but
Yeah,
at the
no,
same
I
time,
understand.
it's just, you know, but that's all though.
No, I understand.
See
It's more
someone-
the underlying of, you know, if you're busy, then hey, I'm busy right now. But I understand.
Right.
Thank you. Yes, I appreciate that.
Is he someone that's your type?
I would say no, just because again, I'm not a big flashy. You come off a little flashy, you know, the chains and everything. You just like you're in the club stunting. And again, that's just, you know, that's not me. That's not who I am in this part of my life.
Yeah, no doubt. No, that's cool. I'm not really a club guy, you know what I'm saying? I've been doing real estate and Airbnbs and Turos, stuff like that. And you know, my jewelry is just like that's just what I'm into. You know what I mean? It's my milestones. I didn't buy it all last night. It all came over time as I
Yes.
reach my goals. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying? It's just stuff I like to do. But I can get that, you know what I'm saying? I can get that a lot. People think I'm this and that and that and this until, you know what I'm saying?
First
really get
glance, right?
confident. Yeah.
Okay.
But it's all good.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, we've got 2 guys left. Go ahead and ask them a question to see if, you know, if any of them are your type.
Yes. Do you have any children?
Okay. Let's start with your name and age first.
My name is Sydney. I'm 37. I actually own a private dental practice in North Carolina. I do have, thank you. I do have a daughter. But I did want to learn a little bit more about you. So I will pop because of the flashy comment.
Yeah.
I was on this show prior.
Okay.
And I was not flashy. And women wanted to see a little bit more flash.
Okay.
So I'm starting
lot
to
of women do,
believe
yeah.
that the selection process is kind of reflecting that a lot of women are not sure what they want. So I own a very professional, I have a strong background in business. And I think perception is kind of really warping a lot of people's mindsets.
Yes.
So this is just, as he said,
But I don't agree with that though. Then that's your fault because you're the man, right? You're the man. So if you own a lot of businesses, be who you are. Who are you? So if the girl said, "Oh, we want a flashy man," you gonna start wearing Gucci. Like you don't know who you are. No. Oh gosh, y'all, Maverick is here too. Oh, child, the king is back.
it's just an
just you.
expression.
Patrice, shut up. When you gonna need sign language? What in the world? Public Works. You don't have nothing to do with the sign language. You don't work with the mayor. Be quiet. My thing is, why are you salty though? If you're a businessman, then come in a suit. Right? Oh, I came this way. They wanted flashy, so you're more flashy. Sir, who are you? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're a man. Like, you're a grown-ass man. And you run business. You say you're a dentist. You're this. You have a dentist business. You have a roadside business. My point is, if you're a businessman, dress like a businessman. Because nobody would ever look at you in these outfits and think businessman, like rapper, maybe like you have a nightclub. You know, it don't give, like, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't give that. So you can't be mad if your outfit is confusing people. Okay? Like, what is this? It's not a good look. So I feel like if you own a business and you're a serious businessman, you should wear a nice suit. Kevin Samuels told you people. Okay? Kevin loved himself a suit. So wear a proper suit and that's it. And then let whoever resonates with that resonate with that. But I'm like, even me, I wouldn't have picked you. And whose fault is that? It's your fault. You picked your outfit. It's on you. Okay? So don't be in your feelings. They want to talk about her dress. Like, child, she's not the businessman. Okay? If you own businesses, dress like a man that owns businesses. All right? That's it. Being all kinds of salty. Yeah. I might need that one day. No, you're not. Shut up, Demetrius.
Actually, it enhanced me. Actually, so I don't see nothing wrong with it. To be honest. I see no flaws at all.
Okay. Any questions between the two of you?
You want to be paid.
Again, same with the children. I have no children, so I'm trying to see. Do you have children?
Yeah, I got a 15-year-old son. Yes.
Okay. And how's your relationship with your mother?
Oh, we excellent. 15 years. We had to get it together. The co-parent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. No, your mom. Yeah, grandma.
Oh, my mom?
Yeah, no. Yeah. I'm asking about your mother. How was your relationship with your mother?
Oh, she passed away.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Okay.
she passed away. Yeah, it was rough. I'm gonna be honest. Like she was like on drugs, going in and out of jail and stuff and everything.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
No,
with
no,
that,
no.
though.
I'm sorry.
My dad
yes.
raised me. My dad raised me so much that like when we moved, like the homies on the block, you know, sorry to get a little street, but they thought that was my uncle because they was like, oh, ain't no single father got these two boys. So so my dad raised me, to be honest. I don't got no resentment towards her.
No. I understand. Thank you.
But
Yeah.
she passed away though.
And now is he someone that's your type?
Again, it's really, I was willing to give everybody a chance, right? Off of, we only have a moment, so first glance. And so I just was interested to hear your story. You do seem like a nice guy. Again, I don't have children, so I really am looking for someone that does not have children. That's kind of my underlying thing at the end of the day. There are people out there. So I'm just kinda
But he
looking.
babysitting himself though. He 15. What are you talking about? Yeah, high school.
I understand, yeah.
I gotta save up for his car already.
That comes other things, you
Yeah,
know, and just
Like what?
I,
What other thing? Like what?
well, like what kind of dad are you to your child? And that's
Oh,
different
yeah.
perspectives, right?
Oh,
Because
okay.
if I'm looking at you since you already have a child, then I'm going to see what is the groundwork that you've already laid for the child you have now, and what is the possibilities for our child, you know? And I'm big on my child, even though it's mine, still getting to know his older brother, sister, things like that, having that community. I don't know your relationship with the mother, and I don't have that kind of drama in my life, so
Oh no, there's no drama.
you know, I don't know if I signed up for that.
So kids are a deal breaker for you.
No,
so
I love children. Yeah,
Okay.
but I'm trying to find someone where I begin my
Okay.
family.
So for here, it's a no.
Yes,
Okay.
I want to begin my family.
So no, you have that right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she gorgeous, though. I ain't gonna lie. She got the fall colors on and
Thank you.
got the fall colors on and everything.
I appreciate all of you guys.
Tattoos
Thank you.
and
Thank you.
everything.
Come on, let's head on back. Okay, well, that is all the balloons popped, but we do thank you for coming.
I popped because I'm be honest. A lot of you ladies been saying the same thing. I don't know if it's rehearsed. I want to get the be more genuine. I say the same thing. It sounds like I've been rehearsing. And you have 6 sisters, and that's just too many sisters. Like that's too opinionated for me. They don't have too much influence in our relationship. So I'm gonna just do myself a favor and do you a favor, and I just pop, to be honest, because I don't like that.
Okay. Now, is he someone that's your type?
No.
Okay, why not?
Height.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
All right,
Let's
no
go over here. Your name and age, and why'd you end up popping your balloon?
My name's Darian. I'm 31. I simply popped it because she said height. You're gorgeous though.
Thank you.
Okay. So is he someone that is your type?
I would say no.
Okay. Why not?
The hair.
Okay. Like
That's the
what?
first.
Yeah. What about the hair?
It just doesn't look clean.
All right.
I gotta respect it.
Sorry.
I
Thank
gotta
you.
respect it.
Let's head back this way. Alrighty. So we do have 5 balloons left unpopped. Go ahead and ask these remaining guys a question.
Okay, so we're all here for the same thing, I take it. So what exactly are you guys looking for? Are you guys looking for something serious? Are you guys looking to be husbands? Like, what are you guys looking for?
Okay. Name and age and answer your question.
Hi, my name is Sydney. I'm 37. Own a dental practice.
As a Black woman who stands for natural hair, I don't like that she said that his dreads don't look clean. Like, what that's supposed to mean? I took offense to that. What does that even mean? Girl, what? To say you don't like him, let's keep pushing. Don't do that. Okay? What about his dreads don't look clean? You might not like dreads, but you can't say they're not clean though. Like, girl, what? No, we're not doing that. We are not doing it. Yeah, I don't like how she said that. I'm like, that triggered me. I don't know what she is. She looks like she's mixed with Indian or something, right? Yeah. Yeah, you see, yeah, it rubbed us up the wrong way, right? Yeah, it did. It did. It don't look clean. Like, what are you talking about? I'm like, you must have not seen dreadlocks that look a hot mess. Like, we know what unclean dreadlocks look like. Trust me, it's on Instagram. Yeah, she's like she's mixed with Indian. Like, what, girl, what? That make no sense, girl.
This in Charlotte. My intentions is to build a relationship, to actually start off as friends.
Okay.
And then initially my ultimate goal is to actually find my favorite person, which is my wife. So
You want to have a bunch of friends, and then you go
over here, name and age, and answer to her question.
Vernon, I'm 40. I'm open. I'm just looking for just something real, just something genuine. Just open. I'm not like just really. My bad. Can you ask the question one more time?
Go ahead and ask him a question again.
So what exactly are you looking for? Are you looking for something more serious? Are you
Right.
looking to be a husband?
Right. So I mean, like I said, I'm looking for something just open, just something that's like it is what it is. We can't be just so focused on
Are you on
the
much
relationship side. Like what's so like love. Like love is there, but that's not the 100% of relationship. Like there's more things that go into it. So I mean, I'm looking for someone that's goal driven, that got a hustle about them, that's got that get up and get it to it mentality. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, stuff like that.
Name and age and answer to her question.
I'm 34. My name is Fendi. I think the end game is definitely to be like a husband one day. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm in it for.
Then why don't you go marry one of the mother?
I strive to take care of a family. So yeah, that's definitely what it's about. But obviously, things take time, and we will have to take those initial steps to get to said place. So it's gonna be a journey in the dough. Off top, yeah.
Name and age and answer to her question.
So I'm looking for someone that I can be romantically involved with, but someone that want to build, financially as well. Someone that, can eventually become my best friend, you know what I'm saying? And we can have our happily ever after, you know what I'm saying? So I'm not here for just dating and f***ing around. I'm here for the real deal, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So it's been a lot of Rudy Poos came out here and they was half stepping. So if your game is if you come here for looking for love, what the show is about, then hey, let's look for love.
Why don't you ask her about her W-2?
Name and age and answer to her question.
Timothy, 38. I'm looking for love. I'm also looking for a marriage, but I do believe need to be phases before getting to that part. I was previously married about 15 years ago. And one of the things that kind of helped me understand this gist of things was marriage counseling. So I don't want to skip any steps though. That's very important. But the marriage is the goal. But
No, Papa's balloon. He looked like he can't. He looked like he had anger issues. Not that other one over there. Her and the other lady had pretty much the same career. She's like just an esthetician, So why didn't you ask her if she has a W-2? Because you like her body. And I come to realize, like, when people want to disqualify you, they ask you all these random questions because they want to disqualify you. She said, Tim looks like Raphael Sadiq. I want to dance tonight. Okay. That's what we gonna do.
counseling is very important as well to me. So
What is this?
All right. So we are going to pop 2 balloons. So let me go ahead and hand you a pick. Have you hold on to that and go ahead and pop those 2 balloons whenever you're ready.
Yeah.
Okay. And then one more.
Oh, no. Not Raphael Sadiq.
All right. So Timothy, why was your balloon unpopped for her?
you look great today. I like everything that I'm seeing right now. You got some long hair. I like bro hair. But just wanted to hear you out and see if there was a fit or anything like that. And plus, you look like you from a different culture, so I'm just kind of curious what that lifestyle would be like. To be honest with you.
Okay. Thank you. So why did we end up popping his balloon?
He's just not really my type.
Okay. In what way? What makes him not your type?
He's a little on the thin side. And I just don't like the way he's dressed.
Okay.
but you're really nice, and I think you're gonna find someone really nice.
Thank you. All right, let's head back. And we ended up popping his balloon over here. So why was your balloon unpopped?
My balloon was unpopped just because she looks, I'm just open to just meet new people, and just see where it goes. And I'm just a people person. So I'm more of an in-person person type of thing. So, I'm just open, just
She looks
see how the vibe goes, stuff like that.
Okay. Why'd you end up popping his?
Just because when I asked the question, it was kind of like, it seemed like he was a little unsure. So, I just want someone that's intentional.
Okay.
But he looks nice.
All right.
Yeah, my bad. I got a little spaced out on the question. That was just personal thing, you know what I'm saying? But that's really what that was. I got a little spaced out. I was trying to answer the question, but then I got spaced out. But it was just personal. That that happens to smokers. You know,
Just tell us why you
420. So I'm not sure if you're a 420 type of person, but
Let
yeah,
me smell your hands. Just
my
kidding.
hands is clean.
Just kidding.
Yeah, I'm clean.
I see someone that smokes but isn't really clean. So if
Oh
your
yeah, I
hands smell,
smoke. I got a spray. You know what I'm saying? The
Okay.
Baccarat on top.
so you
feel
wash your
me?
hands after.
All the time.
Okay, then you're good
Absolutely.
in my book.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure. Absolutely.
All right, we've got, you guys keep hiding these balloons. Okay, we've got 3 balloons left. Go ahead and ask them another question.
That's true.
So I'm in the kitchen. I'm cooking dinner. It's kind of late. You're coming home.
Look
The
up at me.
kitchen
Look
is a little messy. What are you going to do next when you come in the door?
Okay, let's start there.
You
Come
gonna
back
take
this
your
way.
spike. Her neck gonna talk about sex. You gonna talk about sex.
Okay, what you're doing if you come home, kitchen's a little mess, she's making dinner, it's late.
Most likely, I'm probably gonna come in and start helping you clean up. You know what I'm saying? But the
Yeah,
dinner
yeah.
probably ain't gonna get cooked. It's probably over with for the dinner. We're probably gonna have to order out. But I'm gonna take the initiative to start cleaning up and helping you out. You know what I'm saying?
No, we don't. You agree.
For sure. Can I ask a question?
What's the
Not
word?
yet.
Not yet.
Okay.
Exactly. See, she knows. All right, what about over here?
I'm coming in from work, a long day.
whatever.
That's what we doing. Okay, I come in the house, you cooking, you slaving over the hot stove. I'm probably finna hop in the water. You know what I'm saying? The shower. Change clothes.
We don't know.
Clean myself up, bring myself
Honey, you
down,
fuck with your
relax
hands
a
the
little
whole
bit
body.
myself. Then I'm gonna slide in the kitchen and see what's going on.
You gonna slide?
At that point, I'm gonna see if you need assistance with anything.
How you gonna slide in the kitchen and see what's going on? She already told you what's going on. She's cooking. The kitchen's messy. It's already going on. He's I'm gonna see what's going on if you need help. She already told you what's going on. Fendi, you're not serious. Pop his balloon. And Fendi, you talk too much with your hands at your big age. You know what I'm saying? Like, Fendi, can you stop doing this? You are so unserious. What is this? Oh no.
If you need some help, if you got it, you got it. If not, then I'm.
You don't.
We'll wop the bam. We tag team that joint.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, what about over here?
Fendi.
For me, I'm an independent individual. I live alone, so I'm used to cleaning up. So if I walk in and I walk in and the house is smelling good, and you in there chefing it up, and you're really doing what you need to do, I'm obviously learn a little bit about your day and see how that went, and then I might go ahead and kind of help
You
orchestrate
might.
a few things
You might.
and get that going with you. But yeah, like it's just me. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so we've heard from the 3 of them. Go ahead and pop one balloon.
Fendi.
All right, so Fendi, why was your
Do you notice that none of the girls popped the balloon for turtleneck? Have y'all noticed this? Nobody popped the balloon for turtleneck. He's such an asshole. You see what people tell you girls love assholes? You see this? Nobody popped the balloon for that guy. He's such an ass. Nobody popped his balloon. He has popped his own balloon, but nobody pops his balloon. That is crazy.
your balloon
How
unpopped?
does he get away with this?
You beautiful.
Thank you.
What?
We're gonna leave it right there.
Okay. So why'd you end up popping his?
Just because the question that I asked, he said he's gonna take a shower, he's gonna do all these other things.
Yeah, he is.
I'm tired. It's late.
I'm tired
I
too.
would-
I'm coming in the crib after.
I would like to spend some time with my man. Maybe we have kids. So if you jump in and help me, that's more time for us to spend because we have work tomorrow. So I just don't want someone that's gonna,
Leave you hanging.
yeah.
Okay.
I wouldn't suggest leaving you hanging at all. I suggested me getting a day off me. You know what I'm saying? Me cleaning myself up and then spending the block on you and getting the night in order and putting
If you
said
don't
kids to
stop
bed
using
and
your
getting
hands,
everybody
oh my-
fed and then we'll work tomorrow.
But you can wash your hands to get the day off you, and then
For sure I
you get the
could.
night
Yeah,
off.
yeah.
Okay.
I don't disagree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
But
thank
you're
you. All right. We've got 2 guys left. Go ahead and ask them last question.
It's very silly.
Okay, so what was the relationship like with your mother?
Got an amazing.
Let's start here.
Sorry. I had an amazing relationship with my mom. We just moved my mom to Texas. She was living in New York for over 50 something years. We just, as a family, collectively put some work in. My sisters, they get really the props for that, and they moved it to Texas. So we love our mom. We really strong with that relationship. And in addition to that, you have 6 sisters. I have 8 sisters. So, I mean, it's just all about me just understanding how to listen to different perspectives and things like that. So, yeah. And they're not in no one's business. They're very independent women. Yeah.
Okay. Let's go down here. What is your relationship like with your mother?
My relationship with my mother was unprofound. You know what I'm saying? It's the best relationship that I can ever ask for from a human being. And
You're such an ass. You're such an ass.
when my mother passed away in 2020, I felt like nobody else on this planet Earth knew me. You know what I'm saying? So I felt really lost.
He's a Gemini.
And I regret that my mother couldn't pass me on to another woman. But that's my relationship with my mother. You know, nobody ever got a chance to take her place. But that was my best friend. So my mama was everything to me. I was the only kid out of like 8 kids that was breastfed. So like, you know what I'm saying? They had to kick me out the bed. So our relationship was just unmatched. You know what I'm saying? So I'm a mama's boy. I love my mama, like for sure.
I'm sorry to hear about your loss. Okay. So, guys, any questions for her?
Did he say he had a question?
Okay, we should have stayed over there. All right.
How was your relationship with your mother?
It was great.
How was your relationship with your father?
It was great.
Okay, where you from?
I'm from Tucson,
Tucson,
Arizona.
Arizona.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any kids?
Yes.
How many kids do you have?
2.
How many baby fathers do you
1.
have? Okay. What was your first job?
She said a question.
I mean, hey, I'm trying to, it's speed dating.
No. Well,
You know
I
what I'm
think you
saying?
asked enough questions for the rest of the line.
But,
Why are you embarrassed?
I'm just trying to get to know you. So I don't
Why
want
is
to
she
do the
embarrassed?
balloon thing and we get at the end and we pair and then it ain't a pair. So
Oh, it's gonna be a pair if it's a pair.
oh, that's how you feeling?
Hmm.
We'll be back then. We'll be back. Any
Why is she
questions over
embarrassed?
here?
All your stuff.
No, I think I heard them all.
No, you.
He asked them all for you, huh?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Well, it is time to pop a balloon whenever you're ready.
I'm sorry.
Yes,
You see?
It's your balloon.
See, I popped out my hand. They didn't want to be popped, but I'm gonna pop it for
No,
you.
no, no, no.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Okay. So why was your balloon unpopped for her?
Well, I wanted to hear her out. I thought that she came out and she had real ambition, you know what I'm saying, to find somebody that's different. But I also know that we can also be judgmental and we can judge a book by its cover. So, there's a lot of layers to me. So I don't blame her for popping the balloon because I'm hard on the mother. So like you might not want this job because this job, it entails a lot, you know what I'm saying? And you gotta be a whole lot of woman to stand over here.
Doesn't he not give you like Kanye West vibes? Like, nobody gonna put me down. This dude. Yeah, I need to go find what his sign. I think he's an air sign.
This environment.
It's an
For real.
So why'd you end up popping his balloon?
He
asked a hard question.
No reason, just because the other guy. I think he said he worked in the dental field.
Okay.
He used to be a dental assistant. So
Veneers.
What do you say?
Trying to get them veneers.
No, I actually
coulda
don't
bought
want
the veneers.
veneers. I don't. But that's just why, honestly. And
Are you African?
All right, come on, let's head back. Okay, so let me bring you on over here. I'll have you stand over to there. Have you stand right here. Any final question between the two of you before we determine if this is a match?
I live in Charlotte.
Oh, my sister's from there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
How
Yeah.
is your sister from there? Why does that mean your sister lives there or she's from there? Girl, what?
So is that an issue?
No.
Okay.
And your mom's in Texas, right?
My mom just moved to Texas.
I actually want to move there. So,
Oh, okay.
yeah, I'll be close to mom's.
Oh, okay.
All right. Well, let me ask my final question. Is it a yes for you for her?
It is.
Okay.
See how you didn't want to ask like any more hard questions because he wants to say yes. He said she's trying to get them veneers. I don't think she's half white. She looks West Indian. She looks West Indian. Like Trinidad, Tobago, Jamaica. She looks West Indian. Cause like out there, they're mixed with it's like Indian mixed with black. It's just.
And is it a yes for you for him?
Yes.
Oh, we got a match.
He a dentist, girl. These women are so greedy.
I'll take the mic. And you guys can go on off. Make some noise for them, guys. All right, let's go ahead and bring out our next single lady.
No, he doesn't mind because he likes the package.
Hello, welcome in. What's your name?
What outfit is this?
Kayla, how old are you?
31.
And
Kayla, you don't have a mirror? No, Kayla, they're gonna put look, he's such a menace. You guys, I no way this dude in a Gemini. He is such a menace to society. He is such a menace. This dude, he has to be an air sign. And no way. This is crazy. He needs to have more confidence, though. Look at that. Look at his posture. It's like you gave up. No.
what do you do?
I'm in the baking industry.
Okay, very nice. What do you like to do for fun?
I love to travel, hang out with my family and friends.
What outfit
Right.
is this?
Okay.
Yeah.
And now what do you look for in a man?
Okay, I like someone romantic, funny, a man of his word, intentional.
Okay. And now what are some of your deal breakers?
Dishonesty, cigarette smoking. Yeah, that's about it.
Okay. All right. Straight to the point. So we haven't got any pop balloons yet. So let me hand you a pick. I'll have you hold on to that. And let's go ahead and have you pop 2 balloons. Whenever you're ready, go ahead and pop those 2.
Okay.
What kind of outfit is this? Look at her
And
shit.
then one
What's
more.
she wearing?
Okay, you can stay up there. All right, your name and age, and why did you have your balloon unpopped?
I'm Derek. I'm 31. I didn't have my balloon unpopped because I was just trying to hear her out at first.
Okay.
That was really it.
But she's someone that's your type?
Yeah, absolutely. She's gorgeous.
Thank you.
And why did you end up popping his balloon?
The hair.
That's twice.
Okay, so what about his hair?
Not my first choice. I like, sometimes I like. a little
Okay,
cut.
so that's slightly different.
Yeah.
I get that. Respect.
All right, thank you. Then you popped one more over here. Your name and age, and why'd you have your balloon unpopped?
Vernon, 40. And I'm just open, just seeing what she had to say, seeing what she was on, Yeah, no real reason like that.
Okay. Why'd you end up popping his?
The hair.
Oh, okay. Just a little too long.
A little too, just a little.
Yes, what is that?
All good. No doubt. You like what you like. You know what I'm saying? This is me. You know what
That's
I'm saying?
fine,
No,
yeah.
that's cool.
Oh, yeah, we know it's you, Chad. We know. I ain't gonna call you back. Ain't gonna text you back. I'm vibing.
Yeah.
That's all good.
I like it though. Like it works for you.
No, for sure.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
What is this?
We've got 4 guys left. Go.
What is she wearing? This is hideous. Oh no, sis, you can't dress. Oh Lord, you ain't got no taste. No.
Go ahead and ask them a question.
Okay. How do you cope with failure or setbacks?
Okay. Name and age, and how do you cope with failures or setbacks?
I'm Fendi. I'm 34. Failure
If you don't stop using your hands when you talk, oh my gosh, I can't.
happen all the time. Setbacks happen all the time. I'm fake used to that. It don't deter me a bit. I'm rolling. I'm rolling. Nothing could stop me from doing what I want to do. Truthfully, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. I'm gonna go get it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Name and age, and answer to your question.
Can you elaborate? Like a scenario or something? Like,
I mean, let's say, God forbid, you lost your job. Like, how do you cope with that? Like, what's your
Oh.
next?
my next step?
Yeah.
Oh man, I ain't gonna lie, I be still looking at jobs when I got a job. So I mean, just because I'm trying to elevate up, you know.
Yeah.
So with that, I mean, I ain't gonna lie, I never been without a job.
Okay.
Like for more than like a month. Cause I'm just like that. What else? Like that's the only scenario?
Yeah, I mean, I feel
And,
like
like,
in life
setbacks?
you can face a lot of setbacks. You can face a lot of failures. Like, does it
Fendi is
bring you down so
He's
much
so
that you
cute, but
can't
he's so dense.
come out of it?
No, I'm so driven. I can't let it get to me. But if it does happen, I ain't gonna lie, I just gotta pray to God, you know, let him know, like, hey, you know, cover me when I'm going through and things of that nature. That's one thing for sure. Because maybe he's doing something to, you know, one door closes and one opens. So that's how I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go on over here. Name and age, and how do you deal with setbacks or failures?
Mac 39. How I deal with setbacks and failures, right? I think that I embrace it. You know what I'm saying? I congratulate it. You know what I'm saying? I'm fail proof. I failed so many times in life that I'm fail proof. So I think that like the failures it shouldn't be looked at as like a downside. It should be looked at as a learning curve. Like, okay, I messed up that time. Now I can get it right. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got to worry about crossing that bridge again because now on to the next thing. So like I encourage failure because you got to, just like a kid walking, you know what I'm saying? You got to learn to fall in order to learn how to walk.
That's true.
For sure.
Okay. Name and age, and how do you deal with setbacks or failures?
Timothy 38. Setbacks and failures. I try to ask myself questions, you know, like how and why questions, how it happened and what questions, what can I do next time? And then I try to prepare myself because there's always going to be adversity. So if I better prepare, then it'd be easier for me to deal with those things. That way, I can conquer it. I call them like references. I try to have references as it like a just in case. If this happens, I got this. If this happens, I got that covered. So, and that keeps my mental state. Keeps myself in a good mental place when I'm better prepared. So.
Okay. All right. It is time to pop a balloon. Go ahead and pop one whenever you're ready. There we go. All right. So, Fendi, why was your balloon unpopped for her?
I like the way she came out. I like the way you dress. It's kind of flatter me. It's slight different. I'm on that. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You beautiful. I definitely wanted to hear more of what you had to say. So I was sticking around for that.
Fendi, stop
I didn't
using
get
your
that
hands.
far. Here we are.
Thank you.
All right. So, why'd you end up popping his balloon?
I don't know, something you seem maybe like indecisive, I want to say. I don't know if that's the right word.
A bad
ain't.
boy.
Okay. That's kind of just what I was feeling in that
Yeah,
moment.
I can dig it though. I like, adjectives and, I like words. But that was the wrong one. Already.
It probably was, yeah.
Love. It's all good. Love, baby. I like the jacket.
Thank you.
All right. So, we've got 3 guys left. Go ahead and ask them another question.
Oh, okay.
Fendi, you are so unserious.
Okay. Let me see. How do you guys feel about, I don't know, traveling? Like, do you like to travel? Do you travel often? What's your views on traveling?
Over here. What's your views on traveling?
Man, I got a passport. I haven't used it yet, to be honest, because I've been, been working and stuff, trying to clear my calendar. But as far as traveling, I got my passport, so that ain't a problem.
Okay. Over here.
My views on traveling is if I couldn't travel and see the world, I'd rather not be alive. Because it's just dead time.
Shut up. It's so annoying.
Over here. How do you feel about traveling?
I haven't been able to travel a lot. I want to experience more things. I think having a partner will help me kind of get outside of myself a little bit because I don't have a passport right now. So not for illegal reason or anything like that. It's just I don't have one. But I want to expand to different things for sure.
Okay. Okay. All right. Go ahead and pop another balloon. Another one.
This is crazy.
Sorry. Okay, so Timothy, why was your balloon unpopped?
Just wanted to hear you out. You look nice today, obviously. I kind of think that was a little immature to pop it, only because it would give you an opportunity to help me see the other side. And
I feel you.
But
if we wanted to go on a trip like tomorrow, we couldn't. You know what I mean?
oh yeah, I see what you're saying. That makes
That's the
I mean,
only
was you
reason.
ready to go tomorrow though?
Hell
She's
yeah.
ready.
Okay, well,
ready.
then
I'm ready to
I gotta
go.
give you that. I give you that. Okay.
Now, is he someone that's your type?
Physically, no.
Okay.
Just a little like,
Give him a little compliment.
I don't know.
I got some work to do.
Like,
I got some work to do.
okay.
It's
You have
okay.
a nice smile.
You're good.
Just the hair.
Yeah, I like it. I have work to do. That's all.
Yeah. Just,
I hear you.
it works for you. It's okay.
Yeah.
I can tell he doesn't receive a lot of compliments. So it's nice. Tell me he has a nice one. That's good. That's nice. But Tim, you got to work on your wardrobe. You and Fendi and this one right here, he has to work on his posture because he doesn't exude confidence in himself. You got to work on that.
It's all good.
Okay, we've got our 2 balloons left right here. Go ahead and ask them another question.
Oh gosh. Do you guys have any kids?
Okay. Any kids?
Yes, 15-year-old son.
Just one?
Yeah, just one.
Okay.
Yes.
Any kids?
Yes, I have 2 kids.
Okay.
How old?
One 13 and one 9 months.
What? Why are you here? And you want to talk about people and their decision-making skills? You have a 9-month-old. Then why are you on the show? Oh, he's a menace. And he needs to put a little bit of weight on. A little bit of weight. No, he's a little too skinny. Exactly. He has a 9-month-old. Then he has the audacity to talk about, oh, you make bad decisions. You make bad choices. Sir, shut up. What in the world? You are so fake. You. I hope you go viral. These black girls gonna eat
This
you
one
up.
in a grown
When I tell you these sisterhood, the sisterhood gonna eat you up. Go viral real quick.
9 months. Yeah, so got a fresh one and a grown one. Yeah, very fresh.
All right. So go ahead and pop another balloon. All right. So why'd you have your balloon unpopped?
Man, it's the gap. That gap in the mother teeth took me back to high school to Simone. I'm gonna be real with y'all. I came on this show to be honest. Boy, that gap, I know what that do. So I ain't gonna even lie. And then she said,
What? Hold on. What happened? How we get here? How we get
the
here?
mother teeth took me back to high school.
All right. So why'd you have your balloon unpopped?
Man, it's the gap.
Hold on.
The hair.
How did we get here? Hold on.
I like it. I have work to do. That's all.
Yeah. Just,
I hear you.
it works for you. It's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Okay, we've got our 2 balloons left right here. Go ahead and ask them another question.
Oh gosh. Do you guys have any kids?
Okay. Any kids?
Yes, 15-year-old son.
Just one?
Yeah, just one.
Okay.
Yes.
Any kids?
Yes, I have 2 kids.
Okay.
How old?
One 13 and one 9 months.
Okay.
Yeah, so got a fresh one and a grown one.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, very fresh.
All right. So go ahead and pop another balloon. All right. So why'd you have your balloon unpopped?
Man, it's the gap. That gap in the mother teeth took me back to high school to Simone. I'm gonna be real with y'all. I came on this show to be honest. Boy, that gap, I know what that do. So I ain't gonna even lie. And then she said she could take a trip too. We could dip off tomorrow. You hear me? We can go to the Bahamas, and she look like a eater. So definitely want to meet her. So
All right.
I mean, I'm just being honest with you. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
who's gonna
Like,
watch the 9-month-old?
you said who gonna watch the 9-month-old? She got a mama, a grandma. She got, you know what I'm saying? Like, my kids are very well taken care of. So, you know what I'm saying? When you got money, you can take care of your kids. You know what I mean? I'm here to find love, not a babysitter.
Okay.
But that gap though, I know that though deep.
All
I'm
right,
sorry.
Stop it. Okay. So why did you end up popping his balloon?
The 9-month-old.
Okay.
Yeah,
Just
that's
a
a
little
little
too
too.
young.
And that's respectful though. That's like red flag. But you know, it was, you know, hey, unapologetically, you know what I'm saying, things happen in life. So you know, that's a different story for a different time. But you know, you can't judge a book by its cover, man. It's layered.
Didn't you judge the other lady and say that she made bad decision? That she made bad decision. She only had one kid. You got 2 kids. You got a 9-month-old. Why are you on the show? Then you judge the little lawyer lady and you said, oh, why is she on the show? Because she making bad choices. Why are you on the show? You have a 9-month-old. That means the mom was probably like in postpartum. Why aren't you there helping her? Oh no, you an evil person. He's giving Kanye vibes. I told you, he must be doing.
Let's head on over here. Any questions over here between the two of you?
Where you reside?
Downtown area.
Oh, down there. Okay. You got any questions for me?
I asked all my questions.
Oh, you asked all your questions? Oh, okay. So what's your thought about like spiritual anything? Like how you
I
feel?
feel I'm
Demetrius, shut up. You know, Dave, you know you're happy to be the last man standing. Shut up. Nobody picked your little short behind. Stop playing with me. Now you want to ask about spirituality? You have a woman who didn't pop your balloon, Demetrius. You better thank the Lord. What is this? He's like, what about spirituality? If she says she's into witchcraft, what you finna do? Say no? Oh, Demetrius. Demetrius, you're not even serious, okay? You try to take a sign language interpreter. Now you're asking about spirituality. Demetrius, be quiet. We tired.
very spiritual.
No.
I don't
Girl,
go
exactly.
to church often, but I like to talk to God, pray. You know, I feel very spiritual.
No, okay. No problem with that. Okay. Wait, you have no kids, right?
Mm-mm.
Oh, okay. And what you do for a living again?
I'm in the banking industry.
In the banking industry.
Demetrius, she didn't pop your balloon. You better say yes.
All right.
She changed.
So now is he someone that's your type?
What?
I'm open-minded.
Okay.
What does that mean? What is that right? That's a first. What does that mean?
I just like taller men.
Oh, okay.
But I'm keeping my options open, like my mind open.
Okay.
I mean, if we on a date and the dude 6'5", what you gonna do? You gonna turn around or something? What you gonna do?
No, I mean, I'm gonna focus my energy on the person I'm with.
I'm like you. I'm open as well, but I mean, that was the first.
What does that look?
What you mean?
You're giving me looks.
What kind of look? I'm just trying to see where we're going with this because
I'm just being honest.
Okay, so Kayla,
Demetrius, you're
is
doing
he your
too much.
type though? No? Okay. So you popping? Okay. So why'd you have your balloon unpopped for her?
man, she's gorgeous.
But Demetrius, you
got a great smile. I didn't see nothing wrong with the smile. To be
She
honest,
didn't want to pop the balloon.
but she was projecting herself very well. Everything. So
thank you.
yeah, no problem.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Let's head on back. So that is all of the balloons popped, but we do thank you for coming on. Let's give it up for her, guys. Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and bring out our next single.
Why are they making the show an hour and 45 minutes? That's a long time, though, y'all. We've been outside for a hot minute.
Lady.
What is this?
Hello, welcome in. What's your name?
Cree.
Cree, how old are you?
29.
29, and what do you do?
I am a loan officer. I am a loan officer and I'm also an astrologer.
All right. What do you like to do for fun?
I love traveling. I love poetry, art, museums, all that good stuff.
Okay. And now what do you look for in a man?
I like someone that is sure of himself, somebody that's done the emotional work to overcome any childhood traumas, because I did the work.
Okay.
Oh no!
And
why you want to pop balloon? What
someone who knows how to have fun and have a good conversation. It's not just about sex and money and all that stuff. So
Okay. What are some of your deal breakers?
ooh, somebody that smoke weed every day.
Yeah,
Somebody
we knew it.
that
I knew it. I knew you was.
drinks every day.
Mm-hmm.
And
Oh my god.
yeah, that's about it.
Okay. All right. So we did get some pop balloons. Let's go
Okay.
on over there, see why they ended up popping.
All right.
Your name and age, and why'd you end up popping your balloon?
Vernon, I'm 40. And just because of the smoking thing, I'm big 420. It's part of my medication.
What sickness you
I'm
got?
daily with it.
Oh please.
So, that was pretty much.
Oh
Mhm.
please. Bye.
So, is he someone that's your type?
He is. He is. Yeah. Oh, sorry. He is. Yeah. So I just the smell every day would bother me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, understandable.
Let's go over here. Your name and age, and why did you end up popping your balloon?
I'm Fendi. I'm 34. I love your energy. I love the way you look. I definitely smoke chronic every day. Like, I wake up, roll up tight. Like,
Yeah,
that shouldn't
Fendi.
be no thing. It shouldn't be no issue, a big deal, a deal breaker.
Fendi, you know,
But it got me though.
Fendi, you think it's okay to wake up every day, roll up every day, smoke every day? You're an addict. Okay. You're crazy. You know one thing about Fendi though? I think Fendi could have been like the fifth member of like Bone Thugs and Harmony. Like, he kind of favors them people. Wake up, wake up, wake up. It's about to get up. I'm thinking of it with Bone Thugs and Harmony. I can see it. Don't he look like a people? He looks like he could have been part of the group. I'm like, what? He looks like I've seen him before. See? Don't he look like he could fit in there? I'm like, there's something about Fendi that just feels so familiar to me. Yeah. He could have been like the fifth member though. Like they did like a new group, like come back. The re-up. He could be right along right here. I'm like, Fendi, you look like this is where you belong. This is funny. This is so crazy. Fendi, you are crazy. Fendi, you can't smoke like this. It's a lie.
It seemed like you kind of hung up on that's frivolous. I don't know. That ain't nothing, baby.
Okay.
But that's all. That's all.
Okay.
You are
Respectfully.
It's all good.
No doubt.
So now, is he someone that's your type?
I would say yeah, but just the smoking every day. Yeah.
You want to smoke every other day?
Every other day is okay. On the weekends is
On
good.
the
On the weekends, you
Baby,
know.
it's
Listen,
2024.
I feel like there's
we
a
illegal and everything. I've been smoking since when it wasn't. You understand? Like, it's
I
just
feel
how
like it's
niggas come.
a misconception that smoking helps you focus. And as someone who used to smoke, I find my mind is a lot more clearer, and I want someone who's clear minded. So yeah.
And I don't knock that. So shouts out to you. But
Thank you.
roll up and get my mind right.
Let's go this way. All right. Your name and age, and why'd you end up popping your balloon?
I'm Darion. I'm 31 years old. Let me just say you look good. You put it on. I just like a little bit more on the petite side,
Makes
but I
sense.
don't want to be here to shame my black queens.
Awesome. No problem. Yeah. Yeah.
Now, is he someone that's your type?
I would like someone that's just a little bit more
Taller.
not even taller. I think it's just style.
Okay.
Just a little more. Yeah, that's it.
Say that. Say
I'm a
that.
Leo, so I like style.
Respect.
You can try. Let's go over here. Your name and age, and why'd you end up popping your balloon?
Timothy 38. I popped my balloon because they already got on me about my skinny self. So I do feel like you'll be too much for me if I'm this weight. So
You think I'm
no,
gonna crush you?
probably so. I
I
mean,
hear you. I hear you.
there's modifications, but I don't know. But no, I mean, it could be a challenge. We have to figure some things out, okay?
Please.
We have to
Listen.
figure some things out, modification wise.
You know what's crazy?
But you know the thing is, I like her attitude though. I like it. She's laughing about it. That's good. She's a good sport.
Crazy. Most of my past lovers were skinny like you. So
Well, everything is working. I could tell you that.
oh.
But
Oh.
I know I just had to, I mean, I don't know. We have to see where we have to create our unique way of our own art. Let's just say that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Now, is he someone that's your type?
Most of my lovers kind of looked like him. Yeah. So it's okay.
Okay.
I guess that's
Yeah.
it. I'm sorry.
She does seem very, very sweet. That's cute. I like her energy. She's friendly. I like it. She's a sweetheart.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Let's head on back.
Awesome.
So we do have an unpop balloon over here. Your name and age, and why do you have your balloon unpopped?
Oh, okay. Demetrius, 37. Oh, I got it pop because I got a theory. I ain't gonna lie. She 180, she a lady. 210 let me in, and I ain't gonna hold you. She all, I mean, I mean, that's why I work out. Yeah, but that's why I got it on pop. But also I got a question though. You said something. What did you do? You said
I am a loan processor
you said something else though.
and I'm an astrologer.
Okay, because you mentioned that Leo. You
Uh-huh.
big on that?
Oh, that's my business. Yeah.
What you mean? Like you do tarot cards or something?
Well, I do tarot, but my business is astrology. I do people's charts, astrocartography,
No.
birth charts, all of it.
Do that like is that like you still believe in God with that or how's that
Yes,
work?
God made the universe. Right?
Okay.
God made the rocks, the earth.
What kind of
everything.
Leo? You July or you
August.
August? August what, like 2? Like 2nd, I mean?
15.
Oh, the 15. Okay.
You know a lot, huh?
No, I don't know a lot. I try to get away from it. I try to get my birthday January 13th.
Okay, Capricorn.
You said it, I didn't. But yeah, got any questions for me or anything?
Yeah.
But you know what though? It
Do
makes
you
sense.
think
You know what
that
though? People think this stuff is like whatever, but it makes a lot of sense because remember, he said he always has a job. He says he always has a job. The most he's ever gone without a job was a month, right? And I'm like, that's on par for an earth sign because Capricorn, Taurus, Virgo, they don't play about their money. They do not play about their money. So I know it's probably like a little creepy for him, but I'm like, it makes sense for him to be a Capricorn though, because he did say he hasn't gone a month without a job. Because she was like, oh, but what happened? Like, how would you deal with coping if you lost your job? How would you cope if you lost your job? He was like, even with a job, I'm looking for a better job. Okay, I was like, okay. Yeah, she said she used to smoke. Oh, he popped it. Hold on. What happened with his ass? Hold on. I don't think she asked him anything. I don't think she asked him anything.
It's acceptable to lie to someone to spare their feelings.
Oh, that's a good one. Man, what you talking about? Like kids, adults, old people?
Yeah.
You say anybody?
Anybody.
I always do this, but like, what? Give me a scenario.
No.
So-
Answer the question.
Like the lie, like a white lie. No, I think you got to do the truth because you got to. Because when you lie, you're gonna just keep lying, and then you're gonna forget the lie, and then it's just gonna get worse. To be honest. Be honest.
Makes
Let's just say the truth.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, is he someone that's your type?
He is. My ex is actually, yeah.
Okay.
From
Okay. Well, let me bring you on up here. Come on up here with us, Demetrius, and I'll have you follow me over here. You can stand right here. Demetrius, stand here. All right, y'all. So, any final question between the two of you before we determine if it's a match?
Oh yeah. Where reside?
Tempe,
So Arizona.
Arizona.
Where's that? Like.
It's like 30 minutes away.
Yeah, because I'm in LA. That's
Oh, you
cool.
live in LA? Yeah. I'm
Oh.
originally from New York. You're like, oh, I'm sorry. I'm originally from New York.
Okay.
So East Coast, West Coast.
Okay. Hey,
You good?
I'm good.
Okay. Any final question here? Robin, it's all right.
No.
Okay. Okay.
Wait,
well,
wait, wait. One
oh,
more. I'm
go
sorry.
ahead. You got one?
Do you have children?
Yes, 15-year-old son.
Any more kids?
No.
Okay. Okay, you're the mom of the
Oh
cordial?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm with it.
All right. Well, then, is it a yes for you for her?
Yes.
And is it a yes for you for him?
Yes.
We got a match. I'll take this mic and you guys can go on up, make some noise for them.
Is sure of himself. Someone who's clear-minded. So, yeah.
And I don't knock that. So shouts out to you. But
You know, I just like.
She didn't ask Turtleneck anything. He's too much. She didn't ask him anything before he said something rude to somebody. Maybe they cut that part out. But I don't know, do they have to make one episode an hour and 45 minutes? They can try to get all the watch time hours. Like they want watch time hours. That's a lot. That's really a lot, y'all. That's too much. Yeah. I'm like, it makes sense because he was like, he's never been like without a job. He's like, the most I'll go without a job is a month. I'm like, yeah. Earth signs, they love their money. They really, really do. They truly, truly do. Mammy, come here. He just asked me, why are you still up? I was like, no, he was asleep. He woke up. I'll say goodbye. You were so loud today. You were so loud. All right, you guys. Well, I hope you enjoyed the live stream. Hope you have fun. Did a little bit of everything. Mammy, say good night. Say good night, my peoples. Love y'all. No, stop trying to be in destruction mode, Gemini. Thank you. You're crazy. Okay? I'm done. Oh, thank you. Good night, people. Hope you enjoyed yourself. Say thank you. Hope you enjoyed yourself. Hope you had fun today. Okay? Maybe we should watch like more Pop the Balloon together. These episodes are crazy. Oh. Yeah. Mwah. Maybe we're going to do a little baby Pop the Balloon. What do you think? Little baby Pop the Balloon? Yeah, you're never going to care. You're so cute. All right. Well, you guys, we've been here for 10 hours and a half. That's a long stream. I need to be like Heist Tonight and them people. I deserve to be up there. Like, I'm an amazing streamer. Like, I'm an amazing streamer. I deserve to be up there with Heist Tonight and them people. Okay? I need to challenge all these streamers. Kai Sinat, Aiden Ross, DDG. Who else is streaming, child? DJ Academic. Okay? I need to be up there. I deserve to be up there. I sure do. Yeah, I should be up there too. Like, oh, look at Marlene. She's making millions becoming a streamer. Like, yeah. What do you think, Maverick? Am I going to be a top streamer on YouTube? I deserve to be up there. Because my streams are long, but they interesting. Okay? But that's it, you guys. I love y'all. Let me get something to eat. I will see you in the morning. This pastor was out of line. The bishop was out of line. She needs to apologize. We'll be waiting for her apology. Right, Mavi? That's right. We will be outside tomorrow. Okay? Love y'all. Enjoy your night. We gotta go. Say bye-bye. Say bye, everybody. Love y'all. Love you so much. Bisou. Gotta go. We outside.